First day of playoffs here for the European side of the Blast Premier Spring Showdown. Mousesports opened up against the Astralis. Astralis' pick-up overpass went all the way to overtime. They clawed it back when it was looking like Mousesports had it in the bag, but then Mousesports took the win. We go over to Train, which was Mousesports' pick, and it had been a bit up and down during the group stages, but Mousesports, they dominated full confidence, 16-5. Astralis out of the playoff stage. Vitality versus Dignitas were up next, and we started on Nuke, Dignitas' pick, but they weren't able to show us a good form at all. They got demolished 16-5, and it looked like it could be a 2-0 once again. But Dignitas, they surprised. They came out on Dust 2, Vitality's key map, and they just had so much confidence that Vitality looked lost. We went to Vertigo for the decider, and Dignitas gave it their all, but try as they might, they weren't able to seal the deal, and Vitality took it 16-11. So let's see what happens now we're at the semis.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to another wonderful day of Counter-Strike. We're getting into the semifinals of the playoff brackets here. We're about to find out, or we're getting pretty damn close to finding out who's going to go on to the finals of Blast in a couple weeks' time. But before that, we've got some CS to play. 4 best-of-3s. 2 from Europe, 2 from NA. It's another day here at Blast. And, well, I'm not alone because, you know, that's just usually how it goes. Maniac and Thorin, they bailed on me last night, but they're back this morning. Good morning, gentlemen. How's it going? You doing well? You get some rest?
Bailed on you. We bailed on you. No. That's not how it went down. No, I'm not gonna let it slide.
Oh, yeah. No, okay. So I looked left. I looked right. I was alone, and you know,
I would
that's just like
to say a good morning to everyone who is just joined the lead in the predictions contest, except Moses, because of course Moses predicted Cloud9 like a fool. So he's given. It's the way he made fun of Maniac, right, for giving up that lead. By the way, no, it was Semler. Maniac gave up his lead the other day. Semler gave it up yesterday. He just literally offered it up like, my lords, please join me. And then Moses himself just does it at the end with a Cloud9 pick. What's he doing?
Yep.
But he was getting in there talking mad smack too last night. It was hilarious. All right, we're gonna get into it, guys. Right now, let's take a look at our talent locations around the world. We're all spread around here because this is online. We've gone back to 2012. And so yeah, Amsterdam, Stockholm, Copenhagen, Kiev. And then the beauty of the internet is that we can go across the pond. You got Moses, the bald eagle himself, sitting on a lake over by Michigan. Toronto and Quebec covered by Launders and the Scrawn Dog. So everybody joining in from everywhere. It's a wonderful time, but this is going to be what we're looking forward to today. 4 best-of-3s, 2 from Europe, ENCE versus Mousesports, and Fnatic versus Vitality. And in North America, FURIA versus Gen.G, and Evil Geniuses versus MIBR. So we're really getting in there now. This is going to be sick. We're starting to move into the best-of-3s with the top-tier teams who have managed to survive the groups and who are now making it deep, where experience is going to pay off. And that's going to be the real benefit. So guys, already, like, any takeaways here from these brackets to look into? I mean, we could talk a little bit about yesterday. We could talk about today. I mean, we could talk about whatever we want, really, because they could tell us what we need to talk about, but we really get to
we decide. No, listen, I think I'm warming up to this gauntlet format, right? I was not really used to it before we started, but I kind of like the fact that you take teams, right, and they perform a certain way in the group stage, and in the back of your mind, you're thinking, surely that's not the final form. Like, I have Mousesports in mind, and I'm like, this is not the final Mousesports. Surely there's more to it. Surely they're gonna play better than that. And then they go up against Astralis, they win it in a more convincing way. And now I'm looking forward to seeing them again. Is it gonna be moving in that direction again? Is it gonna be a stronger Mousesports? Will they fall down? I really like this gauntlet format.
Let's take a look at the brackets from EU real quick, and this is exactly going to speak to that because, you know, we've seen how once we get out of the groups, best of 1 territory, we can have these ties, loads of ties in the groups, we can have these upsets, but when you get into best of 3s, well, this is where you're going to start to see the experience shine. And so Mousesports, they got through Astralis yesterday, who are playing with those stand-ins. Vitality took down Dig, who have been struggling mightily. And right now, actually, I think it would be a good idea, before we get into any more discussion, let's go ahead and take a look at how the format breaks down for this tournament. And so we have a video that'll highlight the details.
Welcome to the Blast Premier Spring Showdown, where some of the best teams in the world get a last chance to qualify for the Blast Premier Spring Final. To get there, they will have to battle not only each other, but an elite group of up-and-coming teams as well. In the European Showdown, 10 teams are divided into 2 groups of 5. Each group plays a best-of-1 round-robin format. The top 4 teams from each group advance to the playoff. The 2 teams finishing 5th are eliminated. In the playoff, teams are matched up across groups. 4th place from Group A will play against 3rd place from Group B, and vice versa, in 2 quarterfinals. The winners of each quarterfinal will face the 2nd place finishers from the groups in the semifinals. Ultimately, the winners from each semifinals will play against the winners of each round robin. The 2 teams emerging victorious from this gauntlet will claim 2 of the last 3 spots at the Blast Premier Spring Finals. For the teams finishing 2nd in their gauntlet brackets, 1 spot in the finals will remain. They will have to fight it out one last time to see who will claim it.
So everything on the line still. These teams are battling, looking for W's here in the brackets, and we can bring the bracket up once again to take a look at it here for the EU side of things. Maniac was touching on Vitality earlier, and Mousesports as well in terms of the performance of Mousesports. They've been looking good. They're going up against ENCE today. That's going to be our first match, followed by Vitality, the Frenchman, versus Fnatic, the Swedes, on Swedish Day. Sverige, gratis. So we'll see how that pans out. I've picked the Swedes. I think everybody did. I can't remember the predictions. It's too early. So we could talk about the EU match, but what I was thinking of doing right now is that we could bring up the North American brackets and we could talk a little bit about MIBR Cloud9, because we didn't really get to dive into it last night post-match. And so we could kind of give our thoughts a little bit on Cloud9, MIBR, and how that played out and what we can expect, from Cloud9 and from MIBR going forward. The other semi-final that played out was Gen.G Triumph. They fought tooth and nail. Fantastic performance from them. Really, congratulations for what a great run through this tournament. But it's Gen.G moving on against FURIA. So, gentlemen, let's talk a little bit about MIBR Cloud9 real quick. Just give them a little bit of a thought before we press on with the tournament. And Maniac, we can start with you on the thoughts there.
I think the first word that comes to my mind is confusing. This series was confusing, right? The way it panned out, Cloud9 barely winning their peak on Overpass, struggling a lot. We've seen some flashes of the old Fallen. That's the guy we have on your screen right here. He was absolutely demolishing them at the beginning. 16 kills in about 6 rounds. That was mental. But then finally you see Cloud9 coming back together. I was mostly impressed by their CT side. I thought that we mentioned that MOTM was almost always in the right position. They were reading MIBR like a book. MIBR was once in the lead 7-1, so clearly it did go wrong at some point. But then Inferno, to me, was very, very mind-blowing. And I don't know if it's because I'm severely sleep-deprived or if it was late at night. I'm not exactly sure. But that game was... Look at this. Look at the amount of aggressive fights that are going to happen in your screen. It was actually mind-blowing. But Spongy, the man that we had before, the man of the match for me on Inferno.
We actually have a short team sleep to highlight the confusion, Maniac. So let's give that a listen real quick.
Vai. Lindo round, guys.
Vamos. Linda. Gostou dessa? O buraco vai ser meu e peguei mesmo.
I mean, MIBR are clearly confused at that they're winning these rounds.
Is that
just
how they
goes
communicate?
sometimes.
Did you like it? I said I was gonna hold window and I did. Is that the bare minimum to be happy in the team? Is that their standard? Oh man.
Hey, dude, when you can trust your teammate to do as he says and says that you do, that's just heaven right there, isn't it? Thor, what did you take away from this Cloud9 match versus MIBR last night? I mean, Dust2 got a bit crazy.
To me, Cloud9 are one of the biggest victims of the incredibly punishing CT economy we have in the game right now. Like, remember, back in the day, like back in Maniac's prime as a player, we used to have maps, Train, the old Train, Nuke, the old Nuke, before the reworks, where people used to hate these maps because the feeling was everyone gets double-digit CT sites. So all it turns into is, did you get 11? Right, well, I get 12 on Nuke then. And then as a result, I'm the 3 teams in the world that like to play that map, and I grind out boring wins. Tell you what, you could bring back the old versions of those maps, and a lot of teams right now would not get those guaranteed halves, because at the moment, like, you've got to also have the fragging power, because there are going to be so many occasions when you have a worse economy than the T's, when they can just choose where to isolate you on the map. And so when you have players like MIBR has, you've got Gen.G and you've got FURIA, and if Fallen's feeling it with the AWP, you can aggressively create the situations you want where these guys are taking aim duels against people they're just better than, and they're more experienced than, and they're more confident than. I think it shows when you see Cloud9 play this level of opposition. Like, they can certainly be in games with these teams, but if I want to see them consistently win, that's the area I don't really score them high enough in. Like, obviously Osti here's done well, but where's everyone else? I mean, Sonic, for example, is an AWPer as well. Like, he's a guy I've found very underwhelming this tournament.
He struggled mightily on Inferno. It just didn't seem to click for him on that map. But then, the whole team was struggling. So it's a tough one. Heavy hitters, day 5. This is top ADR, and again, OC standing in the rankings at the top 5 for Cloud9. But I think that's all the time we have to cover Cloud9 and MIBR, gentlemen. So let's go ahead and start diving into our European matches and what we're going to be looking forward to kick off the day here. And that's going to be Astralis Mousesports. Or not, that's not Astralis Mousesports. That was yesterday. That's what kicked off the day yesterday, Astralis Mousesports. But it's ENCE Mousesports. ENCE Mousesports is going to be kicking off the day today. And the Finns, only 3 of us predicted them. And I'm wondering why. What happened?
Well, are we supposed to explain why you picked ENCE? I mean, I cannot force you to be right. I'm doing my best here now.
It just comes naturally to me, Maniac. I'm more explaining. I want you to explain yourself and show the world why you're going to be wrong. That's what I'm looking for here.
Okay, fair enough. I'm going to be honest. This to me is a huge test for ENCE, because I've been in a pickle trying to judge them, estimate them, where they're at, where's their map pool, what's their strength as players, and I still don't really know. I mean, we've seen them mostly in BO1s, some good, some bad.
Astralis Mousesports there. Oh, sorry, my dude.
It's all good. Go ahead. I mean, as long as I don't predict like you're just gonna cut me like that, man. That's really rude. I'm just kidding. Yeah, no, a good test for ENCE definitely, because I feel like Mousesports have warmed up, and this is going to be way, way different than it was in the group stage. So, ENCE had some good moments. Specifically, I think they had some T-sides that were interesting, both on Train and Nuke, which used to be Alexis B. I mean, Alexis B's, that was his deal as an IGL. So Alu did actually a decent job, and he's the one-man army. But is it going to be enough against Mousesports? I highly doubt it.
I think, well, okay, that's a fair attempt at explaining your reasoning here, Maniac, and why you're crazy enough to go for the pick that you did. Thorin, you want to take a crack at it? Can you do better?
Sure. I mean, for a start off, I think Mousesports actually, as much as they've had their own problems on CT sides, they've looked really good on some of the T sides of the maps. And actually, there's a couple of maps, Train's an obvious example, where they look at it, they can play anyone on that map. Meanwhile, over on the, and also I'll add in, I think Robs, Woxic, Robs is looking like an MVP of the tournament. Woxic is back. Like, as much as he's been absent for the last few months and really underwhelmed, he's had some monster rounds and games in this tournament already. So for me, the key elements are there for Mousesports. The map pool's starting to take shape. Meanwhile, I go over to the ENCE side of things. First of all, I thought even back in the LXCB days, ENCE would sometimes mess up the map veto. I mean, I think the amount of times I've seen them lose on Dust 2 needlessly. So I always have had my questions about them in some best of 3 settings. And then if you look at this lineup of players, look at the blast scores, 4 of them have 80 plus points, right? That should be a really strong team firepower wise. Hasn't really happened in this game though. Like, I've noticed in this tournament, people have halves, people have rounds where they catch fire, but like Yampi isn't blowing everyone's mind in the same way people thought they would yet. Listen, it's early days, but listen, I can only judge the tournaments that are going on right now. I think basically everyone except for Alu aside, I think is actually underperforming a little bit, or they haven't just figured out how to get this particular mix of players, because if they get it together, this should be a better team skill-wise than Mousesports and some of the other teams in this tournament, but I haven't quite seen it yet. It hasn't come together for me.
Okay, well, we have an interview with Yempi, so perhaps he can shine a light and help out here.
Hard in particular for you in stuff like that, because we've seen you at times, you'll get like 2-3 kills and you'll do really well, and then you kind of go on the hunt and you're like, okay, I want to push forward and try and get this additional kill, and sometimes that can end up being a big problem, especially when you're going up against like teams of this caliber.
Yeah, I think that's the one thing I have been working as well, because it's the young energy that I have to get kills, so that's the thing I need to work on, and I'll try my best not like over do things. So yeah.
Well, we definitely know you can have that energy and do a lot of damage in the server, and you're certainly going to need to against Mousesports today. But you said you watched their games versus Astralis. What did it look like for you? Because they still don't seem to be in the best shape, and I guess I want to see how confident and comfortable you guys feel against them.
Yeah, I think we are really confident, but I don't think like these online games has not like proved the best Mousesports, so I don't think like they're in their best shape online. But I think we have a pretty good chance to win the game.
I mean, that's how a competitor has to express himself. You have to have a chance to win the game. You have to believe in yourself to win the game the entire time. Go ahead, Doran. What was that?
In full rally English, you mean? That guy has one of those ridiculous Finnish accents. So he even does the classic ones where, first of all, if this is a little key to Finnish people, it always sounds like they're having a hard time breathing, like, and then every word's pronounced like all the syllables separately, like, accidentally. It's like, all right, you're a real robot reading from a book. What are you talking about? But anyway, fair enough. That's how you know that he's fresh to the game, because he's coming straight out of Finland. He's still getting it together as he goes. Hence why Banks is asking him stuff like, do you ever push too much or whatever? It's like, what do you think he's going to say? Yeah, all the time.
Just going to straight crush. What about their opponents, Mousesports? Because, I mean, Mousesports, they're a team that have had their ups and downs. They look lethal on T side, and then on CT side, they leave a lot to be desired. And so, Maniac, give us a quick rundown here of what you expect to see from the Mousesports roster.
Well, I think that the key argument, the key factor for Mousesports has been individual inconsistency. To me, that's the huge problem, because if you see how they perform on the CT side and the T side, they heavily rely on individual making the difference. And, you know, fair enough. If you look at our roster, why wouldn't you? Robs, in my book, one of the top 10 players in the world right now. Woxic, extremely able to create space with AWP. Frozen can be the X factor. To me, Frozen is the X factor. And I don't say that as a, wow, you're a god. No. It's the fact that sometimes he shines and sometimes he disappears. And I think that Mousesports live and die by Frozen's performance, because Woxic has been somewhat consistent. I agree with Duncan. He's back to his form, at least in this tournament. Robs is always doing the job, to the point that we actually forget about how insane he is. But then you have Frozen. I've seen good stuff from him. I've seen really bad stuff. Sometimes he takes time to warm up in the game. It's probably the only one in that roster where I can also just read the pressure sometimes in his crosshair and the decision making. There's some smokes he needs to cross, he doesn't. Some duels he takes, he shouldn't. So Frozen is not there quite yet. I think in his development as a player, he would probably need a little bit more time. But the problem is we don't have the time. Mousesports, they want to compete for titles now. So he might be the one fragility, I want to say, in that roster.
And not only that, he has, I mean, you got to get it done in game, but he's also got interviews to do. We actually had a chance to catch up with Frozen.
And Train was really good. And obviously the key thing for you guys is getting off to these good starts, right? Starting strong and building momentum. But what happens if you don't stand strong? What happens if you go down a few rounds? Do you have the faith now in the lineup and with what you guys are feeling that you can come back? Because I remember if we go back to like the Berlin major, I was calling you guys like the comeback kings, because you'd be down and you'd be able to pull these games back over and over again. How do we get that Mousesports back?
Actually, I don't remember when was the last time like we did the insane comeback like we used to do.
See?
Yeah, that's actually a good point. Yeah, I mean, we have a good T sides, and Train is like one of the maps. If you get shut down on the T side, it can be tough to get back. But as I said, our T side is good, and we still managed to get a lot of rounds. And yeah, I would like to see the comeback Mousesports again as well.
Well, let's hopefully you don't need to come back in it. But
Yeah.
today versus ENCE is going to be quite an interesting one, because you guys, right, you haven't played them so far this year. They've looked pretty bad throughout most of the year. Then they add Giampi, they've changed up some positions, things are looking better for them. And I actually think now they can probably match you with firepower. So where do you think your strength lies against these guys? What's the benefit? What's the advantage you have over them?
I mean, I don't really know what to expect from them. As you said, we didn't play them in 1 year. Last time we played them in Shanghai, and like a lot of things happened since that. They have a 6 player, and yeah, I mean it's gonna be a super good match. I hope.
So what did we take away from Frozen there and his mindset? It seems like he's pretty laser sharp right now. I mean, Thorin, did you take anything away from that interview?
I mean, he's just such a young guy. You have to realize they're just making it up as they go along. Like, how long's he been a pro? Like, what, just over a year and a half or something? Like, he's still figuring it all out as he goes. You saw there all the matches have blurred into one. I think the problem is, individually, as Maniac alluded to earlier, he's kind of been the person who, it's not that he's bad, it's just that we've almost like fast-tracked him for a spot in the top X or whatever, and he's still young, that he shows flashes of it, but like I said, that's why I contrast him with Robs. I think he's just a year or two away from being that type of a player, if he's going to indeed develop into that. So I think I'm not that concerned with his cerebral thoughts at the moment. I just want to see him shoot people in the head with a crosshair.
There you go. Crosshair plays with Essential. Maniac, you got a thought before we go into predictions on what Frozen had to say?
I mean, I agree with Duncan. For now, just keep it and shoot people in the head, which he does pretty good job most of the time. But look at for consistency. Just go for that consistency, and also the decisions you make. That's the problem for me. Sometimes he just changes the way he plays, and to me, that makes my life hard to predict how Mousesports is going to play.
All right, well, as far as the predictions are concerned, here were the results from yesterday. Cloud9 was a thing, apparently. Mainly for those based in North America.
I wish
so
we had
good
Jason
on them.
here. I just wish we could talk to Jason right now, but you know what? He cannot answer.
Do you really,
so...
though?
No, not really, because he would be insufferable.
You should probably take advantage of that fact. Too. I know he's listening right now. I know he is.
And he knows. Like he knows.
All right, and let's take a look at the predictions for today, because right now we're neck and neck here on the analyst desk, plus Jason. It's looking like the Finns are going to take the day, clearly. So that's what we have to look forward to there, gentlemen. Good. I appreciate it. You guys made your case earlier in terms of Mousesports, and I wasn't convinced, but we'll let the server, the action in the server, decide. But we're going to take a quick break, and when we come back, we're going to be breaking down. We're going to start diving into the map pick ban for this first best of 3 of the day, so you don't want to miss it. Oh, and bring it up. There it is, Betway. Thank you to our sponsors, Betway, as well, for providing the odds for this tournament. So, on that, we'll see you then.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. We are kicking off the decade here. Not every day you get to say that. With the Blast Premier Spring Series. We do have the very best in the business, the best in the world competing here.
Just take initiative and we're gonna win, all right?
Let's go.
Okay, boys, let's close this shit out.
Let's go.
Dun, 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 dun.
That's a hell of a shot. Ooh, a second from the lead. 15 seconds on the clock. He turns around and the bomb goes out. Oh my god, the 180. Let's go. Another kill. This should, by all means, be absolutely impossible here for MIBR. This should be the end of the road here.
Siri, who is the easiest target?
Cold. He does still have the AK Cold with everything to do, just popping noggins. He cleared 3 bodies and the board.
Let's go.
Let's go, guys. Let's focus on. Let's go. Tickets booked to the spring finals. The final day here of Group A. Liquid gonna end up winning in overtime, 19 to 17. I want you guys to get real pumped. It's the last series of this first weekend.
Go, boys. Have a party to go. What?
He's got 14 bullets in the magazine. Half the clip is gone. He peeks wide, and that's it. Good night. Ladies and gentlemen, Spring Series Week 1 comes to a close. Whoa. Higher seating and a fat stack of cash for FaZe Clan.
really solid game versus Charlotte on train yesterday, but on the Overpass game, it looked like you guys might have lost it. They were slightly coming back. It obviously went to overtime as well. It got into a crazy situation. So I'm wondering, how do we get the Astralis we saw on train back all the time? Is that possible? Is that something you guys can pull off at the moment, or are you still trying to find it?
Well, yesterday was a different day compared to like the last 2 months for us. We had a really good start on both of the maps. Could have been better on Overpass in the end. But on chain, yeah, we had really nice T side, and we just continued the momentum to the CT. I think our T side can always be that good. It's pretty difficult sometimes. Teams are playing online, and it's harder to read for us sometimes, and a lot of teams are used to gambling, and it makes our life more difficult because we play kind of reactive CS, like mid-round calling, where we try to go on the guy who's alone and refrag and stuff like that, but really often it's pretty hard online. But I think we can pull this off in the next matches also.
So you already heard the Rops cheering faction outside the window, honking the horn, getting hyped, getting ready. Rops ready to kick some ass too. Always pumped, always good to go. But gentlemen, I think it's time to get into the match pick and ban. So I'm going to hand it over to you, and we can see where this best of 3 is going.
I mean, starting off actually with the Inferno ban's interesting because even though it is a dreadful map for them, actually Mousesports to me varying up their ban at the moment. Obviously, they're known to have a deeper map pool. Their strengths, sometimes they do Vertigo, sometimes even Mirage. So I actually want to see where the guys from ENCE go with this. So they themselves had to ban Vertigo, which is why Mousesports could leave it open. In terms of the picks here, you would think the train pick is right there, but that's always been an ENCE map as well. So I think if you want to go with Comfort, it is the one to pick. So I don't blame Mousesports. They've looked good on it. In terms of ENCE, this is where things start to get a bit dodgy for me. Like, what would you like here, Maniac? What would be a good pick for them?
But I'm gonna be honest, beside Dust 2, I don't really see how ENCE can trick Mousesports in that video. I think these two teams share love for so many different maps. Train, definitely, as you said. Nuke is a map that both teams definitely play. Mirage is also up there in terms of win rate and how many times they've played it. So if I'm ENCE, there's two ways you can go about it. You can either push Mousesports onto Dust 2, which at the moment they have a 4-map losing streak. Not that great. There you have it. They play the form card. I'm not exactly sure that if you go deep into, I don't know, 6 months ago, that's a winning call from ENCE, but I can understand it on the short term. Yes, very recently Mousesports have had troubles on Dust 2. Now, the map that's going to be left, to me, we're talking Mirage, we're talking Nuke. It's one of the two.
Especially because it's ENCE that's picking now, so I don't really see a world in which they're going into. I actually think Nuke's probably the decider here. I think that would be the more reasonable one. I don't know, because the problem is, like, the Vitality guys are actually going to go into Mirage on this one. I mean, fair enough, like I said, it has been vetoed by Mousesports sometimes the past few months, so maybe that's the logic they're using. The problem I have with this one is, Mouse is another one of those teams where the skill of the players and even Carrigan's calling style, I think means you can always play Mirage, even if it's never going to be one of your favorites, so it's not a map that you go into. So, I don't know, I actually find this an interesting veto, because on the one hand, I feel like it's very playable for Mouse, and I think so much of it for the guys from ENCE relies on that Dust 2 pick. If they really can be like straight fire on that one and lock it down, yeah, this could be a good series for them. But not only is it a questionable map, we've seen them in this tournament. They barely beat that SAW team, arguably should have drawn, and then they just managed to tie with Vitality. So I've found them a little bit underwhelming on that map myself.
And so Maniac, I mean, okay, so here we're taking a look at the map pool, obviously, but this is looking like perhaps ENCE gonna be trying to just lean into firepower here. Are you trying to play around Alu with Dust 2, Mirage, let the op get in there? I mean, Train, all good opping maps. Are they trying to lean hard into Alu and hope that he can bring the rest of them along?
Well, obviously, Alu will be the man to look for. He's been the one-man army for that lineup. I will also mention Yumpy, because I think the double AWP setup has been one of the main trump cards for that ENCE lineup. The problem is, when you go up against Mousesports, and we in the pre-show talk about taking them to firepower, then that is always a scary prospect. Like, we know these players from Mousesports, regardless of the map, if they show up, they can just destroy everyone. And I just want to echo what Duncan just said about Mirage, right? Carrigan on the T side of Mirage was always a pain in the butt to play against. all the rounds will look the same, but they will end differently because they just take map control, they just take space, and then they just redirect wherever they want, wherever they feel like there is an opening, wherever they feel like the opponent is uncomfortable, maybe lacking utilities, the weapon isn't that great. They will make different endings to very, very similar beginnings. So Mirage as a third map, if it goes there, I mean, Kerrigan, he must feel pretty good about it.
It is going to be getting into that firepower, and that is where Kerrigan obviously can take the lead. And I think, Thorn, we have a little bit more time here, so I'm going to ask you as well to kind of outline what you think Mousesports are going to be trying to make happen here on Train, because again, really dangerous T side, but CT side leaves a little bit to be desired.
Well, that's why actually this is also a very interesting matchup, because if you think about it, Alu played obviously for some time in FaZe Clan under Kerrigan. They've even played together in past versions of Mousesports. So like this is an example of where I want to know, does Alu actually have a mind to go against Kerrigan in that respect? Because it's very, very tough. Like as Maniac just pointed to there, one of the main strengths of Kerrigan's style, basically, it's like if you ever follow tennis, how Roger Federer serves. The whole genius of it is he doesn't have to have the hardest serve because he disguises it every time. So to get a read on that, you basically have to get into the chess match of like predicting what he's going to do in his mind. Like where would he think it's the way to go now? How would he want to attack? So if you know the guy well enough, Alu's been a teammate of Kerrigan's a long time. She's been a million tactical meetings, heard him talk. Maybe he can get some sort of a read on it, but that's where, for me, there's a mismatch in this series. I feel like the better in-game leaders on Mousesports side. And as I said earlier, in theory, ENCE should be able to have more firepower, especially because it would be spread across the team. Oh, sorry, Sonny's the in-game leader now. Forget about that, actually. I guess he technically played Mousesports, but not when Kerrigan was there. I would just say that they just haven't delivered fully on that firepower angle. So I think ENCE, the thing about them now is they're kind of like all-rounders. They're just not super good in one area. But I kind of prefer people's strengths to be a bit defined, because then I can see the win conditions better. Good thing about the series, though, is as you saw in both of those map charts, I believe this is like the second, third, and fourth best maps of both teams. So we've got nice overlap. We haven't got any big punish picks, basically. I think actually play itself is what will determine this, not any kind of map strength, map biases, or historical track record.
Well, that's exactly what we want to see here. This sounds like a very even match, and so it's a perfect way to start the day. Thank you, gentlemen, for your analysis going into this best of three. It's now time to hand it over to our commentators, Anders and Moses. Moses! How's it going?
Yeah, someone I see.
What am I salty about? I got it right. But
I don't know.
Let's go, dude.
The only best way to start the day is to have you 2 for 2 in wrong predictions right at the beginning. Yesterday it was Astralis that went down. Today it's going to be ENCE. I don't know why you're doing this to yourself. You have a long day going on. It's going to be like 17 hours of hosting, and you're just going to start it off in just terrible predictions.
I like to live dangerously, man. Freedom birds should know. Freedom birds should know. All right. Good luck with the match, guys. Catch you afterwards.
All right. Well, we are going to get into the game. Odds are looking slightly favored for Mousesports. I guess that's, maybe to be expected. I honestly don't know. I felt like this for me was more like who's more likely to throw away a good lead. That's what I was thinking looking at this game, and I think they're both pretty liable to do that.
You've gone the other direction.
Yeah, it was rough. And I just want to say, I don't think betting predictions is not like the real measure of how good of a person you are. I just want to say that as someone who's not winning the current game.
Yeah, you kind of have to say that when you're not at the top of the prediction pyramid. Oh, man. Well, indeed. Starting out the next day of playoffs here at the Spring Showdown, it's ENCE taking on Mousesports. We're starting on Train. And the pick of Mousesports, and they'll be on this T side. They've had some solid performances on this map, so it makes sense they'd want to open on it. And right off the bat, you've got the 5-7 buy on Sergey. You've got the P250 buy on Rops. And he was spectacular yesterday. If he continues that today, Mousesports is going to have a real chance at this.
Yeah, I mean, seeing Robs going off was truly something. We've had a couple of games where Woxic has been missing, and then we've had some where he's been, phenomenal. So, those are some of the swings I think that just contribute to the overall unpredictability of Mousesports as a team. And I just think the same is true for ENCE in a lot of different ways. Maybe to a slightly lesser extent. I think Alu's been playing pretty reasonably all throughout. But we've certainly seen games where where Sergey and to some extent I think Ariel and Sunny as well have been joining in. So I don't know. I really don't feel confident in my pick of Mousesports, but I don't know. I just had to go with them.
Yeah, I think anyone who made a prediction today shouldn't feel too confident in it. This is a pretty decent 50-50 for whatever reason you want to look at it, glass half full or glass half empty. I think both these teams are kind of in a similar spot. Woxic's gonna push down the Ivy, and that is shut down with the quickness. Great peek from Sunny.
That was, without the X-ray, you could tell how hard that was to see exactly what was going on. Chris trying to follow it up, but he will get tapped by Alu, who is falling back to the C connector, and now they're trying to see if they can make up for it. P250 on Rob, so he's well equipped to try and take these long-range fights. The bomb's going to be going down, but now the retake is on. Sergey from the C connector, the other three are going to be coming in from the back of Ivy there, with Sunny picking up Frozen. It's just Kerrigan and Rob's left. Let's see if Rob's could do it again.
Oh, good shot from Kerrigan. Transfers over towards connector. Sergey's in this position. This would be a big win. Look at the HP. They're so low, and Kerrigan's on cleanup duty. Rops is the last one left, and he's at E-Box.
He's got every chance to do this. They're on the bomb. 2 seconds. He's not swinging. Shoulder peeking. A nice pickoff. Oh, he made that look so easy, and Sergey should have no chance here. What a beautiful triple from Rops. And obviously Kerrigan, sort of paving the way for that clutch towards the end there. That is a nice comeback.
Yes, Kerrigan is in a really tough spot right out in the open. He had nowhere to go, and that's an unfortunate loss for ENCE to take because it seemed like they gave themselves the advantage. Good recovery from Mousesports, good kills from Kerrigan, doing everything he can at this bomb train to give Rops an easy time in the clutch. 1-0. MAC-10s and rifles come out for the attack, and the Scouts Deagle combo comes out for the CT side as well.
See if they could get some production based on this. Again, we've definitely seen the success of it over the last couple of days here at Blast Premier, so it's not like it's completely silly. And like we were talking about, it does allow you to get that 4th round buy anyway. People can even buy ops in the 4th round if they are a little bit careful. And look at this, Ariel and Sunny opening up with 2 big kills. Good grenade to return and do a little bit there, but still have the Galil. Ariel might swing for it. Not flashed at all that time. And oh, that is the round. Was that flashbang caught by the actual train, by the rail there? What was going on?
I'm not actually sure why they didn't even touch him whatsoever. He did look away from it, so I don't think it would have fully blinded him either way. But still, I thought he would be blind at some level. Regardless, that is some great aggression. Triple kill for Ariel in the round, and Mousesports fall asleep at the wheel. They're going to get taken. This wasn't even... Normally when you see these rounds won, right? It's like someone has a great round with the Scout. They get a headshot. They get, they get a couple tags. The Deagles are able to clean it up. This is just straight up great work from Ariel and Sunny pushing in towards T-Mid.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. And Rob's would be fun if he could have had the bomb over here, so he could have, given him more of a shot. But with 25 seconds, I don't even know. It's probably not even really worth him going all in to try and run. It's just so far away. Slowly looking to see if he could maybe take another kill and find some more damage at the end of the round. But yeah, that's everything they wanted. Nice headshot. And that's him at 4 health and falling back pretty quickly. ENCE right back in the
actually don't even know this. Yeah, that's quite nice for them. They have a rebuttal immediately in the second round. 1-1. Rob saving the Galil. He's got full utility as well, so there's going to be a full buy for Mousesports around this rifle that Rops is bringing forward. And they'll try and convert. And remember, we talk about this frequently. This is actually a pretty decent issue for Mousesports to have to contend with. Sometimes we've seen T-sites. Now, Mousesports is a good train team. We shouldn't see them get locked down or locked out of any kind of success. But sometimes we see teams run into those problems on this T-side. And these pistol rounds, these 3 rounds you can get off the back of winning the pistol, is usually, a great buffer for this offensive half on train. The fact that Mousesports don't have that available, or are at least fighting to get it back under their control, is a pretty early problem for them to deal with.
Yeah, again, you start the day, you want to hold on to that smooth ride at the beginning, but not quite so. Woxic gets grenaded down by Alu. He took a little bit of damage from the rifle down there as well first. And this is looking like a little bit more of a smoother cleanup. Chris trying to see if he can time his Deagle with the nice little animation. He does get 1 kill, and that's all they'll get in the round. So good cleanup for ENCE.
Yeah, they had an easy time of it, though. Mousesports, with all those nades on Rops, did not use any of the utility. Could have been a pop flash for Kerrigan to get into Old Hell. Could have used a pop flash to get any number of things done, but none of those nades that were brought into this round were put to use. So, utility mistakes abound for Mousesports in round number 3, and we move on. ENCE is sitting very pretty. They've got a free AK-47, they've got a free Galil that's not aerial, so they're saving a lot of money not having to invest in any kind of weaponry at the moment. And with mostly Glocks, with 4 Glocks and a Deagle on Rops, they might have another round again where they can build this economy. So Mousesports is on the verge of having to stare at just a mountain of cash on the ENCE side of things.
They're being aggressive down at Ivy. It's not even, strictly speaking, necessary, but, you know, just in terms of being annoying and sort of putting the pressure on Mousesports, why not try and see if you could add some more? Already spotted coming out main. Robs is a little bit later coming out of Pop Dog to see if he could do much. Ooh, some good kills coming in, and Aerial going to be going down. That's
like
a lot of needless deaths coming in here for ENCE. They should still win this round, but, I mean, this is starting to get a little bit tricky.
The best thing that can happen right now is Kerrigan gets caught from behind. Ooh, Rops is... That's so dangerous. I can't believe Sergey didn't see that. And the reason I say that... Oh, what a great win! That is spectacular. I was thinking Kerrigan gets caught on the flank, so it at least reveals the fact that the flanker is coming, and Rops then has an idea of how to play this, but... I mean, Kerrigan just does it one better. Sergey has no idea Rops is above him, so it's just a matter of time, and there it is.
It feels like, Jason, just mere minutes ago, I said my problem in predicting this was I wasn't sure who was going to be more eager to give the lead away, and they're already in hot competition for it. Everyone wants to be real charitable and just, you know, like, you take the lead, you have it, you guys have it, you can have it back again. It's real sweet, but it's not a good way to win a game.
4 Glocks and a Deagle. Have you ever seen anything like it? That's a tough way to lose a round. Well, that's one of the issues solved for Mousesports. Look at the money. There's ops on Alu. There's one on Woxic as well. But at least the cash for ENCE, they've had to dig into the coffers. All that money that was built up early from returning and stealing a second round away, it's all gone. Woxic goes for a timing shot.
Jason, those weren't Glocks. Those were Glocks.
Glocks! Aerial is in control of T-Mid for the
I couldn't even explain it if
it's not even too early for you.
Thing is, out of the whole crew here, I mean, I get in every morning, and I'm the only one who's had any chance to get any sleep, like maniacs on a crazy schedule. The entire production crew to just get 4 hours of sleep. So I'm the only one that should be sane, but
yeah,
unfortunately, I wasn't sane from the beginning.
Point.
So
shout out to shout out to our production crew who I've learned only were able to get 4 hours of sleep last night after an 18-hour day, and they're probably sat in their chairs getting ready for another 18-hour day.
Yeah,
also
they're really
desk work in those long hours as well.
Yeah, they're soldiering on. It's kind of cool. Sergey, all the way on top. No one's peeking him yet, although Rops is waiting to go in a bit late. There's the good swing, and Sergey gets a kill. He drops down. Otherwise, he would have been shot in the side of the head by Rops. 100% he would have been dead already. He turns for it. That's some... Look at the heads-up play from Sergey. He doesn't actually get the kill, but that is really, really quick thinking. They might lose the round right here. I mean, it's going to be a tough 4-on-4 retake. I think they've done a lot of damage to Robs and Woxic. They're just so far away.
Frozen is the issue at the moment. Look how far back he is. They now know, actually, Chris J is aggressive, and Alu almost gets caught. Nade as he moves out of position. Frozen needs to get to this bomb site and help out. He and Frozen aerial on the flank. Good kill from Sunny wrapping around the trains. Chris J isolated and alone pushed up. There's one more for Yumpy as well. A wild spray from Rops, and the Molotov comes out way too early.
And way too far away.
It's not even planted for him.
No, this wasn't a default plant, so it doesn't even matter. It's going to be the full-on defuse, and Frozen's probably thinking like, wait a minute, I thought actually that must have been some miscommunication. That's an upsetting way to lose a round, and a great retake for ENCE, but they were so far away. I will admit, Mousesports were a little bit slow to put the bomb down, and then I guess the slight miscommunication about where the bomb was actually planted makes a pretty decisive difference there.
Problem is, if Chris J is going to be the only one pushed up at that location, someone's got to be able to watch. You know, someone has to have the information of that high train peak. There was just not enough actual information being gathered at the inner bomb site, and Chris J was just. It's all down to timing of which angle he was looking at. 3 AKs on board. Frozen is blinded. He's naded down to 33 HP. And remember as well, Alu with the off. A double off setup was actually picked up by ENCE, and the defense is looking strong. And Frozen misses his opportunity. So it's just down to Woxic, who's doing some work.
What?
Oh, that's stellar. That's a 3rd kill for him. Oh, and he stops right in the open. Yumpy's got it. and they will salvage the double up setup.
What a great little display from Woxic. I will say there was something tragic about that round. They had a guy who was up in the container outside the T-spawn throwing flashbangs over the wall into the A-bomb site to try and get all those people out from main and Pop Dog. And, well, you saw Frozen got grenaded down to nearly death. I think it was Alu picking up another kill before they even exited, you know. So it's like all those flashbangs are coming in, but, you know, practically 2 out of 5 or 2 out of 4 are dead before they can even make it out. So it's like a lot of those grenades, you know, the people that needed to act on them, they weren't even alive at the time when they came in. So that's a bit unfortunate. Now we're back to pistols and a Zeus on the T side for Robs. That's exciting.
Yeah, I mean, in theory, I don't see a world in which he's able to put it into play. They're going to try. I think he's just doing it to jump to the right out of this smoke or when it clears, and in case there's someone right in that little choke point. Nade comes out a little bit late, although it deals great damage to Chris J, and he's pushing forward. Here comes the Zeus. Rops has the opportunity, but now he has an M4. A plant is actually fantastic. I'm actually amazed they're going to be able to get that down.
And Robs, oh, he could almost walk behind him. They are kind of thinking about it now, but a little bit of timing here, and it might work out for another kill. He's going to get there. Oh, that's Chris, in fact, getting a shot. And another one. A lot of damage. 3 kills in a bomb plant. That's a lot of production for a round where they should have had nothing.
And they've done this time after time in some of these rounds. They've been able to actually get some magical kills just out of nowhere to keep the money from raising. Ooh, Ariel is actually trying to look for that AWP. Can't find it anywhere. That's unfortunate for ENCE, because that's been a big part of their defense, is keeping this alive. Remember, they got that for free. It was the AWP that Woxic had in the 4th round. And now it's slipped away from them. They'll have to reinvest if they want that. So even in losing, things are about as good as they possibly can be for Mousesports, even though you've lost, what, 5 of the first 7 rounds, and obviously 3 in a row.
Yeah, they have. I mean, they have set themselves up for a good little comeback if they can just tie another round in here. 8th round coming your way. Woxic with the AWP. That double up though gets to stay alive, and that's kind of a big deal. If for ENCE, we've seen it, you know, many times on their CT sides. The same will probably be true for Mousesports when they get to play the CT side. So 2 teams that just love obs. Could have 4 of them in some of these rounds.
That's gonna be exciting. I enjoy that. Well, Woxic had some very cool sequences yesterday with the AWP as well. So that'll be fun to see him swing in action. At the moment, though, feels like Mousesports on the verge of getting back into this. But man, ENCE just keep throwing them for a loop. That is a spectacular double kill from Sergey with the SMG. Every time Mousesports has like a full buy, they just get caught completely off guard by something on the ENCE side of things. Previously, it was Alu picking players off. Now it's Sergey pushing with an SMG. In the 2nd round, it was the CZ and the Deagle pushing in. It's all up to Kerrigan to recover this round. He's got the only advanced position.
Oh, he's walked in. If he spins, he can maybe get 2 kills, but yeah, he wants to time it perfectly here. Oh, and he's going to get shot in the back. Agent Kerrigan is down.
Oh, no. I would have loved to have seen where that could have gone. I think the idea was to get the kill and run into connector as his teammates walked into the B bomb site. Unfortunately, he could never see Ariel. He turned just to, and then didn't see the Opper, Yumpy, over towards Ivy. And this round's going to drift away. All the work Mousesports has done in the economy is disappearing.
Did you notice how Frozen looked at Woxic? It's like he dared him. He's like, dare to jump down the stairs right now without even touching the ladder and just go for it.
You know what it was? I bet you, I'll bet $10 it was Frozen saying, hey, do we want to go down ladder and go outside? And Woxic probably didn't even say anything and just went down before Frozen was even ready to follow. And just gets absolutely slaughtered. That's crazy from Sergey. That's not supposed to happen, not with an SMG. Yumpy just saves his teammate's life. Yeah, he's just watching the whole time.
Yeah, he's just looking at like, what?
He's got his knife out and everything.
What about I think Kerrigan, what he needed that round was that spy kit from Team Fortress 2 where you can make yourself look like one of the enemy. If he could have looked like a CT there, it would have been perfect, Jason.
Yeah, if only. I mean, if he had a teleportation, that'd be even cooler.
Just don't go breaking the game, I'm just saying.
Just I mean, if we're gonna go for things that are not in the realm of possibility, let's go all the way.
Be very,
This T side. This T side feels like it's getting very loose for Mousesports. Not in a good way.
Yeah, I was gonna say loose as in they're playing like, you know, like kind of free, like kind of like, you know, unconstrained, or loose in as it's kind of falling apart.
Loose is in it's kind of falling apart. Like it's like shoelaces loose. You don't like loose shoelaces.
Where are why have we not got real technology upgrades for shoelaces? Like, where are the self-tying shoes? What's happening? We're in 2020. Like, where's all the cool stuff, Jason?
I don't know. Velcro's not good enough for you? Weren't you a big Velcro proponent on your shoes? I seem to remember you went through a period there where you only bought Velcro shoes.
Yeah, I felt I was trying to. It's a lot of work having to tie your shoes a lot of the time. At least what I would want is like LED. Like, could I get like LED shoelaces? Something cool like that.
I mean, they already have the light up shoes, where you take a step and they blink and they flash.
Yeah, but adults aren't allowed to have those. It's become like a kid. I think we should take it back from the kids. It's cool. Why should they have it?
Okay. Oh, now you're onto something. Now we're cooking with gas. Yumpy gonna stay aggressive out towards Ivy and keep control, but a good exchange of utility from Frozen is gonna keep him at bay. This is all a ruse. And unfortunately, Frozen can't really execute any kind of a fake. They do know he's there. He's gonna be a lurk. And Mousesports just have to find some way to break into this bomb site. Alu with the AWP is here. Sergey gonna drop the Molotov. It's perfectly timed, and that first kill should give him some safety.
Yeah, falls back a bit. Oh, there was a gap somehow. The smoke was obviously meant to put out the Molotov there, and I don't know how, but there was a gap. Woxic will go down anyway, and then the great kill for Alu will probably secure the round here. Carrigan and Frozen. Frozen coming in from behind. Carrigan would have to try and maybe get this bomb down. Yeah, more grenades are raining in, and now he's out in the open. Can't believe he's not dead at the moment. Oh, another kill! Somehow he's brought it back. Carrigan is such a beast in some of these rounds, and now they're going to make a run for it back into the A yard. Now, Jumpy knows he's already got the right idea. Can he stop? Oh, nice shot.
Oh, wow!
It's about time somebody put an end to Carrigan. Now Frozen going to be jumping up, goes straight for the bomb plant. Not even worried about someone peeking him. Almost Champy's there, and he will claim the round. The double up will continue, but Carrigan nearly made that work.
They need it. Carrigan is one of those players that uncanny ability to deliver something special where you normally wouldn't see it out of him, but like when his team needs it, for some reason, he's able to step up to the plate. Unfortunately, can't close it out this time. He might have had the chance if Yumpy doesn't hit that incredible shot. The timing of him jumping out of ladder room. This is an absolute catastrophe for Mousesports. 2-8. And they're not having any success. Just the fragging production is not there. Rop's at 8 and 7. Other than that, all 4 of his teammates are at 4 kills or 5 kills.
Well, listen, Jason, let's listen in real quick to some team speak from Mousesports. Maybe we can get a little bit of an insight into what's going on here.
There's a little more communication initiative, okay? We need to work a little up in all these situations like the round before. Just keep talking all the time, what you see, what you want to do, where they are, okay? Just all the time, information all the time, boys.
There we go. What do you make of that, Jason?
Here's the problem with that kind of an idea at the moment is you're going up against a double up, yeah, I'm assuming there's a double up setup, so yes, there is. You're going up against a double op setup, so if you're spreading out and trying to get information, that's exactly what the ops want. Like, that's going to be very, very difficult for them to be able to find information when you can't actually really peek. And this is weird. This isn't even an information play. He's pushing all the way down. There goes Chris J, but Kerrigan's at the end, and both ops are looking down towards Ivy. There's a timing here. Surely Kerrigan goes through this smoke.
Does, finds the timing, turns for it, he's ready for more. Man, Carrigan is a genius with some of these plays. Remember, he's captaining the team as well, and he's trying to make all this space for them so they could start to make a little bit of a move. Robs and Sergey are almost neck and neck over at each other. Yeah, there's the fight from Robs. He's going to win it against Sergey. That is, again, that's a coin flip. It could have been the other way around, but now they have the lead. And actually, I mean, if they win this round and the next one, then they're going to be able to get rid of that ENCE economy and actually start to have a real half here, which, again, they probably feel like they should have already had. Alu all the way back, and they got to be careful that they don't give him a chance to get a free one. Nice headshot from Frozen.
That's an important headshot from Frozen, because Alu could have pulled them back into the round. I feel like Kerrigan had to have been sitting there when he died and been like, what is everyone doing on this map? Oh, he was the most aggressive player. 3-8. Finally digging into that ENCE money and finally getting another round on the board. They had been out in the cold for 6 rounds in a row. 8-3. And Mousesports can't let this opportunity slip away.
What do you make of this, I mean, just as a general, let's say, symptom of what may be going on in the Mousesports round some of the time, that if they start to fall behind, people stop communicating, like, just as a general problem for them?
I mean, listen, I think a lot of teams, a lot of players are in that same vein, do very similar things. I think it's a very hard thing to kind of prevent from happening. Mousesports shouldn't have that issue considering the experience and all the success that they've had, but I mean, sometimes it just does happen, especially with some online play. Kerrigan, close up again, but I mean, you're not going to make that play work twice. And now the inner hit has to go. Alu knows exactly what's coming.
He does. Looking upper so that Sergey could be safe on the low ground. He's going to not fight, just try and see if he can maybe get them a little bit closer, luring in more people from his team as well. There should be some more backup coming in, although they are a little bit slow. Start finally all the way at the back line. Smoke's going up, and there is a Molotov left here on the T side. Robs is holding it. Let's see if he's going to be able to use it for later. He's really far forward, so not going to be able to fall back and use it. May just have to try and see if he can block them off on this right-hand side. They're walking up right behind him. Nice headshot from Robs, and that makes a big difference. Yampi want to return. Chris sneaking through the smoke, and a great double kill, taking down Yampi. And again, remember, they needed this round desperately, Mousesports. This is finally where they can really destroy that ENCE economy.
Yeah, that's a really nice hit. Oh, and poor Sergey, I believe it was, that inner bomb site, that one random flashbang that just pops him while he's sitting on bomb train. That one hurts. He was supposed to be the first line of defense. 8-4 as Mousesports claw back, and all that ENCE really have is this AWP, although Alu can drop an AWP, he could drop an M4 over if they want to go that route. Sunny could still scrape together a buy, so they could go for a force, but they decide to save it for later on.
Let's go!
That gave me a heart attack. I'm not gonna lie to you. That gave me an intense heart attack.
It is quite something, isn't it? Well, it's 8-4. The odds have more or less evened up here, as you could tell. So I guess that's sort of interesting given the lead that ENCE have. But it is a thin lead. Like, some of these rounds have been super impressive for ENCE, and some of them, I mean, they've almost given away for no reason, just against pistols, right? So I don't even know. It's hard to say.
This is actually a brilliant recovery for Mousesports when you consider they won the pistol and lost the second round. They've had to kind of battle for this, for even having any presence in this map. 8-2 at one point. And now they have a 5-on-3. The economy is broken. If they can take this op away from Alu, that's huge. There's only 2 rounds left in the half after this, but still, I mean, any cost that you make ENCE reinvest into is going to be great. Kerrigan peeking down Ivy, sees absolutely nothing. I feel like I'm interested about the timeout when he's telling everyone to kind of get their own information, except now they're running like 4-1s. It's kind of been Kerrigan pushing and the rest of the other team just on the other side of the map ready to attack. Alu's boxed in. Would be a big get for Kerrigan if he can find it.
Oh, Alu, that's not bad at all. I think probably Kerrigan could have just elected to stay alive. There's Alu getting one more shot, taking down Frozen, and now he's getting closer with the AWP. The gun barrel is going to show. That's always the problem, peeking that corner. And Woxic knew Sergey coming in, and he wants to fight. He's saying, come on, Woxic, let's go. Deep Molotov there to force him a little bit back in. Woxic now going to go and hide in that corner. I don't know if he's going to go up the ladder, but he definitely could. And now he's still down on the low ground, making him, again, hard to find right now. Molotov, it's the wrong position, and Sergey, he's not going to have that many more seconds to try and find him. I think he might have the idea now that he's not actually on it. Smoke going up, and that will definitely force Woxic into action. 10-second defuse, and Woxic running around, making all the noise that Sergey needs. On top of the ladder now as well. He goes for it, gets the kill, but not enough time to win the round. Man, that, for both players, that's a cool 1 versus 1. And Sergey, you could tell how focused he is.
Woxic plays that really smart, though. Just hide in the corner. Don't even try and challenge whatsoever. Found some safety with the Molotov with Sergey not peeking. Alu does his very best. I can't believe he hits the second shot. This almost pulls him right back into it. Oh my, that's unreal. That is unbelievable.
Yeah, that's
8-5.
You like to see it, don't you?
I don't know. I mean, listen, it's early in the morning here still. That's woken me right up. Aerial tagged, Kerrigan so blind, everyone is so blind. But again, there's only so many rounds that ENCE is going to let Kerrigan get away with that hyper-aggression that he's been pulling off, and unfortunately, this was the final straw.
Robs. Oh, I can't believe it. I actually thought maybe Ariel saw that. We switched just as it was about to happen, but it looked to me like Ariel maybe have had just a glimpse there.
He heard the sound cue of the Molotov, I think, tick on Rops, but I think he didn't fully believe that Rops would have crossed over. I think he still believed he was stuck at ladder. This is an incredibly aggressive play, and it's going to pay off. What a god.
Yeah, that's next level. So get down to the B bomb side. Alu about to go and try and help him out, but let's see if he can get a bit more luck this time. They do peek really wide, but swings to get both kills there. Sergey continuing to find, and Alu will be taking down Woxic at the end. So for Mousesports, though, I mean, as well as they play this, I'm actually super impressed by this first half for them in a lot of different ways. But they keep, like, ENCE just keep having just enough money to buy all the time. They're just on that edge.
Yeah, they've only really been able to get the reset once, Mousesports, in this half. Well, they've had the chance to do it like 3 separate times. So it has been a very good job of ENCE to stay in this fight. I mean, this is a good half for Mousesports in terms of the number of rounds on the board, but tactically this has been just so incredibly basic, and it's got to be a worrying sign for this Mousesports team in this period of struggles when Kerrigan is the only one that seemingly is interested in like exerting his force and will across the map. When he's the only player being dynamic and actually trying to create opportunities for people on this team, that is the biggest worrying sign. Rops is a bit more passive of a player, but you have guys like Frozen and Woxic who should be able to deliver, and they're just not at the moment.
Oh, look at the mobility on Alu. He finds another one. What an amazing triple kill. He just lined that up. He was so calm doing all of that. The reposition, you could tell. I think Woxic up there with the counter AWP, he was looking the wrong way. He wasn't prepared for Alu being that swift in movement. And now Kerrigan, he's boxed in. As soon as he fires this gun, they're going to know where he is. Turns around, but yeah, another round here for ENCE. 10-5 at the end of the half. Wow, I'm so impressed by Alu. 18-6 on him at the end of this half. That's a really impressive scoreline. We'll see how it goes in the second half when we come back after the break.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the second week here.
We've got the best teams in the world and complexity.
But Flamey is his kryptonite again. Oh! And this is it. It's a bulldozer.
We have fun, we're going to play good. We may lose some shit rounds, but you just brush it off, and if we win some good rounds, we cheer. That's all it is.
The best team in the world going up against a team who, hasn't even been able to qualify for the major yet.
Sim just trying to buy time. time, flanking around, Flame punching him down, and he tries to immediate defuse. He's right there with the kid. Oh my god, I can't believe it. 16 and 12.
Yeah, I've seen every big CSGO match ever. I can tell you that would already be like a top 5 upset of all time.
Simple could catch. Oh! The shutdown!
This isn't the Astralis that I know.
Really trying to get the pit. Can he stand tall one last time? He lies them all! No! A beautiful spray! Electron saved it! 16-14! Now we do it!
It was ready for vitality versus complexity.
I introduce you to North America's newest juggernaut.
16-6 as they take down vitality. Complexity have one last beast to challenge.
They wanted to kill Juggernaut, but we want to destroy the Juggernaut.
Of course.
16 rounds to Navi's favor. Victories on Train and Mirage.
And the Navi Storm has come and conquered today.
It's an exciting, couple of days that we've had here, and it doesn't feel like we've had any losers other than maybe Astralis.
Welcome back here. Early start today in Europe. 10-5 lead for ENCE on Train in this best of 3 against Mousesports. I think it could have worked out very differently. I think this could have been like maybe 8 or 9 rounds for Mousesports if they had just handled some of the early rounds a bit better. But it was a lot of back and forth, and here we are. Alu really doing well, and on the other side, I mean, Carrigan also trying his best to open so many of these rounds for his team. Jason, are you still feeling confident in Mousesports? Let's just say for the first map here.
I mean, I would like to argue against the point of your question or the way you phrased that, because I was never truly confident in Mousesports. So it's not a matter of still being confident, but no, I mean nothing that they showed in this map so far has made me feel any better about the prediction. You have to say, right. Alu just absolutely spanked them in that first half with the AWP, and that's wild. For me, that's a little bit scary because, yeah, the ops are obviously going to be effective on this map, but I didn't see really a whole lot of Mousesports throwing any, like, set pieces. Like, where were those outer smokes, like the wall of smokes, behind the trains to neutralize those ops, to give you the space to push to the bomb train? They mostly ran 4-1s in that first half. They kept things very simple, very basic. And obviously, it didn't pan out super well for them. It was a pretty good recovery, but not as good as it could have been. Pistol round in the second half is live with Sergey and Ariel taking control of the box halls. And that might freeze 3 defenders from Mousesports at this B bomb site.
Yeah, and they have 2 HE grenades. They really wish that someone would come down that ramp like it was some sort of a B rush, because then they would have exploded the whole lineup. Let's see if they can still use them over at A. I mean, theoretically, remember how we've been talking about NIP and Dig and their sort of grenades over on Vertigo? You could do the same thing on almost every map, right? You could save these 2 HEs, wait for the bomb plant. It's a little bit more tricky on Train, like there's more of an area, but still it's possible.
Oh no.
And they're going to be far away. This is going to be a bomb plant happening. A little bit of a boost to look over. Sniping for a kill, and that's a good shot from Frozen. They probably do need this round, but look at the return. The smoke fades, and the dead to Sergey.
Yeah, just way too late to see the danger of what was coming. I think they realized the smoke was fading, but there was nowhere to go after that. 5-on-5 retakes on Train, never. I think I've only ever seen one work. That's an incredible pistol round from Sergey, but Mousesports have done everything to make that a little bit easier. 5-11. Or 11-5, whichever way you want to do it. ENCE has a massive lead.
That was a quad kill from Sergey. He pretty much just did that on his own after the bomb plant. That was really, really nicely done. And I saw like real excitement on the ENCE side, which normally you don't see from Finnish people. So that's something there.
Well, I think even even the Finnish culture can't hold back the excitement when you've been losing for like, a year and a half straight, and then you finally start to feel a little bit better. Ariel with 1 kill. Frozen's going to go down. Here's Carrigan again with that deagle at the bomb train, providing some impact, slowing things down. This can still be a very dangerous round for ENCE. They've got to be cautious.
Yeah, slowing it down a bit. They found Woxic and Sunny. 100% health, taking him down. So 12-5, and again, that was a buy coming out of Mousesports. They're gonna have to save this round. That comeback's starting to feel unlikely.
Yeah, it certainly is. ENCE is looking good. Sunny has showed up today. Obviously, Alu is had a very good first half. Yumpy with the AWP was solid. Everyone on ENCE is performing. It's a team-wide effort, and for Mousesports, that's just not the case. They don't have any kind of production that can really match this at the moment. So that first gun round is going to be all important. We'll have to see Mousesports wake up immediately. And then obviously we'll have to see what happens in the next map, because this is a bit sketchy. Alu at the end of Ivy is at least going to truck Chris J. Just turns the corner right in the back of the head. Another one as well to follow up.
I wonder if, I mean, if one of the keys here to getting back, if it's at all possible, would be, again, double up, right? Just try and see if you can get there quickly and have a good start with it. I mean, we saw some of these rounds when ENCE were on the CT side, where it's just, you know, Gen.G picking up a kill, it's Alu picking up a kill, and then the round starts 5 versus 3. And I mean, that kind of round is, if they can have some of those early on in Mousesports, it's going to be more doable pretty quickly, but it's not always guaranteed, is it?
No, not at all. Oh boy, Mousesports have a huge job to do, even though they're on the easier side. This better be a very clean win to start the half. They need to build money up as soon as possible to sustain losses. They probably are going to need to get a double op setup out as soon as humanly possible. Woxic has his first. Chris J is going to go down to an M4. But here we go. What feels like the last opportunity for Mousesports to stay in this map. They are down by 8 rounds. ENCE with a commanding lead. Alu at 20 kills already.
Chris J with that AUG, don't underestimate him. There are a couple of players that are still really good at using that. Chris definitely being one of them. Seen some fun stuff coming out with that gun, even though most have written it off for whatever combination of reasons. We'll see. Just the one AWP on the CT side for now, so could be a chance here for ENCE to maybe end the game before that even gets put into play properly.
What's also worrying to me is Mousesports showed very little cohesion and teamwork in that first half. I mean, it's required on the CT side. Frozen is pushed up in ladder room. Kerrigan's going to be frozen or pushed up along the wall by E-Box. So a little bit of teamwork can be provided there. There can be a bit of a bait and switch. They're running out of nades as well. But Woxic is all on his own, and he's going to have Alu and Sunny to peek against him. Flashbang is out. They want a challenge, and that's a missed shot. Scrambling to get out of danger. He's at least accomplished that, but he cannot go back for a fight again. Ivy is open, and Sunny is taking the opportunity to push all the way up. Look at the pressure on Kerrigan to guard this at this range, at this angle. No. Now his teammate's gone down. Now his second teammate's gone down, and Ariel is going to be next. Or, excuse me, Kerrigan's going to be next.
Wow, I mean, once they fall back from Ivy, you could see Woxic goes to try and cover main instead, and Kerrigan has to go back. But then when they lose Frozen as well and Popdog, how do they cover all those angles? It's not possible anymore. So that is, yeah, that's a punishing round here. You just picked up the rifles and really don't get anything out of it. Robs, I think, might have seen Alu there. Swings for the fight. Pretty good headshot. But the round is definitely lost already, so 14-5, and the question now is just can he save the M4, and that's not even going to be possible. Whew, this is looking rough.
Well, it's a one-man army for Mousesports. It's Rops against the world, 17-15.
Scout being picked up now, and some Deagles. Single smoke on Kerrigan. This would be a dream if they could win this one back. I think that could maybe spice up the team a bit again. And what's crazy to me is that, you know, Kerrigan has been leading. We heard that little check-in with the team speak earlier, which was great about him saying, like, you know, keep talking, guys, keep communicating. It's not going to work if we just all, you know, stay quiet. And he's been, you know, not quiet in the server. He's been showing them, let's go out and open, let's get some kills. But it's like, somehow it's not inspiring the rest of the team just yet.
Well, yeah, and it's unfortunate too, because that Rops versus the world was maybe a little bit inaccurate considering the first half, because Kerrigan's never really, or not never, but rarely going to be putting up numbers, but his impact can be felt, and he had some impact in the first half, and those are the kind of plays from Kerrigan when he's pushing through the smoke at the end of lanes that should get everyone else, you know, switched on and checked in and excited and back into the game, and it just never, ever, ever happened.
Yeah, some of those rounds they needed to feel like, all right, you know what? If we can have Carrigan doing that, those should be probably 1 rounds. Chris, in a decent position. Sergey, could you see him? If Chris stands up, he's in a lot of trouble, and he probably knows it. What a Molotov to force him forward. What an awkward fight for him to take, and he burns. That's a really great grenade.
Ooh, great one shot from Carrigan. Juandigged. Sergey's down low, tagged by Rops with the scout, and it looks like Mousesports have bought themselves a lifeline. Alu, the last one left, swaps out to the AK, challenges Rops, and a wild spray isn't going to hit the mark. Now they can have the AWP, and Mousesports is still alive. 6-14, they can still fight for this map. But that's the last chance, and if that doesn't get you a little bit fired up, a little bit excited as a player, I don't know what will. I know you hit tab and the score seems so far apart, but they've been in these scenarios before. This is where you have to make that comeback happen, or at least mount enough of an effort to get everyone ready for the next map that's coming.
Yeah, I fully agree. I mean, that Dust 2 pick, right, is gonna be interesting. Especially with, I mean, Alu opening really well at the moment. You know, that's going to carry on over into Dust 2, you have to assume, to some extent. So yeah, now is the time to rally the troops and get everyone excited. Rob's alone in B. I would trust him to, at least for a minute here, to hold his own. He really has been the star player for Mousesports some of these last couple of games we've seen. And he's got Chris with him now as well. So they got that same 3-man setup over at Yard, and we saw earlier what happened out in the A-bomb side. If one of them goes down, then it all falls apart. So doesn't mean it's a bad setup, but just that's one of the weaknesses.
All right, ENCE is going to have a pop flash from Sunny. Alu's legged. That pop flash maybe to get Aerial out. We'll see if the damage onto Alu changes that at all. Good utility usage deep into T-Con. Almost takes out Alu, but Woxic has to be careful. So careful with that AWP. And that's a wise decision, I think, backing away. Not entirely. Yumpy in ladder room. ENCE slowly creeping into position to have a very painful hit, but Frozen is going to stop them entirely. Yumpy is alone at E-Box. More damage, and all the kills come out for ENCE so quickly. All of a sudden in a flash. 4 frags, and the bomb site is lost, and I don't know how Mousesports let that collapse so quickly.
Man, Sunny has got 3 kills in this round. Yeah, they got the 2 opening frags. That leaves them at a 5-on-3, and they just can't stabilize it. They can't hold them back. Ends keep coming, more flashbangs keep raining in, and suddenly, well, here we are. Rob's in a 1 versus 3 to try and see if he can clutch it. And look at that. They're even up on the high ground, up in the sniper spot. Sunny's all the way down. He is going to be walking into a huge triangle from which he has no smokes to force them into a fight or anything. I don't see how he can actually do this. I mean, he doesn't know it yet, but this is it's actually not doable. And Yampy will take him down. That's 15-6. What an incredible lead for ENCE. They've showed up in a really great form today.
How did this happen? I cannot believe it. Yeah, that's... Even I'm making that face. Fist bumps become the new ENCE thing. 15-6. Another double op setup for Mousesports, and they've got to win 9 in a row. Last chance saloon for the Mousesports defense. And that previous round has just got to be so deflating. ENCE is playing a fantastic game. That is good teamwork, good coordination, good utility as well. And, I mean, it helps when you're just tearing people's faces off like that. Good kill from Sergey, good trade, and the odds reflecting that ENCE are taking an advantage in this series. 2 people left, and the Finns are relentless, already attacking the bomb site so quickly. Bomb is going to be not planted, it's back towards T-mid.
We're talking
but
about
I don't see a way that Mousesports get back into this.
No, me neither. And we were talking earlier about giving away games, and this time ENCE have decided they're not going to do that. Nice enough flick there coming in, but now the bomb will be planted, and it's still a 3-on-5 here, or 3-on-2, sorry. Robson, Woxic have to try and combine, and again, even if they win this round, they'd have to win another 8 in a row afterwards. It just feels really unlikely. I like this from ENCE. I mean, so many of these teams that we've had in the tournament so far, they've had good leads, and then they can't really close it, and it gets really, you know, dangerous, but this seems much more decisive. Sunny will go down, but a nice refrag, and Robs is next in line, so Woxic in a 1 versus 2, and yeah, this is amazing. Finnish Counter-Strike suddenly looking a little bit more tasty here. Last kill for Sergey, 16-6 as they take down Mousesports on the first map. Dust 2 is going to be coming up next, but yeah, this is a powerful performance. Alu leading the charge. I think what he had 18-6 in that first half in scoreline. Really, really quite something. So great work for ENCE. We'll see how it goes on Dust 2 as well. That's going to be coming up as our second map after the break. So stay with us and we will be right back.
Back with the CS Money Shot Style, where we talk skin style and everything Counter-Strike skins. Of course, it means we're back from Blast Premier. We've started the Showdown, and that means a new collection of skins for us to talk about. But not all of them are going to be new. A little revisit is needed, I think. So we bring in Shocks. We're going to go ahead and dive into your inventory today. So I'm going to start off with the gloves. Okay, I think the gloves are the start of all skin inventories. You see them all the time. The specialist gloves, crimson kimono, the black and red style. How long ago did you get those? Do you remember?
Oh, actually it's pretty new. I think I got them since maybe 2 or 3 months, no more. And I just decided to buy them because I wanted some gloves which are red to come up with my M9 bayonet crimson web. But since then I just changed to a butterfly Doppler, but it's still a bit red, so that's fine.
Listen, you know, you've got your AK-47 Fire Serpent, you've got your M4A4 Asimov as well, some older rifle skins, and I respect that. Do you plan on changing out any of your rifles anytime soon?
Definitely not anytime soon, except if there is a collection that I'm like, oh yeah, that's so sweet, so cool, I want it, you know. But so far the new collection doesn't makes me really feel like I want new skins, you know. So I'm fine with them, just not because it's all, but just because in my opinion it's just the ones that I prefer, that's it.
Okay, so they did it well when the older skins came out, and you know what? I think that's Fire Serpent is going to be one of the best for a long time, personally.
Yeah,
listen,
definitely.
man. I want to close on what I found was very interesting about your collection, and that is something also sort of old that has come back into Counter-Strike as of late. That's the Tech 9 nuclear threat.
Yeah, talking about the skin, like I always loved the nuclear threat since it just arrived. It looks fresh, it looks new, it looks something that's cool, that not a lot of people got it, you know. So I actually got in my inventory as well the P250 nuclear threat, but I'm not playing with it at the moment.
Okay.
But I keep it in my inventory, you know.
Right, it's there in case you decide to make the switch.
Yeah.
Yeah. I respect that, man. All right, so this is our first CS Money Shot Style back in with Shocks. We got the update, the 2020 version, and I appreciate you stopping by to talk skins with us, man. Yeah, let's leave this one here, and when you go ahead and buy that new M4 or new AK, I'll be sure to bring you back on the show.
Sure.
Twister, a much better game and a hugely impressive styling on Mousesports' map pick. The first thing I wanted to get into with you is just looking at, I guess you expect a Mousesport to pick Train because they've been playing it so much, but it's always been a key map for you guys. Definitely your changes worked into it. So was this just the kind of grouping of everything working of what you practiced here? And going into Dust 2, how confident do you feel? Because obviously a lot of times I find it to be quite a 50-50 map.
Yeah, well, Dust 2 will be a lot harder match, I'm sure of it. It was actually pretty nice to play Train as CT for the first time in a long time, you know. But yeah, we're happy. We played it really good. We had a really good communication. We hit the shots, some amazing shots as well. But yeah, Dust 2 will be a tough match, and Dust 2 is always like they still have like firepower and stuff. So it will come down to individuals like making big plays probably, because the strat side will probably be thrown away at some point on this map because it's well, you know, Dust 2 is Dust 2, so what can I say?
Dust 2 is Dust 2, exactly. We all know that feeling. But the thing is here, if you want to go back to how we've always characterized Dust 2 as a fragging map, there isn't anybody caught asleep this morning on ENCE. They're crushing face across the board, all of them hitting shots. Whereas over on Mousesports' side, Woxic, Frozen, Chris, all kind of just looking a little lackluster right now. We need to see a bit more out of them going into this second map of the series. So, gents, here's the scoreboard. And Thorin, let's start with you. What did you take away from this first map? Because it was a bit of a one-sided affair.
Yeah, I mean, I actually like the comment Twister says there, because obviously they used to pick train. They never ever got to start CT side, did they? Always had to start the uphill challenge of T side. It says it all about how good the T side of Mousesports is, that they still get 5 rounds, despite ENCE looking like the dream start. Like, everyone's hitting all their shots, everyone's winning their duels, everyone's aim is on. Meanwhile, as you said, Woxic had an appalling game on both sides. Robs did what he could, but that was not even close to enough. So listen, they got some T rounds. They absolutely capitulated the CT side completely. And in terms of, firepower, the area where actually ENCE had been a little bit unconvincing for me in this tournament, they massively outclassed the Mousesports guys. It's Mousesports who haven't turned up with anywhere close to the kind of big performance that we've seen, at least on halves earlier in the tournament.
Man, this highlight reel is just brutal. All of this op. I mean, this is what you were talking about, Maniac, going into this match. You know, this double op and how it works so well for ENCE. I mean, what do you do when you've got these guys just hammering you round after round?
I think the answer is in 2 parts, right? The first part is, well, you need to shoot at them back. And if you compare the stats in the distribution, right, you have Alu at the top of the world, 1.78, 21 kills, absolutely massive CT side he had, punishing Mousesports time and time again. And then the other part of that equation is Mousesports, they do have a raw style of Counter-Strike. That's how they roll. They want to take you by surprise. They want to pick up the pace. They want to be in your face. Well, if you have an AWP against you that feels it, and I think Olu is probably one of the best defensive AWP in that regard, at just holding lines, repositioning, holding another line. He hit all the shots. So you put 2 and 2 together and you have ENCE completely destroying Mousesports.
It was a bit of a brutal affair.
Mousesports ended with something like 69 total kills for their entire team, which is not nice. Meanwhile, ENCE had something like 90 total kills. So, like, the differential is ridiculous there. And so, listen, you spread that across a match, you can still sometimes have a close game. But you saw it here, like, it took everything for Mousesports to win a round. They even had that classic scenario where you sometimes get into a site, but you never win any of the clutches. You can never do anything post-plant. So, like, luckily for them, it's just Dust 2 coming next. Because if this was somehow like a punish pick from ENCE coming up next, this will be a clean 2-0, no questions asked.
And is this where we continue to see that double AWP play? I mean, Dust 2, it feels like the map for that sort of style, that they could make it work in the past, like the Frenchman once upon a time, Maniac?
Yeah, I mean, the double AWP could be, could be the answer for Mousesports, but I had a clip for the CT side of Mousesports that I wanted to highlight on Trend, and I think it's going to be also valid on Dust 2 as well, if you can roll with it. See, this is the situation. 55 seconds left. Woxic has a lot of information outside. He's been poked. He doesn't have the control anymore. Meanwhile, Frozen has been pushed out of top as well. But look at the minimap. Just look at the radar up top left. There is no reaction coming in from the B bomb side. That is the issue for me. It's just too disjointed. It counts on people making the individual difference, and as soon as Frozen loses the first duel, that is it. Everything just falls apart. It's just, there is no safety net. Robs is coming in just right now in the link, but that's already too late. His kills has absolutely no impact. So this needs to change on Dust 2. I need to see Mousesports actually moving in together as a unit, doing the wave. I lose this position, okay, then we retake another one. I'm in a bad position, I don't have utility, then come for me, give me a flash, help me out. You cannot just count on individuals making the difference, because what happens today, they don't show up, they get destroyed.
Well, that's exactly right. I mean, Thorin, what are you thinking about Dust 2 here? What's going to be the key? What's the key here for Mousesports to try and turn it up? Is it going to be the wave, like Maniac describes, or do we need to look to a particular player?
I mean, it's a classic line, but this is Woxic's map. This is the map where he can absolutely destroy you on the T side. He's such a fast AWPer that he can punish those CT AWPs that almost certainly will be on the side of ENCE. But if Alu's going to outperform him like this, then there is no hope for Mousesports. Like, I feel as though the ENCE guys now, they have no pressure on them at all. They're already fragging great, and now they're heading in a Dust 2. It's looking very nice for them.
Well, gentlemen, we actually have an extra minute here to go on. So really, I mean, at this point, it's almost like I want to take score predictions. I was actually looking through right now to see if that was our most one-sided map that we've had so far, because they've all been 30 rounders pretty much this entire tournament long. That was 16-6. Dignitas did lose 16-5 to Mad Lions, so that kind of spoiled that part, that little like anecdote, that little fun fact. But do you think it can be this one-sided again? Can we get that clean 2-0? I know for you guys, in your prediction's sake, you don't want that.
You're just
but you know, over here on this side,
you're loving it. You are loving this part of the 7. So guys, do you feel like you're about to lose? And if so, by how much are you gonna lose? No, listen, I think Duncan is right on the money. Woxic
I
is the
can't
man.
hide anything from you.
Woxic is the man. You know, if Woxic shows up, he does put up a fight, then you will not be laughing at the end of Dust 2. But I agree with Duncan, there is definitely a world in which we see a 2-0. Because in the viewers I fight up, Ali on Dust 2 is an absolute pain to play against. He'll peek in the double doors, he'll peek from catwalk, he'll peek down lower. He's gonna do everything he can, and he's activated right now. He's feeling it. So if you're Mousesports, you either wake up, you show up and you fight, or you roll over and you let ENCE go on with the gauntlet.
I think you're very right, Maniac. I think you're onto something. You know, Alu, he's a monster on Dust 2, and I think it's going to be a swift 2-0 victory, and me running a victory lap. But we got to take a break before we get into the action. So thank you, gentlemen, for the analysis. And right after the break, we'll be handing it over to Anderson Moses. And Moses, I heard that he's currently crying himself, you know, to sleep at night. So we need to give him some hope. Go join him.
Please knife him.
Hey, how's it going, everybody at home?
Hello, everyone. Welcome.
For those of you guys who are tuning in, I want to give you a gist as to what this is. It's an interview about games inside a game.
I've got 2 more victims this week, and I can't wait to introduce them to you.
Yeah, you called me a noob. You called me a noob in 2016. Maybe it was just a joke, and then after that, I liked him again.
Jonas Gunderson is joining me today on the Hot Seat, the show where I'm going to ask very tough questions about NIP.
I'm a bit frightened by your intro there, but it's alright.
There's an internet cafe owner that paid me in Snickers bars to help fix people's PCs.
I usually have 20 to 25 minutes just stretching out the body.
Lige, it's good to see you, man. You're looking happy, you're looking healthy. Are you as happy and healthy as you look?
Yeah, I'm feeling pretty good. I'm gonna take some questions from the chat. So there's a lot of guys out there asking you some specific questions. What would you say Rocker have brought to the table as a coach?
If Issa was in my chair right now, he would say, nothing.
So is everyone happy the Creed got taken down?
Of course. This volcano has yet to have been explored on any episode.
Living life on the edge, brother.
Oh!
Does Issa go to the gym with you guys?
I'm gonna leave Issa out to dry here. Like, he's terrible at joining me and Alexia and Manto at the gym. He's been lazy as fuck. Sorry.
And then he walks past me and the entire back of his shirt is unironed. The whole back of his shirt.
If I keep it up, I might become the captain of the Valorant team, you know, so holding my fingers crossed.
Mindset. I think for us it's a huge psychological thing.
And then you meet in the middle every single time. Let's go.
First time at Lobby, I actually insulted him in game. I'm sorry, Nico.
Did you call him a noob?
I actually did.
Right, so
I go first.
Okay, you can do it. I'm right behind you, man. I'm right behind you.
Oh dear.
I just need a sip of my chocolate milk.
Maniac and Scorning. Hello, boys. You're back. Yeah. What's happened to Lourdes? Oh, he's back. He's back. He's absolutely fine. No, Lourdes. Scorning. I'm so sorry.
I have forgiven you already.
Oh my god, it's beautiful.
That's all you needed, man.
Good night.
All right, see you, dude.
Well, here we go. Potential rumors of you crying yourself to sleep at night, Jason, have emerged from the analyst desk. In response to that, the first map, the odds are heavily favoring ENCE now as opposed to earlier, where they were a little bit more even. But how do you feel? Any tears coming?
Not yet. Mostly just tired. But it's possible the tears will be flowing after this map. Yeah, I don't know. Let's see if Mousesports can recover. I don't even want to get into any analysis. Let's just see what they've got in this map, because it feels like everyone on that team needs to wake up. Rops had a great game. Kerrigan had some impact, but outside of those two players, not really a whole lot to speak about when you get into Frozen, when you get into Woxic and Chris J. The good thing to talk about for ENCE is they look great on that first map. Teamwork was there. They were very, very focused. Alu had a phenomenal game. Sergey had a phenomenal game. Sunny had a phenomenal game. So they're delivering in spades on all fronts at the moment. And Mousesports have a huge job to do here on Dust 2.
Yes, they do. They need to prove that they still belong here, and if they can't prove it, they will actually just be thrown out as well. CT side for ENCE, T side on the Mousesports side here, and they've got some smokes, which I mean is fine. If they could go and get that bomb down with probably almost no resistance on the A bomb side. If they find out, they might just run for it. It's the after plant, I think, that's going to be potentially interesting. And again, some of these smokes could be huge if they manage to put them down in the right positions. So let's see. Are they going to jump over with anyone here? They have flashbangs if they want to. They got the knives out. Rob's going to make a jump straight forward. Yeah, actually, Frozen going down, but there's a gap there, and he's down already. What a good start here for ENCE.
Oh, Kerrigan has to get this timing right. He's in trouble as well. That smoke's gonna fade. Alu's shooting from long. He needs to get aggressive now. He's between literally a rock and a hard place, and that is an impossible scenario. He slow played that smoke way too long. Rops with the P250 gets nothing done, and this looks like more of the same from Train. Dominance from ENCE.
Yeah, I mean, I think that drop down from Mousesports is, probably works fine, but there's someone right on the other side of the smoke, and there was a gap. So yeah, this kind of a setup here was. I don't
even think there was a.
Oh, might not even have
gap.
been.
I think he saw the leg. I think maybe over the top of the smoke, or maybe he just used the sound cue and got lucky. Whatever it might be, he shut it down in a great way. And then obviously, when you get that first kill, like Kerrigan has a decision to make. Like, is he going to hold the smoke for the run through? Is he going to push towards long and help them take it? And certainly when Alu adds a second kill towards Catwalk on top of that, there's just no real good options. Frozen has made his way out long. He's taken 45 damage for his troubles, and Alu is doing some fine shotgun work. And we're back in a 5-on-3 so quickly. Mousesports getting banged out again.
And they actually had really great weapons going into this. I mean, they had a fair few AK-47s on the map. But again, before they even really set their feet in the round, they've already lost a couple of players and taken a lot of damage, and it's just... It all feels like it's happening too quickly for Mousesports to really find a good plan for what they want to do. Now they're walking into a big crossfire here, all the attention on Aerial, but Sunny, he's just a step away from leaning into this fight with the M4. Yeah, they're going to start looking his way. They line up in front. A nice triple kill, taking them all down. That couldn't have been better.
No, that worked absolutely perfect. They were even looking for Sunny as well. They weren't fooled by the presence of Aerial at the corner at all. They were even keeping their eye on that. And I mean, unfortunately, ENCE funneled them right into exactly where they wanted them. With Alu pushing into upper dark and taking control of lower. With the fact that the long fight didn't go the way of Mousesports initially, and ENCE held onto that. Catwalk was the only option that they had. 3 players and no utility. It's so hard to go back into dark and try and even attack that B bomb site. And Alu's back to his old tricks.
Yeah, I mean, why not? He's making a lot of money every time he's going to get a kill here, and if they don't really have the weapons yet to get rid of him properly, then might as well farm it up while you've got the chance. But yeah, this is... I'm getting... it's only 2 rounds in, 3 rounds now, but you do sort of feel like Mousesports, they're not even really giving themselves much of a chance to like recover some of these kills. Like, it's all just a kill happens, no one can refrag it, and then more kills happening across the map. There's like, I don't even know what the Mousesports plan was in that last round.
Good shot from Rops, and the follow-up kill onto Alu. Okay, here we are. Alu's still Alu's at least here in the server. That's nice to see. The aggression is punished. Actually, even that poor B defender, that wasn't even aggression. That was just getting wrecked.
Yeah. Yampi has a big job to do here as they come through. Jump over, and he's not really seeing them just yet. He needs a fight, and he's going to get it way too late. Nice shot. Robs with the 3rd kill of the round. Just deagles all across the board, and bomb is going to be planted. That is... Well, that's a gift that, well, Mousesports should graciously accept, and then they should try and build something huge behind it. Like, this is where... this is where they need to really swing into it, because this is not a round they should be winning.
No, well, listen, Rob sets a phenomenal shot into that B bomb site. Obviously, the aggression from Alu eventually does get punished when he's just sitting in lower dark that whole time with the shotgun. So, good work from him. Rops is going to go for a 4th kill in this round. But you're right. I mean, Mousesports does have to build upon this. They need something to feel good, because I know, as you said, it's only been 3 rounds in the second map, but if you go all the way back to the first map, which was a dominant victory for ENCE, it's been a little over 20 rounds of them just getting destroyed and dismantled. So this they need to have something positive going, at least in the early stages of Dust 2, and this is a nice start. They get upgraded into the AK-47s, a few free weapons, a good amount of cash built up, and already an AWP on the board for both teams.
Toxic. Mentioned a couple of times by our analysts in the pre-game as probably one of the ones that would have to have a pretty good performance here on Dust 2 for it to be different from to train, and it's hard not to agree with that. We've seen some great displays of true madness out of Woxic in the right moments. It's just the consistency we're lacking.
Yeah, but that's always been the knock on Woxic, and I don't think anyone's doubted the skill and the incredible sequences he can bust out. It's always been, can we ever rely that it's going to be able to happen, you know, map after map? Ooh, Chris J tries to confuse Alu. That's a tricky shot. And man, again, just right out of a victory, Mousesports walk into a slaughter.
That looked much less like they were trying to sort of run boost Chris into a fight at the corner. It looked more like they were sacrificing Chris to Alu, like trying to appease him, saying take Chris and leave the rest of us alone.
I mean, I will say that's like, I mean, I don't know. This is a baseball reference, and I realize it's like 7 a.m. here, or 7:40, and you know, Europeans are mostly watching this, and no one has any idea what baseball is. But that's like hitting a curveball. I feel like with the way Chris J kind of comes around that corner, meant to like launch him and screw with the shot, or maybe have Alu baited into shooting and flicking to the left, and then have him stop short on the staircase. But Alu just handles it so perfectly that it ends up looking silly.
He does, and I appreciate your condescension, Jason, but I think most Europeans even know what curveballs are. You know, I think we've got that reference down. That is also the extent of my baseball knowledge. So.
Okay, I was gonna say, I've spoken to some Europeans about some you know, basic baseball concepts, and no one seems to understand it.
Well, you'll have to teach me one day.
I mean, fair play. I don't really understand baseball. I don't really understand the charm or the lure of baseball, and I'm an American. Sergey's completely blinded, but no one's able to take advantage of it.
Yeah, he's trying his best. I mean, couldn't find the players. They were actually pushed even further in than he thought there, but still, the defense holds. I like the play from Mousesports. I think that was not a bad idea, but they needed more success in finding Sergey right away before he got that kill. It's Sunny with another triple, and now it's Chris down the middle, and they don't have a lot of reasons to go hunting. The MP will take him down 4-1, and that is the money once again evaporated here for Mousesports. That move in the middle there is huge.
Man, ENCE is coming out with such a huge performance, an incredible effort out of all the players that I don't even... This just feels like a huge mismatch. We came into this thinking it was going to be a pretty even bout, saying, you know, it could go either way. Both of these teams have seemed like they struggled. Well, it seems like ENCE have at least figured it out for this series, and it feels like Mousesports doesn't even deserve to be in the server against him.
Yeah, that's kind of and it's weird because... Again, like, where's that coming from? We've certainly seen some good comebacks even out of Mousesports where they were behind and then they came alive and they made it work, but not really getting that feeling at all at the moment. It's good to see Sunny doing a lot of work, though. We were highlighting him earlier.
Yeah, well, I mean, he's a conversation that I think we've all had ever since he rejoined ENCE, because we all remember the level that he was at when he was playing for Mousesports and the star player that he was on this team. And his return to ENCE was highly anticipated and fell a little bit flat. I don't think anyone saw the magnificence that we knew him for. So it's good to see the individual level start growing in his way. Pop flash for the peak. And that's going to work just fine. Sergey only gets 2, but he's got all the information. That's the bomb down at the end of the tunnels as well. And now Yumpy and Sunny both pushing up to get aggressive over the flames. Oh, Kerrigan and Frozen. They chime in, and Chris J. So nothing makes sense.
I just can't even really explain any of this.
I feel like it's happened with a couple Mousesports games in this spring showdown, but it just feels like the logic is being suspended, reality is being suspended, everything's just a bit weird.
It's a good shot from Alu. Frozen on the other side looking for the smoke there. He does have a kit. If he could get the kill on Frozen, he could maybe even defuse the bomb before Chris even gets a chance to get too close, but yeah, that moment has passed, and he's gonna try and run away. Nearly getting shot in the back. If you're watching at home, dear viewer, then do your best to forget about this round. Just try and wipe it from your memories, because it was too stupid. We can't have that floating around.
My question is, because Mousesports had 1 or 2 of these on train as well, but it didn't lead to anything. My question is, when is Mousesports going to be able to build on this? When are they going to be like, okay, we've got this opportunity now? It's the shot.
Did ENCE Eco 2? Did ENCE Eco 2, bro? Like,
one of those guys had the classic Chris J in the pool picture as a background.
That's not bad. That's a good throwback. Shout out. A double up setup for ENCE, and Mousesports Woxic is going to buy an ADP as well. I like this timeout because Mousesports need to figure out a way to take advantage of that gift in the previous round, the 2 stunning headshots over the flames. Remember, they had that round with Rops earlier where he got a triple kill with the Deagle to win them their first round. Like, this time, they must be able to take advantage and build on that.
Yeah, I feel like we've been saying that like 3 or 4 times already. It's like, this must be the moment, you know. They've reached that, you know, that moment in the game where they have to really build, and then they just throw it all away, usually in the first 10 seconds of a round. Alu taking a lot of damage from that Molotov. I think he wanted to be there to help out Ariel, but didn't really need to do that. Bit of a chance here as Kerrigan goes down. Ariel completely flashed, but no chance for a refrag. They're out long, but Yumpy's out here with an AWP, and if they lose another one, it'll follow the template of Mousesports rounds that just don't start well. Nice kill.
Oh, good shot from Woxic. Good utility usage to cross from Mousesports. Woxic picked off by Yumpy, saw the trajectory of the flashbang, and he wasn't blinded himself. He can try and stay alive, but he's used his smoke already to provide cover. And Sunny is the next one up to make a play, hiding inside of the smoke. Now he's turning the corner. Nobody's watching this from Mousesports. That's a freebie. Now their attention is split, and they're trapped in the bomb site. This is near impossible for Mousesports.
Sunny actually has a grenade, but might just want to do it with a rifle. Nice headshot from Frozen, but he's alone. Goes for more. He knows they're going to be coming. He really wanted that fight. Now they're boosting. Just showing themselves. Nice done. Nicely done. That was really cool. Double kill for Yumpy at the end. I think he handled himself very well back there. But yeah, 5th round being picked up here by ENCE. And again, the building stops. The permits have been retracted. Jason, they've been doing something wrong.
That kill right there is the one that did it. Yumpy winning that battle against Woxic on Catwalk, because once he wins that, there's no safe space for Mousesports to go out of that bomb site. You can tell with the way they never actually went long. Remember, most of that hit, they came from long, but they didn't leave anyone. So long wasn't safe in case there was a flank. Sunny was pushed up. They would have liked to have gotten some position on Catwalk, but Yumpy puts a stop to that. So ENCE is just destroying and dismantling this attack.
How long can they themselves even remain hopeful? Like, I'm starting to get that feeling whenever we say, ooh, this was a good round. Now they just need to keep going, and then, you know, they completely fall apart in the next round. You have to imagine Mousesports will have a more intense version of that feeling where you're like, come on, you know, we just had a round with Deagles that we won, got a bunch of rifles out of it, and then nothing.
I think that's the problem. Is like Mousesports has had every opportunity to get back into train. From what we saw earlier, they've had 2 chances where they've won Deagle rounds here on Dust 2 to get back into this map, or to at least get started in this map, and they're not capitalizing on any of them. So I don't know. It's that. I think that lends itself to the weird feeling where you're just like they've been getting some things they want. Like, yeah, ENCE completely shuts them down, but they've had chances. They've had ENCE on the verge of an economic reset. Here's a bait and peek. I think that just limits how bad you can feel for Mousesports for getting this demolished. Or you can look at it the other way and say this is how impressive it is for ENCE, that they've been able to shut it down before anything from Mousesports can really continue. They are playing a fantastic game.
Kerrigan and Chris, damage again, anything, it all counts in the end, but they're only going to get the 1 kill on Alu. Sunny continuing with the triple kills, adding on that he's 14 and 3 right now. So that's also happening in the background. It's a vintage Sunny performance.
I don't know. It's weird watching these highlights. I feel bad that we're not talking a little bit more about how well ENCE is playing, but at the same time, whenever you're seeing an ENCE POV of a player on the defense, you're not seeing them like flash. You're not seeing them have to work around Molotovs or smokes. I think the biggest thing that Mousesports is lacking at the moment is utility usage on these hits is just not doing anything to make the defenders uncomfortable in any sense. They're getting to just kind of set their feet and take pretty standard and easy fights.
We played this game yesterday, Jason, with Duncan being the main target. But if you close your eyes for a second and imagine what Semler's face is looking like right now, what comes to mind?
It's just an ugly little mustache, just a nasty little mustache, quivering in happiness.
That might be the case. Rob has gone down. Oh man. I sense a tone of bitterness in your voice, Jason. I'm not gonna lie. But you did your best to hide it in some sense. Sunny hiding back here, calling a little bit of backup. It's a 5-on-4 as they push out, rush towards the bomb site. Oh, they're so flashed as he goes for that peek. And Sunny, can he get one more? Another flashbang, and that is a great kill for Kerrigan. Because again, the timing on that flash was really, really good for ENCE. 4-on-3, the bomb is about to, well, it should be going down soon. And where are they gonna go with this retake?
It's gonna happen again. It's deja vu. They cannot escape this bomb site. ENCE is just doing such a good job, and this time they control long. It's gonna be Kerrigan in a 1-on-2 at Catwalk, and now it's whoever's in the site. It's Woxic versus 2 at long. Kerrigan goes down, 1-for-1 trade, and Woxic isolating his 1v1s, getting into the bomb site. The default plant spot misses a shot, and Ariel, nope, he goes down. It's all Woxic, and he's got the bomb to play with now. Alu moving in slowly and misses an opportunity, but he gets the follow-up. A leg shot for Woxic, and that was the closest Mousesports had been, and it's ripped out of their hands.
Yeah, you see the frustration. I mean, it's perfectly understandable. That was the kind of round. Like, I feel like if Mousesports had more rounds like these, where you say, well, man, it's close. Like, this super doable. It's the problem is when they have so many rounds that aren't anything like this. So if they just had a string of rounds like this, I'd be a little bit more, I think, hopeful, or I'd see the light a little bit more. Still, 7-2. Comes a time, Jason, where we have to ask, is it even fair to add this to the prediction games when they don't even have any opposition? Can you have a victory without having a competition, Jason? Doubt it.
I guess. Yeah, that's more for the philosophical side of things. I think ENCE will take it either way.
Yeah, they certainly will.
Yumpy with the AWP, flashes through the smoke. Sergey's turned. Yumpy's got his back, allows Sergey to recover, but not fully in time. But Yumpy still doing some work. I can't believe he just got a triple kill there. However, the bomb going down, up in the hands of Woxic. Frozen in middle. This 2-on-3 is doable, but Frozen is going to have to play a pretty solid round from here on out.
Almost wish Woxic would be quick to go into the window just to distract so Frozen could do a little bit more. He's waiting for someone to go. Actually, ooh, Sunny's going to offer himself up, and he will go down. That's a nice kill, and now he just has to hide. Play for time. Don't go and take this fight. Again, if you go down quick, maybe there's going to be a retake on. But, yep, nice shot from Frozen. I still would have rather him try to hide there. Alu in a 1 versus 2, and I don't think it's worth going for it. So, another really unlikely round that they come up with here, Mousesports.
I was just going to say, we're going to have to do it all over again. We're going to have to go through the whole playbook of saying, now Mousesports have another opportunity. They just win a 3rd round of Deagles in this half. They've only been able to win when they have mostly Deagles. But they haven't been able to win 2 in a row. They haven't been able to build upon it. They haven't been able to replicate the success when they get the rifles going, so they're not able to build momentum and actually put a dangerous amount of rounds on the board. And again, they have another opportunity. And surely you think this might be one of the last they have in this half. There's only, what, 5 rounds left?
Yeah, and just to underscore how big an opportunity it is, you see the double up, sure, on the end side, but everything else is looking kind of miserable. They have very few grenades. They have 1 defuse kit. If they can win this round, it's going to be huge. Kerrigan taking down Sunny. Star player right now for ENCE in this map. And yeah, dropping him early on, that's got to feel pretty good. They can actually have a good first half if they win this round.
Yeah, but they still got Alu to get through. And Yumpy, for that matter. The double up setup. And Kerrigan blind. Oh, he somehow finds the kill. Maybe only half blind. Aerial survives, and he's going to start hearing those footsteps out towards long. There is a lurk. It's Rops over towards the B bomb site, and he's moving in for the backstab right now. And this can be so effective. If Aerial doesn't shut this down, then ENCE could be in so much trouble. Huge kill for Frozen, and now Rops is getting put into play, but he's actually so far back. He hasn't actually moved forward yet. It's a 2-on-1 at long.
Robs is still coming in. He should be able to get a free kill. There's the early shots with the AK, and now trying to return it. Yampy missing the shot, and Robs will be able to save them. Chris as well. That, again, that nearly spun out of control. That was nearly a 2-on-4 that they gave away, but they held on. No money for ENCE. I'm just waiting to see if Alu is going to buy a Deagle to try and be really annoying. Just a flashbang so far.
I can't. ENCE almost pulls that back. I thought Mousesports was going to drop that. Ooh, good shot from Woxic. Through the door to the face.
Yeah, I mean, they may have actually finally done it. We've been talking a lot about it, the potential turnaround, the big moments, the big opportunities, but yeah, this is finally something that they actually turn into a bit of a win here. 7-5. That's great news. And now, look at the money. 10,000 on Woxic at the beginning of this one.
Yeah.
ENCE can buy, but they can't go for the straight double up unless they want to have no armor at all. And yeah, they're going to go on Alu instead.
Yeah, that's great money built up by Mousesports. That's off the back of obviously winning a round with the Deagles, and then stringing 2 in a row after that. Finally, I think this is the first time, including Trey, Mousesports has been able to win 3 rounds straight. Let's see what else they can do with it. They still have a chance to take the lead in this first half, as weird as it's been, as rough to watch as the first portions of the half were. Mousesports can end this on a very positive note. Chris J at long is going to get popped through. That's a very thin smoke with the way it plumed. 1 in pit, 1 at the corner. Or car, excuse me.
Ooh, that's a deep grenade. It's going to land on a couple of people back there. We'll soften up Frozen and Chris. And now they're going to come for Aerial. Big opening. Neither Alu or Aerial able to do much of anything here. Seems like it swung a bit. Don't go for this fight. Just smoke it off and stay safe. Yampy taking out Roth. This is not worth it. Sunny going for Kerrigan. And now it's a 3-on-3. I don't know why Mousesports suddenly lost control of the round like that.
It's a great flank call from ENCE. That one's not even necessarily Mousesports' fault. That's a good move from ENCE to get up there very quickly. Flashbang through. Look how blind Woxic is. 1 player in the site. This is the real issue. Frozen's making a long run, and he didn't expect his teammates to go down, and he's not even prepared for any presence on Catwalk. So sloppy end of the round despite the good opening at long, and ENCE have their 8th.
I feel like when you have 2 on Catwalk, 3 on long, and you pretty much... Surely they must have known the bomb site was cleared out, but even if it wasn't, just smoke it off and cross and let the 2 people on Catwalk worry about Catwalk. They don't actually need to come join the bomb site. They just need to maybe keep an eye on it for a second. I feel like they slowed down their Mousesports way before any kills happened. They sort of stopped and were like, what's the plan here? And that should be like protocol type work, right? That should be like, oh yeah, we're doing an A split like we've done 1,000 times before.
Man, that's a bit rough. Stops the momentum in its tracks. Still, 2 rounds remaining in the half. Pop flash for the peak from Sunny. Oh, that's well crafted. That's well crafted and so effective. And those are the kind of aggressive micro plays on the map that ENCE was doing on Train to shut down Mousesports before they could ever build anything. They've done it again here on Dust 2. 5-on-3 advantage, and all they've used is 1 flashbang.
Yeah, it's cool. And the timing for it is amazing. Now they need... Yeah, they need a slip up from ENCE. They need someone to go fight them, but Frozen will go down. They need 2 slip ups from ENCE. Maybe more. Voxic's hoping for a battle with the AWP, but it's not looking that likely.
I think they might need 5 slip ups. There's not really a whole lot to do here. Maybe, I mean, even economic damage, there's only 1 round left, so actually, money's pretty low. If they can take one of these ops away, that would be huge. But again, ENCE can just play it. Their retakes at both bomb sites, or mostly at A that we've seen, have been so solid that, I mean, I think ENCE just plays it passively. Don't go for any kind of aggressive plays, although saying that, Sunny is going to get 1 more kill. Pushes into the double doors. They haven't taken a point of damage just yet. Walks in, jumping across, and he goes down.
You have to remember, Sunny has like a quota of triple kills that he has to get. That one was a quad, but he's been getting them a lot. He's 21-7. So yeah, that's also happening. What a great setup this was. They got no slip-ups, Jason. They ordered 5 of them, and none were delivered.
No one has double-digit kills on Mousesports side of things, and that goes back to Train. One of the... Ooh, there we go. It goes back to Train. One of the huge problems we saw of Mousesports was just not enough kills. It's happening again here. 5-on-4. Alu, that is a beautiful equal. I can't believe he's going back again. I can't believe he's got it again!
He's still going aggressive. He could have had that one as well. What is the matter with this guy?
That's what we call a BDP.
Yeah. I just... Honestly... Surely when he peeks away for the second kill there, and he's just looking the wrong way getting shot at, that's when he's supposed to be dead. Falls back even further. Gonna smoke it off in front, and he's definitely hearing the steps. Should be a second smoke coming in. Oh, it looks like actually there might be a gap between them, but I don't think Alu could really take advantage. This flank, though, even as they take down Alu, could be huge. Good spray coming in. Sergey's down and out, but now Ariel and Sunny, they're going to swing. That smoke is covering the T side, though, so they can at least get up on the site and maybe go for the bomb plant, but that's a bit fortunate for them.
I don't think they know both players are here. Voxic might have spotted it right at the end, and indeed, Sunny goes down. So despite the dominant half from ENCE, and I say dominant because it feels that way, Mousesports do at least manage to get 6 rounds, but ENCE was certainly destroying them for most of this. They've scraped together what they could. We'll see if Mousesports can recover and extend this series to a 3rd map when we return from the break.
While we have a player walking up, and now he takes that kill. The question is, can he land another? Flamey, there he is, straight in front of the crosshair on the edge of the smoke, and he's gonna work closer. No kit, the spam is his! He's gonna walk right through this, and it's gonna be an easy 2-piece, because he knows the scope is there. How about another?
He's got an ace, man. That's an easy kill right there. Vitality are starting to clear things out, so if timing is correct, yeah, they have an opportunity. Alex, he'll end up dying. Perfecto gets the first kill of the round.
Yep, too many players to handle. They all come at him at the very same moment. RPK Meant to be slain, but he connects 3! USP taps, and ZywOo only gonna get one more. Still, Perfecto in a 1 versus 3 clutch. Yes. They're gonna start sprinting, and if he doesn't pull that trigger, he's got all 3! He sprays down the back 2 of the caboose and can't finish it, but my goodness, has he primed his team. But Flamey is his kryptonite again. He takes 3! He didn't just do that!
Magus gets blind, and there's a chance. Zipnik falls in mid, but a double. 3 kills for Dupree, and a 4th on top. 5-0.
Close to middle, they know they are no one catwalk. They're going to take the fight right away, and Config will land a parting headshot, taking down Device and Megan, and he'll follow it up, taking down Dupree. That's 3. That's a whole arm of the attack gone, and the follow-up is amazing. A quad. Yeah, just knowing that, because they know what Device is. He's been there all along, so that's amazing. Smoke goes up, and Dupree just trying to buy time. Device, he's making his way into middle, but he can't even just rush it. They don't know if someone's in there waiting for him with a rifle, so he can't just book it there immediately. Dupree has somehow wrapped around them with the Deagle, and he's tapping away and taking down Poison. And here comes Device with an M4 instead. I can't believe that Astralis are back in this in a 2-on-1 now. Obo alone, he's got 30 seconds, and he's picked up a Galil there. Not really sure that makes a big difference right now. I think that bomb plant is going to be what's really tricky. And he goes straight for it. Dupree almost catching him in the middle of it, but that at least gives him a little bit of space. He gets that headshot immediately. That's very quick. And now does he know? Device pretty much can only be at this angle. He's out in the open, so if he doesn't win this fight immediately, Device will take him down, but Obo will do it! That's a triple kill. A little smile at the end. Complexity, 2-on-2. They have a slight health advantage, but against these weapons for Astralis, it might not matter. Magus, he had the health for it, but now he's been taken out, and Sip just trying to buy time, flanking around, Blame hunting him down, and he turns for it. Immediate defuse. He's right there with the kid. Oh my god, I can't believe it. 16 and 12. Complexity taking down Astralis 2. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Ooh, there we go. That's Alu taking one of the chairs from Inferno for his own little pleasure. Looking much more comfortable on the other side. I mean, Frozen Ace got a little pillow in his back, and we've got the regular gaming chairs as well. So a lot of distribution. I was wondering, Jason, if you thought like maybe there's a logic to it. Like maybe when you have one of those comfortable gaming chairs, you know, you tend to sort of like lean back. You're comfortable, relaxed. Whereas there's no way for Alu to be relaxed. So he's just always on point. He's just always like, you know, ready, because he can't really even sit back and just, you know, enjoy the moment. Could that be it?
Yeah, I mean that's the way to do it. You have to make yourself uncomfortable as possible, so you always stay focused forward. You're getting comfortable, you're not sinking into that chair, feeling a little bit tired. Keeps you awake.
Maybe that's the new trend.
It's also maybe Alu's just, you know, he's a bit old school. Maybe he's just used to those chairs back before gaming chairs were even a thing.
Yeah. Could well be. That was the bomb that was being dropped at the top mid, which is a bit uncomfortable, but they do bring it back. Alu is getting tagged up, and that's a nice lineup. Woxic is loving with that P2000, just picking them apart. Beautiful round. No one dies on the Mousesports side. Is it time for the comeback?
The P2K never does that, but when it does, that's the kind of round where Woxic has probably been thinking in his head, you know, I'm going to switch to the USP any point now. Like, it's time. This pistol sucks. And then you get around like that. And that's gonna let him stick with the P2K for like the next month. That one round right there.
Lured back in.
He's trapped now.
Yeah,
I don't know. That certainly looked like a great pistol round. Obviously hitting some very nice shots up towards mid, and we'll see. You'd hope so if you're a Mousesports fan. That is the sign of things to come in this half. 7-9 as Mousesports have done a great job closing the gap. They have won 5 of the last 7 rounds as they've started to return into this and battle back against ENCE. However, dangerous here against pistols. 5 deagles, 2 smokes, 2 flashes to work with. And Woxic, I don't know if he completely wants to give up this A bomb site. I think he at least needs to stick around at the off angle.
Yeah, that's what he's doing right now. And just, again, snipe away at them if they show up. don't be swinging so wide that they could have, you know, 2 or 3 deagles trained on you. That's not going to be a good time. He's going to realize they're falling back. That, I mean, that's now he's got some good information on the other hand.
And I like the transition actually over to railing as well. To be able to use pop flashes from your teammates at long. Kerrigan has one if they do attack you in the A-bomb site. For the moment, ENCE is readjusting. They still have those 2 smokes. Could go for a mid to B split, which is exactly what it looks like. Bomb is transitioning into upper dark at the moment. 3 players in middle. There are the smokes. Here we go. 2 defenders. Some spam coming through. Chris J and Rops have a couple of kills. Now they have to turn their attention back towards the tunnel. Sonny gets a frag. Sergey gets one as well. Nobody has popped through this smoke. Okay, might get one more, and indeed he will. He will. Now this is so dangerous.
Yeah, it truly is. Frozen and Woxic, 2 on 3, and Sergey will at least go down. But I don't know. That bomb is planted already inside.
Frozen and Woxic going to start pushing up towards the B-bomb site. Alu with one more and a headshot to end it. 10-7. ENCE have snatched a round out of nowhere. And that's your answer, Anders. No comeback for Mousesports.
Man, that's hard to get back from, isn't it? You see the results, you see it on there. Just a disappointment. I'm not laughing at him, but the frustration you can feel it through. 10-7. ENCE with absolutely without mercy. Got the M4 picked up on Sergey. UMPs, and I don't know what Alu's gonna end up with. Maybe another AK-47. So that's it. Fist bumps all the way around for the cameras. You guys can do this at home if you have webcam, even though, you know, you may not. Actually, if you're on the fan cam, maybe you could do the fist bumps too. We could do, like, you know, some sort of online fist bumping ritual. Maybe it could be a new thing in the age of working from home and all the rest of it. Scout also on Robs and some deagles on the Mousesports side. But ultimately, yeah, this has started to feel like it's just a trend now. Every time they get a chance to breathe, Mousesports, it's gone again right afterwards. Alu making his way out. Ooh, a little bit of a peek. The timing looked good, but not only do they get that kill, they also pick up the other guy swinging from behind the smoke over at long. So danger has been averted. Yampy is holding catwalk while the rest are trying to, I don't know if they're retaking, moving closer, I guess, from CT spawn. That's a pretty good kill, though. Chris just waiting down here. Nice attempt with the cross. That fire does make it tricky to see what's going on. And with the bomb plant happening, I don't really know. I mean, they don't have that much to lose in the round, but at the same time, chances that they win it seem kind of low. Molotov to hold them back even further. And a flashbang on Sergey from down there. Chris going down, and yeah, now all of the dream of that going on is pretty much dead at the moment. So Rob's in a 1 versus 4 instead, and with the scout, keeping it alive is just the only objective right now. It might be able to do that at the very least. 18th round here, gonna go the way of ENCE for an 11-7 scoreline. And looking at the odds there from Betway, that's looking very, very bad for Mousesports. And it is in general. I think the whole feeling right now of the game is of one that's just spun out of control a little bit. One scout on Robs, probably not going to give them a lot to work with just yet. P250 picked up on Woxic. But yeah, they're quickly in a position that they just can't really hold on to this game. Not even a P250, P2000. Just got that trusty gun. Moving towards the middle, even though there's a bit of a stack going on at the catwalk, but again, it's just a scout and a bunch of pistols. It's unlikely they can do a lot with it here. The MAC-10 will clean up too. Scout is being stolen yet again. They're doing their very best to hold on to it. But there's not a lot going on right now that makes you feel like Mousesports are in a position where they could, I mean, even when it's all been handed to them, They win the pistol round, they lose the follow-up round. They get a round themselves with pistol in the first half where they, you know, surprise and shock everyone, and ENCE take it right back. It's just... It's not meant to be. Aerial with a nice cleanup in that one. 3 with a Mac 10. And now a 5-round lead. 12-7. M4's being picked back up again now on the CT side. I don't know how much longer I could keep saying this is their chance. You know, they got a little bit left before you guys start to distrust me quite heavily. So at this point, I've switched my mentality. I would want Mousesports to prove it to me. More than just, you know, dangling that chance that maybe they could do something. Like, I want to see it now before I'm really starting to start to believe it. Using that open skybox outside of B in those upper hallways to put down a smoke. Don't get to see that nearly enough. I mean, it happens, you know, with some frequency, but I haven't seen many really elaborate strategies designed behind it yet. Looks like they're going to go 4 out middle, and there's 3 inside of B, but it doesn't matter if Chris can't win the first fight here, and he's already dinked through. Waiting on the other side is Sunny. He's going to be creeping through. He does go down. Nice find from Chris. That's the bomb as well. Huge defense coming out. And now Alu in a 1 versus 3. With the bomb, you know, hard for him to really find it. Oh, a little bit of a near mistake. Woxic, he could feel that, I guarantee it. About to get his legs blown off. But yeah, 55 seconds for Alu to try and do this. Might walk into a shot, might not even get a chance. Woxic coming back for revenge. And an 8th round for Mousesports. This 21st round could it be shaping up for?
Anders, can you hear me?
Oh yeah, I can. There we go.
You've done a magnificent job. I just want you to know that.
I appreciate it. I thought I thought you'd abandoned me completely. Thought maybe I had done something, but
technical issues across the pond, but we're back. 12-8 in the favor of ENCE.
You know, I just want to say this. It is shocking that we've had so few tech issues with the setup that there is. So shout out to the people in charge. It's crazy.
Yeah, it has gone surprisingly well. Okay, well, Mousesports, they've given one up. That was a couple rounds ago. I'm just getting, you know, I'm getting caught back up in things. That second round was a bit of a doozy. Then here we go. Up catwalk for ENCE, 3 players. And Woxic is going to keep his eyes on this, but it's a 2-1-2. So, yeah, if they pressure this, I almost think Woxic is going to have to fall away. But that'll give up so much control of the A bomb site.
I think it's your turn to say, if only Mousesports can you know, capitalize on this, they can really. We've each got to say it.
It is just the worst feeling. It's Mousesports' turn to capitalize on this. We'll see if they can get back into the game off the back of this round.
Sick.
Yeah. At least at the end of this map, like we can't ever say that ENCE didn't deserve this win because Mousesports has truly had plenty of opportunities to get themselves back into this map. Just every single time they've had it, either they've dropped the ball or ENCE has just ripped the ball out of their hands. Sonny's gonna lurk out mid while the catwalk hit goes on. He sees nobody in CT spawn. Now he can turn Chris J. That's an important battle to win.
Yeah, very, very nice frag down there. I mean, that does allow for them to actually start to rotate towards the retake. Woxic probably knew that they were coming up catwalk, but smartly decided to hold on to long instead of going for a fight. Even if that fight may have been like 50-50, it's like, why risk it? Why not just set up for the full retake here? 5 versus 4 in the retake. Only 1 flashbang left on Yampy. He could throw it for a bit of a fight when that smoke fades. Let's see if he will. Aerial is setting up for it, I think, and Yampy's let it go. No, oh, a bit too soon. There was a Molotov down there as well. They actually couldn't do anything behind it. Aerial goes down, and now Carrigan switching out for another rifle. It's a 2-on-2. Nice return from Sergey with a double, but it still leaves Alu in a 1 versus 2. He's going to take the face off of Woxic and still goes down, and not a chance at all. Robs with a nice triple, but they'll still lose the round. So, man, ENCE will pick it up 13-8. Nice attempted retake. You know the concept, Jason, of Occam's razor, you know? That, you know, the easiest explanation is, you know, probably the right one. Maybe so either we have to accept the fact that Mousesports don't know how to win, you know, back-to-back rounds, or maybe they just don't want to. Maybe that's the lesson here. Does that make sense?
I don't think it does kind of make sense. I don't think that it would be the don't want to situation. I don't think that would be the right way to go with it. Again, I don't know. I feel like it is a little bit of time to give ENCE a bit more credit in actually winning these rounds. I think they've been playing a fantastic game, and I think as well, more than anything, I've just seen Mousesports be uncharacteristically passive, and it seems like they're letting events like come to them, whereas ENCE is the ones actually initiating the action. Like when you see that pop flash in middle and Sergey or Sunny push with it and get the triple kill in the first half, like it's those kinds of plays that have been able to like take the action to Mousesports has just been so effective.
Sneaking up with Eagle, I don't really mind it. You have to try and do something, and he just got caught by Sunny, who's yet again, just to reiterate, if you've been missing the action a little bit, 26-11 right now. So he's having himself, you know, the kind of game that we've been hoping for a while, as he joined the team. And I don't think you know, this best of 3 is going to be the only test for it. But if you're a fan of ENCE, you've got to hope that that's, you know, the beginning of that trend, and you're just catching it on the upswing here, and that, you know, the next 5 or 6 games they play will be more evidence to something similar out of Sunny. That would be cool.
Well, I mean, look at the difference between ENCE when Sunny's going ham. It looks very cool. 5-round lead for ENCE, and they have the entirety of this half of the map available to them. 3-man stack at B. Kerrigan is in CT spawn. ENCE is about to eliminate Mousesports from the Spring Showdown, from Blast Premier entirely. Sunny's just investigating, and he's going to find Kerrigan, who's going to find a freebie. AK in his hands, but I mean, he would have to do something real special to recover this round, and you might as well go for it when you're down 8-13. See what you can provide, which is nothing, which is a death. A nice little death.
Yeah.
A glorious death.
Quick little one, yeah, but he did die, you know, a hero fighting for the cause, I guess, so there's always that. Yeah, I agree, like, you know, maybe get a quick headshot, maybe you can roll it into something more, but not gonna happen this time. They wanted to make sure that there are no AKs being blasted down with the bomb as well. I appreciate that little attention to detail. Don't give them anything for free. Frozen, the last one left. Fallen a little bit back with the deal. 14-8 now, the scoreline, as ENCE out just 2 rounds away.
The problem is I don't even really know what the solution is for Mousesports. Like nothing has worked in any kind of consistency for them across both maps. And again, I mean, the double op setup is an easy one to fall into just because of its strength and its power, especially on this map. But we haven't really seen it deliver the goods for Mousesports in any way. They're having a real tough time. They won the pistol, lost the second. The only other round they've won in the second half was round number 20, the 5th round of the half. See if the op can change anything. Woxic has one on Catwalk. Chris J has the other, boosted up into the A bomb site. So you have to imagine no B retakes are going to be happening if it's Woxic and Chris J to rotate over.
Woxic in that position. I mean, they have the grenades to get rid of him. They could, you know, try and Molotov him away. Looks like they're going to try and run boost around the corner. And he was just looking for a way for a second. It's going to be hard to catch that either way.
This defense has me incredibly nervous. I don't know what the logic is by having an op on Catwalk peering down in Woxic hands, and then as soon as he gets flashed off the angle, he drops, and then Chris J has an op out in the open. At least now they've spread things out. They've gone a little bit more standard. Op at railing, op at car, and Kerrigan is going to be anchored long.
Mid is really undefended, but that might not be an issue at the moment. I expect this corner will probably get flashed in the or maybe even smoked at this range. Look at the time, though. 35 seconds. This has to work out really, really well for ENCE right now on that T side, or they're going to get they're simply going to run out of time. The bomb up on Catwalk with Ariel and Alu at the moment. And oh, he's falling back. Oh no, the timing! It couldn't be worse. He's trapped out here. He can't actually escape. Gets a nice double kill, but he will be hunted down. That's all worth it for ENCE. I mean, just as Carrigan was setting up that grenade, he gets caught.
Yeah, this is not Mousesports' day. Timing hasn't been with them at a number of occasions throughout both of these maps, and this is brutal. ENCE going to get up to 15, and that's both ops taken away. They have to save these M4s. You would have loved if your Mousesports to save one of the ops, and that's just not even available, not even possible. Mousesports is going to have to do what they what seems impossible in the series, and I mean, string more than 2 to 3 rounds together. They're going to have to win 7 in a row to force overtime. And it looks like ENCE is going to be taking this series. 7 chances to close it out in 2.
It is looking very likely at the moment, isn't it? Mirage would have been the 3rd map, but yeah, that seems like it's just a very, very far out into the distance at the moment. Carrying not even, I mean, I don't even know what you do at that point in time. You've been holding it all the way through. At 25 seconds, you decide, okay, I'm going to throw a flashbang for a teammate up there, or a smoke, I'm not sure, but regardless, that's when they peek you. 15 to 8. Oh, well, Carrigan actually getting a kill there. It looked like he was about to get run down. Smoke goes a little bit further back, and he peeks just before it goes up, and Yampy will take him down. A lot of damage onto him and onto Alu, who gets dropped by Frozen. Immediate return. Ooh. Still a 3-on-3. And Sunny's out the middle.
Still not great weaponry for for this Mousesports defense. It's not like they have the weapons that are going to make him feel super comfortable. Famas in Chris J's hands, a little bit of utility. The nice thing is he does have a kit, but this lurk from Sunny, oh, that's perfectly timed. Rops is not a happy camper. Ariel going to turn in through the cover of smoke. There's the Famas, there's the dink of the cleanup. Yumpy coming through next. He's going to back away, and he'll get right around the corner as the smoke fades. Sunny is still in mid, and he is allowing his teammate to pivot around him. He is providing safety for Yumpy in middle. And even Woxic is pulled out of position. He's going for a deep flank.
Yeah, very hard to know how that's going to play out. I mean, the timing here is everything for Woxic, right? If he runs too far and is too aggressive, maybe they hear him. But if he finds the right timing, could be huge. They're actually coming back looking this way. Sunny goes down. Woxic will get a bullet to the face, but Yampy low on health, 1 versus 2. It's definitely doable. They don't have any grenades. That's a big win for him, but he still has to find the first kill and then try and see if he can change his position just a little bit. Backing up into the corner, looking for a straight headshot here. Crouched in with the AK-47, and yeah, he's got the right idea, the right angle. There's a bit of range. He's going to pick up the one. Another one coming right down there, and Robs is a bullet away from death, and oh, he's going to get it. Nice bullet, nice shot there from Robs. That's, I mean, going to save them in this round. He's running far away for the AK and the kit.
No, but again, even it feels like Mousesports them the opportunity to win it. There's no double peek in this 2-on-1. They could have very easily did that, and yeah, that's one of the main issues I feel like I've been having in this series is when you're not performing individually across the board, like when you don't have those great performances from your Woxics and your Rops on Dust, like here on Dust 2 and your Chris J's, the teamwork better be on point. The fundamentals better be on point, and they're not falling back into teamwork. Instead, they continue trying to make individual plays that aren't giving them any success.
Yeah, lack of success is it's been a theme for Mousesports so far. It's a good little recovery, but they still need another 6 in a row to get into overtime just, and then they would have to keep on winning from there on out. It would make for quite a story. I mean, given how miserable this has been so far, if they actually were able to do that, I think that would make everyone sit up straight again, and everyone start to feel like, all right, there's something interesting going on here.
I don't know what the solution is, Anders. I don't know what Mousesports is going to do here. 6 in a row, and everything seems to be so close. ENCE with the op on Alu. Almost hits that timing. 4 players to defend long, at least initially for Mousesports. Chris J dumping utility in support, and he's going to back off back towards mid, back towards the B bomb site. But for a long time, it's going to be Rops as the only player here at B.
The engagement out at long, but no one taking too much damage. Yeah, Robs alone is one part of it. Chris is also alone down in middle, so they're really feeling like this A long position again is going to potentially be under attack. We'll see if it's going to be true. I mean, who was it we saw last on Dust 2 that just kept... Was that Vitality keep hitting the B bomb side a lot? I think it was. They showed that could be really powerful.
Although, I mean, to be fair, at least they showed it was really powerful. Mousesports has yet to show anything being powerful. ENCE is doing a great job on both sides of the map, so they still, I think, just have the full map available to them. Their A hits have been very solid. Helped out by some perfect timing, and again, it's Woxic with the FAMAS to defend the angle against AKs, against the AWP. And Aerial just, I mean, peeking with impunity out towards long. It'll be a 5-on-5 retake. Very little utility for Mousesports. They have 2 kits. And yeah, Sunny with the backstab.
Yeah, this is a very powerful position for Sunny. He's now just confirmed no one is coming up, so he's going to go back down to middle. Now he knows that they're all out middle, so he maybe want to speed it up a little bit here. Aerial gets a kill on Chris, and it's looking pretty good. Sunny going to get put into play, and he'll get one, and the final one as well. 16-9. Fantastic play here from ENCE, taking down Mousesports 2-0. Sunny having a vintage performance, especially on that second map, was looking truly amazing. So yeah, what a great day for the Finns in this particular game. I'm really impressed. We'll see how it goes when they go on to fight later on in the tournament. That'll be really exciting. But for now, we're going to send you guys over to the analyst desk. That's coming up after the break. Stay tuned.
I want to talk a little bit to the esports world, but especially to you CSGO pros, about the Mamba mentality. I'm sick and tired of some of the things, some of the talking points that are coming out of these pro players. Like people saying, oh, well, I won a major, so what is there left for me to accomplish? Think it through. 2 majors, 3 majors. How about being the best you can be? If you could win 5 majors, if you could set the record, go ahead and go for that. That's what the Mamba mentality is about. It's about pursuing greatness. It's about building a legacy for yourself. It's about actually trying to be the best you can be, whatever level you're on. How about you actually try and develop your game, master your craft, leave a legacy? One day that money will be spent, and all that will remain is your legacy, what you actually did and how you lived your life. How about competing to take what's yours for yours, so you can get that money, you can secure that career, they have something to look forward to in their lives. I die for people who are mine. Will you live for yours? That's what I want to say. Mamba mentality, carpe diem.
a solid scoreline on both maps and a decisive performance with very little mistakes this time around. What changed from the groups up until this point, mate? Because in the groups you were making it very close and you were certainly losing a lot of rounds that you shouldn't be losing.
It's hard to say, but what I think is that everyone was 110% focused today. And sometimes in group stage it's hard to, I mean, it's silly, but sometimes it's hard to put the same amount of focus than in an elimination game. So I think that's the difference today and before.
So the pressure is a good thing for you guys. Now, to me, right, this game especially, this is probably the best ENCE we've seen in a while. And I know it's not just because of Yampi being on the lineup. Has swapping things around role-wise and stuff helped this much? Is that the reason?
Yeah, it's definitely been helping. Like, everyone is more on their comfort zone right now. And I think we just, everyone has, we had a break between, after ESL Pro League and the first road to Rio. We held a 1 month break. So I think that was really important for us to just reset mentally, as we have been getting quite a lot of shit. And so, yeah.
I love Alu. Always straight into it. Doesn't hold back. And a well-deserved win for ENCE. And I'll say that again. Win for ENCE. 2-0 clean as could be. Mousesports not quite going to pull it off this time around. Not going to make it. So thank you all for the interview. And thank you, gentlemen, for joining me on the desk here to break this down. 16-9. These are, after days of just 30-round maps, we've had 2 consecutive clean one-sided maps here. What do we take away from this, Thor?
I mean, ENCE had basically everyone activated in this game. You saw in this particular map, Sonny and Yampi are the top fraggers. Alu took over when it was on train. Meanwhile, listen, I actually agree with the way Moses said it. I don't want to put too much of this on Mousesports. Yes, they had terrible CT sides. What's new? That was the same in the rest of the tournament. They still did all right on the T sides generally. So I think a lot of this for me comes down to the ENCE side and the fact that every single player pretty much played well in this series, if not fragged well, if not out-fragged their counterparts. So if you have that happen and you have 2 maps that you play as the first 2 maps, 2-0 is on the cards.
And Maniac, what did you take away from this?
Listen, I think it's been a long time since I saw ENCE being so decisive, so clean, winning the clutches, out-fragging their opponents, winning the duels, being completely in charge of the rhythm. This, to me, looked like it used to be the ENCE at the top, the top of the food chain in Counter-Strike. Some rounds, they just take it very easy, very nice and slow. They wouldn't be scared to play, 25 last seconds, they still win it. And some rounds, they just go absolutely insane, cross smokes, be completely in their opponent's faces, and it would work. And it had been a long time since I saw that combination of both strategical domination and individual prowess. So it's good to see. Now, is it going to be the new version of ENCE that we get all the time? I'm not sure, but for now, this was more than enough.
Well, the one thing that we want to catch up on here is also, we had a word with Kerrigan in the past throughout this tournament, and we were able to catch up with him here after the match. And so let's hear what Kerrigan has to say about this match versus ENCE.
Kerrigan, starting T-side train, you get that pistol win, and I'm thinking, okay, this is the good start you guys wanted, but obviously it quickly turned around. What is going on for you guys? Because I'm looking at this, I'm thinking, yes, train looked better yesterday, but going up against an ENCE who can play train quite well, I thought this would be a lot closer than what it would be. I'm just wondering what you spotted, because they certainly weren't making mistakes like they were in the group stages today.
I mean, in these games, the last few weeks, we're just losing to ourselves, I feel like. First of all, we're losing way too many anti-egos. We didn't do that yesterday. There was a light end of the tunnel. But today, obviously, we lost one of them, but also won some back. So in the end, I feel like we didn't have a chance in weapon rounds. Initiative was bad. The mood was bad. Everything was bad today. And it's not okay. It's we have to fix this. If we want to become a consistent team, we have to be aware that mood swings and all this kind of stuff is not okay, because then you're just going to get wrecked like we did today.
I mean, mood swings are never a good thing if you're trying to lock it down and keep focused. I think perhaps that's what Olu was referring to there, where it's difficult to keep everything zeroed in a group phase where, oh, we've got another match after this. Whereas if everything is on the line, that's it, you're zeroed, you're locked in. I mean, what do we take away from that interview here? And let's start with you, Maniac.
Well, I just want to bounce back on this mood swing thing, because I do believe that's a problematic for a lot of teams, and this plays into the online remote versus offline context, right? You have to picture when you're a team in the middle of an event, playoff, semifinal, you have so many elements from your outside context that help you focus, that helps you make sure that you're 100%. You have a coach behind you, you have a crowd in front of you, obviously all the hype, and it's built together to make sure that you do all these extra steps to be 100%. When you're home, and this might sound silly, when you're home, you are free to rage if you want to. No one is going to be against you. If you want to hit your table, if you want to be like, you can't do that. You have you don't have that safety net, and it's actually, I think it puts a lot of, I want to say, pressure and responsibility on players to make sure that they themselves act like they were in the middle of an event. They themselves act like a playoff, and it's not that easy, and it's definitely a challenge the team have to cope with and deal with.
So, Duncan, what do you think? Well, I mean, when we get into this now, we're going to take a look at the brackets. And as far as this ENCE looks, they're going up against Mad Lions next. Do you have a quick thought on that match?
If ENCE can frag the way they did today, could be a really fun series. I'm actually very interested to see how aggressively Mad Lions will approach the veto in that one, because they absolutely could get them into favourable aspects for the Danes. The issue there, obviously, is Mad Lions, very good tactical team. I think they match up stylistically pretty well against ENCE. But is that going to be the team that turns up in the playoffs? This is a team that doesn't have as much experience, definitely not compared to the ENCE players. So ENCE has the psychological edge, perhaps.
Exactly. It's going to be an exciting one. That's the European final coming up tomorrow. But now we're going to have to move on to the next match of the day here for Europe, our next semi-final match between Fnatic and Vitality. Yes. The mind blank sometimes. So Fnatic versus Vitality is coming up next, and this is going to be the Swedes on the National Swedish Day versus the French. And well, now we get to see who is going to show up here for Vitality as well. It's been up and down. It hasn't been a very smooth ride for them throughout the groups for both of these teams. I mean, Fnatic have had to prove themselves as well. So this could turn into a real brawl across 3 maps, and I'm looking forward to getting into it. Maniac, what can we expect here from the Frenchmen going into this match versus the Swedes?
Well, I think you set the scene absolutely right. We don't exactly know what to expect from any of these teams, right? There has been huge ups and downs on both sides, depending on what match you consider, what map you consider. Now, if it comes to Vitality, the only constant, just like very much gravity in the world, is ZywOo. He is the one that will always be there no matter what.
Good way to put it.
Doesn't even fade a game. I mean, fading for ZywOo standards about 20 kills, that would be a fail for him. So he is there for sure. Now, the problem is you have 2 players in the lineup that have been on and off in this event, and that's Misuta and Shox, right? Some of these games, absolutely activated, beautiful. Love to see Shox being in a legendary form. It's always nice, but it doesn't happen so often. Misuta, same thing. In the first day of the event, huge surprise for me, able to, take a lot of responsibility, be extremely solid in his position. The day after that, a bit more up, on and off, missing some duels. So in terms of roster, I don't exactly know where to look for that second man in Vitality right now.
Oh, well, we managed to snag one of the guys that you were just talking about there, Shox. We've got him for a quick interview now.
And what would you say is your biggest advantage against a team like Fnatic? Because we're looking at now at Vitality in my eyes, where you're a lot more complete, at least on the individual side of things. Like, you're performing better. Misuta certainly feels more comfortable as well. And ZywOo is obviously always doing what he needs to do in terms of his AWP role. So do you see this as like, okay, we have the better individuals at the moment and we now just need to make sure we show that team play? Or how do you guys view it?
Yeah, definitely. I think these days we are pretty on point individually. We are doing the work so far. So Fnatic are kind of always being on point individually. It's kind of their biggest strength, I would say. So I believe first, of course, we will have to be on point individually. Otherwise, it's gonna be definitely a hard match. But if so, I think it will. What will do the difference will be like the team play and stuff like this, basically.
So, Shoxy says it's going to be the team play. Individual skill, that just goes without saying. If you're not hitting shots, you're going to be in a rough time. So team play is going to be the aspect that Vitality fall back on. But Thorin, can you tell me a little bit about what you expect to see from Fnatic here? What do Fnatic need to do to take down Vitality in this series?
Well, I mean, they're very much in a similar position that Mousesports was. Like, they have flashes where they look really good, and you think, right, they're back already. I think the difference is, overall, I think the even spread of performance across Fnatic has been very promising. That's one of the reasons why I feel as though they absolutely could be a team that's going to the spring finals. They're looking a lot more solid. The map pool's coming together again. They've been getting wins all over the place. So I think almost everything's there. I think also with Brolan, listen, when people said that he would drop off because the Krieg went out of the meta, like, yeah, he will drop off in as much as, like, that might have added 5% to his game. The guy clearly is a fantastic player still. You see here 23 rounds where he's had multi-kills, really nice ADR, nice kill to death ratio. So they've got, in theory, the best player in the game, except if a guy who's the top rated player in the tournament so far, ZywOo, turns up. So I think the interesting detail for me is one of the reasons I favor Fnatic in this matchup is I think they've got a better map pool. You see here, look at all the win rates, and this is with all the losses, including to Vitality in the last few months. But I think that even though ZywOo might end up being the best guy in the server, they've got a pretty good sort of counter on the Fnatic side. So overall, I favor the depth and the breadth of Fnatic as a team individually and as a map pool versus the more limited, more kind of like set in place win conditions for Vitality.
Well, on that note, we can actually just start moving right into the pick and bans here. We can see where this fight is going to happen. That's what's got me wired, because you guys touched on this a little bit. I mean, in terms of overlap, it seems like this could be an excellent match. So let's hop right in.
Well, I mean, I can set the scene. These guys played against each other in the Road to Rio on 2nd of May, that was, and the picks had been trained for Vitality. I mean, the band trained for Vitality, obviously that's their first natural veto, and then Fnatic removed Vertigo. I would be very surprised to see Fnatic float Vertigo. I think Vitality would jump on that occasion if given the possibility. Now, in terms of picks, this is where actually I very agree with Duncan. I think that the picks, just the width of the map pool in general for Fnatic is stronger than Vitality. Remember, Vitality have just changed IGL. They're still in the middle of finding themselves. So Fnatic, they can pretty much take it wherever they want.
Yeah, I mean, I actually thought maybe Dust 2 again from Vitality. I hope they've learned their lesson though, and hence we go with the nuke pick. It's a safer pick. Obviously, traditionally, like, it's never been one that Fnatic has loved as much. I mean, maybe when they're at their absolute peak, like at the end of last year. I would also say at this point in time, Fnatic picking Inferno is a very real possibility. They go straight into it. This is why you've got to notice in pick bans, you don't always do it based on your own strength. Like, they vetoed that in some recent pick bans, but against Vitality, it makes sense. I think Vitality has some issues on the CT side of that map. I think also, and I'll always say this, it's just a map that makes ZywOo less effective. Like, he's not going to dominate in the same way as he will on some of the other ones. In terms of the decider, like, I think a pretty sexy decider would maybe be, I think Overpass, if they were willing to play it. Sorry.
But I think Fnatic, here's the thing, Fnatic could go for Mirage. Now they have the possibility, they could punish with the famous, I want to say, 5th map of the French Counter-Strike for so long. Mirage was always the 2nd map with veto. No one really wanted to play it, but we couldn't afford not to play it because, you know.
I think they're going to go Dust 2 though. The problem here is both the last 2 maps basically are maps that are bad win rates for Fnatic. But I actually think I know the reason why Mirage is the one they pick in the end, because stylistically they have always loved this map. This used to be, along with Inferno, the go-to maps of the Fnatic. I'm thinking of the one just before they made this last lineup change and brought Golden back, when they were still a very good team, like a top 6-7 team in the world. It was Mirage and Inferno where they got it done, Train as well. So I think that's an example of where, listen, you're picking your poison there. You've got 2 maps that you've got like 30% win rates on. So why not pick the one that's less variable? And at least we have like the comfort of knowing how to play it. So I agree with you as well. It doesn't matter that I'm seeing a 67% win rate for Vitality there. It's a small sample size, and that's an example of where stylistically I do not believe in that win rate.
Fantastic. That was an excellent job done, gentlemen. And thank you very much for the analysis. Now I'm ready to get into this match. I want to see if we're going to get a 3-mapper here and go the distance so we can see how all this plays out. But first, it's going to be Nuke, and we're going to take a quick break. And when we come back, we'll hand it over to Moses and Anders to cover the action.
Please knife him.
Hey, how's it going, everybody at home?
Hello, everyone. Welcome.
For those of you guys who are tuning in, I want to give you a gist as to what this is. It's an interview about games inside a game.
I've got 2 more victims this week, and I can't wait to introduce them to you.
Yeah, he called me a noob. He called me a noob in 2016. Maybe it was just a joke, and then after that I liked him again.
Jonas Gunderson is joining me today on the Hot Seat, the show where I'm going to ask very tough questions about NIP.
I'm a bit frightened by your intro there, but it's alright.
There's an internet cafe owner that paid me in Snickers bars to help fix people's PCs.
I usually have 20 to 25 minutes just stretching out the body.
Lige, it's good to see you, man. You're looking happy, you're looking healthy. Are you as happy and healthy as you look?
Yeah, I'm feeling pretty good.
I'm gonna take some questions from the chat. So there's a lot of guys out there asking you some specific questions. What would you say Rocker have brought to the table as a coach?
If Issa was in my chair right now, he would say, nothing.
So is everyone happy the Creed got taken down?
Oh, of course.
This volcano has yet to have been explored on any episode.
Living life on the edge, brother.
Oh!
Does Issa go to the gym with you guys?
I'm gonna leave Issa out to dry here. Like, he's terrible at joining me and Alexia and Manto at the gym. He's been lazy as fuck. Sorry.
And then he walks past me and the entire back of his shirt is unironed. The whole back of his shirt.
If I keep it up, I might become the captain of the Valorant team, you know, so holding my fingers crossed.
Mindset. I think for us it's a huge psychological thing.
And then you feet in the middle every single time. Let's go.
First time at Bo3, I actually insulted him in game. I'm sorry, Nico.
Did you call him a noob?
I actually did.
Right, so
Okay, actually, I go first.
Okay, you can do it. I'm right behind you, man. I'm right behind you.
Oh dear.
I just need a sip of my chocolate milk.
Maniac and Scorning. Hello, boys. You're back. Yeah. What's happened to Lourdes? Oh, he's back. He's absolutely fine. No, Scorning. I'm so sorry.
I have forgiven you already.
Oh my god, it's beautiful.
That's all you needed, man.
Good night.
All right, see you, dude. Here we are, second best of 3 of the day. It's Fnatic versus Vitality. We're going to start on Nuke. The odds at the beginning are looking almost as even as they possibly could. Jason, do you think that's a reflection of what the game is actually like?
Yeah, I think that's pretty fair, especially when you consider Fnatic's had some inconsistencies in recent memory. In Vitality, I think we're still kind of all holding our breath, waiting exactly where we're going to place them, but both teams recently, at least here in Blast Premier, starting to pick up the pace. I think there's some very cool stuff strategically coming out from Vitality. I think individually for Fnatic, we're seeing them all come alive and start to play a little bit better. So this is a very cool matchup going head to head. And let's just hope it delivers a little bit more than the last one. Here we go. Starting off, Fnatic taking on Vitality on Nuke, and Fnatic gonna start on the CT side.
Yes, they will. Do have all Glocks there on the T side, and not really that many grenades. They've already been thrown out. They're going to make the jump to outside. Wanted to see if they could take a fight, and they haven't found anyone yet that they can actually bring down. Flusher did take a bit of damage, but ooh, that's actually a lot onto Masuta, and they're going to continue to run for Golden, but now they're getting picked apart. I think Vitality wanted for that to be a surprise and to knock someone out of that push, and that didn't really happen. Fnatic saw it coming. The ball might still go down here, the bomb site. Oh, JW sneaking in to execute Saiwu, and now all trouble for the Vitality lineup. RPK has the door closed in his face. Oh, this is very rude. Now they're just toying with him. Give him a chance, and Brolin coming in from the other side to take him down. That is the most Fnatic way to start a game.
That's beautiful. They absolutely destroyed the first half of that attack. I said we had some cool things coming up from Vitality strategically. This one might have been a little bit ambitious. That's a tough run to make. It's nice that they even got into that position, but obviously Fnatic able to just kind of wheel in the perfect positions to shut that all down. And obviously the door situation is straight up hilarious.
Yeah, coach is laughing as well. You love to see it. Some grenades here on the T side. They went for a pretty aggressive buy in this one. Tech9 will take a kill, but it's a 2-for-1 trade as Brolin will be taking down Apex as well. Having a guy lurk and wait behind there. JW was wise to it, definitely saw it coming. And bomb is being planted as we speak, but oh, once again interrupted, this time by Crims. That door is becoming a problem.
Yeah, then very early on for Vitality. That's 2 plants and 2 denials for Fnatic. Well done. Yeah, Zaiwu just putting out the smoke. Golden is normally very, very good and very smart in this ramp room position. I think he just caught off guard there by the pace of that attack from Vitality with those Tech 9. So I don't imagine we're going to see him getting caught too much. He's generally a player, I think, that falls before he's really in too much danger. Let's see, 2-0, and still just unarmored pistols for the Vitality side. And again, it's looking like it's going to be pretty quick pace as they try and catch Flusha out in the open, and indeed they will. Brolin's now going to have to get a new angle, and that's 2 picks off for Zaiwu. Here's Brolin with a double, a triple, and he's holding on so well. I don't know if they would have been able to build anything and actually win this round, but certainly Brolin kept the danger from even forming.
Yeah, that's some critical couple of kills there. Nice triple for him. One of the players absolutely to watch him. One of the players that Vitality will have to hope does not really start to play well, because it's been great watching Brolin in his element when that's been working out.
Ooh. All right, Zaiwu, a couple cleanup kills there. Not too shabby. Here we go. First gun round underway. 5 AK-47s for Vitality. Everyone but Shox has all the nades in the world. You have 2 SMGs and a scout on the Fnatic side, so a chance to just balloon that economy if they can upgrade those weapons for free. And again, look at the pacing. Look at the speed in these first 4 rounds that Vitality is coming out with.
Yeah, they actually ran even though there wasn't a smoke. I mean, that smoke that's up there now only went down after they had actually already crossed Shox with a kill to take down Brolin. Grenade can land on at least one of them there. They've taken a lot of grenade damage, but they have the entry kills. Can they keep going? Flusha circling in behind, but Apex, he's wise to this move, and he will still somehow lose the fight. That's hard to explain.
Yeah, they're just going to go right up the vents. And that round is won by speed for Vitality, even despite the fact that the first 3 rounds have been so fast. Fnatic was not prepared for it again here in the 4th. By the time Brolin is even dropping into the vent, they've already crossed to the stairs. So, I mean, he peeks out of the vents, and there's already 3 people lined up ready and waiting. He had no chance in that fight whatsoever. I think even the communication was a little bit shocked that that kind of a rush was happening. So, Fnatic caught off guard, and Vitality have their first round on the board, but plenty of money built up for the defense.
Golden with...
Oh, that's not ideal.
They had a couple... I mean, I don't think Apex should have lost that fight when Flusha was walking up behind. I mean, they might still have lost the round there, but there were just a couple of moments in this round where probably they should have had way more out of it there. So... 3-1 though. Vitality on the board. They're going to be happy about that.
They're going to be very, very happy about that. We'll see if they can build on it. We'll see if they can string the rounds together. Yep.
Who were they playing Vitality in the last game? Was that NIP they were playing, or was it Dig? It was Dig, wasn't it?
It was Dig. Yep. So, I mean, you're kind of correct.
Kind of correct in a way, in a sense. Just off on the year. But yeah, I guess we've seen Vitality go for this change of pace before, where they're really, really aggressive, and I think it's kind of cool.
Yeah, well, change of pace is one thing. Starting out by rushing 4 rounds in a row is a completely different, which has been pretty cool to see. JW with the AWP is going to be put into secret stairs right off the bat. That Molotov is behind him, so he takes a little bit of damage as he retreats back to safety. This time, Vitality's going to turn in towards Mini, or just walk along this wall. They have a lot of options. The garage is available. There goes JW. Shox has found the entrance into secret stairs.
Flusher lurking out there all the way back towards CT spawn. Oh, he's out in the open, and they're just going to swing for him. There's a lot of people ready to fight him. Brolan would love for someone to cross, but not like that. Oh, Masuta goes down, but doesn't even matter at this point here. 2 versus 4, and Golden and Crim's just back on out. There's no point in trying to retake this.
Okay, this is crazy, that what Vitality is doing right now. They are being so aggressive. And it's interesting to see Fnatic not even being able to handle it whatsoever. I think they're so confused by these timings, it feels like. They're not ready for fights when they actually present themselves. Flusha way back towards CT spawn, getting caught out in the open. I could have sworn he was hearing footsteps. It's not like Apex was being quiet in any way to get to that position. It was maybe he was just swinging wider to handle that fight and picked off from long range. But JW goes down without a kill. He had an AWP at the stairs. So Vitality coming in with a good start on this T side of Nuke.
Yeah, they are. And, you know, if this is going to be the pace that's going to be set, you would just assume that Fnatic would be one of the best teams in the world to you know, match that kind of crazy play. To say, all right, maybe they just haven't really caught on yet.
I think we will. Yeah, I think we will. I think a lot of it has just been caught off guard. I think initially, like, the shock value of having this many fast-paced rounds, I think we're going to see Fnatic kind of step up to the plate. The question is, in the next gun round, which is coming next, does Vitality do a change of pace except make it slower? You just mentioned the changes of pace where we saw where they actually just kind of cranked up the speed and halfway through the half. This time they can slow it down halfway through the half. Shox finds one towards spawn. There's a lot of Fnatic players ready and waiting for this battle. Golden's got one from directly beneath Shox, but Shox isn't exposed to the danger.
Yeah, now backup's going to be called in for, so... Yeah, they can afford to wait this out and just, you know, take these fights slowly. The USPs shouldn't be coming out on top for too long. And there's a good kill. Golden managed to relocate to pick up an AK-47, but they're hunting for JW, and he's actually just got nowhere to be safe, which is kind of a little bit shocking. 35 seconds as they move in. Golden with one good kill. Great follow-up. Another headshot for Golden. Very slim chance still because they're walking up behind him, but he gets another one. Oh, no. I can't believe it. He's ready. He's heard it. 24 seconds. Can he clutch this? It's practically a 1 versus 4. Shox would steal it away, but that is an amazing quad kill for Golden. What a player.
Yeah, that's wild. He put himself in a position to win that. And obviously, Shox is just such a master in those scenarios. And obviously, 20 seconds makes it so difficult for Golden to handle that fight and the low HP on top of everything. But that's good for at least taking money away from Vitality. Masuta's bought down to 100. Cash flow at least gets stopped for the French attack. Very little utility for Fnatic to work with if they wanted to deploy anything quickly to stop the fast rushes. But all 5 players from Vitality are going to be inside in lobby towards ramp room, and that's an early win for RPK.
Good start. Now, are they going to go down that vent behind it? I mean, they're sort of set up for it. I don't know if they actually want to follow through. They're doing it a little bit late, and that allowed for JW to pick off Apex in the meantime. Golden has repositioned, and he's going to be catching one of them, not the second one. RPK still alive, tapping away 3-on-3 with RPK practically dead.
And Crim's now pushed up into hut. Hearing a lot of information. This is a tough angle for Vitality to deal with, and he's never going to spin into the bomb site. He's never taking his eyes off his choke point. ZywOo's going to go down. RPK has to do something, but he's only got 3 HP, and he almost backs up into the spam. At least the bomb plant is going to be there for Vitality.
Smoke in the hut will do a little bit. That's such an amazing kill for Crims there in hut because he was the only one actually that was in the upper part of the map. Everyone else was down in B, so really important. Flusher nearly had that angle to go for the fight. They'll take down RPK, and now it's on Shox. He'll get one more headshot. Turns for it. That's the AWP on the other side. If he misses the chance, there might not be another one tapping the bomb, and he goes down. Shox again to save them. A triple for the legend.
If Shox continues his play from yesterday, Fnatic is going to be having some issues. This is like a revitalized Shox that we saw against Dig. If he sticks around, I think new viewers to Counter-Strike are probably going to see why we have so much respect for Shox as a player. 4-3, another big clutch for Shox, another huge 1 versus 1. Back-to-back 1v1s for Shox 1 to keep Vitality in the driver's seat. 4 rounds in a row now for Vitality's attack.
Yeah, that would be a bit of a dream for a bunch of people out there. I do sometimes feel like you know, a real boomer talking about the glory days of Shox and how good he was, and you know, you're right. There is a whole generation of people who just say, "What are you talking about?" at this point in time. But we're not lying.
It's like that for, there's a lot of players. There's a lot of players who are like that, but I think Shox is probably going to be the biggest like head scratching one for newer viewers, because I think it's been so long since we've seen even like really flashes of the old brilliance.
Yeah. Yeah, I definitely agree. Could be seeing just a little bit of it here. We've got some pistols though upgraded on the Fnatic side, so could still be somewhat dangerous. Some of these rounds, I mean, just think about how quickly they've spun into all-out chaos, where, you know, there's fights happening at the, you know, both A and B bomb side. No one is fighting together. It's all just sort of individual fights all over the place. I could understand it if Fnatic are really confused about what exactly is going on in this game right now.
No, but that's always been like the Fnatic specialty. They have one of those weird play styles where it always feels like they're fighting individually, but there is some teamwork coming into it. Good job managing vents. JW's the last one to drop down the ladder. He goes down to ZywOo's Tech 9, and these are some fast and powerful headshots coming out of Vitality. 5-3, oh so quickly.
Yeah, I mean, from what looked like just a great upgrade and snappy start for Fnatic, shutting them down in the pistol and then continuing on, it's definitely turned around quite a bit here. 5 rounds on the T side of Nuke is nothing to scoff at. Got that AWP on ZywOo as well. 1 on JW, which is, I mean, that would be a fun fight to watch if they could get into a bit of sniping action.
I think that the best part about watching Vitality these past 2 days against Dig yesterday in the whole 3-map series, and now here against Fnatic in these first 8 rounds, is this is a Vitality that's not afraid to take any fights. They are, you know, as we always like to say, peaking with intent. They are ready for every battle as they turn the corners, and they're not scared to take them in any way. It's not like they're trying to outmaneuver or outposition too much. They're just, you know, they're in their moment and they just, you know, swing and they commit to whatever battle that they find, and more often than not, at least in the early stages, they're winning them. So that's something that's very exciting to see for a French side that we haven't gotten that out of them for a number of years.
No, it really has been a little bit of time since we've seen it. Did used to be what the hallmark of French Counter-Strike, the thing that everyone feared playing against them.
Yeah. And in French Counter-Strike's experienced a little bit of like the dark ages in Counter-Strike. I mean, this is the last team in a scene where pretty much all the old guard, all the standard bearers have had their own internal disputes and broken up and drifted into their own ways. This is the last bastion of French Counter-Strike.
That is, yeah, that's what it feels like. They had too many insurrections, too many revolutions going on, and now they've had to rebuild from the ground up. 9th round. They've lost Apex early on. It's a bit of a find there for JW, who's still hanging out by the secret stairs. Grenades being used to try and get closer to him, but he might have another shot. Oh, that's a good shot from Shox. Not a lot showing there.
Jesus.
Well, yeah, Shoxy
That's
Jesus.
Brutal. He's back. Let's see how he turns this corner. Masuta, oh my dear lord. What are you supposed to do about any of this? And you can call as many timeouts as you want. There's nothing you can say to get you prepared for that kind of a headshot. Immediate. Another one for Masuta. He's got a triple kill in the round. All opened up just 10 seconds ago, it feels like, by Shox.
That's such a decisive turnaround in a round where they're a man down, and it was slowed down for a second. But then, as soon as it's go time, yeah, Shox to begin with, Masuta to follow it up. Beautiful round out of him, a triple right now. Couldn't ask for for a more experienced player than Shox either in terms of, I mean, RPK as well, and Apex. So for someone like Masuta and ZywOo, right, they're getting a lot for free just being part of the team here, which is amazing.
Yeah, they are. It's really cool stuff. ZywOo hasn't even really had to be put into play quite yet. He's got 10 kills, 5 deaths. He's actually leading the way for Vitality, but the most of the kills that you're going to remember are the ones by Shox, the 2 clutches so far. This triple kill from Masuta, you have to imagine is going to stick. Oh, that's crazy.
He's so ready.
They're not even getting a chance to fight back at the moment. 6-3, Vitality is on fire.
Shox is dancing in his seat. That's how much they're winning. HE grenades abound. Still got 3 of them left. Hoping to find the right target. Doesn't feel like there's anywhere enough grouping going on right now for that to really happen. I'm starting to get this feeling that Fnatic almost has to match the madness here. I feel like they're, you know, it's hard when you're on the CT side because again you're not the one setting the pace. But I just almost feel like, yeah, maybe now's the time to actually go and fight them out in the yard. Like take 2 or 3 people out there and actually just say, okay, if that's what you want, then let's go. Berlin Shorty, yeah, he's putting up a smoke.
Also, the lobby crunches that are going to be available to the CT side, that might be something they go to in the future. But certainly, I think the key is one of the scary things when you start to have this discussion, though, because obviously, if you're Fnatic, you want to put a stop to the confidence that Vitality have outside in the yard. You've had JW with an AWP in staircase 3 times now in this half, and it hasn't done a damn thing. Like the first time around, it was Shox just entering into him. Later on, he didn't get anything done. I can't remember who killed him the second time around. The third time, it was the 1 kill and Shox coming in late and dispatching him again. So I mean, even having one of your strongest players, especially with the AWP out in that yard, it's not slowing down Vitality whatsoever. So now you almost have to think maybe there's aggression in the cards. Maybe someone pushes up underneath Silo. But that's all going to take resources away from other parts of the map. And Vitality now, with how much success they've had, the entire playbook is open. They can throw outside smokes and hit the upper bomb site. They can feign you towards ramp. They can pull your defense in multiple directions because Fnatic's not having success anywhere.
Well, again, quick in. A little bit of a Molotov there to slow them down, but I think they were thinking about it. Waiting a second before they go. Leaping Apex into the bomb site. He's going to be going down, and Brolin, that is a quick reaction. A little bit shocked and maybe slightly disappointed that no one was there to actually return that kill immediately. RPK makes the cross on over for an immediate bomb plant, and that's going to be annoying. He's almost going down, but now back through that dreaded door that's been really bugging Fnatic so far.
Yeah, but ZywOo holding the angle for Flusha, and he sees it coming. Now he's put into play.
Oh no.
Molotov on Shox as well. There's no smokes for Fnatic. Golden's tapped the bomb, spam coming in. And ZywOo just going to be safe about it. 10-second defuse as well. And this is not going to work out. ZywOo's got both through the smoke. Transitions to the M4, and Vitality's up at 8.
Shox can hardly believe it. He's finally playing in a team where it's, you know, it isn't that he's got that puppy, sad puppy face half the time when they're losing, but that's all gone.
Yeah, him and Apex both are going to have to work on their memeable happy faces from now on.
I like the dancing in your chair, kind of that. They can work on that. I'm sure Apex could dance. I'm sure if you let him loose on the dance floor, he's crazy.
I bet Apex is an awful dancer. That's no insult. I'm a terrible dancer too, but Apex doesn't strike me as a graceful dancer.
Not graceful, but he doesn't have to be graceful. I bet he's an aggressive, forceful dancer.
Great, just what I want out of my dancing. Aggression.
I'll set you up on a date with Apex one of these days, Jason. We'll find out. JW goes down immediately, and the bomb site has fallen. No point even showing up. They're just going to throw grenades at you.
This is so wild. Oh, bomb is getting planted right now. Everything is covered. Molotovs in all the choke points. Vitality going to extend their lead to 9-3. It's about to be a rough day for predictions. I think 100% of the talent picked Fnatic.
Did we? No, we didn't, did we? I swear I picked Vitality.
I'm pretty sure.
I had told myself that I picked Vitality, so I was, you know, I was sitting here feeling pretty confident. Maybe I didn't, and I'm just wrong.
You definitely didn't.
Well, in my own brain, Jason, I thought Vitality. That's gotta count for something.
I only picked Fnatic because I haven't gotten my Vitality Ultra Boost yet.
Oh yeah, really?
Unless you took them. They're supposed to be delivered to your house.
It could be. I'll go
You
back
haven't been
and
checking
check.
your packages, have you?
No, I haven't. Listen,
God damn it.
I've got a lot going on at home, Jason. So, but yeah.
Yeah, I can imagine.
I'll go search.
Baking all those pizzas.
I've taken a real break from that. There's no more pizzas for a little while. 9 to 3, my God.
What do you do, Anders, if you're Fnatic? What do you call it? What are you doing the lobby crunch? I know that's one of your favorite strategies.
Yeah, it is. I don't know. Send JW up on that little roof that's on top of the garage that you can't escape from if you're on the CT side, and have him fight out there. Like, I really think just do something mad here. Maybe bring someone else out there with him to distract, but I don't like this waiting around kind of thing. It's proven to be not successful.
Okay, so your solution is to go for a one and done spot for JW. The odds of this are creeping very aggressively towards Vitality, and it makes sense. Look at how fast this hit is. Crims is shutting it down for the moment. We've seen Vitality turn these rounds.
Oh no, that grenade.
BK's got a chance.
That grenade could kill JW, but somehow it doesn't actually end up there. I don't know if he stopped or if he just got killed. Now it's Shocks in a 1 versus 3. He's done this before, and this time it's not going to happen. Golden will take him down. They look like they could have turned that fight, but good hold. Crims, I think, initially with a couple of kills and a 4-9 scoreline.
Yeah, that double kill from Crims was the all-important factor in this round. Even getting blinded, you could see Masuta taking down his teammate. Crims just had to hold the line all on his own.
Oh.
And it even buys time for JW. Oh, he peeks just as the nade comes in, so good call from J-Dubs. 13 kills on Golden, 8 on Brolin and JW each. And Zywoo's got 14 with Shocks at 11 for the Vitality side.
I like this from Flusher, yeah. Go mad, go crazy. He's a little bit alone, and he did need someone to flash him. He's still gonna pick up 2 kills. A massive double, and he's swinging for that. A headshot to take down Apex. Flusher is tired of losing these rounds, and this is what it means to take control.
Yeah, I mean, we kept kind of talking about lobby crunches or putting a couple players outside. All you needed was Flusher all on his own, and he gets 3 frags. Masuta brought down low. Half HP for him, and it's a 1 versus 4. Now, it's great that Flush has provided that. It's not going to happen, you know, too frequently that one player just pushes up to red box and gets a triple kill in that fashion. But thankfully for Fnatic, it doesn't really matter. They've just been desperate in these final 3 rounds of the half. They just need to get something on the board. So at this point, it doesn't matter how you do it. They don't need to prove to us that they can win consistent CT rounds because the half is already over. At this point, it's just scraping together what you can so you have a chance in the second half.
9-5. Apex unhappy. He shouldn't be. They are doing a good job at the moment. Let's see if they can add another round. Again, even losing some of these rounds here, they've managed to keep the economy going just fine. Outside to fight, but it would have been criminal if Fnatic hadn't won that last one with Flusher doing all of that work.
Well, they finally slowed down Vitality. If that's any consolation to the Fnatic players. Final round of the first half. Smokes being deployed by Vitality. Flusha is going to be in the warehouse behind the smoke. It's going to be a close wall. Crims to defend inside Minion. Brolin inside of the bomb site.
Flusher is out of the garage here. I mean, they're hearing him shoot that gun all the time. Are they going to try and go fight him? No, they go in through Minion. What a lineup from Zywoo, knocking out both Crims and Brolin. Nice attempt, but it's not going to matter. A triple kill for Zywoo. And yeah, they slowed down until they got started again, and then they just overwhelmed them. Shocks with another one, and this is outrageous.
Well, that is just due to the amount of pressure and success Vitality had. I mean, Crims is so nervous spamming into the smoke, and it's just ZywOo and the rest of Vitality taking advantage of the reload timing. That is a phenomenal half from Vitality. 17 kills for ZywOo, 13 kills for Shox, who also won 2 1v1s early on in the half, and Vitality have a commanding lead switching over to defense. We're going to see how that goes when we return from the break for the second half. Stay tuned.
Welcome back to the Betway Free-for-All Challenge. We just finished the ARP duel and now it's time for the Deagle. Too early in the morning. So bad, dude.
No, don't.
Here we are, second half now coming up. It's the first map between Vitality and Fnatic. We're on Nuke, and 10-5. That was Vitality playing on the T side, and they got all those rounds. Fnatic looked like they were just struggling to catch up and even sort of figure out what this crazy level of action that was coming out from the French even was all about. We'll see if they can do better in the second half. That's coming up right now. Jason, if they win the pistol, do you think Fnatic have a good chance of doing it?
I wouldn't say good, but they have a chance. Golden's gonna lead the way. He's fully blind. Masuta and RPK in response, and RPK still in the sight, and he pounces around the other way. A one-tap, but Crimson Flusha keeping Fnatic going, and this is non-stop. ZywOo with the flank, pulls Crims off the bomb, and he's got to go find and cover his backside.
room. And the fact that RPK was still back there, I don't think they had a count on it. They didn't know. Crims, I think, smartly ducking out of that bomb site. It's not worth it when there's a guy on the high ground as well who could swing against you. They will have found out by now, so what's the response going to be for Vitality when they realize he's not here anymore? Doesn't want to make the jump down to signal any noise, which, I mean, makes a lot of sense. Good way to minimize the information being leaked over to the enemy side.
What a show-off with the knife out that whole way. Well, he'll at least get a plant. And he can be reasonably sure that he's the only one down here. And I mean, there's no point to faking it because you're going to give up the game and then you give Vitality time to close the gap. So here's the door opened. Sound cue for Vitality, but Crims is going to toy with him.
Yeah, he'll close it up once again. Goes back into a position where they have to get a bit closer against that Glock. He is low, well, he's half health, and that's going to be a little bit of an issue again with the USPs coming in. They are also, at least Shox is also taking some damage. That's an excellent headshot, and now Cyber on the other side. Can he close out this round? He's already got the 1-1 apiece. They've been doing this all day. It's disgusting.
I know, that is so harsh. And Crims plays that about as well as you can. That's not, that's no mistakes, no wrong decisions. That is just ZywOo stealing your entire soul with one bullet. 11-5.
I mean, this is actually really impressive for Crims, but this peak is just, boom, instant. Been having a lot of that.
I will say, it's a spectacular shot, but ZywOo does have the advantage of getting to pre-fire that position because there's nowhere else for Crims to go. So he can turn the corner already pulling the trigger, but still, regardless, first bullet straight to the face is a bit brutal for Crims.
At what point during all of that chaos, it looked like Fnatic were coming out on top. I think RPK getting that kill as they were planting the bomb was probably one of the turnaround moments. No dice for Fnatic, and yeah, that's a little bit uncomfortable. Oh, that grenade's gonna catch at least. Oh, no, not that much. Just a bit of damage on both. That's fine. And this is a turnaround.
Oh, Shox. He's gonna find Crims opening the door while switching to the nade. I think Fnatic might want to go back up the vents and try and readjust to the upper bomb site. Let's see how they handle this. JW's flanking in towards ramp room. That's perfect. Shox is here, but he's boxed in and somehow still wins.
Oh, an RPK. Finally coming down to help out here with the M4. He's the only one with any real health. Shox has found a Galil, but again, that's going to be really hard for him to do a lot with the health that he has got left. So see if RPK could find some quick kills. Opening the door could actually maybe give him one of them. There is a chance, but ooh, Golden with the FAMAS instead will come out on top. And I'd say just walk away, Shox now. Yeah, he's already quite far away. Good return.
Yes, nice to see Fnatic battle back and steal this second round into the lower bomb site. 6-11, still a ways to go. And now we get to see what the decision is for the Vitality side, if they want to play it safe with their money, get back to the gun rounds as soon as possible, or if they'll reinvest with Deagles with a scout in this next round.
Yeah, I don't think they want to go too hard at it.
I vote save.
You'd save?
They're not going to.
Wow.
Well, the only reason I say that is because Shox had, what, like I think 3,100 before he just bought and dropped a weapon over. So you were in a, I think you could actually, if you save this round, you'd be able to drop an AWP over to ZywOo in the next one, and then you're sitting there with a very strong buy. But as we know, teams do not feel a whole lot of risk in force buying in these scenarios. So Vitality is going to go right back at it.
Well,
CZ on Apex.
I think it's also just the fact that, you know, they only need 5 more rounds. So you know, you can either think, oh, maybe this round is going to be one of them, or you could, you know, you could try and get some better weapons. Although, looked like there was a brief momentary opportunity there. Shox goes right down to Brolin, who's another one of those Orc players that's really been using that gun convincingly.
Ooh, and even spots maybe the little defuse kit on Masuta or some kind of a utility pack. Yeah, I think that unfortunately that's the kind of logic that I think I don't know. I think it's a trap that teams walk into, and I don't know if it's backed up by any kind of statistics, but hold the thought. At the moment, we have a bit of a challenge here for Fnatic, but no longer. Yeah, like the 5-round lead, the problem is that can disappear so quickly, and then when you look back on it, you're like, okay, so we fought around with a P250, a CZ, and a Galil that was saved. And then the next round we had to full save so that we could buy in the next one. So then, like, that's 2 easy rounds given up that are no longer part of our 5-round lead. Instead of just giving up the 1 round and then having an AWP and then having 4 rifles or 3 rifles and an SMG. It feels like, you know, giving up just 1 real easy round instead of 2 decent. But again, we see teams win those kind of half buys anyway, so it's tough to, I don't know, it's tough to swing it either way. I think there's flaws, and obviously I think that's where the criticism comes into the money situation, is where there's no real punish. Like, both of them work.
Yeah, I mean, they did successfully do some damage in this, at least. Managed to take a couple of rifles away, so there's that. But you're right, back to saving now. And that will give a chance for Fnatic to close that 5-round gap to something more like a 3-round gap, which, again, is pretty manageable. Oh, look at this setup. 3 people. This is actually a thing people used to do in 1.6, if you remember. Out in the yard.
Yes. Yes, indeed. It didn't work back then. I don't think it's going to work now. But it is a beautiful stack.
I mean,
it is beautiful to see. Unfortunately, Fnatic's not going to see it.
Yeah, Flusher getting completely caught. I was going to say 1.6 pistols were also much worse, so...
Yeah, they were absolute garbage. Absolute garbage. JW in ramp room. Fnatic's going to take this round, and you can see everyone from Vitality backing away, not willing to give up any money over to their opponents. So playing a real harsh economy game at the moment. Not even wanting to give up the $300.
I don't know if I really want it back, but sometimes I do miss that outside catwalk on Nuke. The one that was on the CT side that they could run up all the way to look into the yard with.
Yeah, that was a fun catwalk. That was a really cool dynamic.
No one dies at the end of the round, so that was all we got. With a cool 3-man boost outside. And then it's 11-8. And now Vitality could buy again. But like you were pointing out earlier, could have had that AWP earlier on, but now instead it's M4s. So that's another potential downgrade.
It's M4s, it's no kits, a little bit lighter on the utility. Regardless, the odds are still in the favor of Vitality, although, I mean, I don't know. Soldier's first map, remember, this is the odds for the whole series, not just the map. JW is going to put out the smoke. No head armor on any of the Vitality players, so that Galil can be very impactful. JW's got to be careful there's no gap in that smoke. Basuta's looking for it.
Yeah, he's thinking about it. Has a little bit of backup as well. See if they can find a way to do some damage. They're going to smoke it off again instead. RPK on the other side throwing that one. Wall comes down, and Apex. Ooh, that's a lot of space for him to work around. Did he?
Yeah, he blocked that smoke. Yeah, he stepped in front to create that gap. Good shot from Zywoo. A double kill for him. He does eventually go down, and Apex, even with that gap, even with the good play, has yet to be put into the action.
But look at how much information he's finding here. He's going to go down to JW. That's a real shame. Shocks one good pick off, but that's only going to stop the ball momentarily, and he's in a 1 versus 2 now. I actually can't believe Vitality aren't winning this round. I did so much right.
And the double kill from Zywoo to start things out. Shock's going for a battle, hasn't found Flusha. He's got to stay in safety. You could see he wanted that headshot and to swing wide into the site, and unfortunately, JW's got away, and he's going for... Is he going to go for the big flank? That's the question I want to know. You could see him wrapping all the way around to come around through heaven, so the longer Shox takes, he doesn't realize it, the more impossible this clutch gets.
That would have been cool if throwing down the pistol forced a peek on someone. What a genius move that would have been. Gonna tap the bomb, but without a kit, this is, I mean, it was already just a bit of a dream, but not gonna be possible. Quad kill for JW, and Fnatic are now at 9-11.
Man, if Vitality let this slip away, slip out of their fingers, what a turnaround from the first half that would be, because they were running over Fnatic with no issues throughout the whole first half. It was a 10-5 lead, a win in the pistol round, and now Fnatic has gone and rattled off 4 straight. How's that 5-round lead treating you, Anders?
Well, it's really started to make me nervous because I don't know, the whole setup was there. I swear that last round they had every chance in that 3-on-3. I don't know how it went so badly.
I was actually, again, this is like a 2020 criticism, but when Shox gets put in that 1 versus 3 essentially and kills Crims with the bomb in lobby, I would have liked to have seen him stick around and just have a one-on-one against Flusha. Because yeah, his position is known, but he at least has control of the bomb. He knows JW was at Squeaky Door, he knows Flusha was at T-Mid, and he knows exactly where the bomb is. When he falls back from that fight and gives up control, he also gives up 3 critical pieces of information.
Yeah, and it's such a different thing to play a 1-on-2 with or without the bomb down. A lot of bullets being spent by Cyber, not connecting with anyone through the smoke. Oh, nice find.
Ooh. Bank shot. Gotta call those. Golden outside on red box. Gonna see absolutely nothing, and the cover of smoke is gonna allow him to move forward. Just upgraded pistols and armor on Apex for Vitality, and there's no access to that peak, to that fight for ZywOo.
Patiently waiting
so
out here.
It'll be round 22, I think, that we finally get the AWP in ZywOo's hands if they want to put a real stop to this.
Yeah, which is, I mean, that's a long time to be waiting when you've got essentially a super weapon on your team that, you know, that would do a lot of damage with it. Yeah, this is pretty good. Ooh. That was right on his face. 10-11. And there it finally is.
Remember, this could have been out, I think, in the 3rd or 4th round.
Yep.
Let's see how it goes. See if this is the missing piece. Fnatic's surely going to know his AWP is in play now. With the full losing bonus built up for Vitality. They make a lot of noise on the initial attack, on the initial 10 seconds of the round, and then they slow things. JW again is going to position himself behind this smoke. How patient is he going to be? Masuda was looking for this for like 30 seconds in the previous round. And he's looking for it again.
And it's just a Galil down there, so could be a problem. Oh, but he's going to win the fight. Straight headshot to take him down. Good return at the very least. But that's still going to be really annoying if you're Masuda. Just had that inkling the whole time. ZywOo moving around
look
inside.
Look at the rotation. Look how it's... Yeah, look how it's forced ZywOo to rotate. You're exactly right. Actually, that's towards the lower bomb site. Yeah. He's already dropped down. So this defense is scrambling to find information, to find what's coming next.
That's a nice kill. Thought he was ready for Flusha. Oh, and Apex, slight hiccup, still going to be able to get it. Now he knows there's someone else there. 40 seconds on the clock, and they're going to bring the bomb back instead. 2-on-3. Vitality have themselves set up really nice to finally win a round here. It's about time as well if Fnatic are almost equalizing the game. RPK sneaks in, the timing is perfect. He even does a bit of damage to Brolan, who's going to make a swift jump down. No one's here to catch him, but ZywOo, yeah, he's going to come down the ramp. Could maybe do it, yeah, he's just there in time. Swift movement, and that's 12 rounds.
Yeah, nice measured rotations from Vitality throughout that whole round. No one overcommitting one way or the other. 12-10, they have a 2-round lead, and the AWP did its job. 2 kills for ZywOo. And a great ramp hold. I don't think Fnatic ever expected at that stage in the round to have to deal with 2 players in ramp. Even after JW got the 1-for-1 trade, I think they probably thought that would have thinned out the defense over there. So Vitality back up and running on the CT side, going to try and string 2 together. Again, money is not great. ZywOo at 0, RPK at 50. And this time it looks like Fnatic is committing to the fast pace, but there's a gap in the smoke and they didn't get fully around it. And that is a big shutdown for the defense.
That's how you want that to work. Half of them didn't even really know once they came out of the smoke what they were looking at. Apex is fired up and ready. 13-10. Look at the money on Fnatic even losing 2 rounds in a row here. That's actually just kind of absurd. They could just keep buying. And even then they have some left.
Yeah, especially if they get the plant. They're going to be buying as the losing bonus builds up. So, I mean, Fnatic is still going to be dangerous for a long stretch of this second half. But at the moment, Vitality's doing a great job of containing them. 25 kills on ZywOo, 18 on Shocks.
And he's going to continue.
This op is just unreal.
That's why we were wondering earlier on, like, why delay? Why not get it in that 3rd or 4th round? Why wait until the 7th? Just...
Yeah, it's part of the criticism, right? Because, I mean, he is... if he's not the best player in the world, he's the 2nd best player in the world. So, like, you should be getting the op in his hands as soon as humanly possible. It is just, he can do things with it that will win you the round at a higher clip than probably force buying with pistols and SMGs.
Apex could be put to the test out here. Bit of an off angle as they come through. Oh, and he sprays one big double and a triple at the end. That went way better than I was expecting. I thought that was like a 1-for-1 maybe, and then, you know, maybe some more damage and he'd be happy. Really well done.
Yeah, no one from Fnatic hard clears that angle. He just has to hold the trigger. Nice opening kill for ZywOo. This was perfect. Crims tries to respond, just not quick enough. And Golden walks into the headshot. Frustration for Fnatic. Nuke not going according to plan. Vitality with a 14-10 lead on their own map pick.
'25th round here. Yeah, the money, I mean, the loss bonus is starting to kick in. That's helping them out, but, man, they're in trouble.
Apex is just phenomenal. Everything he does with his face is great.
Maybe we could make it a show where we go and introduce Apex to different experiences, different things, you know? We take him on a roller coaster, we go skydiving, we just do different things with Apex.
I'm fine with that. I would love to host that show. I'll be there. Fnatic 4 rounds back, and they're buying up into this round with 2 Deagles. One on Flusha, one on Golden. Not wanting to play for overtime. JW hears Apex dropping down into the vents and running away. Masuta on top of Hut, just waiting for the door to open.
Crim's in charge of defending against just that, but Masuta was too quick, and RPK nearly a double. Cyber will take one of them, and yeah, this is falling apart. 15-10, and I mean, yeah, they have a round loss bonus, but it's not going to save them from the lack of economy there. He's so excited.
No, now it gets even worse for Fnatic here. Scout picked up for Crims, AK on Brolin. It's desperation time, boys. Pick up your Deagles. Let's see what we can do. They've got enough utility. It's just really weak weaponry, and they have to face off against an Apex that has 12,000. A ZywOo, who's had the hot hand with an AWP, 28 kills on him. He's got money in the bank as well. Everyone on Vitality has 2 buys behind this round.
Some early Molotovs, but it is ZywOo once again to open the bidding here. More evidence that this AWP is so worth the investment. And JW's been dropped low in the meantime.
I don't think he's lost it since he picked that op up in the second half. He hasn't been killed yet. So that op is just, the return on investment is incredible. And I think we've seen him get like 3 opening kills to boot.
Shark's just waiting back here. Yeah, I mean, it's obviously even more of a ridiculous bonus that he just keeps holding on to it. There's so many of these entries here at the, well, after the orb has been picked up, has been down to him. No one there to help out Shocks, though, so I mean, that's a little bit concerning. Could be one good flashbang here. He's going to turn for it, and a nice peek from Brolin. That's well done. Now, ZywOo's ready in case they want to try and see if they could do it. He's going to push past the smoke, and we'll catch JW. Bit risky, but all worth it.
Oh, here it comes. ZywOo with a triple kill in the round. Masuta with the other 2. A 16-10 victory for Vitality. More dominant than the scoreline even suggests. No issues with Fnatic, and that's a map 1 victory. We're gonna break, then we'll get the desk to talk about this. We'll see if Vitality can close it out in 2, or if Fnatic can win their map pick to force us to a 3rd. Stay tuned, we'll be right back.
You got to draw a line somewhere, I guess.
Only good for that 1 week.
NBK is going to be in for a bit of a tight time here. Whoa. Nicely done. Point blank finds one, gets a second, a third, looking for it, and he gets the fourth as well. French CS.
So they'll have to wait that one out. Clearly G2 looking to just split this B site at the 30-second mark, but a dig from JKS.
Corner. And Kenny's gonna just have to hit some heads. He's hanks for them, and it's just the first. He's able to fall back. He's got to put his weapon back together. And he will. It's a good time flashbang, but he knows the magazine's low. Now he's got the knife out. It's a stab onto Issa. Oh my God. And the headshot onto Valda. Hunter's gonna help him out from pit, so Alexi B is all alone in a 1 versus 5. Nobody gets out from porch. Nobody gets footing close to that site. And it all goes around Kenny S.
Wow. Alexi, the 1-on-3, you think he's got no chance. One player back default, one in the pit. It's one of the most dangerous crossfires, even when you have 5 alive. Saw they struggled in that situation. Headshot through the wall. Alexi's out of the round. What a round from Kenny S, though.
He's getting back around ramp. He needs clean kills, and he takes down Kenny. Follows up onto Hunter. Wow. 3 frags from him. Let's see if they can get out mid. Again, smoke spam. Great timing coming out of the CTs. OG throwing Alexi B forward, only able to grab another kill, but he's done such a great job. Oh, what? Nexa robs it back. 3 kills, but here comes Valda on the flank, hot on the heels of the mid play. 2v2, and he dodges the op. Kenny sprints into the B side.
Yeah.
Yeah, wants to get some exits here.
Ruin the ratio. Oh my God.
He's gonna get them both.
Oh, Kenny's gonna die to the bomb. So he's got to come out with a wicked Kenny peek, and it's just going to feed Valda.
I mean, we say Mantu shouldn't get all 3, but Mantu also had 100 HP. And the door's open. Amanek going to rush it.
Whoa, his teammate
it's not
there.
planted. 3 seconds.
Cover that. There's no way.
Amanek robs the round.
Close the door.
Has to form a miracle to be able to win that.
Oh,
Once
but
again, running into the blender versus Fur, Hunter, top of the hut.
Finally.
Oh, good trade comes out, but Nexa looks to pick up the pieces. 2 up versus 1. Alexi only Mac 10 in hand. Better guns all over the place if he can find them. Don't know how close, though. And Kenny is now moving in for the kill. Interesting, though, to make it a 1v1. He drops off, and Alexi, he loves to take this fight. We saw how patient he was. In this moment, Jax pops up behind him.
Given the chance to. Just slightly.
You know, Kenny, he might try to end this round early. Yeah, he's going up through the window.
He just has to hide.
Bomb's not planted just yet. Liaz just wants to stay alive, and Kenny will commit. Bomb goes down in time. He's got the op.
All he needs, that one shot. Kenny, he goes high.
Up top.
And so there we have it. Vitality bringing back a semblance of what? Sanity to this tournament, in the sense that now you have teams winning their map picks. We are starting to get a little, starting to get a little crazy there, where maps are trading and just going back and forth, or teams are getting beaten 2-0. But no, Vitality have put their foot down. They said Nuke is our turf, and they definitely showed up to play. That looked very solid on their part. So the Frenchmen are here. Doran, what happened with the Swedes?
I mean, I said it in the pre-game. Listen, if the best player in the server, ZywOo, is going to turn up, and he has in almost every game this tournament, he definitely did this time, we've got to at least, to get Fnatic on the board, have Roland performing well. He doesn't have to perform as well as ZywOo. Normally, actually, he doesn't get the help of Shox and Mastua in the way that they did in this game, but in this particular match, not only did Fnatic get out fragged, ZywOo was levels above Roland. Roland was just okay in this game. I mean, you remember, when you're a young player like that, it normally does take years to gradually climb the ladder. ZywOo is an alien in that sense, that he just came in. And I mean, that's why people always point out that he was like born on the day that Counter-Strike was released. Like, the guy just feels like he's supposed to be a top player in the game. So I almost think you could not have wanted anything more from Vitality. You even had Shoxy winning the clutches. Everything was awesome on the T side. Even the players who looked like they weren't doing anything, like Apex right at the end there, basically sealed the game with that ridiculous kill out of the secret there. We just got the 3 people pushing in on him. So right at the moment when Fnatic was looking like they were going to start to get dangerous and maybe threaten the end of the map, game was over, and then this guy, as usual, gets the MVP.
As usual,
yeah,
right?
This was the
Maniac,
play right here. That could have been a very different game if he wins that.
These are just some of the shots here from ZywOo, of which he got 31 of them. So, I mean, he just showed up, as you said. But Maniac, we have a clip here that you wanted to run through to highlight something from the match.
Yeah, I do. You know me, you know my clips. I love to work with them. It's just, it's a T-side round from Vitality, and just look at how it happened so fast. This is going to be the tail of this round. Round number 8, just headshots left and right. That's a full buy round for Fnatic. Look at this M4, AKs, AWPs, and each one of them, they just have a millisecond to live. Anytime they see a Vitality player, they just get completely wrecked. So not only was Vitality completely aim-wise on point, and everyone was clicking at the beginning of that second half, everything was just rolling for them. This is a dream scenario. This is a full buy round versus a completely set up defense, and somehow you just get away with murder. You just get away, you shoot it right in the face. And it's not only about aim, it's also about tactic on the CT side. Look at this, Apex faking the noise, going down the vent very, very loudly, just to make sure that Fnatic will try and chase them. Misuta on position, he's just waiting, and there you have it, there you have it. They have predicted it, the kills come through, everyone is ready for that dot push, Molotovs go down, the trap is in place, and there you have it. Round number 15 on the board. So for Vitality, this was a very complete performance. They had the aim for them, and they had the tactics for them.
What was particularly painful is that Crims was ready for that situation as well. It's just, that surprise moment, and you get screwed. So that's Nuke, and that was Vitality, everything showing up on their map, comfortable, looking good. Now let's talk about Inferno. We have a little bit of time to break into this map and start looking at it a little bit here and trying to see where this is going to go. Because Fnatic, this is going to be their map pick. So Thorin, what do you think is going to be the game plan here for Fnatic to turn things around? How do you shut down ZywOo? You kind of touched on that earlier in the pregame, that ZywOo isn't as powerful on Inferno.
I mean, it's just a way harder map to make it work. Like, obviously, people can mess with your rotations. They can go to the other side and avoid you. If you get a kill early on, they just pull back, make you waste all the utility. So I feel as though this is just naturally a map where there's not a lot of AWPers that really can make it work on both sides of this map. You actually see the most famous example ever, Device, when he was the best AWP in the world, used an AK on the T side of this map. So, I mean, that says it all, right? So I think the interesting thing for me on this one is Vitality has shown glimpses of being good on this map. But this is where I'm going to really see if this is the same Vitality as last year when they had Shoxy, and admittedly they still had Alex, because when Shox was an entry on this map last year, he was god-awful. He was a really bad player. But in the same way as we're seeing this renaissance now in his overall game, I want to see on this particular map, because that was another thing on Nuke that looked awesome. The entries were really, really sick. Remember, ZywOo, aside from when he takes an AWP duel, is not going to be the primary entry. It's going to be someone like Shox, sometimes Apex. Even Masuta was actually doing good work there. That's another thing. If you look at the hierarchy of fragging, if you're going to have ZywOo as the best player in the whole tournament, Shox contribute with clutches and frags, and Masuta only has to be the third best player on the team, and then you've got RPK playing the crap spots and Apex the IGL. What more do you want? That's basically the blueprint to have the best Vitality you can have.
And so Maniac, now, this is going to be, this is going to be the moment to look at this next map for Fnatic. I mean, tournament life on the line at this point. We're in the brackets, we're in the playoffs, this is it.
Yeah, we are, and I mean, I can take you guys back in their history books a little bit with Fnatic and Inferno, and I think the T side is going to be the key. And because Golden is here, because Flush is here, they used to be one of the best teams out there on Inferno, and I do believe they still have that philosophy. They have this very uncanny ability to both take banana control and teammate control. And as a CT, you never know how many players are here. All you're gonna see is maybe a smoke, a Molotov, a flash, but one round there will be 3 banana, and one round there will be only 1. So this is like the blueprint, as Duncan was saying, this is a blueprint for success for Fnatic, is their ability on the T side to put complete mystery as to what they are going to do. That was their recipe for success for a long time, and they can still run that style, and it is still very hard to play against.
And that's the thing, it's going to be very difficult to run it back that far. But we do all have the nightmares of both of these teams dominating, or at least some of these players dominating on this map of Inferno. And so Inferno is going to be the second map in this series. It is going to be Fnatic with their backs to the wall. They have to win on their pick to take this to a third map. And I think we all want to see a third map between these two teams, especially if they're going to be playing this well. And so on that note, I think it's time to hand it over to our commentators, Anders and Moses, so that they can get us into the action. Or after a break.
All the while, we have a player walking up, and now he takes that kill. The question is, can he land another? Flamey, there he is, straight in front of the crosshair on the edge of the smoke, and he's gonna work closer. No kid, the spam is his!
He's gonna walk right through this, and it's gonna be an easy two-piece, because he knows the scope is there. How about another?
He's got an ace, man. That's an easy kill right there. Vitality are starting to clear things out, so if timing is correct, yeah, they have an opportunity. Alex, he'll end up dying. Perfecto gets the first kill of the round.
Yep, too many players to handle. They all come at him at the very same moment. RPK meant to be slain, but he connects three! USP taps, and ZywOo only gonna get one more. Still, Perfecto in a 1 versus 3 clutch. Yes. They're gonna start sprinting, and if he doesn't pull that trigger, he's got all three! He sprays down the back two of the caboose and can't finish it, but my goodness, has he primed his team. But Flamey is his kryptonite again. RPK takes three!
Just do that! Magus gets blind, and there's a chance. Zipnik falls in mid, but a double. 3 kills for Dupree, and a 4th on top. 5-0.
Close to middle, they know they are no one catwalk. They're gonna take the fight right away, and Config will land a parting headshot, taking down Device and Megan, and he'll follow it up, taking down Dupree. That's 3. That's a whole arm of the attack gone, and the follow-up is amazing. A quad. Just knowing that, because they know what Device is. He's been there all along, so that's amazing. Smoke goes up, and Dupree just trying to buy time. Device, he's making his way into middle, but he can't even just rush it. They don't know if someone's in there waiting for him with a rifle, so he can't just book it there immediately. Dupree has somehow wrapped around them with the Deagle, and he's tapping away and taking down Poison. And there comes Device with an M4 instead. I can't believe that Astralis are back in this in a 2-on-1 now. Obo alone, he's got 30 seconds, and he's picked up a Galil there. Not really sure that makes a big difference right now. I think that bomb plant is going to be what's really tricky. And he goes straight for it. Dupree almost catching him in the middle of it, but that at least gives him a little bit of space. He gets that headshot immediately. That's very quick. And now does he know? Device pretty much can only be at this angle. He's out in the open, so if he doesn't win this fight immediately, Device will take him down, but Obo will do it! That's a triple kill. A little smile at the end. Complexity, 2-on-2. They have a slight health advantage, but against these weapons for Astralis, it might not matter. Magus, he had the health for it, but now he's been taken out, and Sip just trying to buy time, flanking around, Blame hunting him down, and he turns for it. Immediate defuse. He's right there with the kid. Oh my god, I can't believe it. 16 and 12. Complexity taking down Astralis 2.
Apex, a solid win there on Nuke of your pick. I just wanted to get into the fact that you had such a great first half, and then we saw Fnatic on their T side start to make a bit of a run in it. What did you say at that point? Because it started to look like it might get a bit scary, but then you guys took full control. And also just going into Inferno, how confident are you feeling? Because it's not a bad map for you guys, it's their pick, and you guys seem to be very confident right now.
Well, yeah, Fnatic started to come back, but we just said that I mean, the first buy run, we threw it kind of because we had advantage situation and we just played pretty bad. So we just said that we had to block GW on door because he was going out door all the time, and that we have to play our run perfectly just to play together and just, yeah, taking care of our advantage. And yeah, that's what we did, and the end was pretty good.
Well, here we go, Jason. Second map going to be coming up. That's on Inferno between Vitality and Fnatic. That was a real cool performance from Vitality. That actually just made me happy to watch. Even if I didn't predict them, I still thought that was amazing.
Yeah, these last 2 days of Vitality have looked good with the Shock's resurgence and obviously ZywOo playing well. It's always fun when we see ZywOo play well. Now on Inferno, you know, probably a bit more of a test. I think Fnatic's going to be way more comfortable on this map. But again, another map where ZywOo, starting on the CT side, can actually establish dominance very early in this game if he shows up on fire the way he was on Nuke.
Yeah, I agree fully, and I mean, Shox obviously could be doing a lot here. If just between the two of them, they're going to be having a good game.
I mean, there are some people that were missing from the Fnatic side. I think Roland had a couple of good sort of moments, but not, I think, anywhere near the top of what we could see. And it feels like, you know, some of the breakout rounds there for Fnatic were mostly centered around individual performances. We had Flusher outside when he pushed. We had, you know, some golden rounds where he got some good headshots, but it was all like very sort of individually based and not strung together quite enough. So you actually said at the end of that map that, you know, yeah, it was like, was it like 16-10 or 16-11 or something? But it actually looked way more one-sided than that. I tend to agree. Fnatic could have got wiped out way earlier than they did. So they're gonna have to really step it up here.
The first half was actually so ridiculous from Vitality on Nuke, where we just saw them absolutely run over Fnatic. The shots that were coming out from the Vitality guys wasn't even letting the Fnatic players get back in or actually even in any gunfights. It was just immediate headshot after immediate headshot. So if that level comes out again on the CT side of Inferno, Fnatic's in for a very rough map. And we'll just see. We'll have to see if they can actually stand up to it, because, I mean, the cool thing about this is Vitality's map pick of Nuke has them starting on the more difficult, the T side. They handled it just fine. Fnatic now on Inferno, again, starting out on the more difficult T side. Let's see how they handle it.
Yeah, we're gonna have to find that out right about, well, soon anyway. We're just waiting, I think, for the last guy to get on soon-ish, yeah. Just on the server, and then we should be good to go. In not too much longer. Can you believe that there was a point in time where Fnatic wanted to give, or did, in fact, you know, give Golden away? Like, every time I see him do something crazy, it's just in the back of my mind, like, man, they actually sent him packing, and I mean, I tweeted at the time, I thought that was gonna be like, I think I said something like one of the biggest mistakes of Swedish Counter-Strike or something like that. If you know, and then obviously they went with it, and now he's back again, and I think it's great that they actually realized, because I could have seen a world in which some of the core here, like Flusher and JW and Crims maybe even at the time, would have been quite stubborn to say, you know what, like, we're not going to admit that we were wrong. We're just going to say, no, we made the, you know, like, I actually think it takes something to say, actually, we might have screwed that up. Like, let's bring him back. And the fact that they did that was great. So I think that's just a cool little story within the Fnatic team. Yeah, what a great gift he is to the Swedish scene.
I think it's very difficult to look back on that and be like impartial about it, because, like, yeah, I'm with you, and even at the time I think I was also one of the guys who was a little vocal, probably not, you know, crazy vocal about how I thought it was a mistake. I think more so about just how ridiculous the situation was. But even back then when the switch happened initially and then Golden left the team, he wasn't fragging the way that he is now.
No,
like he wasn't the same player on an individual level. So when he comes back in and we see him getting, you know, that near clutch that he had on Nuke, and he's doing shots like that, and, you know, we've seen him lead maps as a fragger and stuff for Fnatic. That wasn't happening back then, so it's easy to do it looking back.
But I'll tell you what,
that's a bit unfair.
I'll tell you what, the reason why I was so vocal about it back then was, look at the Swedish Counter-Strike scene, and who do they have that is actually an in-game leader these days? Like,
yeah, the Swedish scene has a very difficult relationship with in-game leaders. Even exists as the in-game leader of, you know, Dig right now, and the old NIP team. I've never felt like exists like while he's a good in-game leader, a serviceable in-game leader. He wasn't like one of, you know, he's not the traditional in-game leader at the very least. I never felt like NIP ever had any like super in-depth tactics. Equally, Fnatic never really liked to run these super detailed strategies. It was always based off playing off of your teammates and having some crazy level of cohesion between players, not some great concept of how to win the round.
Yeah, I completely agree, and I think that's, you know, like, that's a problem that's actually to a large extent still present in the Swedish Counter-Strike scene for whatever reason. But that was where what hinged it for me. I was like, you know what, you're giving away maybe the only person that's actually out there in the Swedish scene that has proven himself to be a good in-game leader. That was all the way back then. The fact that he's now fragging on top of it just, I mean, again, makes him an incredible resource. So let's hope that that's the kind of Golden we're going to see in this game, because as it were, Fnatic do kind of need that. They need Brolin as well, and they need to win this map so we can get on to map number 3. I like this game so far. JW moved all the way up to the top of Banana, so the game is live, ladies and gentlemen. Vitality going to be fending on that CT side, and it's just Apex with 4 over at the A bomb side. It's another classic setup for a pistol round.
It's the old gamble. Which bomb site are they going to go to? And unfortunately, Vitality have chosen wrong. So much like the that guy from Indiana Jones, this actually I don't even know where I'm going to go with that. You can't really say Vitality's just going to shrivel into a little skeleton, but that might be exactly what happens.
Wow, that got dark. Great movie though. Double nade.
You know what I meant.
I know exactly what you meant.
You know what I meant.
Yeah. JW goes down. That's Apex finding it through the smoke, and he is getting wrapped on. Have to be careful here. If they want a chance at a retake, it's going to have to be a 5-on-4, so don't want to get picked up too early. Cyber was a little bit late to the party. He was waiting to see if anyone was rotating through middle, but nobody was. And now they're going to go. Masuta taking down Brolan, and the retake is on. 3 versus 5. Crims coming in from Banana at the moment. A lot of damage. Another headshot. They're getting overwhelmed. This retake is working wonderfully. It's Crims smoked out. There's 3 people, 4 people on the other side, and he can't find anything. He's going to find 1 headshot. It's not enough. That bomb's still being defused. 2 seconds left. Another headshot. Still defused, and he had no idea. He kept picking off people thinking that was the defuser, and it just wasn't. What a trick.
It's unfortunate for Crims considering his team let him down. That retake is just so... this is obviously great. That almost has to happen to make this round doable. But look at these kills. This is not, like, we're going to say great retake, but Vitality didn't actually do anything super crazy except, again, much like Nuke, hit headshots. Every fight they took, immediate kill comes in. And it's not like they had perfect utility placement to force awkward fights. It was just banging people out and taking scalps.
That actually was Crims playing almost like a live, non-turn-based version of Battleships. It's like, did I hit? Yes, that was a hit. Another one? Yep, it's another hit. And all the while, the round is just
You haven't
slipping
sunk
out
any of the battleships.
No, just that little stupid boat that's always there. That's like, 2 squares long.
The little 2-peg boat.
The little 2-peg boat.
Well, we're officially old. I don't think anyone knows what battleships is anymore. I don't even know if they still make it.
Very doubtful, yeah. That was like a 1930s kind of thing, wasn't it? Masuta, close with the UMP. I don't know. We're not that old, kids. Calm down. Golden, oh, he wanted to get out of the fire. But that did not work out. Saiwu, I can't believe he actually gets that kill and makes it back around the corner. He should probably be dead.
And the flashbang to delay things. Masuta's going to get put into play. That's a risky push, but a brilliant spray transfer. Crims going to plant the bomb. There's a smoke down at the choke point. He's got another one to follow it up, but there's one coming spawn, and there's one coming from Banana. Here we go, 1 versus 2.
Yeah, smoke might actually give him a bit of space to maybe fight them one at a time. Nice spray at the edge, and almost continuing, but it will be Apex to win the round. Gonna go look for a bit extra. He has got a kit, so
An
I guess
AK-47, I think he'd like, maybe an upgrade pistol.
Okay, that's a little bit greedy, but fair enough. I would just probably elect to defuse the bomb, but whatever. It was all fine. Oh yeah, that was the beginning Molotov. That it's not great. Again, he was so low on health. They swing that. What makes that really risky for Masuta is actually that there's a pretty big delay between Saibu going down and Masuta making that play. Like, it wasn't that it was happening at the same time. It was like he died and then it was like 1, 2, and then he went for it. I was like, all right. That's bold.
And I mean that's a pretty popular swing, obviously. So T sides usually adjust very quickly. I think Vitality's going to run into an issue here. I don't think. Oh my God, that's not fair. That's not fair at all. Although JW just getting a taste of his own medicine. He's delivered those kills a couple of times, and Vitality gets lured into a deeper push. Golden's just going to hide, and Apex, that's your greed coming back to haunt you. Trying to pull out the CZ, but it just takes so long. RPK is just stands in the open to pull out a grenade. This is a wild round. And Vitality, I don't think they ever expected another buy coming in from Fnatic.
JW typed in the chat, nice shot, I guess. Oh, man. That's heartbreaking. Masuta jumping up here into the graveyard, and oh, he's about to be found, and he's flashed as well. Some good pre-fire there, hoping to get him through the door, but he's in a lot of trouble, and he does not have a kit, so I don't know if there's one on the ground. I doubt it. No, they all died in the middle, so there definitely isn't. He goes down to Crims, and Fnatic will win the round. 1-2.
I admire the attempt, the running and jumping everywhere, jumping into the bomb site to get out of the way. Okay, this is what I don't want to see. Let's go back to Nuke. Let's rewind this to the previous map, a similar situation for Vitality. They decided to force buy when they could save and get an op-out quicker. Let's hope and pray that they save their money this round. But mother of God, I'm gonna lose my mind.
They just keep going. They don't want to play your brand of Counter-Strike, Jason.
They could have had the op in the next round. They could have had it with rifles. ZywOo's lucky to be alive again. Better pass that M4 off.
I mean, again, they just had a round stolen, so maybe they're feeling vengeful. Like, you know what? If we just bring it back, it's like that never happened. It's like, yeah, that's true. But if you lose the next round, then then you've given them a really good path back in the game. Always got to look at that other side of it, don't you?
I don't know. I feel like it's like that day in school where you just cover a subject and your teacher says, okay, tomorrow we're gonna have a pop quiz on this, and you show up and you completely forget about the pop quiz, and then you fail it, and it's just like, how's this how you're just dumbfounded. You were even told you were gonna have a pop quiz. Yeah. You were told all the answers.
Everyone knew. I actually, yeah, well, that is the history of how I went to school as well, so. Much like with our casting schedule, Jason, I just tended to ask my classmates, what are we doing next week? And then someone would tell me.
Yeah, you do. Every day.
Well, they fell right into that hole that we tried to warn them, but they weren't interested.
Well, the tough part is, like, even the next round, now they're not going to have that AWP and ZywOo for the next buy round. So if Fnatic win that, I mean, that's a solid T-side that just builds off that one decision. This round right here, you could be sitting with the same exact scoreline you have right now, and have rifles, and have an AWP ready to go, and all the utility. So Vitality making this a bit more difficult on themselves in the early stages. And, I mean, if Fnatic just rattle off, like, the next 2-3 rounds, as we see frequently T-sides are able to stretch, you know, to a 5-round win streak while the CT losing bonus builds up, then I mean, that's a great start to this map for them.
Yeah, it absolutely is. And they're being a bit careful. Leading with the MAC-10. A little bit of a catch there. He does get dinked from a range. But again, all they've lost is the MAC-10, and I mean, they realized Shox was in there. They could probably guess it was a boost, so they know at most there could be 2 people on this side. Quick maths for everyone at home, and that's what Fnatic were doing as well. As long as you can, you know, add 2 to 3 or maybe 1 to 4, you could do some Counter-Strike math. It's real easy.
Okay. All right, flush him. Gonna go on a hunt. He's got a headshot. He's been dinked as well. He's being hunted himself. And he's gonna get shut down by ZywOo. That's an AK-47 given up, or excuse me, an M4 given up by ZywOo. That's an AK-47 given up, and Vitality's finding some really cool toys right at the end of this round. That will help them massively. So that's going to be some extra utility that they wouldn't have had in the next round, and that's going to be some money saved up on players like Apex and, more importantly, ZywOo, who can build up bank to have an op sooner rather than later.
Yeah, now it's starting to get, I mean, just too expensive. I don't think they needed to really encounter that at all, Fnatic. So losing too many rifles, even winning the round, definitely an issue. Vitality are going to be back. It's just how this game is unfolded, but you have to point out again, it's ZywOo without the AWP. And we just had evidence on Nuke of how powerful it was once they picked it up on the CT side. And it's been postponed because of the early turbulence here.
Let's see how it goes. RPK and Masuta to hold on to lane side. Shox joined by ZywOo to hold rap side. And Fnatic looks like they're about primed in position between Crims and Brolin. Now, this is a tough spot for Crims and Brolin to be in. Remember, this is pop flashed and peeked quite frequently from the defense. So actually, for those two players on Fnatic, that's a bit of a tense area to just sit and wait in while the rest of your team moves up to get into position.
Oh, they look like they want to go for it. Flusher's just throwing a grenade over at the B-bomb side just to sort of keep anyone there. But it's only one person. There's 4 people on this side and 3 people towards the pit side. So that's really powerful. Great headshot. And that's really going to slow them down in the middle as well. The crossfire has been established and they are so dead. Golden goes down last, but only losing Misuta. That's, you know, when you go through that round and that setup, that's how you wanted to play out. But it's rarely going to work that effectively.
No, I mean, listen, they also get a little bit lucky. This kill right here from RPK, he almost picks the exact worst time. I think he was going to try and move closer in lane towards quad to help Masuta go for a flash and double peek into mid, and it just so happens he gets a bit lucky with the recoil upon landing and takes out Crims first. But that could have gone horribly wrong. 3-3, and now we have an AWP, although, oddly enough, it's in the hands of Shox and not ZywOo.
Apex taking some damage already. Yeah, Shox maybe not the most. I guess that's just his position at the moment, that they wanted at Arch more than anything else. Some of my favorite Shox AWPing ever in the history of Counter-Strike has to be on Dust 2 when he would run up the middle on the CT side to AWP people at top mid, or outside long even. That was spectacular.
Yeah, that doesn't really happen anymore, does it? I don't think nobody takes those AWP battles these days.
That's why it's time. Oh, this fight.
Peek towards top banana.
That's huge. Big
Take it
double.
away.
Well, smoke goes up, so the fight's cancelled just as we're getting going with all of the hype. Crims has now got an AWP that he's trying to fire through the smoke, but not going to be successful. That was a cool setup. That's something that is a basic setup that anyone can do. You and your friends in a matchmaking game, you could definitely set that up. You've got the coordination for it. And really often we see pro teams forget all about it and just never do it. And it's always a huge source of frustration for me, at least, when you don't see at least the attempt.
It's coming back, though. It's coming back in style. Nice flash. Shox is going to peek with it. I actually don't think it blinded Flush at all. Might have held Brolin back, but 20 seconds with that AWP, and he might just want to back away and try and save this weapon. And, ooh, okay, that's pretty cool. Tosses the AWP out of the map. 4-3.
Yeah, they might have even heard. I don't know. They didn't even go looking for the AWP. Look at this smooth setup. That catches every single one. Yeah, that last kill for Brolin is actually kind of important. Again, that's the difference between Vitality making money or losing money. So, yeah, they have to rebuy a lot of stuff in this round. RPK charging in. A flash from a... There was a little bit of a flash from a teammate. That was Shox throwing it over the wall. Good job.
Yeah, that's incredible. That's now 3 kills. Oh, dear. That's awkward. That's awkward as hell. Fnatic and Pop Flash too. Nice job from Flusha and Golden. And ZywOo was not in position to deal with that loss of his teammate. So there is no defense here. Gonna go for the spam. Oh, right through the smoke. That's brutal. And Golden is brought down as well.
Oh my.
ZywOo's recovered with the help of Shox through the smoke. It's a 4-on-2 post plant.
He almost took down JW just with the blind spray through. That is so uncomfortable for the Fnatic side. They actually look like they had this round just getting that first kill at B, but now I'm not too sure anymore. JW hiding inside. They're all trading places, and they'll trade kills as well. Brolin now 1 versus 3, and he's locked out. He's going to have to try and do what Crims did earlier, just with even more success. There's the spam through. It's not connecting. He thinks that might have been it, but it's not, and Vitality will pick up the round. Man, again, the similar situation. You see that kill coming out, and you think that's it? No more defusing?
Yeah, that's tough to deal with. That's such a nice win for Flush. Unfortunately, just can't build anything. A little bit lucky. Oh, lucky and skill. Shox sees the tracers coming through, and obviously the nade spam combo from ZywOo is massive. A good recovery for Vitality. They're up by 2 rounds, and still the AWP in Shox's hands. towards middle instead of the B bomb site. And I'm wondering if maybe they're not putting it in ZywOo's hands on the CT side because they are being a bit more aggressive towards top banana. They want to go for some of those pop flash peaks. They want to go for that late or mid-round control. And so they want ZywOo to have the rifle to be a little bit more, more aggressive.
That could well be it. Shocks in the middle of C. Oh, just at the right time. Looked like they were going to go for it. Gonna Molotov it off instead, and that will force them back for the minute. Nice peek there for Masuta. He was just swung wide enough to catch him at a favorable angle. I think the key right now, surely for Vitality, is not losing too many players. Flash to the smoke. Oh, and that's an execution-style kill coming in, taking down ZywOo. And it's going to be another bomb plant. Apex again picking up a kill, but... And they're still lethal, Fnatic.
Indeed they are, although the benefit of that pop flash to the smoke, ZywOo in a position where he just eats the flashbang full strength. Apex with 8 health can lead the way, can be the bait for his team. And here they come. JW sitting on coffins, and look at Crims. He's flanking, but I don't think it's going to be fast enough. He's got to turn in right now. Bomb's not planted for him at all. So now the defuse comes in no matter what happens in this battle. The best thing Crims can do is get this up for the next round, but not even that. 6-3 as the defense holds strong.
No scoped as well by Shocks. That was some clever play by Shocks. Just, I mean, you're right. Even then, the bomb was far away, but just making sure that there was absolutely zero chance here. Yeah, the timing here with the flashbang coming through is amazing, and this is such a good kill, but they can't actually find the rounds here. 6-3, Crims not excited about that. They can buy again, Fnatic, though, and I think that's the big takeaway. And the money's not that great for Vitality either.
No, I mean, Fnatic has at least done a good job of keeping the money low. In fact, they've had a couple rounds where they've had them on, you know, that reset verge. Here again, I mean, at this point, still having to win 2 rounds in a row for Fnatic, but that's not entirely out of the realm of possibility. They've been getting into the bomb site. They've been getting plants on the pistol and the second round, now in the last 2 rounds as well. So they put themselves in good positions, but ZywOo still continues to be a beast with this rifle at top banana. He's been so good. And Masuta equally at mid. This time, he couldn't pick his target, couldn't finish the first one off.
But they kind of played their card here, Fnatic. They need to follow through and try and push this before more backup shows up. RBK in the pit, ready and waiting. He sees a free kill there and a team kill. Brolan taking down Gold, and that's not what they needed. This grenade, I think, might just finish off Brolan. Oh, it's going to be ZywOo just before, but the grenade would have done it as well. Now it's a one-on-one. ZywOo versus JW, 45 seconds. And the bomb is going to be planted here. ZywOo letting him snip back around the corner. He's not quite sure. He's looking the other way.
Did he crash?
No, surely not. He might. No, he's back again. Just took a breather. Well, he has got a Molotov, so if he could put that down in the right position, that will make all of the difference in the world. If it's up here, then JW can't go through. He's already low on health. Gonna tap the bomb once, goes for a little bit of a... Oh, and he goes down. He didn't see it at all, and without the X-ray, you could tell how difficult that is. Now he's gonna go and steal the AWP, and it's a 7th round for Vitality. Some close rounds.
I'm really interested to know what ZywOo was doing before winning that clutch. Just staring into ramp side. I couldn't tell if he maybe thought there was a second player still alive or if he was just turned for a pop flash through that smoke. A bit risky if JW known to take peeks in those scenarios. Nice round for Vitality. It's pretty difficult. You could see where the bomb is planted, which isn't even close to any kind of a standard plant position. Even like your second and third options aren't located in that spot. So JW a little bit tough to know how to play that scenario perfectly correct. 7-3 in the favor of Vitality, but still comes down to just one player alive. Fnatic just cannot finish them off.
No, that's really become an issue, and well, the odds reflect as much. Even more now favored towards the French side to win the whole series here. It is looking that way. They already had the first map. The second map is going pretty good. Again, the only thing that we can sort of keep highlighting here is the money for Vitality is not that great. bit more.
Well, we know how that goes. If you can't eventually get that reset, if you can't eventually get that break, another opportunity in round 11, but that's an ambitious peak from Crims. RPK watching for it from Quad as well. Back to the B-bomb site we go for Fnatic. Bomb is coming up in third. Molotov down in the choke point. Oh, but put out. Smoke put out by Vitality themselves.
Look at Apex on top of the box. Another free kill. He's going to go for more, and he'll land the headshot on Flusher. I don't mind the attempt here for Fnatic, but yeah, they needed a much cleaner entry. And Cyber even just deathmatching at the end to pick up another 2 kills. He is continuing his ridiculous scoreline from Nuke. Now he's at 14-5. That's without even the AWP. And now money's fallen a bit short here for Fnatic. I don't know if they just want to force it anyway, but that's a flawless round for Vitality.
Fnatic's running into an issue that they've run into for a while, where if they're not having players like on point and kind of in finding opening kills, part of the strength of Fnatic's offense is usually their ability to exploit rotations, to find gaps in the defense, to be a little bit creative on an individual level. But if you're not ever finding kills, if you're not ever finding picks, it's very difficult to do those things. And especially against a ZywOo playing like this, a defense playing like this, it's near impossible. And I think as soon as we see Fnatic start to win some of the opening battles, some of the early fights, we'll see them have a better T-side. There's not a whole lot of time left, but the problem is Vitality's doing a great job of being the aggressors, of initiating the contact, whether it's a pop flash peek at top banana, whether it's the pop flash peek in alt mid, whether it's the pushes down mid, whether it's the peeks towards alt mid. There's a variety of different ways that Vitality is pulling out to neutralize Fnatic's early round.
Clean kill for Shocks down the middle on that T-ramp to take down JW. ZywOo's over on this side, alone for the minute, but Apex is coming in hot with his own AK-47. And they're going to try and get there before he actually moves the corner. He's sort of looking the right direction. No smoke for the cross, and they just fight him and win with pistols at range. That's interesting.
Yeah, he got caught in an awkward spray that he really didn't want. ZywOo's going to play this passive. There's no smoke on Fnatic. Once this clears, they're going to be in trouble. Good shot from Brol, and again, Masuta falling into the same trap that Apex did. And all of ZywOo's support has been taken down, but he's still holding strong. RPK caught between 2 players. ZywOo's going to have to do everything here, and he's good for it. Double kills so far, and Golden at low HP.
Yeah, and the Golden Flusher flanking in from behind, so Golden going down is a disaster. They don't actually know where Flusher is. That could be a bit weird. Smoking it up and tapping the bomb. He has no chance to see Flusher coming in from this side. He should have this one, even at low health. He's just ice cold waiting. Tap is in again, and there's the round. Oh god, that was how that look was supposed to work out. Big win here for Fnatic.
It's very, very lazy rotations, though. First, Apex getting caught in the open. Yes. I think they're all turning the corner for some reason, expecting there to be a smoke in that choke point. And remember, ZywOo is playing that passively, so I don't know if the communication came that there was no smoke there, but everyone's kind of expecting that standard smoke to be in place and getting caught in really weird fights. However, playtime's over. ZywOo with the op, Shocks with the op as well.
Chance there, a lot of damage on the Flusher. That was through the wall, so. But also ZywOo gets dropped quite low himself. And remember that Vitality just had that one flawless round, and that's why they can even buy here. If that hadn't happened, they would have been out of money based on this last Fnatic win, so. Just a small detail that actually ends up making a pretty big difference. Shocks close to the middle with the AWP, and that is a missed opportunity. And now they're all weirdly grouped up in the apartments. Apex is alone inside of the site. They're going to get back in time, but that could have been dangerous. Oh, and JW, that surely is going to clear the way for that B split.
Holy, I can't believe that Vitality has the confidence in ZywOo to leave him here on his own for 8 HP. We know he's good, but this is... you better not make a single mistake. And now you're getting pinched, and now you're stuck. Good first kill. Good to even get that. Round lost, and Vitality have to save.
Towers through the smoke. Did he jump? Maybe we'll never find out. Regardless, that's a 5th round for Fnatic, and they can keep building. I mean, these 2 rifles here on Shocks and on RPK, that's what they're going to have. So it took them a long time to build to this moment on the Swedish side, but now that they're here, they can actually finally start to make something back. And I mean, 5 rounds, given how this all started, that's already a good start. Could be 6.
Could be 7 even. I mean, Vitality again is going to be put back in the doldrums, so it'll be interesting. Their decision about what to buy, if anything, around the AWP and this M4 and RPK, that's going to be the interesting decision. They have a 1-round losing bonus, so they get an extra $1,900, and that's it. Good job from Fnatic, showing some resilience.
Up on Shocks. RPK with the M4. If they could steal this round away somehow, if they could find a, some swift kill with the AWP, that looks like they want to go for the same 3-man setup over at the apartments again. Maybe not quite, just Shocks running that whole distance.
Oh, I hope he gets hyper aggressive. I hope he pushes forward and turns this corner. Why not? Take the risk. See what you can find. Nothing yet. No utility, so the other 3 players on Vitality, they save completely, because they're going to need it for the next round. But at this point, either the AWP or the M4 has to start getting aggressive, and they've missed their chance. Everyone from Fnatic is going to come over to this B bomb site, and they're going to find it free. So again, you'll have to just sit back. Shocks and RPK are going to have to save and play passive, and Fnatic is going to get up to 6 with a chance for 7 in the final round of the half.
Which again, that actually would be, quite a cool turnaround. Proving, I think, once again, just the power of continuously fighting. That was Crims fighting Apex over on the other side. Speaking of which, Crims is at 13 kills. He's sort of leading the board right now for Fnatic. The rest of them are right. I mean, they're all grouped up in one big bunch there. So it's not like they haven't been doing it a lot, Fnatic. They really have. They've just lost some of the critical rounds where, they get into the B bomb side, they get the bomb down, they just keep losing the after plant. But their persistence is paid off here. So let's see, is it going to be 6 or 7 rounds for them at the end? That's the only question as we lead into round number 15.
Here we go. ZywOo has an AWP that's passed over from Shocks, and he'll get a rifle in return. Ooh, actually a double up setup is scavenged, is found. Well played from Vitality. Last round of the first half. And Vitality, if you missed it, were dominant on the first map of Nuke over Fnatic. 16-10 win. This would knock Fnatic out. This would close them out entirely. Double nade towards the B bomb site. Deals a bit of damage onto ZywOo as he retreats deep into the site.
Wow, Flusher could have been dead, and well, he will be. That's him deep in, and then they're not even close enough to the bomb site to really do anything.
I like that, though. I think that was a cool attempt from Fnatic to go for that, and it almost worked. It almost worked, and they're going to find... No, they're not! He recovers in time, JW. Swings with the Deagle. RPK is here. He's picked off as well. Now it's just one player in pit. Apex has to time this perfectly, and Crims is watching.
That is ridiculous. Masuta giving up his position. He's going to go down as well. Oh, I have so many questions. Shocks is playing that one amazing. I don't understand why RPK and Apex didn't try and either flash for each other or anything like that. 7-8 at the end of the half here. SJW will take down Cyber. What a great run back. 4 rounds in a row at the end of the half for Fnatic to get to 7. Let's see if it's enough when we get into the second half. That's going to be coming up after the break.
Back with the CS Money Shot style, where we talk skin style and everything Counter-Strike skins. Of course, it means we're back from Blast Premier. We've started the Showdown, and that means a new collection of skins for us to talk about. But not all of them are going to be new. A little revisit is needed, I think. So we bring in Shocks. We're going to go ahead and dive into your inventory today. So I'm going to start off with the gloves. Okay, I think the gloves are the start of all skin inventories. You see them all the time. The specialist gloves, crimson kimono, the black and red style. How long ago did you get those? Do you remember?
Oh, actually, it's pretty new. I think I got them since maybe 2 or 3 months, no more. And I just decided to buy them because I wanted some gloves which are red to come up with my M9 bayonet crimson web. But since then, I just changed to a butterfly Doppler, but it's still a bit red, so that's fine.
Listen, you know, you've got your AK-47 Fire Serpent, you've got your M4A4 Asimov as well, some older rifle skins, and I respect that. Do you plan on changing out any of your rifles anytime soon?
Definitely not anytime soon, except if there is a collection that I'm like, oh yeah, that's so sweet, so cool, I want it, you know. But so far the new collection doesn't makes me really feel like I want new skins, you know. So I'm fine with them, just not because it's all, but just because in my opinion it's just the ones that I prefer, that's it.
Okay, so they did it well when the older skins came out, and you know what? I think that's Fire Serpent is going to be one of the best for a long time, personally.
Yeah,
listen,
definitely.
man. I want to close on what I found was very interesting about your collection, and that is something also sort of old that has come back into Counter-Strike as of late. That's the Tech 9 nuclear threat.
Yeah, talking about the skin, like I always loved the nuclear threat since it just arrived. It looks fresh, it looks new, it looks something that's cool, that not a lot of people got it, you know. So I actually got in my inventory as well the P250 nuclear threat, but I'm not playing with it at the moment.
Okay.
But I keep it in my inventory, you know.
Right, it's there in case you decide to make the switch.
Yeah.
Yeah. I respect that, man. All right, so this is our first CS Money shot style back in with Shocks. We got the update, the 2020 version, and I appreciate you stopping by to talk skins with us, man. Yeah, let's leave this one here, and when you go ahead and buy that new M4 or new AK, I'll be sure to bring you back on the show.
Sure.
Second half, second map, it's 8-7 in favor of Vitality, but it could have been so much more. And in some way, it could have been way more for Fnatic as well. They had a bunch of bomb plants in the B bomb site where they lost the after plants. They kept fighting. Eventually, they broke that Vitality economy, and here we go.
Well, they got just enough to make this difficult for Vitality to close it out, especially on the T side. We'll see how this works. Very passive from Vitality at the start, looking for pushes, and they're going to get one. It's Brolin all the way up in Halls, but I don't know if Shocks will expect that. This is a rare push, and he's quick to the shot. A quick reaction, and Brolin goes down.
That, ladies and gentlemen, is why we buy the P250 in pistol rounds. And that is... it's just beautiful, isn't it? It's extra satisfying because that you know that CT player is going to be all, you know, happy about that USB and be like, yeah, come take the fight, I'm ready, and then boom, they're gone. Flusher and Golden, and now Crims. They actually see this coming. They've got the right rotation. They still need some kills, and all of the bullets so far have gone nowhere. Oh, Apex sneaking through and taking down Flusher. What a cheeky play. And now the bomb is going to be planted, and this will be a very, very rough retake. They've got no grenades. They just have to wait for the smokes to fade and then try and just lurk in some kills. But they're hard to find, Vitality. Look at how deeply they're dug in here. You have to swing into the bomb side to do this.
Yeah, and that's what makes this so powerful. Vitality's playing this just perfectly. There's no way you're going to be able to shoulder peek yourself into a kill to get the retake started. You're going to have to commit everything, and that's when the trap is sprung. Good shot from Crims, but there's the follow-up peek, and somehow he wins it all. That's unbelievable, but it still might not be enough, and indeed, it won't be.
Wow. That was beautiful from Crims. We're certainly going to have to see a replay of that at some point. That was some real artwork. Yeah, it was late, and it, you know, They had already lost 2 players at that point in time, but this, I can't believe that he actually lives through this one. So well done. Had 2 bullets left when he got that kill on Apex. But a good return as well. Misuta with a double. And Vitality off to a 9-7 lead now. If they can survive this buy round that's coming up, they're going to get in a good position. And it helps with a headshot from Saibu's scout.
Yeah, that's a nice little pick we have going on there. Way to go for ZywOo. 5 on 4, and I mean, that's all important pick-off considering these second rounds have been so dangerous for teams. I don't know if it's like the online nature or teams are getting better at these rounds or maybe lazy at these rounds, but I feel like at least in this week of the Spring Showdown, those second rounds have been won at a far higher rate than I'm used to seeing. Or these second rounds, I should say, as this one's still in action. Some utility as well for Fnatic that they can deploy to delay. 3 smokes remaining.
Yeah, I'm having that same feeling. And again, you know, usually I think if you just get that first kill, you know, on the CT side, if you forced up, yeah, sometimes the T side they'll slow it down. They'll start to play even more worried, and it just spirals out of control a little bit.
Ooh. I like that from Brolin. He just throws that pop flash into Palace. He does it from Rap side. Fnatic is stacking at B, but he wants to give the sound cue as if there's more than just one player at this site. It's kind of gonna work. They're going for a B split, but I think that's the last thing Fnatic really wanted to deal with. So they're gonna go down, and Vitality's just gonna head back to A.
Yeah, that's an interesting example of how you can fake out maybe a team. They do eventually turn around and come back for it, so it's going to be a 10th round here, but yeah, why not try something like that? Maybe it'll work, and they were kind of moving in the right direction. But yeah, they probably needed an early kill in this round, Fnatic, to really start to put the pressure on Vitality. Here's a question, though. The ridiculous pace that was being set by Vitality when they were on the T side of Nuke, do you think that's going to happen on Inferno as well?
It's very possible. I'm not sure.
Because they were just so quick, weren't they? I mean,
yeah, I don't. They might be able to do it at least to start. I don't know if they'll be able to continue it as well, just by nature. It's the same conversation as Nuke, right? As soon as those Molotov, as soon as those smokes come out into the choke points, you can't really keep up that pace.
18th round. Fnatic are fighting to stay in the tournament. They're not fighting with that much in this particular round. They have got 3 AG grenades. If you land them all the right spot, could be enough to blow up a team. So, see if they're going to be able to. Flusher leading the charge. He's got a smoke out in hand so far. Molotov as well in front of the smoke, but first grenade doesn't really do that much. And Vitality are being pretty cautious early on here. They don't want to throw this away.
Yeah, they're being slow. And Golden is the only one at top mid, or top banana, excuse me. And now we're starting to see Vitality lead the way up banana. Apex with the MAC-10. Him and Misuta would probably be the aggressors. Misuta is turning into a lurk, but again, Fnatic has a solid read coming over to stack this bomb site, and this is where you'd hope if you're Vitality, this MAC-10 on Apex is going to do its job, or at least Apex himself will do his job. He's meant to get the information, a scouting mission. And I think that smoke is going to force him back, and Fnatic is stacking behind it, but Vitality is just going to readjust again. Same as last time. Brolin the only one here. This time, he's out on the balcony, and the flashbang just works perfectly. He's forced away. Vitality is going to get up to 7 or 11.
Yeah, I mean, it does help so much finding those empty bomb sites. So yeah, they're not going to be too scared about what's going on here. Just a question of the afterplant and trying to make sure the MAC-10s maybe more than anything to get some kills if they're going to keep fighting here. Fnatic could net them some more money to work with. Boost is going to be denied. ZywOo sees it coming. And this will put them at 11-7. And then the real test comes in here for Fnatic if they can start to put up a real defense.
Right, I mean, Vitality's passed the first hurdle. Not only winning the pistol, but the ensuing 2 rounds as well. And on the T side of Inferno, that's massive. And they really, if you want to make this easier on yourself, you have that economic advantage. You need to add a couple more rounds on top of it. I'm interested to see how much of these, you have to think that they're going to upgrade some of these weapons. Maybe not the MAC-10s, but certainly ZywOo with that Scout. And Fnatic didn't kill a single player on Vitality in either the second or the third round. So a lot of money, a lot of cash has built up in the bank for Vitality.
Yeah, definitely true. Ooh, the odds even more now, 5-1 nearly. Was a little bit lower earlier. So yeah, I mean, I don't really blame people for thinking this way. They hold on to the Scout and the 2 MAC-10s, probably just thinking, yeah, it's fine, you know, as long as we do some damage in this round, even if we lose it, we're going to be back and buying in the next one, and we can keep the pressure going for a long time like that. They almost take down Crims, and that was one of the AKs. As they start to move towards top mid. Flashed around the corner. Apex keeps going. This is not a fight that's going to be favoring him at all, but oh no! Brolin, did he not have head armor? I think he got dinked immediately. The aim punch, that's a big problem, and now the bomb is going to be down in the A bomb side. They have to fall back.
I don't think they can even go for this retake. They do have a kit on Flusha, but JW's at 12 HP, and Flusha goes down now. That's the kit, and actually Golden and JW never even got close to coming for that retake. Dominant hit from Vitality. They're going to be up 5 rounds, 12-7, and that is exactly what they're looking for to close this series out in 2.
That's really outrageous. I mean, that was... The lack of a helmet made the difference between the M4 versus the MAC-10. Like, who would come out in that fight? Because I guarantee if he has a helmet, what's Apex going to do at that range?
Yeah, you're exactly right. And that's also one of the really tough parts about going into that first gun round on the CT side is don't always have everything you'd like, don't always have that helmet. So a bit brutal. Based off of ENCE's 2-0 win over Mousesports earlier, they play Mad Lions tomorrow in the semifinals. And the winner of this match, which is looking at the moment like Vitality have the massive advantage for that, they have NIP waiting for them in the other semifinal tomorrow as well. So that would set us up quite nicely.
Yeah, I actually really, really look forward. I think we've been blessed with some pretty good games throughout this tournament so far, so I expect that it will be tons of fun getting into it here. Smoke all the way at the bottom. A lot of grenades over at Banana. 3 of them still not thrown. They were probably hoping for some signal, some sign that there was a fight coming from the Vitality side, but they haven't been going for that Banana fight at all. They're just saying, you know what, why risk it? We're so far ahead. No point in going for it.
All right. Golden doing some spam through the smoke towards T mid. He's the only defender at this bomb site for the moment. And he's got just 1 smoke. So as soon as he puts that down, which is right now, actually, I think Vitality's gonna happily come through that. They were setting up for the flashbang anyways. Being very cautious about the close angles. They do not want to get caught by anything suspect. And Golden's gonna back away. He's got no more delay tactics available to him.
Oh, JW, he's so dead. They had no information. Golden was being forced back. They wanted to try and see if they could do something, but that was one of the 2 M4s that they had. Now down in the middle, and Golden, he can win this round, but it's going to have to be a really cool double kill where he takes no damage. There's one out in the open, but Cyber will take him down. Also, Crim's helping out, and that's actually pretty big. Gives him an AK-47. The bomb is being planted. It's a 2-on-3. They don't have a kit, so they need to be a little bit swift about this. Molotov on Cyber as well.
I don't think they're happy about these positions whatsoever, Masuta and ZywOo. This is a really awkward scenario. ZywOo's gonna have to get aggressive. Molotov into the choke point to delay things. They want to take that fight. That's perfect. Now to the other side, over the flames. ZywOo's got 1 more, and they've put this down before the retake can even begin.
Yeah, I don't know what they're fighting right now. Again, they could probably guess that there's not going to be a kit in play. Brolin has to fall back, and he might almost get caught there. Takes all of his anger out on the chicken, which is unjustified, but it will be 13-7, a 6-round lead now. And a good recovery from Vitality. Again, that Molotov going down. They had actually just thrown the smoke over towards Banana as well. They had 1 Fnatic, so, you know, they had to just wait Oh, that's so tough.
That round hurts because Fnatic's going to feel like they were oh so close to making that happen. And unfortunately, just not to be. 13-7, Fnatic switching into a double op setup. One on Flusha, one on JW. JW is going to go for the early peek. He's blinded, but he almost had the timing.
Double op setup. That is, well, often the key to do something to get your team back. But it's gonna have to start out well. Cost them a lot to get here. A lot of pressure on middle. Ooh, and Brawling going down. That was Masuta all the way. He was shooting in towards the pit to get that kill. And that's going to spark a rotation. They have to ping someone back here. Golden actually not quite sure where to go. Flusha now holding Banana on his own, and they're going to come out this time from apartments instead. And JW, he's so close with the orb. He goes down. Golden inside of the smoke, fighting for his life. I can't believe he gets a double and the triple. Oh. What a tremendous defense. And now RPK on his own in a 1 versus 2. That was world class from Golden. He should have been dead 10 different ways. And RPK, he could go for the bomb plant here, but he can't really escape.
He's just making sure Golden hasn't stuck around. He wants Golden's nowhere creative. Well, bomb plant is going to be huge. He taps it, hoping for a reaction.
He has got a Molotov, but so are they. Going to be put down, but one is already in front, and he's about to get shot in the back. Yeah, no chance. Big round for Fnatic. It cost them a lot, but Golden absolutely saved them.
I actually thought that was a really cool move from Vitality. Falling back in mid, but only to readjust over towards Halls. This is just such, as you said, a world-class play. Triple kill from Golden to save the day for Fnatic. And let's see if that ignites anything in this Fnatic defense. They still have the double op that they're able to recover, but money's not looking good. They're still right on that edge, so Vitality kind of have Fnatic right where they want him at this moment. Still in control. And still a lot of money on Masuta, 5,600, Shocks 58, oh my god, a spam. And 2 players are spotted. He got all the information, even in a death.
Yep, and now they're coming through. The flashbang is in and Golden is gone. Flusha has to fall back and he simply has to stay alive. He's going to try and escape back to the next corner. But yeah, they could smoke this off. They could try and flash it. There's the second flash. Good timing for Flusha. Getting it even while blind. They jump over that shot and it's going to be a bomb plant here. Flusha has to be careful. It's not worth it to go down, and they have 2 Molotovs left, so let's see if they can find a good place to use them.
Well, this is the classic criticism of a double op setup as well, is what do you do in this situation right here? There's no chance to swap those AWPs out. They're so valuable. You don't have the money to lose both of them, but you really can't risk letting Vitality get to 14 at this stage.
They've smoked off Shocks, and this happened a lot of times to Fnatic when they couldn't actually stop the defuse because they were out here. Let's see if it's going to be different for Shocks if they ever actually get into the bomb site. They've taken a long time already. Nice shot from Apex, even better. Follow-up and another bullet, and he would have had it. Flusha on the defuse. It's not going to matter. It will be around here for Vitality. Absolutely well played. 14-8.
Yeah, because of the double op, that retake never actually began. Fnatic threw all their utility, but it's still 2 ops over towards Ruins. Just peering into the bomb site, looking for someone from Vitality to peek. Vitality wins that round just by taking their hands off the keyboard and mouse. Those double ops just so unwieldy if they get into that bomb site. And B is already a difficult site to retake to begin with. 14-8 in the favor of Vitality, and they have economic control. Fnatic force buying into this round. 1 op on Flusha, 1 scout on JW. The nade would have let that tag get the kill, but it's not to be.
Man, Orb, Scout, MP9s, and a FAMAS. They are pretty much walking around with everything they have right now, Fnatic. And it's not that great. No defuse kit, limited on grenades. So this style, this is just to say, like, the pace difference between this and Nuke. When they're this far ahead and they know Fnatic's economy is so low, going slow like this means Fnatic are going to be using what grenades they have early on in the rounds, and then there's not going to be anything left. Flusha out here, almost relocating into a headshot. That could have been dangerous. Swings for the peak, and a quick pick off there, taking down Apex. It's not bad at all. But there's the refrag.
Yeah, that's an all-important one as well. Ooh, they cleared Crims. but not really convincingly. They weren't fully committed to it, but Masuta's ready for the follow-up peek. But again, knife out, assumptions are made. And now they have the choice. Do you want to go with the op at the B bomb site or the rifle at A? And they're going to choose flush up.
Yeah. Well,
that's a scary prop.
It is, but they do have the smoke, so they're just going to block him off now. Let's see if he can get one for the smoke. That would be the most Fnatic thing of all time if they were able to build some sort of a comeback off this. Faked once. Not doing it. He's almost had the right idea. 14 seconds left, and he's not shooting that gun. He's waiting for it, and he takes down Saibu, and RPK can't quite catch him. He's right at the corner here, but backup is right behind him. Golden now coming in. If RPK swings too far, he's going to be shot in the back. Gun barrel showing. There's the peek, and now he has to escape. He's around the corner. Golden will smoke him off. No kit, so it's going to be 10 seconds around here. That's surely never going to happen. Not quite the angle. Still not either. 3 seconds left. RPK going back for it. 1 second left, and oh no! Did he come off it? He did come off, and RPK will win it. I can't believe it. He would have had it. He would have done it. But the nerves betrayed him, and it's 15 for Vitality.
How are you going to stick a 10-second defuse and get off at that point?
Nerves, Jason.
Oh no! Yeah, but you have the nerves to stick it for 8 seconds. Oh, I don't know, maybe he thought he was coming through the smoke, but that is crazy. You might as well...
Oh my god.
Yeah, he's frustrated. That's a almost impossible situation for Golden. Oh no. He's pissed. He's pushing down Banana. He's got the headshot on RPK. It's not a great consolation prize.
If Masuda finds Brolin over here, he actually might. He's at least in position for it. Oh, but the timing works in favor of Brolin. That's important. That could have opened up the whole A-bomb site. That is such a ridiculous one-on-one. I mean, I don't even know. He probably did think he was coming through, but that's a tough way to go. Anyway, 4 vs 2 in this round. Looking like Fnatic are gonna climb up to 9 rounds, from which they would still have to win another 6 in a row to try and get it into overtime, which is a feature here in the playoffs. Wow.
Well then, the plot thickens.
It does. The madness continues ever so slightly.
15-9. AKs on Brolin and Golden. Vitality have the kind of lead where you can afford to take a save or you can afford to take a half buy here. They're not going to, of course. I just wanted to bring up that there was a possibility.
Well, I appreciate that. They're gonna get the 1 AK and then Tech9s on Inferno. You know what that's all about, Jason? Run and gun up Banana?
Oh man, it's taking me back to 2015 again.
Yeah, I think we need it. Puts a smile on our face.
2015 was a good year. Good year. RPK gonna back away from the flames. That was deep down mid. Vitality, again, they've opened up a lot. You asked the question, you posed the idea if Vitality was going to be as aggressive on Inferno as we saw them on Nuke. The answer is no. They've opened up a lot of these rounds very passive and staying deep and far as possible away from the nades of Fnatic.
Yeah, that's definitely the case. Golden being given the AK so he can stick around here while Flusher rotates back to the A-bomb site. That also makes you wonder, like, could there be a round where they decide, okay, now we're really going to go and fight it, like, you know, all the way, like, just a surprise uppercut to Banana? Or are they forever just going to leave it alone? Well, they go after the fact. Brolin will fall back. He has a smoke, so he's feeling a bit safe. Don't want to be feeling too safe again when there are Tech9s and Mac-10s in play. If you throw down that smoke, they're going to come through. Let's see if they actually go for it here. Shock's making noise on the other side, but yeah, this is going to be the real test. I think they should go through. Don't wait for it. Yep, Flash is in. Golden back here. Molotov out into the fight, and he's flashed again. Oh, he's so exposed. That's a great entry. Apex trying to catch them as they came around the corner, but that's not going to happen. Bomb goes down, and it's a 4-on-4. Oh, yeah.
Yeah, if he... If he hears JW, this is going to be a timing peak, certainly. Or he can just, oh, he's going to go all the way behind him. Nobody hard clears brackets. What a hard decision to make. And Shocks, all the question is the speed that he'll take for this flank.
Yeah, that is really what does it here. They could knock out Fnatic right now. It's all on Shocks for sure. Saibu goes for a bit of a wild spray. It's RPK to take down JW, and he's not even needed. They clean it up behind him. Nice jump from Flusher, but he's out in the open again. And it's Crims, 1 versus 3. What a game this has been for Vitality. They take out Fnatic 2-0 on Nuke first, and now right here on Inferno as well. Powerful performance from the French.
I love seeing him play like this for an extended in the spring showdown. They're finally showing consistency. This is playing well. Saibu was a beast.
Yeah, I mean, this was something else. I can't wait for the analyst desk to break this down. This was wonderful to see some great Counter-Strike being displayed. That is going to be coming up after the break, so stay tuned.
We don't have any of the old NIP players. It does do something to your identity, I think.
But Twist is still here, and he is keeping NIP alive.
I would describe my team as legendary.
He takes down Twist. How is this happening?
They have none of the original members. I'm more interested to see what this team does now. So for Ninjas in Pajamas, I think the one word I would pick to describe them or summarize what they're going to be would be rebirth.
5 rounds now for the NIP defense.
NIP name has been around for a very long time and it has a lot of history.
The legends may have gone, but new legends are yet to be made.
I think the player that other teams need to look out for on NIP is probably the newest member, Nork. The potential, if the team understand how to use him, he could be the kind of the tip of the spear, as it were, if they're going to become a top team again.
Twist. Underrated, and also he boosts other players.
2-on-4 with AWPs versus rifles.
Rez is in quite a difficult role to be the star player for him, and quite frankly, everyone knows how good he is.
Me. I'm the best.
Rez with yet another kill. He's fighting in the middle. Another headshot comes through.
We have a lot of young guys, so I think we can do really good damage.
We can expect hunger and explosive game style.
They've got all this young talent in the squad. I would say it's just the raw skill. They've actually got the potential.
The best word to describe Astralis would be flawless.
Dominance.
Structure.
We're going to continue as we left off. I don't think anyone has the capabilities of taking us down in the long run.
Zipnik falls in mid, but a double. 3 kills for Dupree.
This year, they've got similar competition. There's lots of roster moves around them, but they're a team that hasn't changed much.
You know, we've showed over the last few years that we are consistent, and, you know, being top 1 isn't just a fluke.
Glaive, that's not bad.
But pop towards the window, he's gonna peek, he's gonna find that kill. The pouch needs to be right now, and Perfecto not expecting Magus to be posted up.
The most important player on Astralis, hard to pick because there's Xyp9x who aims for all of the clutches, there's Glaive who's calling, Device who's one of the best players in the world.
Obviously, he's one of the greatest players of all time.
Dupree down. Oh, actually, it's Device instead. 2 big headshots.
The game changer on Astralis is Xyp9x, and you see that if he didn't win almost 100% of the clutches that they picked up, they wouldn't have won the tournament.
I'd say Glaive. In-game leader that can all of a sudden take the charge of the game and just fully understand how everything works out.
That's a one. They line up for him and a beautiful triple kill.
This season, we can expect more of the same.
Yeah, we'll stay at the top. We're all wildcards in this team.
And so you wouldn't expect them to drop off at all. They have the infrastructure to stay at the top.
A significant change, Shocks, between what you delivered yesterday against Dignitas and today what you did against Fnatic. What do you feel changed? What was better today than yesterday?
We didn't play the stew.
That's the right answer, right? That's how it comes down. So the nuke started off obviously incredibly well. You guys managed to handle it. They tried to make a comeback. It wasn't possible. But you did not slow down going into Inferno. 8-7 first half on your CT side, but your T side was just unmatched. Is it the pressure of elimination games waking you up?
I don't know. I just think that nowadays we have a good approach of how we prepare the game and how we are coming into the game, you know. And I guess, I mean, I believe it what makes definitely a difference. If I can give you an example, for example, against So, who we lost a few days ago, we definitely didn't enter the same way in the game. So yeah, we are learning every day, we are improving, and we are winning in consistency, which is definitely the most important thing. So yeah, every day is a new day, every match is a new match. So we're just trying to go as further as we can, you know. And so far we are doing well, so it's cool.
Yeah, man, Shocks. He's got a reason to throw some shapes. He's actually done it. They've done it 2-0 over Fnatic. What we thought was going to be a very tight match going to 3 maps and a very balanced one. Turns out that Vitality came prepared. ZywOo was just a juggernaut. No stopping the man. And well, now we have it. Clean, simple CS from Vitality. A 2-0 win. So Thorin, let's start with you. What were your takeaways from that second map? Inferno was, very close.
Sure, yeah, but again, like, where are the clutches going? They're going Vitality's way, and that's not to speak of the rounds where they just batter you entirely. ZywOo goes off, Shox has won how many clutches now? I actually feel bad for Golden, because forget even just that last one. He gets into so many scenarios with great kills to be in a 1v1, and then they just haven't got his way today. They haven't got his way mostly over this tournament. So I think one of the things that's interesting for me is the guy who's on our screen, Shox right there. He is having a renaissance of form. He actually is looking really solid. He doesn't have to be the big fragger of like 6 years ago, but in terms of what he brings to the team, it sounds like a meme again, like the Fallen thing. Like his job, he wins clutches. That's what he does in this team. So it's looking great so far. I think he's certainly bolstering their T side. It's funny, you can always tell how people's name value and marketing takes over from reality, because I don't know in what universe Forest can get 1 million passes for having occasional slumps, having like one-off good maps, but then Shox, who by the way is essentially of equal stature if you know the history of Source and CSGO, he's just written off and left for dead years ago, and people just want him out of all these top teams, and because he's not a superstar, apparently I'm told he's trash. He certainly was pretty bad at the end of last year in Vitality, but this resurrection, it's piecing together a Vitality squad that without Alex, I never thought could have this kind of success. And then I'll add in Masuta. Listen, he is coming on leaps and bounds, series to series to series. He's looking better and better. And he doesn't have to be a carry. You don't need that when you have ZywOo. No. When you have a ZywOo and Nico is simple, you just got to do your job and not feed, basically. Don't give up mistakes. Just do the basic plays. In this case, he occasionally even has some big kills. Like, actually, his aim looks pretty legit. Things are coming together for Vitality, and that's before we get into the Fnatic wars.
No, exactly right. I mean, if you put ZywOo, Shoxy, and Misuta together, if you have the 3 heavy hitters, RPK and Apex, they balance it all out. You're looking at a top roster. I mean, Maniac, what did you take away from this last map? It's really looking like the French team is coming together. Or do we want to focus a little bit on Fnatic, actually, and just see perhaps where it went wrong for Fnatic on this second map?
Just let me be happy about Vitality for a second. I don't get to do that.
Yeah, I'll leave it up to you.
Now, listen. Honestly, this was probably the most accomplished performance from Vitality at this tournament quite yet. And I'm trying to resist not to jump into that and say, oh, they figured out all the solutions. They found the exact structure. It's perfect. It's a few days now, but it's looking really great. But you know what? Duncan talked about clutch, and if production is ready, I would like to run one of these clutch that are going to happen by Vitality, because I think this was clearly one of the main takeaways of this game, right? A 2 versus 3 here, won by ZywOo and Misuta. Just look at the time. They've just planted a bomb, and one of the first challenge they have is to use the time for themselves. A lot of people just would have used that Molotov that you see on ZywOo from the get-go. That's not what they do. They take their sweet time, they wait out the smokes, they know they have 35 seconds to play with now. ZywOo and Misuta both check courts. Now he puts down the Molotov. That gives them a lot of time. Misuta had retaken that position, so he's great. ZywOo behind the flames takes the kill, and that is it. A 2v3 that actually goes easily the way of Vitality, and this is experience, this is composure, right? A lot of people would have jumped the gun on using all the utilities and then lost out by the time. But Vitality, just like Duncan said, they won all these clutches, and it's not only Shox. This time it was ZywOo and Misuta. So, there is depth in terms of who can win the clutches, and that's a very good sign for Vitality.
Could there be enough space on this Vitality roster for the veterans on the roster, Apex, Shoxy, to start translating that over to the young guns like Zywoo and Masuda, where they can come into their own and truly shine in these sorts of situations? I mean, Maniac, this is just following up on you.
Yeah, so listen, I actually think that now that Alex left, it does leave more space for Shox to be Shox, which is basically having more impact in the game, being a constant voice as to what should be done, the roles he wants to have. But this, you know, we have to be careful with hindsight 2020. Maybe in 6 days I have a very different discussion because everything fell apart. But in these games, when Vitality is doing the best they can, when they do the best maps, Shox, he is a voice. He's definitely a constant voice. You have Apex on one hand, you have Shox on the other. He gives input and then Apex decides. The only thing that matters is that the final authority is Apex, and that's how it's supposed to be in a team. You have an IGL that decides the final call, but then you give him idea, you feed him idea. This is what I've seen, this is what we could do, this is what could work, and then he makes the call. So far it's working. I just hope for them it's going to keep on working.
And now, as far as like turning points in the match, we had this one defuse from Golden where probably could have all hinged right there. And we have a clip of that too we can show you along with this. But Thorin, you know, when you see this moment, what's going through your mind? And I mean, what's going through your mind? Let's just go with that.
Like, obviously, first of all, this is beyond gangster that he's trying to stick a 10-second no defuse kit defuse. The problem is this. Guess what? If you want to be a gangster like that, you actually have to have balls, mate. And when you come off it at the last second, you invalidate the whole thing. As soon as you get past about 2 seconds there, you're holding that whether he's in your face with the gun. At that point, you're just praying, Jesus, take the wheel and that he has to miss. Like, you cannot do that otherwise. And like, listen, I totally agree. Let's watch it again, right? When it gets to about 2 seconds here, look, he hasn't fired, so he thinks, oh, he must be coming through this way. It's too late for you. That's the only way to win the round, though, mate. That's the only way to win the round. So, basically, the last second, he did exactly the wrong move, which is your second guess. Even if I die there, I'll die knowing that if I'd have been able to stick it, I win the defuse. Otherwise, come off it earlier and then bait him in. It has to be one or the other. I'll even tie it into an earlier mistake. In the clip we saw of that brilliant play of Zywoo, and was it Masuda, the one where they were 2v3 earlier that we just showed? In that clip, at the end of it, you see a similar inexperience from Brolan. When Brolan goes in to get that last kill, it is already impossible to win the round. He is walking and hoping the guy peeks out. It doesn't matter if he peeks out and you kill him. You could not have defused the bomb. That's an example of a scenario where experience tells you, yes, I have a lower chance of getting the kill, but the only way to win the round is to be very decisive early on. It's like some Tony Robbins thing, like take drastic action early. You've got to do that if you actually want to win some of these scenarios, because Brolan, for me, fed this series away. This guy is supposed to be one of the best players in the world, top 20 player in the world, the best Swedish player, all this accolades that we're laying at this guy's feet as a young guy. And at times, yes, he goes through months and months where he looks like that. This game, he was hot garbage. On Nuke, he did very little. This map here, he was literally a free kill every single time on the CT side. Like, it was so underwhelming to me. And they've certainly got more problems than that in Fnatic, and they were playing a team that looks better than them right now. But you have to keep track. If we're going to praise these guys when they do well, we're going to point out when they go missing in the server, because his job isn't just to, like, this is where I hate fans who do that bullshit of like, oh, but he's still got like a 1.0 rating or whatever, which he didn't, but whatever. Like, that's still fine. It's like that's not supposed to be fine. That would be like saying, oh, well, whatever, the defender only scores 1 goal, so the striker scoring 1 goal, they must have done their job. It's like, no, the striker's job is to score goals. Brolan's job is to be set up to carry this game. So, listen, he was outclassed anyway. I don't think they would have won the series even if he'd have gone off. But it certainly doesn't help things. I think that's why, in a tournament where every game was 30 rounds, like we've joked, you've seen Fnatic get convincingly beaten in this series, and they only got to double digits once.
And so let's actually, speaking of Fnatic, obviously this is going to follow through on that point because we had a chance to catch up with JW after the match. James Banks has an interview.
Going back to Nuke, we saw you guys try to make that comeback on it after they had a very good first half, and it looked likely that you were going to be able to kind of change it all up. You got to 10-11, and then they just managed to get a couple of rounds, and you guys just seemed to fall apart a bit. What happened?
I think they just figured out how we played the T side, and maybe we didn't change it up as much as we could have, I guess. We tried to change the plans a little bit when they won 1 round, but it felt like they figured us out a bit and they hit their shots. And yeah, overall you can't really expect to win like 10, 11 T rounds on Nuke. It's like either it happened or it really doesn't. So it's not much you can do, I think. We really tried, but it wasn't enough.
Now, you guys have definitely made an improvement since, obviously, before we came to this tournament. You're in this bootcamp environment, things are definitely looking better, but we go into Inferno, which is your pick. It's also not a bad map for Vitality. But after I saw the first half, an 8-7 scoreline, I thought, okay, this is it. Like, Fnatic will be able to grab this. But again, they just proved too much. Is this the, like you're saying there, the inability to change enough and read what's going on?
I think our biggest issue as a team right now is playing against playstyles like Vitality's. It's a very random playstyle. It's not like you don't know what to expect. Either he's gonna call like a mid rush out of nowhere or like a house pop out of nowhere. Like, it's no pattern. There's nothing you can read, and I think that is what we are struggling against the most with our lineup right now. We're trying to work on it, but it's also really hard because, as I said, there's no pattern behind it. There is obviously reasons behind it in their mind, but we have a hard time figuring it out. So yeah, we should have played better as CT, but they got the pistol, they started roll. It's same there. We tried, but it wasn't enough.
Sometimes that's just the way it's going to go. Sometimes the game, you can't quite read it. It's not going to go your way, and Vitality are going to take it today. So 2-0 win for Vitality. And, well, we can take a look at our predictions and how those are panning out. I know they've been a bit of a hot topic on the socials. But, oh, what's that? Ah, yeah. Actually, it's the Canadians, and it's something with being French, I guess. I mean, they're only half French, but, you know, over here, same thing. Whatever. Point being is, ENCE take the win. Fnatic, we have 2 more to go with it. So let's take up the brackets as well here for EU. As far as the European brackets are concerned and how it's played out, ENCE going into the finals, ENCE and Mad Lions, and then EU semifinal 2 played out. Vitality, that's the one we just saw, taking down Fnatic. Vitality versus NiP will be the best of 3 that we will see tomorrow. And as far as what's coming up after the break, brackets, North America, we can take a look at those and see what's coming, because we have got more Counter-Strike. 4 best of 3s in a day is what's happening yesterday and today. And so what we have coming up for us later on will be Gen.G versus FURIA and MIBR versus Evil Geniuses. And so this is, yeah, the match day overdue. Perfect. As far as the playoffs are concerned here for North America, FURIA versus Gen.G will be coming up at 19:30 CET. We'll be live at 19 with the pre-show. And Evil Geniuses versus MIBR, second match. And so already, I think what's going to happen now is that we're going to call it here. We'll be back at 19 with the show. Everybody's gonna have a nice little chance to have some dinner and get ready for it, because it's gonna be sick, fantastic games. And I'm going to leave you with Shot Style and Scrawny.
Another episode of CS Money Shot Style, and this time I'm joined by the new kid on the block for Dignitas. Of course, it is Hauser, the hottest sniper in the realm right now, my friend. How are you doing?
I'm doing great. How about you?
Pretty good, pretty good. I appreciate you asking. No, you know, nobody ever asks me, so thank you, Hauser. Listen, your gloves are nice, okay? That's the most important part. But I think the reason they're so nice is because you have one of the best knives out there in the market, the M9 Doppler Sapphire, factory new as well. Talk to me about that, man. What's going on with this blue combination?
You know, my favorite knife in the game is the M9 Sapphire, which I have been able to buy, and I was looking around, looking for nice gloves to match my my knife, and I found the Cobalt Skulls, and yeah, they match perfectly. So
yeah,
then very nice blue looking gloves.
Yeah, so I feel like that blue and black is kind of your theme, right? You know, your AK, your M4, it matches the collection, okay? But I think the collection itself, it's got to be centered around what caught my eye immediately, dude. You've got not just the AWP Gungnir, but also the AWP Prince. So the 2 coolest snipers recently added to the game. Tell me your thoughts on those.
Yeah, the AWP Gungnir, immediately when they came out, I have to have that. It matches my gloves perfectly, and yeah, I just have to buy it, no matter what.
Yeah.
And then I just looked around and I saw that new AWP Prince. I was like, looks good too. Have to buy it, try it, and love that AWP too.
Now you've got both of them. Do you switch them up for one CT side, one T side, or do you use the shuffle feature for your skins? How do you decide which one to use?
Sometimes my bullet doesn't go straight, so when I feel like the AWP is not working anymore, I have to change. So for the past few days I'm using the awesome mode, but I feel I'm gonna go back to the Gen.G.
Yeah, I think the Gungnir is a better decision, man. That thing's real slick. So, last question, my man. Tell me, you're the newest player for the Dignitas lineup, and they are legendary players, but I think you have the best inventory out of everyone on your team. Do you agree with that?
Yeah, for sure. I have the best one.
Yeah? And Forrest only used rust coat knives. What's that about?
I have no idea. It looks in my opinion, but yeah.
You and me both, man. You and me both. I think you're spot on. Listen, Hauser, I appreciate you stopping by. I appreciate you featuring here on our CS Money Shot Style, one of the best inventories in the upcoming players of Counter-Strike. Thank you so much.
Thank you too.
Well, in Blast Premier, I would say it's got to be OG. OG are a team where you've thrown together, it's like a ragtag team. It's similar to OG in Dota, where they put together 5 players who maybe would have never found each other if not for certain circumstances.
It has to be Na'Vi. They were the ones when they made the roster changes and brought in Guardian last year. I was excited for them, so I'm going to stay excited this year now that they've added this new kid, Perfecto. And I want to see this team succeed because it has one of the greatest players to ever touch Counter-Strike and a fantastic supporting cast, so Na'Vi for me.
At the moment, it's probably Na'Vi because, for me, this is just the early days of a team that has all the pieces to be really successful. And if Boomich grows a little bit more as an in-game leader, Blade has all the input that he can do from a coaching role, I feel like they'll have like a better balance. That could be the winning formula for him, but obviously we'll have to see how it goes throughout the rest of the year.
Having these orgs come in who haven't been involved in Counter-Strike either ever before or for some time, it's great because there's a pedigree to these brands. They already have their own fan bases, and if they can bring across any of the fans from the other games just to appreciate what we're offering here, you know, it's good from that standpoint. And to see them supporting Counter-Strike, it means, hey, we're still growing, we're not going anywhere.
Obviously OG, the success and the way they did it in Dota was phenomenal. It's one of the most talked about things. Even if you don't follow Dota, you would have seen that. And with their Counter-Strike lineup, they've almost done the same thing by picking people from different regions and different nationalities and trying to bring together a powerhouse team. Now, their results aren't too good just yet, but given them more time, I'm excited to see what they can do. And I think it's just nice for Counter-Strike is that it's not just the same organizations kicking a team, bringing in some new players, trying to make something work, and actually it makes it a bit more competitive in terms of what these teams can actually kind of bring to the table.
Yeah, Evil Genius's buyout of NRG at the time was incredible news. It's awesome, obviously, to see Counter-Strike prevailing, to see Counter-Strike thriving and growing still to this date. So it's exciting. And it's even more exciting when some of these rosters, like OG, on the other hand, who aren't an established team but are still backed by a massive organization, let's say Gen.G as well. It's just an exciting time for CS.
The ideal map pool for me in 2020, well, it'd have to include Seaside. I think maybe a little Cobblestone. No, but seriously, I think it's hard to say what maps that aren't in the pool should be in the pool right now. We've got a pretty stable map pool, one that players know and understand, one that doesn't have maps that don't have a lot of glitches and tricks and stuff like that. So that's really important. But I think it would be healthy just to try to add in maps that we haven't seen before, work on those, and bring those into the map pool for the future.
Let's take out Mirage and rework it. And before it comes back, I want to see a bit more Season. Yeah, I miss it.
The ideal map pool for me in 2020 would be to get rid of Mirage. I know they just updated it a little bit, but I think that map, even with these changes, it's still going to play quite stale. And for me, I never liked playing it. So you get that one out and bring in anything. Everybody wants Tuscan. Let's get Tuscan.
Economy is the first one. Economy needs to be fixed because at the moment it's just become, okay, the Krieg's in there which helps with like the T-side meta, but it's definitely not working out. Like teams can kind of get array with just buying every single round now. And while we get some more exciting rounds, where you get these low buys and these force ups, I loved it when you would maybe once in a game, or maybe not even once a game, once in a series, you get one round where they have literally terrible pistols and a few grenades and still get the win.
I am not a huge fan of the economy. I make that quite clearly known to everybody. I think that we've lost a lot of the ebb and the flow in Counter-Strike and the excitement curve. I would like it to go back to the way it was before, but that's not going to happen.
To balance Counter-Strike and make Counter-Strike even better, I would say you need to have more credence for movement. There has to be an appreciation for it. Over the years, the limitations to movement have been heightened. There's been slowing down of ladder movement, B-hopping getting nerfed, air strafing has never been good enough. All of those things need to be given more attention and love, and we need to appreciate movement, and we need to see more changes in favor of movement in 2020.
I think that 2020 needs an additional nerf to the Krieg. It was a sleeper weapon for so long, and now everybody knows exactly how powerful it is. We've tweaked the economy around it just so slightly that it's negligible. So I would like to see a hard nerf, not into non-existence, but at least a bit more to return Counter-Strike to where it was before.
Then I start with Obo, who's on complexity. And the reason for him is he's only 16. He's already doing well. We saw the damage complexities managed to do this year anyway, beating down some huge names. But he's one of these, and this is what we're seeing with more young players. They're just fearless. Like, they don't care if they're going up against Simple or Zyru. They're just running out and they're playing their game. They know how to actually just win the individual fights. And it's an air of confidence that they have that if they can do this against the tier 1, as long as they're in the right system and they're being used correctly, can have a lot of success.
Rising star for 2020, it's got to be Bo3. I think he's going to do big things, and it's hard to pinpoint where he's at because he's surrounded by legends on FaZe. His name is not meant to be, in the spotlight with them near, but his well-roundedness as a player is incredible, and I think he's just got this cool, collected aura about him that's really exciting to watch. So I'm putting all my money on Bo3.
I think 2020 is about if ZywOo can be #1 2 years in a row. At this point, we look at some of the storylines that have ended last year are still continuing on to this year, and Blast Premier is the first time we're seeing a lot of these teams play. But as an analyst, there's no reason not to assume that the teams that were great and the players that were great from last year won't continue that on. And so ZywOo's #1 in 2019. Why shouldn't he be #1 again? Let's see if he can do that.
All right, so what's going to happen now is I'm going to split you guys into teams. So each one of you will end up with a pro player to coach you through the Blast performance map. And what you'll be competing for, this beautiful little trophy here. Yeah, it's so amazing, isn't it? See?
No money?
No money, no.
That's pure silver.
Silver?
We're good for you.
Right,
we're all
done already. No, trust me, it'll definitely be worth it, guys.
Who's the best out of them three?
Oh, you put me on the spot now.
Well, ranking-wise, I think...
Ranking-wise, it's got to come on this way, yeah. It doesn't work like that. You go back over there. You got to wait for your spot. We're going to let these guys choose from the hat who they get out of you guys. Starting with you, Dupree.
We're going to go with this one.
Who you
No,
getting?
that's one. I got Fredericks.
Oh, he got who he wanted.
Dream team.
Yeah, we got
Right. Rush, your turn.
this one. Oh, you get to pick one. Yarmolenko?
Oh, it's me. It's me.
And you got the
Congratulations, bro. We will win.
I don't have to choose. It's not Grace, it's you.
Yes.
Sorry, bro.
He's my mate.
Sorry.
All right, let's go get ready. Let's go and try that performance, man. It's training time.
Right, let's get to it. I'm the best coach in the world.
All right, Scrawny, I've enlisted you to help me out in this, right?
Let's do it.
Now, you're Canadian, but I don't know how much you know about actual football. None of the soccer or anything like that. We've got some of the West Ham players here, right? Premier League players, and we've got the pros. We've got Dupree, we've got Rush, and we've got Apex teaching them a bit of CSGO, showing them the Blast performance map. So we're gonna have a look at what they do, see how good they actually could be, mate.
Let's check them out.
Let's just go through the basic first of all. So obviously, the mouse is pretty much the key in this thing. So the mouse obviously is where this is where you look.
Yeah.
This is how you obviously aim. You press this one to shoot.
Yeah.
Pretty straightforward.
This game, you need to shoot when you don't move. Okay, so if you're moving, it's not going straight, except with the pistols sometimes. But you know, it's not going forward.
It's nice that you've played before.
What is it?
This is the mouse.
Cheats, yeah.
Really good one in
Who do you think the best teacher is going to be?
I would say Dupree's pretty calm when it comes to it. It would make a lot of sense. You'd be able to explain it pretty well.
I guess. Just press your keys.
Oh, it's just complicated.
I gotta say, this is where my expectations are high for Rush. There's good synergy here, man. I can
So
feel
you've
it.
gone for Rush. I'm taking Dupree then.
Yeah, no chance in Apex.
Apex as a coach, maybe. He likes to have a lot of fun, but I don't know, man.
Right.
The mouse. This is just trafing. It's not like pivoting. Okay.
So if you kill the last guys on your map, and then you can try and go.
Thought I have. Oh.
That's the one guy there.
Get him hiding. What are you doing?
Yeah, he's hiding there. Now you can go into the elevator, so you can open. Yep. And then you go into the next challenge.
Oh, okay.
You play matchmaking, like the competitive matchmaking with your friends, or?
I just play competitive.
Yeah, competitive.
Yeah.
And I like this already, because Apex is being very more hands-on than what we were seeing over there.
Again, no distractions, you know?
And we may have spun too early on this, mate. We may have gone for it the wrong way.
Back, yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
The movement, man.
I'm really impressed with it so far. Headsets on, they're looking a lot more serious with it. We're seeing them actually do pretty well. Apex could be the dark horse in this from what we thought, mate. He definitely could.
We'll have to come back and check.
Like if you just take the headset on, you can hear how he should be running around like you in a circle. Can you hear like he's running from the left ear, then to the right ear? Can you hear that at all?
No.
No?
It sounds. Have I got them in the wrong way?
It could be, yeah.
Yeah, I think I have.
Yeah, it could be. Yeah, you had it on like that. That's why it's so difficult. I get it.
So which way should I have it? This way?
Yeah, like that. So you're gonna be able to hear him like running around in a circle on you?
That's better.
All right, put the mouses down. That is the end of the training. No more cheating, no more time. Let's see how they're going to get on now. All right, it's time for us to see these players actually show what they learned in training here. And we'll be starting off with Dupree and Fredericks. So let's see if they're ready. 3, 2, 1, go!
All right, let's get this over with.
All right, let's see what they do, Scrod. Okay, Dupree started off strong, of course.
Yeah, see, when it really boils down to this, James, it's my eyes fall onto our football friends. I think if the difference in times, it's going to boil down to them. But
I know, I've changed, I lost my gun.
Oh no, press one.
Press one. Press one. You can do it.
There, he's figured it out.
Where's one of them hiding?
Oh, he's missed one. So
Firebox.
now he's looking for a last
If I had to
one.
put money, it's on Firebox.
Someone's playing hide and seek with me.
He said someone's playing hide and seek.
No, it's his banner, surely. Oh, there he is.
Oh, there he sees it.
He's got him.
Yes, there we go.
Oh, I've had a nightmare.
The sneaky player. That's even in a real game, right?
Of course.
It's not just this.
Keep your eyes on Dupree, though. Dupree finishes.
I've had an absolute nightmare, by the way.
Yeah, I mean, nightmare.
I couldn't find one of them. He's playing hide and seek, mate.
Really? I had struggles too. There's one more, you got it.
Die.
There we go.
There's two more.
Die.
Nice.
Good shots coming in.
Die.
Last guy. Nice, and then you move on. This is the movement part.
Okay.
There's no time with this, so just take your time with this one.
Here we go.
You rush, and you have to hit.
Oh, almost, man.
Find him. Snods, you ain't getting this score, mate. This is way too hot for you, mate.
I'll let my shooting do the talking, yeah?
Yeah. We'll see.
Let's win it, mate. Let's go.
3, 2, 1, go!
And they're off.
We've got to go super fast here, so we want to try and close. Like, it's all rusty. Headshots being landed.
Reload.
He's winning.
I love.
Oh, surely not.
Don't you wish you could go back, James?
And just not know, yeah. And see how difficult
Relearn
it
this
would be.
game all over.
Well done, Snowdy.
By the way, Apex is tearing through this right now.
This is the more challenging one, right? The smoke screen.
So,
AK
opted for that
spray?
tactic.
It's crucial.
No, it's a jump. Oh no, just a jump.
The big jump.
This, huh? Yeah, space, the big one. Yeah. Up. No, forward, and they both. Yeah.
Heave ho.
You lost. Hey.
Snods, you were honking.
I know.
You were honking.
That shooting one, that ball one, I was doing so well over there as well.
All right, now it's time for Rush and Yarmolenko to try this out, so let's get them ready into it.
Get the headset on this time.
Yeah. 3, 2, 1, go!
And we're off.
Okay, fuck it.
Straight out the gates.
Oh, okay, this is a bit faster. He's actually not far behind him at the moment. This is really good.
But will he
you
clear
said
the
Rush could be a
corner?
good coach.
Yes, he's lost someone. Yes, come on! Hide and seek, come on!
That's what happened to you two? But
Yeah,
was
yeah,
that on
yeah.
that map? Or
No,
that?
the next one.
No, really.
Yeah,
Yama!
Right, left.
Yama! Yama!
Yalma.
On the right, on the right.
That says you're in the boxes,
Behind-
mate. You don't know where to go.
He's behind him. Turn around.
Well, he found him in the end.
There we go.
Rush is going fast.
Boils down to it.
Okay, he's still got one more to find here.
Maybe jungle.
Oh no.
God, this is hard, dude. I have faith in you.
Look, we haven't seen a single footballer manage to get past any of the movement segments. Just that first piece could be just the difference.
Very good.
I like Yama.
All right, let's find out who actually took the win here. So, we'll start with this losing team. It is Rush and Yarmolenko. You guys will be having to do the horrible job. 3,936 points.
bro.
The team walked away with the win.
We did it.
4,417 points. Dupree and Fredericks. In style, they got the job done.
Love it, man.
Apex, you sit in the middle with Snodgrass there. You got 3,971. So you got to do the honors now.
Yeah.
Give them their trophy. You got to bow down to the masters.
Thanks, lads. Thank you.
We're gonna host.
And that's it. A lot of fun being had here at Blast Premier. I hope you guys enjoyed watching it all. Thank you very much to West Ham and all the players that joined us to take part in this. We'll see you guys next time.
What's going on, guys? This is ENCE, and they've chosen the badass tattooed guys here to look at tattoos of other CSGO players. So we're going to be looking and trying to understand, first of all, whose tattoo it is, what we think of it, and kind of go from there with it. So this should be quite interesting.
One thing to note, a lot of the CS guys, they've got a lot of history with their tattoos as well. So yeah, let's take a look at the first one and see what they got for us. This one I know because I'm pretty sure I saw it getting done as well over at E-League, and this was Cold, the jumping off.
Yes, I actually really like it because obviously it's very difficult to get this incorporated into it, but with the wings and stuff, really nice. You can see the detail.
Yeah, I can't remember the guy's name. That's what's killer. But the guy that I talked to who did this tattoo for Cold, he's the guy who actually put me onto the guy who did my left sleeve.
Oh, dope.
So my left sleeve is done by the apprentice of one of the guys that he talked about, Kelly Corson, and this is done by Johnny, who was his apprentice at the time. Yeah, that's Cold. I mean, it's the jumping off. It's one of the big plays, major plays, and he actually started it because then Simple went on to get his tattoo after.
That makes sense.
He did the drop.
Because automatically when I saw the AWP first, I was just like, oh, it might be Simple's one because I knew he had one. But no, Cold. So yeah, okay, I like it. I have no negatives on this because some people do choose like wild tattoos to have, and if you're going to get one like a game or something like that, you've got to be pretty specific on like meaning. But for Cold, it's a huge moment.
If you got a legendary moment.
Yeah.
I can see that. I can see that. Oh, yeah, dude.
What?
All right, so I mean, I think this is the reaction says it all, but right now.
That's so sick.
So you know who that is?
No.
That's Config.
Is it?
Yeah.
I've never seen his tattoo. That's so detailed. Where did you get the idea for that? Do you know?
It's I think he got it from Device. I've seen this tattoo style been going around a bit. But the Device has a very similar kind of style sleeve.
Yeah.
And it's where you're getting like the Romans, I can't remember if this is Marcus Aurelius or who exactly it is. I don't even know if Config knows. but you know, that's the style, right, of
it's not
doing the Greek statues.
I would get, but just the way it pops out, that looks freaking awesome. I like that.
It's rad. It's so cool. And in person, it's even better than the photo. In person, it's just sick.
We had him last week. Damn it, I can't see it in person now.
Yeah, it was hidden there. You know, you can see the beard. Yeah. That's all you can see under the jersey.
Oh, I'm gonna have to have a closer look at that, that's for sure.
That's Simple.
Simple, yep, obviously. That one we see all the time because of his hand.
Wait, yeah.
No, he's got it. He's got it all the way.
Wait, hold on.
You don't think so?
I can't remember Simple having Veni Vidi Vici. No, I think this is.
But Simple's got his right arm done, hasn't he, all the way down?
No, this isn't Simple. This is Nitro. This is Nitro. Because Nitro also he has the full sleeve.
These arms look a little bit small.
Simple didn't have Veni Vidi Vici. I'm pretty sure he's got Veni Vidi Vici.
Okay, then I don't know because I don't think Nitro's arms
I think
are that
that's
small.
Nitro. I think that's Nitro.
I'm not
Those
sold.
donuts, that's Nitro.
All right, you can
Yeah?
take Nitro. Is it Nitro? Damn,
Yeah, there we go.
Okay,
So-
Nitro, I'm sorry,
so-
but your arms look bigger in real life, mate, because they
Dude,
look really
Nitro-
small in that picture.
Nitro was built.
Yeah,
Hey.
dude, his arms are strong.
And they did a really good job of like shadowing off the pic so you couldn't see, because Nitro, you can also see on the right side, he's got a tattoo here on his neck. So if you could see his neck there, that would have given it away. But they also needed to blur out his left arm because the left arm sleeve gave it away too, because
obvious,
he's got
yeah.
his full left arm there. Nitro's also got great work. It's really nice detailed work. You recognize this one, eh?
Well, this one's easy. Mr. Simple in there, right?
This is simple.
And then,
This is the op.
So I don't so much like have a problem with what this one looks like. It's just for me, I would like to see more detail added to it. Obviously, it's the iconic moment, so I get the reason behind it. But I don't know. Is he adding anything else?
He's getting the
extra?
tag. He's getting, you know, he continued the sleeve down.
Yeah.
But I mean, as far as the tattoos is concerned, yeah, I mean, it's really big, large format. You did the whole thing, right?
You went full on with it.
But I mean, again, it's when you get those major moments like that, it's like, all right, get that.
You're in
put
game
on.
for life, so you may as well put on your body for life. I get
mean,
it.
you've played in the major, you have competed, you've got one of the iconic plays from the major. So yeah.
The flaming wings as well. I love it.
It's sick, and it looks
so
good
good.
too. So I mean, you know, Simple, he's a beast. Okay, now we're on the owl, and here I have no idea who this is. Hold on.
I've never seen this. Because that's even not a part of our body we would normally see, so this would have to be known from like Instagram or something.
I have no idea who this is.
Twist.
That's Twist.
Damn.
Aye.
So we're right, okay, so it's Twist, so he works out. We get it.
Yeah, but Twist is, that's the thing,
So
I didn't remember
his
Twist
chest
having the
ones.
acne scars. So that's, I couldn't tell it was him or not.
I like how that's what we're trying to pull off, like these little details, like we
It's
knew he
trying to
worked
see.
out. Yeah.
Just trying to see, like, what's gonna give it away?
Thing is, I remember his really cool chest one and stuff that he had done. I remember that.
Dude, he's got some sick work over here. I mean, he just got that scorpion on his hand.
He's
No,
got some real
really
good
nice work.
But yeah, I've not seen this one.
I haven't seen this one yet. Cool.
Fair play.
Oh. Come on, you know this one.
Yeah, MBK.
That's MBK.
MBK.
Yeah.
All the way. Thing is, obviously, I'm a big fan of like the demon masks. That's me. So what I'm going for on this next arm.
Is that gonna be it?
So I've got like a terrible one now that's like old, right? So what I'm doing is going to go over it with similar style to this from the same guy, and I'm going to have like a snake all the way down, and then I'm going to have the demon mask on the top.
Okay. NBK, he was one of the first that I saw really go for the hardcore color.
Yeah.
'Cause this isn't recent at all. This has been years that he's had this one. And I think it was when
I
people
love
were
the blue.
starting to really try and move into like highly colorful tattoos, really get into the bright, vibrant blues and stuff like that. And so when MBK got this one, it was impressive. It was like, oh, okay, that's pretty rad.
Yeah, that's legit.
And that's one of, but now he's covered, man. Him and his girlfriend, Miss Rage.
Yeah,
You know,
she's
Miss
had
Rage,
loads,
she's also got a
doesn't she?
lot.
She's got to the neck of them, right?
Yeah, she's got a lot on. But yeah, MBK, I mean,
That was
really
a good
sick.
one. That was a good one, yeah.
I mean, he's a pirate after all.
This one wasn't very hard to guess, was it?
Zeus.
Literally got his face on it, so hi Zeus. Yeah, that's cool.
No, but Zeus is such a meme, dude. That's unreal. It's a panda. Half of Zeus's tattoos, I mean, because now he's got the bars
neck
as
one,
well.
yeah.
He's all over the place.
So the neck bars, right? Obviously, it kind of looks
What do they
pretty
mean,
bad,
though?
but I don't,
Do they mean anything?
I don't know anything behind it.
'Cause
Like
I just feel like Cyberpunk, you know, we're seeing like Cyberpunk 2077 or something like that. You know, that's what's going on there.
going into the future with it all.
Yeah, because I don't know, but I mean, yeah, he got those ones there. He's got the Zeus across his other forearm with the bars there
Yeah.
too. So I mean, Zeus has got a theme that he's going for. He's got a style to it. But the detail on this one is rad.
But yeah, no, that's really good. Like you can see a little dot work with it as well. And I guess looking like all the bullets flying off in the air.
It's just really impressive about tattoo artists now is like the detail that they can get into. But again, that's going to be one of those tattoos that you really just want to protect. Yeah, the red and the whites as well. I mean, it's like, so that's what they don't tell you when you get really colorful tattoos is that you tend to want to protect them from the sun because they bleed faster. So that's why sometimes if you know you're going to get a lot of sun or you just spend all your time outdoors, you just get black tattoos. And then you don't have to worry so much about color and what the sun's doing to them.
I've got no idea what that means. I have no idea what it might be.
I mean,
maybe he considers himself to be a big panda because he's like the aggressive in-game leader, but he's a cuddly bear, really.
I'm just over here thinking, you know, if pandas could be that badass. I mean, we're talking about, you know, bears that can't even procreate. They can't even do anything to keep their own, you know, lineage going. Yeah. So it's like, at least if they could have AKs and grenades, you know, they could be cool.
I've just spotted that's an actual cat just watching him get the tattoo as well.
No,
that looks like a
that
real
is
cat.
an actual
That
cat
looks
watching
like a
him
real
get
cat.
a tattoo. Okay, then why not?
You know, like health and safety and all that when you get your tattoo done.
Yeah,
I don't think I'd be a big fan of that.
It's fine. You know, hey, dude, you see the way like old tattoos were done where the guy was like smoking while he was getting the tattoo and
Yeah.
stuff, you know? That's all
question
changed.
7. would you ever get a non-tattoo gun? Would you get the old way, you know, like the knock and...
I was thinking about it, but then I talked with a lot of people in terms of what's the difference and all that. And they're just like, it's just doing it for the sake of doing it because you can actually get a better product from the gun.
Yeah.
And so it's just
the older way.
more time and, you know, what do you want to do? But like from the gun
I
quality
heard
is
it's
just
more
as good.
painful.
I haven't heard that it's more painful or not. I think it's more just time. You're just going to sit
so
there
you're just there for longer,
forever.
so yeah, I guess
it
in
takes
total would be
longer
more
to do it, so
painful.
you're just sitting there forever, right? Where the gun can be a bit faster, obviously, in the process.
What's the longest session you've managed to sit through?
8, 9 hours.
Yeah, I always tap
it's a
out
full
around
day.
9 hours.
It's a full day.
Yeah.
That was, by that 9th hour, you're pretty...
Dude, sometimes when I was getting to like 6 hours at times, I was like, wow, just want to give up here.
It just depends on where they're at and what they're doing.
Elbow.
Elbow?
Yeah.
To me, it was all this green is done with a lining needle. It's not even like it's a shade needle, it's a line needle. That was actually, I thought once we were done with the lining, because the lining always sucks because it feels like they're drawing a knife across, because it's literally that. It's just like 4 needles in a square and he's just drawing it across. So it sucks. The lining part really blows.
Any tips for people out there?
You know, take the time to find an artist that you really like.
Yeah, definitely.
That's the main thing, because artists, I mean, this guy I'd kept an eye on for years, and then I got super lucky, and he just posted to Instagram stories like, hey, I've got Thursdays freeing up, and I was pretty much like the first guy to message him. Just jumped on the email immediately like, oh, I'm interested, and managed to get in, just snuck it. But again, keep an eye on a good artist that you like, because you're going to be wearing it for a while.
We could talk about tattoos all day. Me and Sam do enjoy this a lot, but we do need to go on and get on with the show. Make sure you're being safe with your tattoo choices, make sure you're going to the right places, and obviously do your research. Look at it the whole way through. Stay away from girlfriends' names and wives' names. Definitely.
And Rush is going to try and hold the line. There's flames everywhere. He's got a triple kill.
Complexity do what nobody would have expected.
I'm sitting here with Rush. What's going on, brother?
Long time.
And we're going to start out reviewing the match against Astralis, which was their opening 2-0, which somehow you pulled off. I wanted to start here and in round 5. You guys are going to end up losing this round, but I wanted to use it to kind of set the stage because you start this map out on a 5-0 lose streak. So can you just talk a little bit about like the idea of like what was going on in these 5 rounds where Astralis just kind of ran out to that quick lead?
I will say that in like the beginning, we definitely were making like little small like micro mistakes that we don't normally make in the defaults, especially like we weren't playing like the same that we normally do in scrims, and I think that it took us like once we knew that if we won that one round that we're gonna get back into it. So I think it comes after this round. So this is just like a half buy or something like. But I think we took this round to talk a bit as well because that's a really slow round and we're talking about what we're gonna do in the next rounds.
Yeah.
But yeah, we just wanted to mentally reset and we needed that one round. It's kind of like when you're down like as an individual like 0-11 or 0-10 and you get that 1-3K and it gets you back into it. It's the same thing here. You just gotta get that one round.
This round, let's talk about how you guys are opening up these rounds here in Dust 2.
It's a long rush, typical long rush we have. I get bopped instantly sometimes, but we get long, which is the most important part about this. Like, even though we lost the man, I think we kind of won it because won the exchange because we have long, and it's so important at Dust 2 to have long.
Yeah.
So I don't exactly remember what happens after this. That's pretty massive.
Poison was nailing those shots all day long.
Oh yeah, he hasn't missed many shots like in this entire event. I'm really impressed with him, and he plays like that in a lot of practices too. So it's not like new to me, but I'm glad that he's finally getting some recognition as being like one of the top operators. This is like important to just to slow down, you know. Sometimes.
So
like,
low economy, and you're just like, let's see what the response is to these.
You don't want to charge into anything when you get flanked or just like, you know. So we're trying to just bait out utility right now.
You haven't been doing anything across the map, so you don't necessarily have information of what you're going up against. How do you kind of manage that?
I think, well, like one thing you can do is like throwing like a small set of utility and see if they throw anything back. If they don't, then maybe they're just like waiting. But if they throw something back, then they wasted that, and then you can use the real utility to go up. So it really depends on what they're working with. And right here, it got really scary because they threw a smoke to get out, and it was a good trade by Config, but definitely I was a little scared here, especially because he missed that kill, and that could have been a kill for him as well.
How's the calling working out for you guys? I mean, I know BlameF has come in as kind of the in-game leader and the captain to put this team together. I know you've also been pretty vocal in the mid-rounds and probably drawing off your experience as well. Is that something that's designed, or is that just something that's kind of developed naturally during practice?
Generally speaking, like it's Ben talking the most at the start of the round, and the mid-round it's definitely Ben and me. I'd say like mainly Ben though, because he has an idea of how he wants to play, especially versus particular teams that maybe we anti-shredded, so he knows how they're gonna play. But I always find times when I need to talk, like early round if I need to tell someone what to do, or like late round I actually will make mid-round calls, but generally speaking, Ben is the main IGL and he controls most of the game. Like he actually does most of the work too outside of the game. It's like making their strats with the coach.
I think you even mentioned he's one of the hardest working guys that you've been on a team with.
I'll say he is the hardest worker. So like he's not like he's one of, he is the hardest worker.
He is the hardest working.
So like.
So, I mean, this is just going to be standard fare. Now, after this round, I mean, this is the start of what would end up becoming a 15-2 run from you guys in this map. Did you even think that that was like a possibility against a team like Astralis?
I didn't think it would be like, I definitely didn't think it was going to happen, but I knew it was a possibility that we could crush them for sure. But like, if the stars align, is in like, the communication is good, like it should be. The strats are working and our anti strats working. All these things, like they didn't play how we expected to a good degree. So.
Well, that's the big question. Is this? Did you feel like when you were going through this run, this 15-2 streak, did you feel like you were outplaying them, or was it just like, oh my God, we're just dominating these guys. We're just doing some pretty basic standard stuff. We're just winning these fights.
Both. I think it was both. Yeah, I think we were hitting a lot of shots. They were maybe a little disjointed as. Not normally, like, they definitely didn't play how they normally play, so I think...
They looked a little rusty coming into this weekend.
But then we took advantage of that fully and just like we had the anti-strat and we had the confidence and we just took over the game completely, so...
Yep, you have to imagine, do you have like a good read on their economy at this point, do you feel?
Yeah, we know they have them on the ropes for sure. Like, our money is not like insane, but it's pretty solid. Like we can definitely buy for 2 or 3 more rounds, so I think we can make like, not necessarily like risky plays, but we can run things that maybe wouldn't run if we were like zero money, you know? So I think here it's another default, because our default's working, like why stop what's like working, you know? So like there's no point. So we kept doing it. Val's definitely taking the lead of this up. A very uncharacteristic miss by him, honestly. So.
Yeah. Especially, well, here's another 3-on-5.
I think we might lose this round.
I think this might be one of the 2 that you lose. So, I mean, how did you guys get kind of lured into that? That was like a trap set up on Catwalk. For
them. And I went out long because I thought that it was clear, but Glaive brained me in car. he just said in car. But
it happens.
Yeah, I didn't actually know from the NS that he likes to play there sometimes, like late round, but like.
Yeah, didn't expect it this early.
He deleted me kind of.
Yeah. Well, everyone got deleted this round, so don't feel too shabby.
Yeah, this is a round that definitely didn't affect us in the slightest, honestly. It sucks that we didn't kill any of them to hurt their economy, but at the same time, like, it's not a big deal because we had money, we had confidence, so. Yeah, this is the one.
All right, we've skipped ahead a little bit. This is round number 14. They won a round and then you broke them. Now they're just on these pistols. And this round gets really sketchy, so talk me through it a little bit. There's got to be a lot of panic going on here as these kills come out.
We definitely got slammed with nades here, but like, and we got like shot through smoke, so like 2v4, but they didn't have the guns, and I know they had like a lot of armor or like weapons. So I'm like, I said, Owen, just stay long. I'm gonna go back B, or like T-spawn. I'm gonna hold it for a long time. Like just wait, and I'm gonna try to search for mistakes, search for them to go for info.
Yeah.
And I told them I think I said around 50 seconds, I'm gonna come back. So I think it gets pretty close to me, like on the timing. I could have almost like gotten caught in the back here, but I would have cleared it before I went, obviously.
No, just out of curiosity, because I mean, you know, I have some professional experience from way back in the day. When you know you have a team on the on a kind of a half buy, sometimes it's a bit sketchy to go on long because you know those nade stacks are probably attack it. Did you know this was going to be an eco and you kind of just no?
No, I didn't. And right here, after I kill him, I was gonna look for a second one, but like it's not worth it to keep going because maybe I'll get flanked. So I'm like, I'm just gonna kill him, and then I faked going to B. So
for the dead cam?
Yeah. So like you can see, Glaive rotates pretty quickly. Then I come back and I get a free kill, and Megas wasn't expecting me, I think.
Yeah, he's pushing up.
Then I tell Owen there's only one A because one rotate. I saw him rotate, so I said go up A, just aim him because it's a 1v1.
Yeah.
And he goes up and I think he hits a nice shot.
You big brain bastard. This is nice so far. Yeah. I mean, Obo just kind of wrecks him here. So I mean, you find yourself out of a sticky situation. That's a 2-on-4, even though it's an eco, and then a 3-on-5 was the first round you won.
Yeah.
That's pretty wild.
It's nice. I mean, some big rounds. It's definitely when it sucked to lose this, but it is close to the end of the half, so I wouldn't have like broken us or anything like that because we still have money. Yes, we have money to buy, but it's nice to have a 9-6 from a 5-0 half.
Yeah,
like
absolutely.
5-0 start. So like when I saw that, I kept saying like good shit, guys. Like that was like really good half. Like we won 9 rounds out of 10, so it was really good.
Well, cool. That's all we had for you guys here on this match breakdown. Just a really quick one with Rush, one of their best victories. Obviously, a historic victory. You guys, I don't know if you saw the stat. You're the first team outside of the top 30 to beat Astralis in best 3, to beat the #1 team in the best 30 or best of 3.
Yeah.
And you mentioned before we went live here that you knew this was possible. So, what was the conversation after this match? Team was just super happy, super excited.
I think it was to like celebrate a little bit, but also like we have more matches to play. We can't just let one victory like make us like on top of the world, but definitely helped our confidence going forward. Like we can destroy anyone here after we did that.
Well, that's great. Thanks, Rush, and appreciate your time, brother.
No worries.
Congratulations on a good weekend.
Thanks.
Are your E-League Major champions!
Hello guys, and welcome to another legendary map series. This time we've got Tarek with us. We're going to talk about the infamous, biggest, greatest comeback in history, not only in history on its own, but also the greatest result for a North American team, the Major 1 versus FaZe at the Cloud9 versus FaZe finals at the E-League Boston Major. A fantastic time and probably the best day of your life.
It has to be up there. I mean, definitely like top 3 life highlights. Might even be number 1 actually, to be honest.
To summarize this for you guys, it's basically Cloud9 0-2 in the beginning of the group, went on to beat Astralis and then 2 more teams, and then went through the hard side of the bracket and beat like 3 of the top 5 teams in the world, ending with FaZe, who were number 1. They had a positive record versus Cloud9 leading up to the Major on all of these maps. I think Overpass was a map that got into the veto. That was a map that you guys had a ton of trouble on versus them in the past. And then we come onto this, it's on Inferno. We get to the final moments. We've got Tarek here in an EG jersey, but at the time he was playing on Cloud9. And now we're basically going to look at the map and talk with Tarek about it.
So right now on CT side, for the most part, it's like Tim and Stu are doing their thing at B, and they control everything that happens over there. It's their side, and then if they need something from us at A, we can help them. But then for us at A, it's usually just us calling our own setups. Like if I want to do something, or if Will or Tyler, if we want to play for a certain thing, then it's usually just like improvised. I wouldn't say it's like a dictatorship where one person's saying everything for both sides, unless someone really has a good idea, and then we all can agree on if we want to do it or not. I think it's more of like a democracy where, you know, someone says something and then we try to like help each other out, and then if it's the right play, we do it.
Yeah, on the CT side, you're not like calling strats, just setups. So how are you contributing your information? Like when things go silent, like are you asking them for information? Are you trying to clear something for them on B, since you guys are relatively passive? Like what are your comms like on A?
Yeah, for example, if we have full mid control and Tyler's holding it and there's no smoke there and they're not making any presence at A, then we tell the B players like, hey, either setting up for a house pop or they're walking up on you guys B. And then if they have full B control and they're not making any mid presence, then immediately our reaction would be like, hey, these guys are probably going halls. So we have to play for that. And we're just trying to sort of figure out what's going on. I think in this round it looks like they're on a low buy, so we're just playing a little safer. You see me again playing for the house pop because I want to make sure we don't get caught out by that. And then Tyler's playing mid to fall back, take a shot.
Do you remember what kind of like money they had in these last few rounds? Like, do you have an idea of when it was going to be an eco?
Yeah, for sure. I think we were expecting a low buy here, and you can tell just because like how passive we're playing at A, and Stu's going for a shot here and just to back up, safe play. I don't remember exactly what happens in this round actually.
In your mind, like, there was a couple of rounds there earlier on where you were like in that box in a very tough spot, and then you had to like you not lucky, but it was like a miraculous spray down that you got to save you from it. Did that worry you about how you were playing personally, like your positions? Did you want to do anything a little bit different out the gate in the future, or were you like, well, it worked, so let's just do it again, maybe it'll go better next time?
I think it was just unfortunate because Tyler got caught and I didn't realize lane was open, like for example that one round, and then I just sort of like flick transferred to him on lane. I don't think I really overthought it at all. I think I was just sort of like, he got there somehow. I don't know how, but I'm not gonna try to figure it out really. Let's just keep moving forward, because you can't really think about what happened in the previous rounds too much, because then you can't even focus on the next round.
Yeah. The people aren't playing as much like automatic there. It's kind of like a happy position, get a kill, maybe push through the smoke. Stewie doesn't even like playing on the site anymore because people are just doubling him at coffins, mollying him out at quad, emo as well. What's changed about Inferno in that regard? Like, do you guys try to play from sites, or is there more of a focus on B control or like forward B control in 2020? I
think that meta has definitely changed. I think now it's way harder to sit in the site and hold your nades because the T's will just screw you. Like whether it's if you don't smoke the entrance, they're just gonna walk in and pop, and if you do smoke the entrance twice, then they're gonna wait for that and then do a full execute after. So I think now you have to take banana control as a CT, and you have to really fight for it, or at least like get the T's to burn a lot of their utility or get a kill and fall back, whatever it is. But I don't think you can really sit in the site anymore.
You were like, I'm putting the bomb down. He took one shot. He's not coming for another one. If he does,
yeah,
I'm screwed.
Right? There's no way, because it would be too risky because they're in the man advantage, so it wouldn't make sense.
This is a great round from Tarek, by the way. Take it away, Tarek.
Yeah, I think this round I got some good kills. I remember jumping across and they had no idea because Guardian didn't see me, so I got a free kill there.
I want to talk to you about this. Okay, so the movement here in this specific round, you take the shot on Guardian, and there's this game that you're playing where you don't know when he's going to peek you. Did you feel like if I stay here, we're going to lose? I have to get across, or you're just like, I can definitely get across, no problem. I'm just going to make that decision right now.
I think I would rather Like, okay, so once he took that shot, then I knew I can get off for free, and I think it's way more beneficial for me to be on this side than that side, because if I'm stuck in that corner, it's gonna be so easy for them to just isolate me. So I think it's just like really like intuition, just right away like making the decision if you want to go or not. Because if you like second guess yourself or you take you too long, you can't do that, because then he's gonna kill you if you wait too long.
And this is an ace. They didn't even talk about this in the cast, man.
Yeah, that was an ace. Yeah, that was a good round by me.
You guys remember that was an ace? He's the one who aced in OT, not Stewie. Tarek, you look a little stressed out there. A little bit.
I'm dying, like. Yeah.
So close to ending the game. We're into 19-19, and let's just move it ahead now to the last couple of rounds. This is a really great round in general. Okay, so here, that was a crazy trade. Let's actually talk about that for a moment. So we're taking the A execute here. It's 19-20. Cloud9 2 away from winning, and they're going for another lane hit.
Yeah. So this round we had a good hold. We got 2 kills, and then they sort of got shut down. And I was so mad I didn't kill this guy, because I was literally watching for him to walk through the smoke. If you see me, but I don't know how I didn't kill him. I was like so surprised.
It was a great reaction, like you just
Yeah, and then after that, Will sort of died, and so now like this great hold went to sort of just being a hard round, and Skadoodle stayed alive in the back of the site.
Who are you watching?
Right now I'm watching Tyler for sure. Okay. Right now I'm trying to figure out what's gonna happen, and I'm trying to get the rest of the guys to come help him.
This is a pretty genius play from Ska, isn't it?
Yeah, he made a sick play for sure. That was huge, because we had a great hold, but then we sort of let it go, and then he saved us there.
Yeah, drops the smoke, waits for someone. Like, no one wants to jump up because he can op them. They go to spam to the side, he jumps up. It's like, oh, Quake moves from Skadoodle in that moment. And now what could be the last round of the game. Can't remember if it actually is. 21-19. And it's another round. You guys come through with another sick hold. You're going back to the CT side comeback, a pretty successful OT. Just more of the same, yeah?
Yeah, I mean, the whole every round was just ridiculous overall. So everyone played great too on both teams. Well, probably on my team more so. I think our people on my team had more highlights than theirs.
Yeah.
Yeah, everyone was playing good on our team.
Are there any tells that you remember that you were like kind of gambling off of, or was it just when you like saw people that you were making calls?
Definitely. I mean, when we were playing on this team, we were definitely like very risky, like the way we played in Gambly. So I'm sure there was a lot of that happening. I can't recall specifically, but just in our playstyle, and also not always, but sometimes we did make gambles that, you know, were a little risky. But I still think that we played good, like with this iteration of Cloud9. I mean, we made a lot of top 4s. We won a couple of events. But
you were top 6 in the world at the time, coming into this major. So yeah, definitely really good.
I mean, I think we could have. I think we were a strong team still, even though we had our ups and downs. I think overall, like, we made a lot of progress, and it was obviously a really fun time.
You're sitting in spawn in this situation. Kerrigan has no idea. It's like, what is this idiot doing there?
Yeah, he's pissed for sure. I don't remember how I ended up there, but definitely caught him off guard.
And I think this has a lot to do with you. You actually boost up for the kill. Oh, you get traded out immediately, and then automatic comes through the smoke. 1v2 situation.
This in itself is like a really hard round to win, in my opinion, as well. Like every time there's an upper triple, I feel like it's so difficult, because these shots. Yeah, it's. I feel like the shots here are easy for an upper, so we pulled it off somehow, but.
You guys have an op on the retake as well. Yep. No grenades, so you have to like dry peek something, and then
we sort of took the risk of like hoping that the CT guy wouldn't peek him and holding banana. But yeah, and then we closed it out, and the rest is history.
That's it, man. That was a big day. Look at this. So happy. Like in this moment, are you just like, what the hell? What the hell just happened?
In that moment, my mind is blanked out, and it's just so hype. Like, it's just so surreal, and just I don't know, just kind of crazy. Especially because I had my family there as well, and they got to watch and see it live. And my mom I remember her telling me like how it's one of the moments she'll never forget, and just like all the confetti flying, and like how she's so happy that she was able to experience it live. Yeah, it was really special.
What was the drink of choice that night?
Actually, we went to the after party, and I didn't really I was chilling. I was just trying to enjoy it. So I didn't really like get too messed up. I don't remember what I drank. Probably some vodka.
A little vodka.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I feel like no amount of alcohol could even make this better. I mean, this is as good as it gets. And then now, I mean, what's the mutual? There's just mutual respect across the board between you and this other in FaZe, right? As you're going and like shaking everybody's hand. And are you guys like when you're seeing them? Like, are you extremely happy and trying to be like mindful of how they feel too, or?
Yeah, I think you have to show empathy for sure, because just like what both teams went through there, and I even after, or even still now, I feel like terrible. I always see like, you know, just because. I don't know. Is that messed up to say? Like I'm not terrible. Like in the sense that like
you feel like
I know
awful that it happened.
Like I don't feel awful that it happened, but I would say like I sort of can empathize for them, like, and like feel bad. Like I sort of see like how they could feel by losing that kind of a game, because it was so close. But yeah, I mean, I definitely like it's how it is, you know.
If you play it back, would you give them the win, or?
No, I'm not saying that at all. I'm saying I feel like I know how bad they feel is what I'm trying to say. So that's why I sort of empathize for them. But there's nothing you can do. I mean, it is what it is.
Yeah, that's what the game is, man. If both people could win, it wouldn't feel as good, right?
Yeah, definitely.
So it's been a long time. It's felt like forever since then. When's the next NA major?
That's a good question. I mean, we're looking good right now. Let's see. So let's see how Blast goes and then see what happens. But I mean, hopefully another NA major. That would be sick. And hopefully in NA, maybe New York. I'm just saying.
New York. All right, well, thank you so much, Derek, man. That was super fun, and I think for the fans who get to watch it back and get the second perspective, it like adds a lot of enrichment to the game. So hopefully you can do more content like that, and that's going to be it. If you have any recommendations for who should do another legendary match review on, let me know. Tweet at me. Hit us up on all the Blast, #BlastPremiere. Blast Premiere on Twitter, Instagram, or YouTube, and go ahead and hit that sub button, like ding the bell, and like, what are the YouTube protocols?
Oh, subscribe, YouTube, like, I don't even know, actually. I don't really sell it like that. I just post content.
Yeah, he just posts content. All right, thank you so much, guys. Take it easy.
Chance here. RBK gets a solid entry for shotgun. It's inconsistent, but it is enough. Just popping out of the box, and he lands one more.
Counter-Strike is not just about headshots. Audio is your best friend, and I'm going to show you some tricks using the sounds of weapons, utility, and the map so you can always stay one step ahead. I'm ENCE Bloom, and this is Audio Advantage. Weapons in CSGO come in all different shapes and sizes, and they make all kinds of different noises. Aside from their primary use, here is how gun audio can become a tool with which to fool your enemies. In certain situations, the defense will know as much of what you're doing from seeing you as they will from hearing you. If you're jumping from high ground to low, it'll emit a loud sound that will tell the defense exactly where you've gone. But if instead, just as you're landing, you fire off a loud weapon, this will obscure the sound and thus make it impossible for them to figure out where you've gone. A lot of the time, this will give you the advantage needed to win the round. Another high-intensity situation revolves around the 1 versus 1 defuse. Here, a defuse again triggers a sound that will tell your enemy exactly what's coming. But with a scope rifle, you can add another sound to the mix, thus confusing them and thinking that you've come off the defuse. A lot of the time, this will trick them into delaying the push, and you can win the round while they're waiting around on the other side of the wall. Flashes, smokes, molotovs, decoys, and HE grenades. So many options to bamboozle the enemy. You've seen the fancy executes, the smoke defusers, but have you tried this? A clever way to use the audio emitted from utility is to throw them in one direction and then go somewhere else. A popular example here is the middle of Inferno, throwing a grenade to top banana and then going to the A bomb site. If your opponent is close enough by that they can hear the grenade going off, they'll think you're headed to B, thus giving you a huge advantage. Because some grenades, molotovs, HEs, and smokes can only be carried one at a time by each player, they give away critical tactical information even when heard across the map. If you hear 2 or 3 smokes going down on any given position, you know that there has to be 2 or 3 people in that position, thus giving your team a critical tactical advantage. Finally, we have the maps. set in multiple locations around the world, all with a different unique sound design to help you trick your opponents. On a map like Nuke, you can sometimes sneak a teammate down to the lower part of the map, but past a certain point, either at the door or at the window into the B bomb site, they either have to break the window or open the door, both of which will make a sound that will give away the game. But if at the same time, on the upper side of the map, you open the door or break open the windows at the ceiling of the A bomb site, that'll cover the sound and confuse any enemies into thinking that you're only in one of these positions. A clever way to trick your opponent is to intentionally leak audio. As you're stomping forward in one direction, let's say on the B ramp, you can suddenly stop and walk backwards, reversing course. Anyone hearing you will think that you've made your way into the B bomb site, when in fact you're now back, waiting for them seconds later to show up. That's it. Some tips and tricks on how to use audio to your advantage within the game. Try it at home. Impress your friends and annihilate your enemies. Share your audio skills with us, and we'll share your clips on our social channels, showing off the best in audio advantages that CSGO has to offer.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. We are kicking off the decade here. Not every day you get to say that. With the Blast Premier Spring Series. We do have the very best in the business, the best in the world competing here.
This is going to be the first Tier 1 tournament that we're going to be having. This is the first time we're going to see a lot of these names playing since last year.
Yeah.
NIP, FaZe, and Liquid, the last time they played was actually the global finals, right, over there in Bahrain. So we had FaZe playing some online stuff earlier in the year, but this is when we're going to get stuck into the LAN game. This is what it's all about.
Exactly. This is what we've all been waiting for. Our first match will be coming up right now. It's FaZe versus NIP.
They can actually see each other at least for a little bit. They could stand up theoretically between rounds and, you know, laugh at each other, point. But that's the effect we're looking for. Welcome to the show. It's FaZe at NIP here, a best of 3 to start off Blast Premier, and I can't wait for it. This is not going to be enough time for NIP. They're in a lot of trouble here. 18 seconds, pushing through. Brokey in that crossfire, flashing his way in and cleaning it up as Cold Zero taking down 2, and that's going to be a nice cleanup for him. So aggressive. He's loving it right now. Maybe a little bit too much so, and I can't believe he got that spin in, Lekro. Not bad at all. Now they almost line up. This could all get taken away right here as Olofmeister will get one more in it.
19 HP, 1 on 2. He won't expect this. Wow. That's an ace for Lekro to keep NIP in the game. A double kill. Puts Nico into prime position, but he can't handle Rez turning the corner.
They have that bomb plant, and now look at Nook. He's going to be walking down towards the ramp instead. He would have a good angle for it. Rez with yet another kill. He's fighting in the middle. Another headshot comes through. A huge quad kill for him so far. Twist. I don't know what you could do here. The flashbang right in his eyes, and a follow-up as well. He's blind for 10 seconds straight, and he still gets the no-scope. Taking all of, and he nearly gets it. It's so close. Brokey with that Krieg long range and the spray down. Absolutely disgusting. They're all headshots, and there's nothing left here for NIP.
A team with a very recent roster change, losing their star player, losing their identity. It's a transitional period for NIP, but to start off so far here at Blast Premier in London, FaZe looking good. A dominant 2-0 victory over NIP.
Make some noise for Team Liquid! They'll be going up against the Brazilians, who've got an action-packed crowd over here. It's MIBR!
Team Liquid versus MIBR, starting off hot here with Vertigo. All right.
Dun, 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 dun.
Twists just blasts Mayern away. MIBR have advanced positioning here in middle, but Twists takes down 2.
Yeah, that's going to be a meaty grenade. Oh my god. And that puts Dewey into 11 kills already.
Yeah, speak of the devil. And
actually
he will
mentioned.
deliver. Fallen drops a leash, and it's not the first time Fallen's picked up the 5v4, but Stewie turns his scope away at the worst possible time. And MIBR, it's not like they're going to pick up one of these kills and then fall back. No, they stuck around for long enough to go to better. And he finds the back of Twist turned, and he wants more. 3 kills for Fallen's op here, really taking the server by storm. MIBR secure 15. That's a hell of a shot. Ooh, a second from Elige. First should be screwed. Nap takes him down, and still, they now have to get that plant in. Fallen, he's not flashed off of the angle. They had no utility to play with. Nitro again in a 1v2.
1v2.
5th time's the charm. Jumps back into the post plant, but it's not planted for stairs, not entirely. An awkward angle for him to hold. Fallen's gonna walk right into it. He loses his head, and with map 1 on the line, Liquid are gonna take it. Ooh, and there's an op for him to find. But Stewie,
okay.
Coming in for the double. Could have been a 3rd.
Oh my god.
If he shuts down Twist, then maybe the rest of his team can lock down the site, because now he can lend a helping hand. Look at them. Fill the kill feed. Nap though, clutch attempt. He just ripped Taco's head off, but he's gonna plant exposed for knows he can go for it. Oh, a lineup. Stewie.
Wow, he just eliminates 2.
Another double from Stewie. P90 doesn't even fire a shot. Stewie almost getting that 4th kill already, but Fur will take him down. Taco falling into the Orange's best snap, and that's a big duel to pick up. Taco could just desperately plant, and Elige could easily stop it.
Oh, that's a flick! That's a flick to remember.
A bender on Vertigo and an attempt on Inferno after a near flat half. They cannot bring it back. Ladies and gentlemen, Team Liquid, 16-9 on their map choice. And they will open up shop here on the very first day of our action-packed adventure.
Wow, what an amazing series regardless. We don't go to the 3rd map, but I don't think many expected us to.
For us, gentlemen, I think that's going to be it as far as the night is concerned.
Good opening day.
Yeah, I think so too. I think we had some great CS, and we're going to get to look forward to some more tomorrow. As you can be sure that the winter match is going to be straight fire, and MIBR definitely looking like a threat, so we'll see how Nip handle them. But as far as we're concerned here tonight, we are done. Be sure to tune in tomorrow. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the 2nd day here of the Blast Premier Spring Series. FaZe versus Team Liquid. That's coming up later, though, because we'll be kicking off the day with NIP versus MIBR in the lower bracket. So one of these teams facing, well, a very early exit from the room.
The legendary, the new Ninjas in Pajamas. The Ninjas yesterday did struggle, but now they face a bigger opponent in some ways, especially in the fan favorite side. Can they stand the test of time against these guys? They need to have confidence, they need to play their game, and they need to play it well. The Ninjas are ready, but are they ready for MIBR? Let's bring on the next team. Let's make some noise. It's made in Brazil! It's NIP versus MIBR.
And this is the Bombster that has the weakened defense. It's just Twist. They have Plopsky and Ladder Room, but how much can he actually do here? Fur is looking for it, just gonna smoke it off. Negate that danger for the moment. They can still run through, but it's gonna be tough.
Oh, this could be a real heartbreaking moment, NIP. 5 versus 3. Yeah, it's just the pistols, but still, you need to win a round like this, and I feel like right now, MIB have just brought it back, and it's Gen.G walking into the bomb side and making it work. Rez on the one side here against very hard with the Deagle death. Gen.G doing everything right now, picking up a quad kill before he finally goes down.
5 on 3 for the first map.
So rough, isn't it? Just the smoke, and it wasn't all the way. That's incredible. Man taking down a couple of kills there. And Plopsky goes down 16-9. 30 seconds now, and they started to make their way around the corner. Lekro playing really far forward. I think so far forward that no one can really help him out, so it's a bit of a Lone Ranger mission for him at the moment. He's inside the smoke, and that's going to clear any second. Rez with the 1 kill on Fallen and Lekro. Now is definitely your chance. They're coming up behind him as well. 15 seconds on the clock. He turns around, and the bomb goes down. Oh my god, the 180! Lekro, another kill! 3 in a row, and that is going to be it. I can't believe he made that work. Gen.G drops at the end.
Taco and Mayor and everything to do. Taco takes his time with that kill.
Yeah, now they know they've been spotted in IP. They know they have to move quick, because otherwise, you know, the flank is just going to continue. Oh, this is a wild round. He's going to jump up and try to catch one. Twist very low. Yeah, that is the bomb. And oh, the cone almost landed on his face. I don't know whether that would have been enough. 55 seconds, but now they're running back.
And they're basically running on top of each other. They know exactly where this is going. Lecro's already got the angle. What a shot from Taco. Turns that corner with the quickness. He can add another. Plopsky, narrow angle, another headshot. And Taco's pulled MIBR right back into this. He's got just one more kill to find.
And Twist is very nervous. You could absolutely tell. Oh, he somehow gets it at the end. That's what he needed. We've seen some great plays out of him, but this is way too much to ask for. And NIP playing patiently, 16-12, and the Swedes have done it, winning a map and bringing us on a map number 3. And the bomb now finally being planted. He's trying, but he's not going to get it in time. It's a good kill for Nork, but a second early, and they would have won the round right then and there. Can they make this happen? Lecro coming in from Banana, and Nork just edging at that kill. I don't know if Fur couldn't see him or not, and a headshot from the FAMAS, and NIP will pick up a 4th round. Waiting for it. Could be a lineup, but yes, Gen.G's just quicker.
And I don't even mind necessarily, like you said, the fast play from Twist. You're kind of testing the water. He had an SMG to lead the way. Why not see if you can get lucky and find a kill on or a player that's not ready from MIBR, but from here it's just been one by one walking to their doom. Good job from Gen.G.
This should, by all means, be absolutely impossible here for MIBR. Even if they've tried their best, this should be the end of the road here. NIP taking all the strength to get back on the first map, and here we go, 16-9. They bring it to a close and take down MIBR.
Let's make some noise for our last best of 3 of the day. It's FaZe Clan taking on Team Liquid, and it's time to bring our teams onto the stage. This is a game where Team Liquid are the clear favorites, but FaZe, they were looking strong yesterday. Stewie, who is the easiest target?
Gold. Oh. He does still have the AK Cold with everything to do, just popping noggins. He's cleared 3 bodies and the 4th. Let's go.
Let's go, guys. Let's focus on. Let's go.
Utility, though, I mean, that's where FaZe Clan should have the advantage in this retake. Not to mention guns, but an AK from Stewie. Good for at least that first one. It's immediately picked back up by Elige. He's hoping that somebody offers him a shot, and it's Olaf who's up next. He's got to dodge these flashbangs in the mix of it all. Olaf has just a smidgen of an angle, but here's Nitro trying to chime in with his deagle. Time is the biggest issue now. It is so far gone, and Elige is just tucked back behind box, taking damage. Down he goes. Broky's on the bomb, and Broky's removed by Nitro, who takes 2 kills. There's a player in the deep corner. That flash should be enough to flush him out. Fully blind is Olaf. That one's easy. But it's the double up on Banana that could serve as an issue. Twist's not ready for cold. Tippity taps his way. Knocking on the door of Liquid is the new contenders of FaZe Clan. It's all over. Twist's final attempt. He can run, but he can't hide. There it is. Done. Absolute new territory for FaZe Clan. Again, coming into the first big event of 2020, the first showing, their first chance at taking a chip off Liquid, and they don't just do it in some double OT bender, they do it with convincing fashion.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the Blast Premier Spring Series, the final day here of Group A on this fine Sunday. I'm Samuel, your host, and with me at my side, Thorin and Sponge. Gents, it's been an exciting 2 days already, but now, we're going to get into one hell of a mess to kick the day off.
Yes. Is everyone ready for the FaZe Ball? Because the thing is, whoever plays FaZe in the final has already played them in this tournament.
Yeah. I think the NIP that we saw on the first day was completely different from the NIP that ended yesterday, which is why they're even in this position.
Yes.
So if they come in with some of the confidence they were able to pick up in that best of 3 yesterday, the analysts are right. This can get spicy. This can be very dangerous for Team Liquid, who looked flat.
They did look a little bit flat, and it's hard for me to believe that that's going to happen 2 days in a row. I won't lie. It just doesn't seem like their style at all, but we're going to find out right now, ladies and gentlemen.
They might just fight for this one, boosting up in the back of the bomb site. Oh, they double boost over Elige with an immediate headshot.
And they're going to be defusing very quickly while playing a bodyguard in front. Naf doesn't care if he's going to go down. They just want the defuse. There it is. Smoke, res, with a little bit of grenade. He's going to go for the fight, Nitro. He had to, otherwise he was getting sandwiched in. That's some heads-up play. 19 seconds on the clock, and Twist is down as well, and suddenly they're just falling apart here, NIP, right at the end of the round. The bomb being attempted. Can he flank out? Nitro trying to guess, but he gets shot from above. Lekro taking him down, and suddenly it's a 2-on-2, but they are low on health, and Twist coming up from behind, once again flanking. Lekro shouldn't have much of a chance, but he still gets the headshot, and now running back around the corner. Bit of a smoke. He tries to go for the spray, and Twist will take him down. Man, that is scary. They're committed to it, at least with one of them now. Trying to get up here. Nog low on health. He does make the jump down. He snuck around. Oh, just scoping up behind him, and Twist is gone. And now with a smoke up, Naf still able to find that kill. Nog, this is a 1 in a million, and he's going to try for it. And Naf swinging out wide. They know exactly where they are. Rez trying for it. Plopsky going to be going down, and Liquid going to end up winning in overtime. 19-17, taking down NIP. But it costed almost everything they had here.
We are going to be getting into our second match of the day here, and this is the match with the money on the line.
The last time for this one. It is the grand finals. We've got FaZe going up against Liquid on the rematch, so let's not waste any time. Liquid think they're going to come out on top, Cold. You guys won it last time around, but who's the weak link on this lineup if you're going to pick one?
I think every player is a good player, but I think Nitro.
Nitro, they're going for Nitro on this one. Shake hands, take your positions. Let's get into this game. It's grand finals time, guys. Make some noise!
Moment that smoke fades. So many players coming out of this. Rain caught alone at this A site. Nico, he's going to be fired off, but a good execution with the Deeg. Straight to the back. Here comes the headshot onto Cold, however. Twist's locking down what should be the post plant. Stewie, he's going to grab that bomb.
Twist on guard duty, and he, whoa, takes care. My God,
Okay.
Nico with his deagles looking so fresh right now.
Yeah, maybe he punched himself until the brain turned on, you know?
Yeah.
That's what you do when the PC's not working. You slap it upside the tower, Mo, but...
Upside the head, upside the tower.
Twists. He's going to have to do everything because Nico, this is the one-man show. He's sitting on 3 frags already, runs forward, grabs himself that AK, but Twist takes down both. And just like that, it's Liquid on fire. Cold Zera tucked back behind sight. If he finds them with backs turned, oh, he could be dangerous. And he's going to go for the spray, slaying 2, putting this post play into question because it's the man advantage back for FaZe and HP on top of it. Twist, 1 versus 3, able to cross back towards stairs, but that's where he falls. And Stewie, 1v3 now, knows Nico's still pinned into this position, doesn't know Cold's about to gain vision, and now it is the clutch attempt. Very, very doable here for Stu. 50 seconds to play off of. He understands and anticipates that this CT is rotating from elsewhere. Dangerous plant. Could have been a spawn peek, but it's not the case. Stewie seems to be reading this correctly. Cold's gonna confirm it, and down he goes. Majority of the money on the line. Stewie down already. Rain just rips apart the A site, but here's Naf. Knowing a second player's at the base of mid, Olaf retreats into the tunnel. So they will hold on to the man advantage, but Elise gives chase.
Wow, he goes fishing.
Hold up, Nafly just got another kill too. I think he gets the lurk from the B bomb site. So that's all of a sudden, this mid retake, very possible, but Brokey, he's been on point. And he's gonna nail another shot. Throws out that flashbang to try and set up Nico, but he decides not to peek. Being completely cut off by smoke, however, pushes a lot of the pressure onto Kovac. Takes it back with just the first. Alish, 2 kills already. He has so many grenades to play off of. He could smoke, bomb, flash, molly to prevent a peek. Brokey comes out, both players on nades.
What is happening?
Still there's time. He's gonna have to try and stick this. Brokey stops him. Just the Glock. 14-9 for FaZe.
Oh.
Nico, he is hungry for frags. Comes running into elbow. Does help out Rain in the sense that Alish looking the wrong way. Twists with 1 frag in the mix, but at the moment it's mid under the control of Team Liquid. A 4 versus 3 to play to their favor, utility to work with 2. Best case scenario is 4 rounds on this CT side. But looking dire. They're rejected off of ramp. Brokey's gonna try to play this post plant, give cover. Stewie's working in on him, and this is the duel that really matters. Team Liquid picking it up. That's gonna put Rain into an awkward spot. Cold trying to cover short. He 2-toppled Rain. Oh, another tap. Good night!
Oh my god!
Nap, 1 versus 3, has already put a kill on the tally. Can he keep this rolling, or are FaZe about to dominate Team Liquid here on Dust 2? He's got 14 bullets in the magazine. Half the clip is gone. He peeks wide, and that's it. Good night. FaZe taking a second best of 3 over Liquid here. Ladies and gentlemen, Spring Series Week 1 comes to a close. Higher seeding and a fat stack of cash for FaZe Clan.
Yes, gotta feel good to be a FaZe fan.
Well, congratulations once again. You guys have done it. You are the champions here of the first ever Blast Premier in London. Make some noise for FaZe Clan!
Nice and quick. FaZe Clan have taken it nice and quick. Yeah. Easy peasy. And while Nico's sounding very confident there, but the game says it all. It really does seem like FaZe are starting to come into their own.
We can get into the whole Liquid thing after this, but just look on the FaZe side of this. 2 best-of-3 wins over one of the best teams in the world, literally the dominant team of last summer. Within that, you've won all the maps. 2 of them were competitive, you still won anyway, and you got all the clutches. The other 2, you absolutely smoked them on it. And I can tell you from the comms, Team Liquid was not enjoying that whatsoever. Like, they knew they were getting dusted off. And it wasn't like they thought they shouldn't be in the game. No, they were literally very frustrated with the way it was going because they couldn't do anything.
So that establishes the first week of the Blast Premiere here. Sponge, Thorin, thank you so much for handling the desk with me here, but we'll see you next time. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the second week here of the Blast Premiere, live from 3 Mills in London. We have the best Counter-Strike teams competing here in the world. I'm Semler, your host, and already jumping in, Duncan, not wasting any time. Thorin and Sponge, our analysts here at Blast Premiere. Gentlemen, feeling good?
Yeah, I just wanted to be accurate. So you said we've got the best teams in the world and complexity.
Na'Vi Vitality to kick things off, and then Astralis Complexity, our second best of 3 of the day.
Obviously some really big names here, right? Astralis, the best team in the world. Na'Vi just having a roster change, but they've got Simple right there, and Vitality with ZywOo. So we actually have the 1, 2, and 3 of last year in the world individual-wise, and if you don't know, ZywOo from Vitality, that's Simple from Na'Vi. And then we have old mate Device as the 3rd best player from Astralis. So you look at that, and then as you mentioned, Duncan, you have Complexity here. This is the juggernaut, but this is the first step in that direction, I guess, of what Jason Lake is looking for. He's brought together the best players he possibly could. And look, there's some firepower in there, but they haven't been tested. They haven't played against the best teams in the world. And I'm excited to see if they can be at least competitive today.
London, are you ready for this? That's what I like to hear. It's time to bring on the teams. We're going to be starting with the team that have made a change very recently. They're just coming off the back of the Ice Challenge. It's Na'Vi! Team Vitality!
Even if we won the last 2 games against them, it's always tough games. It's always really exciting games. So they have a new roster, they have new motivation. I mean, new player, but still new roster. And for sure it's going to be a tough one, and we're going to give it all to win it.
Let's see, ladies and gentlemen, as the first pistol's ready to get rolling, whether Na'Vi have the confidence here on Inferno.
Oh, we've had some pretty good games here at Blast, but now we've got ZywOo versus Simple.
Oh, is there another member of Na'Vi? There most certainly is. Boomich, snappy headshot, but over here on the A site, Alex, he's down to the 1 versus 1. Bombs being planted at B. Oh! Simple stabs him, and Boomich with another headshot. It swung back so quickly, but Shox is still alive. They wanted players blocked off, but now Boomich is gonna have a much easier job. No grenades to dodge, no bullets flying back. He's gonna walk right through this, and it's gonna be an easy 2-piece, because he knows the scope is there. How about another?
He's got an ace, man. That's an easy kill right there.
Too many players to handle. They all come at him at the very same moment. RPK. meant to be slain, but he connects 3! They're gonna start sprinting, and if he doesn't pull that trigger, he's got all 3! He sprays down the back 2 of the caboose and can't finish it, but my goodness! RPK hopes to bring it back, but he's just hiding in the back of this bomb site, dodging the grenades as ZywOo continues to walk closer and closer, but Flamey is his kryptonite again! RPK takes 3!
Can't just do that!
Love the immediate plant.
There's one. Cut down to just a single-man advantage. ZywOo making noise, so they know that he's still flirting and floating around this bomb site, but Simple bests him. Here comes Shocks! A second headshot, and a third one through the smoke! Nope, not yet. Still, the clutch could be. Flamey's down! Another round for Vitality. Boomich is removed, and this is it.
It's a bulldozer. Nobody
RPK
survives.
Trace. Perfecto gets at bat, but he too toppled. Vitality take it 16-9.
Wow. When we look at this game as a whole, it's not the way that I thought it was going to go down. I thought that Vitality would come out and just win all the clean rounds, you know, look a lot more structured and get across the board in that fashion. They were the ones who were actually fragging better across the board, you know, pound for pound, and they were winning all the clutches. Yes. So when those things are going your way as well, it's a tough time for Na'Vi, who, once again, they've only added Perfecto 15 days ago. This is very, very early in, I guess, the lifespan of this current roster.
It's time to welcome on the best team in the world. Hailing from Denmark, it's Astralis! They'll be facing off against the team that was usually from North America, starting to add some EU flair into that lineup. It's Team Complexity!
This should be an Astralis 2-0. These aren't teams that we can even compare right now. This is the best team in the world going up against a team who, you know, hasn't even been able to qualify for the major yet.
Dupree's gonna have a big job to do. He's scoped in, he misses the first shot. Magus gets blind, and there's a chance. Zipnik falls in mid, but a double. 3 kills for Dupree, and a 4th on top. 5-0.
They are on catwalk. They're going to take the fight right away, and Config will land a parting headshot, taking down Device and Megan, and he'll follow it up, taking down Dupree. That's 3. That's a whole arm of the attack gone, and the follow-up is amazing. A quad kill for Config. Config has that 1 Molotov, so if they go on catwalk, he could block at least one of them out, and that would be an issue. Now they're trying to get in there. Magus will get the kill, the turnaround, and actually he'll follow it up. Magus with the grenade, and now Rush on the other side. This is where they need to close it out. Don't ever give Astralis a chance to get back in a game. He's waiting for it, and Magus will take it down.
Fast-paced Zip is going to get the opening kill. Flashbang is perfect. He's blind in return, and Rush is going to try and hold the line. There's flames everywhere. He's got a triple kill. Poison is going to close things out. It's Glaive again, and a 1 versus 4. Map 1 is going to go to Complexity.
In a 2-on-1 now. Obo alone. He's got 30 seconds, and he's picked up a Galil there. Not really sure that makes a big difference right now. I think that bomb plant is going to be what's really tricky. And he goes straight for it. Dupree almost catching him in the middle of it, but that at least gives him a little bit of space. He gets that headshot immediately. That's very quick. And now does he know? Device pretty much can only be at this angle. He's out in the open, so if he doesn't win this fight immediately, Device will take him down, but Obo will do it! A little bit of an issue there, but let's see if they can actually land one of these grenades. It's gonna be a bit early, so they're not waiting for it's a double! Obo will take down Megaskin Glaive, and that surely shocks them. They win the round somehow. What a turnaround. Complexity 2-on-2. They have a slight health advantage, but against these weapons for Astralis, it might not matter. Magus, he had the health for it, but now he's been taken out, and Sip just trying to buy time, flank it around. Blame hunting him down, and he turns for it. Immediate defuse. He's right there with the kid. Oh my god, I can't believe it. 16-12.
Listen, in my role as the esports historian, I've seen every big CSGO match ever. I can tell you that would already be like a top 5 upset of all time.
We came here as the analysts, and we didn't see any way for you to win this one. What you guys did is still a historic achievement.
Thank you.
That's going to be it from us here tonight at Blast Premiere. So be sure to tune in tomorrow. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, for our second day of the Blast Premiere here. Group B is underway, and already it's been a terrific start to the week. Gentlemen, what do we make of the first day?
Crazy Counter-Strike, right? I don't think anybody would have expected Complexity to come in here and beat Astralis 2-0. That has to be the takeaway from yesterday.
The winner's match will be Vitality Complexity, and the lower bracket match, Na'Vi versus Astralis.
It's time to get our first best of 3 underway. Na'Vi, they fell, and maybe unexpected in a way, to put up not a bigger fight as what they did, but Astralis, they were the team that did not deliver this time around. So let's make some noise. Let's bring these guys on. Welcome on, Astralis! Let's welcome on and make some noise for Na'Vi!
Well, it looks like we're ready. You can see the screen guard is up, and yeah, this should be a lot of fun. Yesterday was nothing like we expected. Oh, we're gonna have more chaos today. I really enjoyed that. A lot of fun to watch Complexity play. Well, now we've got Astralis and Na'Vi. Best of 3 here in London for Blast Premier. Glaive is still in here, and they're not checking it. That's a 1. They line up for him, and a beautiful triple kill. They thought they had it all figured out. Once they saw Sip falling back down there, I think they thought, all right, that's it. We've done it with Electronic. Still a bit of a flank coming in.
He can bring it right back. They have no idea he's here. There's the first kill. Simple, he's looking for the flank at the moment, but Electronic cannot convert. Simple has the intel. He knows exactly where Glaive is, but great movement from Glaive to stay alive. He's forcing Simple to be the aggressor, trying to find this kill before the flank comes in, because Magus is creeping behind him, and he can't even handle the first.
That's every single one from Glaive, but he waits.
He did, but he was the only one in the bomb site, and that's a great follow-up kill from Simple. But Device is lying in wait, and Simple's got another one. A third player coming to challenge, and Simple's ready for that as well.
And that might be it. A 1 versus 3. Bomb is going down on the other side, even as Device does get the kill. They might have found a way here, Na'Vi. He's trying his best, but this is a USP, and they run away. Now he's in trouble.
No.
Down behind, he's looking for it. No armor on Perfecto, but he still gets it done! 16-9, and Na'Vi take us to map number 3. Smoke going deep to block off on the one side, and they're going to wrap around quad, so they just don't want to fight there for the minute. Dupree down. Oh, actually, it's Device instead. 2 big headshots to slow them down. Dupree still waiting in graveyard. He's going to stand up, just popping out of the box, and he lands one more play. Oh, it's disgusting! Taking down another one, Dupree with a beautiful triple. Simple could catch the... Oh! The shutdown!
This isn't the Astralis that I know.
50 seconds on the clock right now, and this is what it comes down to. Simple's fallen really far back. He's actually lost a fair bit of the map control there. That leaves Perfecto and Electronic inside of a bomb site that is about to get pinched from 2 different angles, and they need to win the first fight. Device will take down Perfecto. Electronic in the pit. Can he stand tall one last time? He lines them. Oh, no! A beautiful spray! Electron's head. That's it! 16-14. Na'Vi do it!
And Astralis has been eliminated. They lose to Complexity. They lose to a struggling Na'Vi. Wow. A horrendous start to the year for the best team in the world.
It feels insane to be #1 team in the world. I mean, it's a new roster for us, and it's a big victory for our team. We're just gonna keep moving forward, fix these mistakes, and we're gonna focus on future games.
Congratulations, Na'Vi. They did it. 30 rounds on Inferno, and they have found the win versus Astralis. They've taken down the top team.
Who would have thought? Not us, that's for sure.
London, we're ready to start this second best of 3.
Yeah.
Who's ready for Vitality versus Complexity?
Vitality are coming to this B-bomb site. Apex, he's going to try to get that flashbang over.
Poison, before being blinded, topples one, and he's ready for the next. It's a duo of ops. Oh, it's a thing of beauty. RPK flushed behind Nubox. That's a crisp headshot. There's the second. Oh, there's the third.
Chance here. RPK gets a solid entry, but a greater spray from Blame F. Shox will eventually trade. 1v3 opportunity for him. There is a player low, that's Poison. He has a lot of time to work, to try to draw up a picture that's in his mind for how he thinks this clutch will go. He'll play it standard now as the bomb goes down. Yeah. Will this be the correct option?
A 1v4, in fact. Like you said, Poison susceptible on 18 health. But Shox is patient at the moment. Poison, oh my god, he runs through his own Molotov, making the kill even easier. A fadeaway frag, and one back the other way. He's just gonna be looking to play this post plant. He needs headshots, and he's got them! He does it! 3T is about to challenge this. It's a shotgun, it's inconsistent, but it is enough! An assist and a frag. Ooh, and a bit more. Poison, he could have tried to claw back that map control, but instead, he'll move away with his life and half his health.
They changed fights. They're going into the 2 MP9s.
It's
Not
rapid.
a bad spot. Rotates are in. One player in CT. Are they going to clear him? Or yeah, they do.
Wow.
Rush takes him out. Headshot.
Now Rush gives chase to Zaiwu, who just cheats his way back through smoke. Alex looking to catch any attempt at a CT spawn rotation, and Poison, well, he also has the patience to wait.
It feels like Poison's so aware in these moments. Oh my god,
Whoa.
Rush
Caught
slipping.
Stop doing
that.
that.
I was slipping, you almost sleeping.
Yeah, yeah.
That's cool.
It's close, man. 9 on 10.
Chill.
Here's Poison, though, trying to get back into the site. Oh, if Complexity finished this off like this would be incredible. Are you kidding? Alex 84, it's done! Like the limbs of Exodia, Complexity comes together out of nowhere. I introduce you to North America's newest juggernaut. A shocking result in Group B.
There's one person, right? You've got a good relationship with Foreign. You took his article pretty well at that time. But at the very beginning of how this went down on this show, he said the best teams in the world and Complexity. Anything to say about that?
The best team in the world and Astralis.
Oh,
Complexity, they can win it all tomorrow, and we'll see who they'll be playing against. It's Navi or Vitality. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the final day of this week here for the Blast Premiere, and this is the format for the day. Tournament bracket has been playing out so far over the past 2 days, and Complexity is currently waiting in the group final. Navi and Vitality, though, will be our first best of 3 of the day as they battle it out in the consolidation final.
So this is 2 interesting characters I got here. Alex, how you feeling? Okay. Doesn't often happen, you know. Simple, you should be ready for this, right? It should be a game for rematch. You've played already, lots of information.
Right towards the angle, turns from his own flashbangs. And now the peek, RPK, nade in hand, he lines them all up! If Navi can get in here, retakes are not easy. That's a good shot, creeping through the smoke. Now the boost becomes effective. Alex goes down, big kills from Simple. Somehow he's got 2.
That actually gives them an opportunity. Still 30 seconds. Problem is Electronic is low on health, and I think he's hiding inside of the smoke still, just waiting for that to clear like he's been doing all along, and he gets a headshot on Saiwu. He is exploiting that to the maximum benefit, and it's really working out well for him so far here in London. Apex is sneaking around. I don't think Perfecto has any way of knowing that. And Apex, he's got the right idea. He definitely sees that, and a straight headshot leaving Electronic in a 1 versus 2 and smoked off as well. This is going to have to be an absolute prayer for him for this to even work close, and he actually gets a shot right through. This surely can't be happening. He's trying again. A bullet would take him down, but RBK maybe doesn't even know. The grenade and Electronic saving them one more time. Vitality, you've built your way into this. Now is not the time to be throwing it away. Shox is holding one angle and probably just coordinating with Apex coming up from long. They've got them almost pincered in right now. This could work out, but Simple will take down one. He spots out Apex as well. Perfecto with no armor up there. The M4, he gets the kill, and Vitality give it back. And that's good. It gives some information. Knows no one is pushing long just yet. Apex goes down. Boomich is ready for more of a fight in the middle, and they'll spray them down. A triple. They wanted to drop him, and he just took this series right from under them. It's going to be 1 versus 5 here for Shox. This is an amazing future they've got ahead of them. If they can just keep this going, you have to expect big things. 16-6 as they take down Vitality.
Complexity have one last beast to challenge.
They wanted to kill Juggernaut, but we're gonna destroy the Juggernaut.
Of course. They're gonna jump down. Two players go downwards. Flamey executes his teammate, but they get the job done. Still, that gives the health advantage back over to Complexity, not the gun advantage. Still playing off the back foot, but there's Obo. And he's only gonna take the first. Perfecto clears it, keeps it even. 25 seconds as Poison takes the top rope. And he saw something. He understands what's coming his way. An excellent shot versus Perfecto. Can Simple clutch this? He has that bomb.
The clock bleeds down.
And he sees the scout. He's just going to eject over to the B site. He could. Nope. Nope. He's going to take this first frag, the drive-by, and the commit to the plant.
Open plant. He can see the feet. He's going to shoot him off.
He's off of it.
Oh my God, Simple. Aborting the plant. He has to go
kill.
down on it. Now it's about to kill. He's going to land it.
He's got it.
Rush goes down. Within time. Rush, if he got away, that was it.
Still, no frags, and Boomich finds timing to get around back into the depths of Ivy, where he catches Poison with a kill and a follow-up. There's Perfecto onto the kill feed as well. Only Obo to respond at this point,
has to go
but
huge.
There's still a chance. He anticipates the Ivy peek. They delay it. That's enough time for Rush to get onto the kill feed and look for another. Simple's the bomb carrier. Simple's low health. And they have, again, just 25 seconds to play.
He's on full alert. Eyes are peeled here, looking for an option. Spots 1, spots 2. Yeah. Up 3, and now the third shoots at him. He'll get that kill as well. Boomich is out.
Obo back at the bomb site, 10 seconds. They have to sprint forward if they want it, and it's a nice headshot from Rush. Crisp and clean. Flamey, element of surprise. Obo dies, 4 seconds. He has the plant.
He can put it down.
We're back to the 1v1, and the spam doesn't connect. Rush wastes no time, and Flamey wastes no bullets.
Oh my goodness. First one in the head, rushes out, one-on-one.
He expects this wraparound. I think Blame sprinted a bit too long. And Simple at this point.
Not in the last round.
Disgusting.
2 knife kills in this match, and we thought it was tense.
But not over. Do not for a moment think this round is over. 25 seconds. They're going to try to split onto this A site. Simple ahead of Poison yet again, cuts down the bomb, and he is looking to lock off map 1. Obo, 1v2. 29 HP. He understands that Simple's near. He gets shot at from behind, and there he goes. It's a desperate attempt, but give them a chance, man. Simple, he's gonna go right back into the repeat. A second,
we got some
a
more.
third. How about some more? Obo's ready.
Let's play Quake.
Tries to hit the cold Zera. Simple's gonna cool off. Boomich adding a frag to the tally, and this one is done. Can he manage this spray down? No! The first player even gets by. Such minimal health, but here comes Poison. He's been fantastic on the hold at times. They're gonna peek. Ooh, he even hits the shot. Both Poison and Obo robbed, but now Na'Vi are 1 frag away from doing it. We said it, rounds away from elimination versus Astralis. They reel it all the way back, and Complexity still with a slight chance. Bomb halfway gone. Blame having to lead by example, but they just have to hide. That's all they need to do. Force him to walk forward, and that's it. 16 rounds to Na'Vi's favor. Victories on Train and Mirage.
And the Na'Vi Storm has come and conquered today.
It's an exciting, couple of days that we've had here, and it doesn't feel like we've had any losers other than maybe Astralis.
quarter-final day for the Americas here at the Blast Premier Showdown, and it was a banger from start to finish. All the games went 3 maps, and we started with Gen.G going up against Triumph. It was a 16-14 really close game, which could have gone either way, but it went in favor of Gen.G on Mirage. We moved over to Nuke, and it looked like Gen.G were going to 2-0 Triumph. But no, Triumph came back in style on their map pick in overtime to win it 19-17. Then it was continuing to be close, coming down to single rounds, a 16-14 victory in the end for Gen.G taking the series, but Triumph, they looked so close to being able to seal the deal. Then we moved on to MIBR versus Cloud9, and it was Overpass to kick things off of, and Cloud9 looked very impressive. A 16-12 win saw us go on to Inferno, which is MIBR's pick, but we all know Cloud9 can play it well. But this time they didn't show up. They got demolished 60-8 by MIBR. MIBR looked very comfortable on their T sides. Then we moved over to Dust 2, the key pick for Cloud9, but it didn't work out. MIBR's momentum was too strong. They took it 16-9, and they won and took the series.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. This is now the North American bracket here at Blast Premier Spring Showdown. We're getting into the thick of things. It's the semifinals, and we're going to find out who's going to make the run today, who's going to find success, and well, who's going home empty-handed, because this is not a double elimination bracket. This is it. If you lose, you're out. We're done with the groups. This is where it all matters. So, I'm going to be your host, Semler, and joining me on the desk, Thorin, Maniac. Welcome, gentlemen. So happy to see you guys again after our European run this morning. Everything going well?
Amazing. Listen, if you ever doubt the power of napping, I just slept 20 minutes and I feel like it's a brand new day. So there you have it.
Thorin, you just look eternal. I don't know if you need nap. If you even sleep, is that a thing?
I'm fine, mate. Don't worry about me. I'll be all right.
Well, we're not alone in this. We've got everybody spread out around the world because this is esports and we can just flip a switch and go online. So there you go. Anders is in Copenhagen with Maniac, but Banks is all the way over in Kiev. Thorin's in Amsterdam. I'm up here in Stockholm getting rained on. And on the other side of the planet, again, the marvels of the internet, Moses, the bald eagle himself, is on a lake somewhere. Launders is up in Toronto, and Scrawny is in Quebec. So global production once again, and a big shout out to Blast and their production for making all of this happen. They are doing a truly marvelous job. It's been a wonderful joy to be a part of this tournament and to watch it all with you guys. But this is what we get to look forward to here. 2 best of 3s, FURIA versus Gen.G, and Evil Geniuses versus MIBR back to back, and we're going to be getting right into the thick of things. So you can see that we've already played out the European matches. ENCE versus Mousesports. ENCE crushed FaZe, and then Vitality took out Fnatic. So fantastic performance there from the EU side of things. But now it's time to start talking NA. And well, here's the tournament overview as we have the finals here, NA Final 1 and 2. These are the matches that were mentioned. Gen.G versus FURIA, and then MIBR versus Evil Geniuses. So what I would like to do is just kind of move into this where we're going to get to talk about these teams individually, obviously going into their match. But as this is the pre-show, I'd just like to see if you guys each could give me like a point on each team, right? Like one quick thing that really stands out for you that they've done well. And so let's start with FURIA. And Thorin, how about you start? Like what from FURIA has really stood out for you here in this run so far?
I think it's got to actually be how heavy hitting they've been. Like when they actually have rounds that they get off, almost all the players look like they're in form. Like as we've brought up many times now, the guy Art, who previously was just given all this vague praises, he's creating space, whatever. He's even statistically having big impact. Like everything about this team right now, you can argue how well constructed it is or how far it can go, but they know their style and they play to it.
Now, Maniac, would you concur, or do you have something else in terms of FURIA? Because they've been doing very well so far.
Yeah, I absolutely agree, and I just think the atmosphere in general in the team is very good. I've been listening to their team speak, and they're really enjoying life. Let's put it this way. And now I'm looking forward to seeing how they will react if things go bad, because they've been one of the teams with the cleanest run, I want to say, so far. They have 5 players. I mean, they have 3 players in the top 5 in the ratings right now, so everything is looking great. But how will FURIA react if things go to hell?
Isn't that what every team has to figure out? And we get to be along for that ride as well, you know? It kind of went to hell for Fnatic earlier. Unfortunately for them, that wasn't the result they were looking for. But as far as FURIA concerned, they're looking very good. Henny, once again, standing out with his performance. I mean, he's going bonkers right now. So that's the thing with FURIA. They bring firepower to the table. They bring aggression. Now, some of their opponents, they're a little bit more subtle, perhaps. EG are another team that have been having their bit foibles, ups and downs. They've gone from dominating to being dominated. And so I'm going to hand it over to you, Thorin. Can you give me a thought here on EG? What's going on with this team?
Yeah, the big problem I've had from this squad is that the main selling point was always the firepower of the team, even down to the players who aren't the stars. Like Tarek and Stanislaw are not required to be star players, but the idea is if Tarek's going to be some sort of a fill/support player and Stanislaw's your IGL, they can more than make up for the normal disparity that you would get in terms of fragging performance. The idea is even your 4 and 5 positions, to use the Dota terminology, are actually going to outperform, outfrag the others. Now, the problem is that at this point in time, over the last 3 or 4 months, has been a false bill of goods. Like, that is not what you get when you watch Evil Geniuses play. The bottom end of the equation doesn't turn up. Most of the stars don't. This guy has at this tournament, which has actually been different. Cirque's been online in that regard, but the EG that I wanted to see come into 2020 hasn't quite made it yet, but I will say this tournament has given me some promising signs that they're tracking positively to get back somewhere near there.
And Evil Geniuses will be playing against MIBR. So going into that match, Maniac, do you think EG stand a good chance?
Yeah, I think they do, absolutely. I think they're on their own, I mean, their worst enemy, right? But now, if we move on to MIBR, their opponents, well, there's 2 names that comes to mind first that have been impressing me. It's Fallen and FUR, right? They have been really lights out. Gen.G has had one massive map, then he dropped off just a little bit. But the problem that I have with MIBR, and I think the problem that they need to solve if they want to go a step further in this tournament, is their T side, right? Their T side has been so complicated. If FUR goes pop off completely and then, you know, shoots a couple of headshots left and right, they can take some space, they can do that. Of course, they have that fire, they have the ability to pick up the pace. But when they play against an opponent that completely closes up the map, that individually can match up with them, which, spoiler alert, EG might be the case, then this is where things go a little bit dicey. This is where I'm looking forward to seeing this man here obviously create some opportunities, but this is also where I want to see Fallen come up with ideas, come up with the great calls. And so far, it hasn't been so easy.
And this has been a bit of a story of trials and tribulations for MIBR. I mean, tied twice in the groups. That's not the MIBR we expect to see, Thorin.
No, and that's part of the problem. I agree in terms of the T-side setup. This is one of the things I kept pointing out when we were at Flashpoint was one of the reasons I expected MIBR to be a team hit heavily by the Krieg nerfs is I think the Krieg just made it like if you already had a round that was going to work like 70% of the time entry-wise, it just added like a 5 or 10% to that, and you would just get it was easier to get into these sites, especially when you have a couple of big hitters to kind of clear the way for you. But the problem is, in terms of like a coherent structure, when you go back to AKs now, it has to be a even bigger performance from a FUR Gen.G to get you into those sites. So I think that they have a very flawed setup in their team, and if you listen to any of the interviews, they are all over the place mentally in terms of what they think the identity of their squad is. So there's confusion there, there's mixed messages. They've obviously fired a coach, they haven't replaced him with anyone. So I feel as though at the moment, listen, they're playing the games, they're practicing, but I don't know that they're making much progress, and that's the concern for me.
It's been actually the thing, but it's like everybody's still tuning in though. In terms of like fan interaction, they're just so pumped. There's all these fans tuning in with the fan cams and just getting behind this team. So even if we're concerned we're watching MIBR, I mean, you can't really tell with the fans. They're just loving it. But one chance that, well, I mean, there's one team left out of the 4, obviously, that we haven't spoken about yet. It's Gen.G, but this one's a little different because we had a chance to catch up with Daps before this segment. And so we have a quick interview with Daps.
Now, FURIA today, right? You've had a day to prepare. Sorry, they've had a day to prepare and watch everything that's been going on. In your opinion, do you see that as an advantage or a disadvantage? Because some would say like it's better for you guys because you've had a day where you've actually played an official game, but some would say they've been able to watch everything. So how do you view it?
I don't think it matters too much. I think we've played FURIA enough at this point where we both kind of know how each other play, and it just sort of matters who shows up that day.
Now, you said to me before, especially when it was before the best of one game versus FURIA, that you feel comfortable calling against them. You have a good read on how they play. You did lose that best of one, but now it's a best of three, and it's expected to be a different story in that. How good do you feel going into this, and how much do you feel like you can read what's going on with FURIA, or have they changed a lot since you thought you had a good read on them?
I think they have made some adaptations, but I mean, it just kind of depends on who's playing best that day. Like, I personally feel pretty comfortable playing them, but obviously they have a lot of skilled players and they can just destroy you on a certain day. So it just kind of depends who's playing better.
Kind of depends who's playing better. And I mean, there's a lot on the line for these teams. The top two teams, the teams that win today's matches, they're going straight into the Blast Premier final at the end of the month. That's it. They'll have their tickets paid. They'll have earned it. But as far as the third and fourth, if you lose, you're not done yet. So I lied to you a little bit earlier. Said this is, playoff, it's cutthroat. Now that you've made it up to the semifinals, the third and fourth team will get another match, and the winner of that match will also go to the final. So really, if you don't want to be fourth in this situation now that we've made it into the brackets. But I cut you guys off. Let's talk a little bit about Gen.G, and then we can move on into our predictions. So Thorin, thinking about Gen.G there, we had that interview with Daps. What are you taking away from it?
I mean, they've made it pretty hard work for themselves in some of these games, but even so, there are flashes that look very promising. Like, this is an example of a team where you're not a broken record if you keep going back to the lineup and just saying, look at how many different pieces they've got, how many potential scenarios you could imagine where this could be a really competent team. I think also the consistency of Kusta has been very, very promising. I feel like Ben
But that's after the break,
gradually gets more and more integrated. I feel like he's coming online eventually. I still have my question marks about Automatic. I feel like he's the real odd man out in the lineup for me. Som's just young. Like, I understand it takes players like that a while. So I actually feel like most of the pieces, I'll even say yesterday, I thought Daps was actually fragging well. There was a bunch of scenarios where he got many more kills in situations where I would expect him to be a one and done or maybe even missed a player. So I feel as though Gen.G is a mess, but every now and then it comes together, and that's what makes them dangerous, because they do look like they could be a very good team in those little flashes that get through.
Well, you can tell who the real professional is on this desk right now, because even when I'm interrupting rudely, thinking that we're on a VO and I'm talking to the producer, Thorin doesn't even break stride. Just keeps going, doesn't miss a beat. What a baller. And Maniac, just shake your head. Just shake your head, Duncan. Let's move on. Maniac, what are you thinking about Gen.G, man? What are you thinking about this team right now? Because, I mean, very good points, in terms of even Daps is stepping up right now. So there's more depth to the firepower here.
Yeah, they have a well-rounded roster, and honestly, one of the perks of having Daps in your team is that the ABCs of your game will almost always be good. That's what he brings to a team. He brings a certain structure, they have a deep map pool, they have certain experience, but here is where things go a little bit dicey for me. I don't see them as being able to win rounds they shouldn't. And I know it sounds strange, it's not usually a metric that I use to talk about a team of Counter-Strike, but in a game, you will not always just follow your A plan and win the round as it is planned. Sometimes things will go to chaos, you're not going to go according to plan at all, and you need someone to just create something. Out of nothing, create an opportunity. Have a player stepping up, taking over a round. This is a quality that every top team needs to have. And in Gen.G, I'm not exactly sure they do. I feel like it's either things go according to plan and it's all great, fun and dandy, or it just goes to hell. So somewhere in between, they should need to know how to navigate the chaos.
It's a bit much, though, Maniac. It's a bit rich, don't you think? I mean, asking one of the players to become God, literally, creating something out of nothing, and just create it, dude.
I have
Come
high
on,
standards.
what are you doing? You do. You have abundantly high standards. Well, some players that also have high standards are Art and Vinny on FURIA. They've been beasting, and we got a chance to catch up with them real quick before the match.
Now, you beat Gen.G in that best of one, and it was a really good performance from you guys on Inferno, and they didn't really look that good against Triumph yesterday. They do have a good track record against playing you guys, especially in the grand finals where they've been able to beat you. So how can you replicate the success of the best of one in the best of three? What needs to happen?
Yeah, I would say every match is different from each other. They might win or lose yesterday, but today against us is completely different. And for us, I just think being more confident and just playing the way we play, it's going to work.
Now, in terms of calling style, do you find it easy to read what Gen.G are doing in a game? Is it easy for you to get the way you want to call into that system?
Yeah, I would say so. In some maps, the maps we're going to play today, I think we can fairly have a good read on that. It's easier than other teams, so I would say yeah.
Now, what did you make of the games that Gen.G played yesterday? Because they were so close to losing the series and you might not even been facing them today.
Yeah, I was watching the game. I think I watched the whole Inferno thing. And I think it was like really awesome plays from Triumph. They kind of had the game on their hands and they just threw.
Does that give you more confidence to go on against Gen.G though, that they're maybe not playing as good as they have in the past?
I mean, not much, because I don't think was like Gen.G flawless. I think Triumph played really good, so both teams were on point.
Okay, nice words. Now, you beat Gen.G in the best of one during the group stage, right? Is there anything you guys have changed or adjusted that's managed to help you get this win in there, or is it just you guys still playing the same style? Because you had a pretty bad streak against them, and is there something special you can do for this best of three to make sure you get the win?
I would say we're just playing our same style, It's in every match. I think we just saw some points in some of the maps you guys are going to see in the videos. But I would just say we're going to give our max on the Bo3.
All right. Bold moves, bold statements. What do we take away from that, gentlemen? Thorn, what did you think of the interview?
I mean, obviously the problem they have is kind of actually like the problem MIBR had when they were facing FURIA. In the same way that FURIA had beaten MIBR a whole bunch of the previous times, Gen.G, for whatever reason, has just held it over this FURIA squad. Obviously, they even met them in I think it was the Road to Rio finals or whatever it was. So it certainly looks like historically it's been a bad matchup. I personally think it might be different today. Like, I think if you look at some of the factors, there's plenty of angles here that I think make both teams comfortable generally in where you might go in the map pool. So I think it's one of those form on the day things. And just as MIBR halted that streak of losses, I think FURIA can do it today.
I mean, they are the favored team coming into this. And so it's going to be exciting to watch. I think we've had fantastic matches so far, even if the results have been a bit one-sided in Europe. Was expecting a bit more of a drawn-out brawl, but Vitality showed up to play, and so did ENCE. So going into this next, I mean, I don't want to just bring it up again, but the predictions, we got to bring up the predictions again. I'll save you the pain of looking at the European predictions. Oh, no, sorry. I will.
Of course they do.
There we go. Oh, man, it's great. And let's go ahead and take a look at the North American predictions now as well, because we happen to do predictions for those too. And I haven't seen those yet, so I'm curious which way you guys. Oh, well, no, I'm an idiot. It's all one bar, of course.
For a second, I was like, wait a minute. What am I? This is supposed to be FURIA?
I'm so focused on the top half of that with the ENCE check mark. I didn't even realize, obviously, it's all on the same page.
Just want to see what you want to see. It's like a brain just captivates the information.
No, but that's the thing. I'm seeing what I want to see, because now, I mean, victory is guaranteed no matter how this goes, gentlemen. It's been a good run. It's been a good day. I mean, maybe you'll do better tomorrow. But these are our predictions for the day. And well, it feels good. It feels good. So you know what I think we need to do now? We need to take a quick break, and then we're going to jump into the discussion of our first match of the day. And so you don't want to miss it. Don't go anywhere.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. We are kicking off the decade here. Not every day you get to say that. With the Blast Premier Spring Series. We do have the very best in the business, the best in the world competing here.
Just take initiative and we're going to win, all right?
Let's go.
Okay, boys. Let's close this shit out.
Let's go.
Dun, 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 dun. That's a hell of a shot. Ooh, a second from the lead.
15 seconds on the clock, he turns around and the bomb goes up. Oh my god, the 180! Left throw, another kill! This should, by all means, be absolutely impossible here for MIBR. This should be the end of the road here.
series. Who is the easiest target?
Cold. He does still have the AK Cold with everything to do, just popping noggins. He cleared 3 bodies and the board.
Let's go.
Let's go, guys. Let's focus on. Let's go. Tickets booked to the spring finals.
The final day here of Group A.
Liquid gonna end up winning in overtime, 19 to 17.
I want you guys to get real pumped. It's the last series of this first weekend.
Go, boys. Have a party to go. What?
He's got 14 bullets in the magazine. Half the clip is gone. He peeks wide, and that's it. Good night. Ladies and gentlemen, Spring Series Week 1 comes to a close. Whoa. Higher seating and a fat stack of cash for FaZe Clan.
Oh, welcome back from the break, everybody. And if you're not following the Blast Twitter account, you should. There's some good spicy memes on there. They put one out there that had me cracking up during the break about Thorin looking like a dead-ass serial killer. But, enough on that. Let's take a look at the brackets and how things are going to pan out for the rest of the evening here. Two best of threes. Gen.G versus FURIA is the first one, and that's the one that we'll be talking about in just a moment. And coming up after that, MIBR versus Evil Geniuses. But we can see Gen.G, they took down Triumph. They took down Triumph in the semifinal. And I think Triumph, they made a lot of new fans this week, myself included. I was really loving watching those players play. So, Thorin, can we get some thoughts here on their path into this final where they're battling for a spot in the spring finals?
Sure. I mean, obviously, they already had a loss to FURIA. It was one of the only games that was convincing in the NA region, actually. That was on Inferno. They managed to win against Chaos. Okay, fair enough. They are supposed to win that one. That's a pretty obvious one. Then they tied against MIBR. And then, as you said, the game against Triumph, that was an absolute barn burner. As I pointed out, actually, the people from Gen.G, at times looked like they were going to absolutely roll over and just give up the series. Triumph was in every single one of those games, just that they only managed to edge one of them. So there's a world in which, Gen.G hasn't come this far. But then again, you look at who's left in the tournament, you look who they have to play now. They almost couldn't ask for opponents. Well, I guess it's actually a bad matchup because they lost to FURIA before, but historically, in Best of X series, they've held it over FURIA. So if you told them all you need to do is beat the team you've already beaten a number of times in the past, and you get in the spot in the spring finals, I'm sure they'd take it.
They must be, exactly. They must be thinking, if they've got the confidence right now, if they've got the belief in themselves, they've got to be feeling pretty good about this match, Maniac. What do you think?
Yeah, I mean, I think there's two perspectives here. There's the historical one where I agree. I mean, Gen.G looks like they have the upper hand in terms of matchup versus FURIA, but then there's the other one where you just take a picture of the team's form right now, and FURIA, they look scary. They look really scary. They have so many numbers going their way. Henny and Art, currently between the top 5 entry fraggers of the tournament. That is so much firepower. Map pool also quite decent as well. Listen, it's just FURIA, they look dreadful to me. I mean, I don't exactly know if I can just rely on their history, I've been left with a feeling of FURIA, they can just march over everyone, but I might be getting a little bit above my head.
I thought you were going to go with the obvious pun, you know, that you were just furious, you know, with their performance. And,
I could.
Just keep going with it. But you know what you can get furious about is the map pick ban, because I'd like to have as much time as possible now for us to discuss. And so I'll hand it over to you guys and let's see where is this series going to go? Which maps are going to be played?
Luckily, it's obvious what the permabans would be in this particular scenario. Like, we know Overpass, and then it will be Dust 2 from the side of Furia. It's just not a map that they play, bizarrely, because I feel like they could be an amazing team if they embraced it. So, since these teams have played so many times, expect a game within a game. Like, it doesn't matter that on paper, the obvious pick, now that Gen.G's banned Overpass, is Vertigo, and that is even a map that I think Fury would be very well suited to pick. You don't know if they will, because when you've lost series, you try doing different things. Maybe you try a crazy pick into something like a train. That's something you could go for there. I think the interesting thing for me on the Gen.G side of the equation is, like, even though Gen.G's very, very good on Mirage, so is Furia. So I feel like both of you logically should try and stay away from that. Let that go to a third map, if anything. So we got the pick of Train actually from Gen.G this time. So not necessarily a map. I mean, it's one of their most played, but I feel like comfort for me normally from them is Mirage Inferno. So I feel like already we're starting to see them start to veer away and do unexpected pick here.
Yeah, well, we are currently following the Road to Rio game Bo3 that they played against each other. Now the question becomes Vertigo pick for Furia, as you said, or there we go, they changed it actually, they turn it around, they go for Inferno, they leave Vertigo as a potential third map. And I agree with you, I think the Mirage discussion is quite interesting because Furia actually, they're on a 10 map win streak right now, 10 map win streak, but it's also a very good map for Gen.G. So you kind of have to ponder here, am I gonna go on a ground that is common for both teams, or do I want to trick you? Do I want to push you to something more uncomfortable? I think that Inferno pick is more of that perspective. But now the third map, to me, it's Vertigo or it's Mirage.
Yeah, also worth pointing out, Inferno was the map that Furia did beat Gen.G on earlier in the tournament, so I'm guessing that's probably fresh in their minds. So we've got the Mirage ban already. Basically, it's now the choice of Furia. Do they want Vertigo, or do they want Nuke as the decider? They can go either way in this one. I hope they go Vertigo, personally. I think it's just a cool map to test a team like Gen.G on that. I've seen struggle at times. You've got the win record for it, so let's just go for it, in my opinion. That's how you give yourself a series where you can potentially win all the maps, and we're going to get it.
All right, Vertigo.
There
cool.
we go.
I think it's also a pretty good way to neutralize a double AWP, Sandro. You know, it's been one of the weapons of Gen.G in the series I've seen from them where they impressed me some, picking up that secondary AWP. You don't see that happening on Vertigo that often. It doesn't leave much space for that.
No, gentlemen, I don't want to stop you
just
short.
to throw in one last thing,
we have to hand it over to the commentators. No, we've got time.
Just to
so
throw
please.
in one last thing.
Go ahead.
Basically, Furia have only played Inferno in this tournament so far, which is already going to be their map pick, so they don't have to worry about giving much away. Secondly, there's the fact that because they won the group, I'm pretty sure they did, right? Yeah, they skipped straight to this semi-final, so they also didn't play a best of 3, whereas Gen.G has revealed their hand. Like, for example, they've already played Train, they've played Inferno, they played an entire best of 3 against someone else. If Furia have been doing their homework, they actually have, like, the information advantage going into this matchup, whereas Gen.G, they're going off a best of 1 that Furia played. All the rest of it only applies to this one map, and then things from the past. And as we found out in this tournament, the past does not always affect the present. So I think that's an interesting kind of angle as well as to why I don't let the historical track record of the head-to-head overwhelm me and make me think Gen.G's the favourite here.
And these are the players getting hyped.
And also Furia better dancing.
These are live feeds. Yeah, clearly, dude. They can throw shakes, man. They're good at it. Maniac, what are you thinking? What are you taking away from this pick ban? I mean, the one thing that I think when we get that pass, right, that buy, is that we'd had that stat in the past where it's like if you manage to skip that first, you're down a best of 3, as in like you skip that best of 3. Odds are you lose that because you don't have the experience, or like you're not warmed up, you're not in the space. You kind of have to hit the ground running. Do you think that that's a thing here for Furia? Do you think that they're worried about that going up against Gen.G?
No, I don't think they do.
Not that they look worried.
No, I don't think they do. Listen, I think they're warriors, right? I don't think hitting the ground running is a problem for them. I don't think they need a Bo3 to warm up. I think that Henny is currently doing DJ work for them on the vocals, so I'm looking forward to being in the room so I can be sure of that, because I could see he was like changing the tracks on his phone and he was putting close to the microphone like so maybe that's what's happening. But no, I don't think Furia will be cold at all. I think they will start 0 to 100 real quick.
Oh, that's great. I mean, that's all we want, really. That's what we want. This is going to be a fantastic match, an even balanced match. Firepower on both sides, tacticians on both sides, and so basically everything we could want in a best of 3, including, according to you gentlemen, the great maps for the series too. So I'm really excited to look forward to that. I mean, I think now, perfect. It's time to get the casters involved. And so thank you gentlemen for the analysis and the pre-show. And well, Scrawny and Launders, how's it going, my dudes? Can you hear me despite all of the delay because there's half a planet between us?
Of course, man. Always coming in loud and clear, someone. How are you doing?
Launders, Scotty, both of you guys looking good. I like it. Did you organize this? Did you color coordinate before you got into this one? Because you guys are both looking pretty damn sharp today.
A happy accident. A happy accident. I mean, we're just trying to keep up with you somewhere.
Yeah, I mean, listen, Sam,
Well,
you guys
that's
told
a
me
tall
blue and
task,
gray,
you know,
but
but hey.
I guess I did it backwards. You know, what's up with that? You should have been more specific between Maniac.
You know, Maniac and I didn't even organize that. We didn't even know. It was just that's just great minds, great minds.
The pocket
All right,
square
I'm gonna
says
hand it over to you
otherwise.
guys. Let's get into the action.
Sure thing, man.
Great friends.
Those two matching head to toe, Mo. Ridiculousness. And that's exactly what I'm expecting here in this next best of 3. What an exciting game we've got. We're finally here, boys, the finals. So I hope you guys are all buckling in because 2 teams today are getting that ticket to the actual Blast Spring Finals. The only team currently waiting for them there at the moment, of course, for the Americas side of the tournament is Liquid. So I think FURIA is still definitely favored in this matchup. I think that the veto went really well for them. And even if this does go to a 3rd map, which it might not even, I'm really stoked to see what Vertigo has in store for us.
Yeah, when we saw a Gen.G on Vertigo, there was question marks, and I think it was Daps was their best player on Vertigo to allow them to like pull out these CT rounds. So if Daps is playing well, you know, we might have an interesting 3rd map. I do agree with you that the veto went okay, but the thing is that I think the veto goes okay no matter which direction it goes, and I think it went in the weirder direction for FURIA. You know, picking into Inferno is a little bit strange for me. I don't really know why FURIA love picking Inferno so much. I don't see them as being actually that good in contrast to some of their other maps. Whereas if they play to more of a strength on Mirage, yes, they have to play Gen.G on Mirage, but I think they're definitely in better form at the moment, more consistent, and an incredibly scary Mirage team, scarier than Gen.G as far as I'm concerned. So, you know, here on Train, the last 2 times they played, Gen.G have beat them two times, and so I think this veto is interesting because Gen.G could potentially get 2-0, and if it gets to Vertigo, there's a lot of reliance on, I think, Daps, honestly, to make like heads-up plays and have a really, really good map for Gen.G to be able to win. Because I will say that on Vertigo, no one's scarier than FURIA. No one right now. I mean, they are absolutely terrifying on this
100%.
map. This is where our eyes have been opened, looking at FURIA play Vertigo, how they play A-Ramp, Art being a part of every single round. And our boy Art yesterday was incredible.
I think that Maniac had a nice point in saying that the 3rd map of Vertigo is also going to kind of start countering the double sniper setup that Gen.G have been employing with Som. So I do think that there's a question mark on that 3rd, but you know, I agree with you where it's like, why are we afraid of Mirage for FURIA, considering that even Triumph took Gen.G to a 30th round yesterday on it? I'm thinking to myself, like, well, maybe we've just been putting too much merit on the Mirage of Gen.G. It's good, but it's clearly not invincible.
Indeed, and like FURIA's Mirage it's so open for them, and it's just maps that lean towards this openness is what stylistically gels with FURIA the most. Now, I guess considering their attitude of trying to drag teams into the mud, as Art said, bringing them to a map like Inferno speaks to that a bit, just because Gen.G's, they both got imperfect win percentages on Inferno, let alone their head-to-head. But a lot of this does come down to knowing each other, and both of their interviews mirrored the same sentiment of it depends on the day. That's basically how they put it. I really hate that characterization because it tells you that preparation is just not more important than like how good you feel, which is kind of silly, I'd say. But I think it makes sense more so for Gen.G to say that because of the way that FURIA play and how much randomness they try to bring into the game than the other way around. You know, FURIA saying how well we play, it just depends. I guess that's like Art talking about himself. You know, how many times can I get away with an egregious push this match is what it comes down to.
Yeah, definitely. And that's something that I think on Vertigo he does better than anybody, right? He is constantly on flanks, constantly finding those ridiculous moments that only Art seems to pull out of thin air. I took away an opening duel stat just there, a couple pages back here as we've been trickling through the numbers. Henny currently in the Spring Showdown is 9-0 in terms of opening duels. So Henny not giving away the 5 versus 4s at all.
Nothing but praise for Henny in this tournament. In the last couple weeks, for what we've seen, he's adopted his role perfectly. He's developed as a player, as a talent. He's now more calm. He now hits all the easy shots as well as the hard ones. He's always in that spot. He's like Crims with an op right now, where he's very reliable. He's always in safe positions, but he can hit kind of every shot that you need him to. The close range op duels, the long range ones, and I think the trap for Henny before this, and in his last teams in like Immortals, for example, was that he was so good that he'd put himself in bad situations because he'd hit most of his shots. Well, now he puts himself in situations that like a worse player would put themselves in, so he has easier shots, and now he hits a higher percentage of shots overall. And that's incredible to see, especially considering he's in the ecosystem that's FURIA, which you would think would enable him to be even more egregious, even more aggressive every round. It feels like he's calmed down more than ever, which is amazing.
You know, when the online realm of Counter-Strike was kind of coming to its return and we were getting these North Americans back in the online servers, you know, FURIA, they were the team I think that most quickly rise to the occasion and started chipping away at the top of the scene. Do we still feel like FURIA is the best team to come out of this new online or the return to the online realm? Do you still share that sentiment with me?
I do, yeah, for sure. For me, like, they're the scariest team in this whole tournament, as far as I'm concerned, in terms of how consistent they've been and how scary they seem to play. And like Fnatic would be their counterpart in the European region, but their consistency is really poor. You know, obviously losing to Vitality, but just never really knowing what you can expect from Fnatic, like going from god to bot, map to map, basically. Whereas FURIA, I think they're scary even when they lose.
Will they lose again, though? That is the question. Remember, to get to this point, as mentioned by Thorin, we have not seen FURIA in a best of 3 yet. They topped the group, and the only defeat they faced in the group stage was obviously versus MIBR. 16-13 on Inferno, if I am not mistaken. And I like that, and you know, we've got our little ticker here at the bottom of your guys' screen, and there was one that's a little bit outdated, but I think it plays perfectly into it because it was more of a question saying that, you know, Inferno and Train are the most seen maps between these teams, being played 4 and 3 times respectively. Will we see them again was the question. And the answer is absolutely yes. That ends up being the direct picks, and we find our Vertigo decider. So this is something we've seen before. It's something we're going to see again, but for whatever reason, despite Gen.G having a clearly better record than FURIA in this head-to-head matchup, I just find myself falling into the FURIA camp. I think it's with the fashion of which they move through the group stage, the consistency in which they're playing, quote-unquote, their own game, and even though that can be one of the most cliche sayings from teams when it comes to the key to their success, it just works for FURIA because what they do is so different than so many other teams, and they so consistently manage to pull that off. So the questions become, can Art constantly find openings despite Gen.G's, you know, rigid system and thorough system at that? Will the shining stars of Gen.G piece themselves together today? Som, on Train particularly, versus MIBR, had 1 kill in the first half of the game on the T side, where they will begin today. And then he still finished with 19 frags by the end of that map. So again, we kind of get this back and forth with Gen.G. Kusta, who has looked incredibly clutch and incredibly potent in multi-frag moments, well, maybe he is going to be the reason that FURIA yet again fall short. Or is it Daps, the man who just rises to the occasion on Vertigo last time we saw them there, and can prove to us that even an in-game leader has a star performance? So many questions to be answered, and of course, we're nearly there, folks.
Yeah, as soon as Connor is done talking, he can press start. He can press the start button on the game, but he's decided to just ramble on just to hold your attention, make the game about him. You're gonna press the start button, Connor? It looks like we might be getting into it.
Here it is. Ready? 1.
Train is the map.
It's coming in hot, boys.
We're live. We are in the match. Gen.G versus FURIA on train. All three maps. Who knows what's going to happen in this matchup based on what we've seen. We just know FURIA, good form. Gen.G, comeback gods, I guess. Som, Kusta, automatic Bentet. Lots of question marks here. And we'll find out a lot, even in just this pistol round with this first trade that comes out in case Serrato top trains. Trying to pick up some slack, but Daps is looking sharp.
Ooh, Henny's got the one headshot. 3 versus 2, cut back by Art. He's trying to get aggressive right off of the bomb plant. And Henny, gonna find a little bit of cover, but it's 2 bodies behind the same piece of metal. Art gonna lose his teammate to the distanced automatic. Kusta up close. Molly landing on his feet, flushes him outwards. And Art, he's just looking for the gunfight, but can't manage to see it. Now he has the chance, and Kusta cuts him down. It's Gen.G to take T-side pistol.
One of the only constants on Gen.G or Kusta, I think, with the his clutch potential. Every match seems to always be there in the same capacity. I feel like the sentiment is that in general, people are worried that, like, Kusta is the best player on the team with a team that has this much talent. Is that a good thing or a bad thing? And I can understand where that comes from, just because, automatic, Bentet are on this team as well. But we've always seen very, very high highs from Kusta. It just seems like now we're finding the consistency, which is really cool. And it's incredible to watch him, honestly, work in these 1v2 situations. And he's got that Zipix vibe where you feel like he's going to win until proven otherwise, which is amazing. Most players don't have that. So looking forward to seeing more great rounds from Kusta. Good impact here on the pistol rounds. And Som, he's got some first half demons sometimes, so we'll also be trying to stay tuned to see if he can start off a bit better than in other matches.
Double scouts, sat back, and one goes down pretty quickly. Henny, not gonna get himself anything whatsoever. Poor guy. Just splattered to the back of Ivy. Daps is going to burn the molly, and we will have the commitment from Gen.G down into B. What lies in wait? It's Yuri on a deagle inside of the bomb site, more so watching upper than lower. But now that he hears the feet all around him, he is going to just blindside Kusta. And he even has a chance at automatic, but the gun goes dry. Vinny trades it, and a 3 versus 3 ensues with tons of damage already stacking up versus Gen.G. Thank goodness they have the flank and Bentet, who gets 2 frags for himself as Vinny is now underneath and behind. Oh, he misses the first shot, and Daps turns back.
If he had picked Bentet could have potentially died in 1 bullet there. He had like 40-something HP, and he went for the first shot, and of course, probably should have made it a 1v1. Definitely should have made it a 1v1. Rough round, but still, very good eco kills here from FURIA. Scary situation for Gen.G. And what's interesting about Gen.G is also that in some of these late mid rounds, they rely on Daps to play a little bit like Art with these aggressive lurks that he makes to try to create space and options in the mid round, pulling off these crazy flanks at times. And that's probably what brings her head-to-head so close, I guess. The stylistic matchup or the comfortability factor of being able to play this kind of scary game of letting someone lurk really aggressively.
USP headshot versus Daps. Man, these kills are stacking up despite FURIA not having much to work with. I hope this is just a sign of what's to come, because this series could just have fireworks. It's wild. I predicted Gen.G versus, Triumph versus Gen.G yesterday, and obviously that game went like 96 rounds total, something ridiculous. And I think Gen.G are going to have a harder time with FURIA, obviously, but I do still believe in this team, most certainly. It's weird. I do feel like they kind of fall victim to that classic, like, depends on the day type situation.
Yeah, I mean, I tweeted out like a list of teams that basically you can't count on. I don't know if I even put, I'm not sure if I put Gen.G on it, but there's a lot of inconsistency right now, of course, because the online nature making it just evening out your ability to perform well for some of the teams that are disfavored. But even among, I don't know, I feel like there is... Sorry? Oh, yeah,
Did you put FURIA on that list?
No, I didn't put FURIA on the list. The only question mark map for me was on Inferno versus MIBR, where they let a lead slip, and then that was MIBR finding a great adjustment in like the later portion of the game. That's mostly an Inferno. Like, everyone's got a weak map that they like to play, and for Furia, I feel like that's Inferno. The win percentage is like 65%. It shouldn't. I don't think it should be a primary pick when other teams have so much play on it, when they also have such other great maps that they can fall back on. But for whatever reason, they want to keep playing it. So to each their own. You know, a lot of these vetoes are. You can see veto mistakes from the outside. I think that's definitely true, and teams will agree. But sometimes we don't know what goes into recent practice, how these teams feel about specific matchups or positions that players play, just stylistic things that are hard to see from the outside. So Automatic dropping ladder with the op. He's gotten some pretty crazy picks this way. We'll extend all the way out into Ivy. Wow, they've got eyes trained on that. There's still danger of dying though.
Ooh. Hey, yo, Vinny. Headshot versus Som, so the first casualty of the very first gun round here. Furia, as we know, with the pistols, have softened up the economy of Gen.G. Some kills that probably shouldn't have happened. And now it'll be a man disadvantage that they need to work into the B site with. Still the op on Automatic, who I think, fairly enough, is a question mark when it comes to Gen.G. But we know what he's capable of, you know? Some people have called for him to move the op onto a different role. We'll see today if he can earn the respect. But Art, he drops down as CSGO gets a kill and a half, and then daps down the ladder, picked up by Art. So a solid hold here from Furia. Rock solid at that. They're not even going to lose a single body, so it seems. 5 survivors as Furia hits the board.
Yeah, they tried to just go into the full B after losing their opening duel. Made some aggressive options in the beginning of the round, so it wasn't just out of nowhere. But to this Automatic conversation, like, I've actually personally talked to Automatic a lot recently, and not in an interview, just like on Steam, but he's talking about opping. He's been doing kind of everything possible to try to improve as an opper, and what I was talking to him about was movement, and he's been trying to improve his movement so that he can be a better opper as well. And he's such a cerebral player that, like, he actively thinks of all of these things on the surface. So I also have some questions, but wait, hold on. We've got a rush into the B site. Art's gonna go ahead and get a kill. Yuri also grabs a couple, and the hold could be stopped. Art still alive, combat opping. Leaving just the hold zone. But I just wanted to say, yeah, the
continue
that, like, he's putting a concerted effort into everything that it means to be a good opper all the time. And some of the games we see, it feels like he's not keeping up with other top oppers, and we know how good he is as a rifler. And there's always the argument that if a player is equally good at both, they should probably be rifling. For now, it's what he wants to do. They have the 2-op potential. It's kind of like OC and Sonic, where Sonic picks up the secondary. He can also pick it up primarily. Gen.G and Fallen. There's a lot of maps right now that people are playing very often. That 2-ops is extremely welcome, and they wouldn't have that without Automatic.
Yeah, and I think that's kind of the one of the cool meta rises we've seen lately, right? We get the Som/Automatic double op. We get it with Fallen and KNG. Here, Henny, obviously most dominant, doesn't need a second, but you brought it up, OC and Sonic. Everybody's kind of trailing the big guns as of late, and I don't know how this happens, but with even less than what they have in the last round, we have Gen.G with a bomb plant this time. They toppled over Yuri as he got 2 frags versus the Glocks. The weapon picked up by Daps is brought back down to the dirt, and they are very easily just going to chew through what's left of this retake. Som, he is up in the box halls with 30 health. Oh, he's not even trying to fight in case CSGO still takes him. So Furia going to tie this up the moment they get into the gun rounds. 3-0 start, 3-3 at this point.
Yeah, I kind of ate up a lot of airtime to talk about that Automatic point, but I think it's a really important one just because it's a big conversation with Gen.G right now amongst a lot of people. But yeah, there's a couple of B rounds here that just fall somewhat flat. It's good to get a plant for Gen.G. Now, how are they going to game the rotates here for Furia? We know that they are very good at tricking rotates. That's kind of the highlight, I feel like, about Gen.G, is they can be extremely tricky from that perspective. But Furia, the problem is that they always seek out all this map control, so it's really hard to tell what is being covered and what isn't, even if you go and suss something out. So I think that's the one counter Furia have. Bentet, nice counter grenade to the top of ladder, and Art's got T-Con control.
Nice shot, Art. Down goes Daps. Vinny pushed back, but instead puts out the fire. No panic to be had here. And the counter-terrorist still sitting back in B. We haven't got, they got a little adventurous at the start of last round, throwing somebody in the top box halls for the counter-terrorist, seeing that rush. I think that's why Yuri actually dies after the 2K, because he gets aggressive. And sure, all right, it may cost his life, but he gathered information so quickly, we saw how the rest of the round panned out perfectly. We hit the 50-second mark, and Vinny walks right into the scope of Automatic. That deep line of sight afforded by Ivy. We haven't seen Furia try to take this away from them, so Vinny just falling victim to the unsuspected op. However, Serato, you can see, doesn't have vision on the smoke, expects a boost, but there are players right in that smoke, right in front of him, and now they decide to jump out. He finds Som first, and still Art looking for the second, but Automatic has tucked himself into the train yard. And if he's not careful, yeah, barrel spotted by Art. Ooh, who sees a second, misses the shot, but stops the bomb nonetheless. Bentet down for the count as Automatic and Kusta try to bring this back in the 2 versus 3 with only 10 seconds left to play. Here comes Yuri, denied by the Opper, right down to the wire. It's gonna be close as Art, ooh, him and Serato now shoulder to shoulder as Kusta decides to jump up onto the train and look for this angle. He's not quite sure where they've gotten off to. He's confused and he's definitely outnumbered, and there it is, Serato getting the headshot and taking Furia to a 1-round lead.
Well, that wasn't the prettiest round, was it? That's a very high percentage of op shots missed by both sides. Art dropped some easy ones. Automatic dropped an easy one there. Those were all pivotal kills. If either of them hit those shots, that would have been round over for the other team. But yeah, they allowed Furia to get back into it just by keeping their players alive and ultimately winning their duel. Serato, of course, getting those 2 frags at the end is what ices him out. And no, it's a situation where Art, his position wins the round. It's not his aim, though, that wins the round. It's him being there at the back of Ivy, getting one shot, even though he has to work hard for it, and then getting information, eventually putting pressure on Automatic, all these things. It's where he is that usually ends up winning. And you don't often see Oppers on that side of Ivy anymore. That's like kind of the old way of playing. But that kind of recycling of the meta is what makes you unpredictable.
Great flashbang. Vinny finds Daps with his arm up. Please, no. Vinny, merciless, as Henny finds 2 off the AWP. So, just Kusta left over. You can see the damage that was racked up versus Furia, so definitely chances for entries here, definitely chances for them to overrun the A site. But Henny stands tall, and Art's gonna close this one off. That double sniper setup coming into fruition. Furia, 5 rounds in a row, now on fire.
It's amazing. Their A defense right now, generally speaking, has been very solid. And, we look at these rounds, and a lot of these executes are actually good by the Gen.G, and most teams would end up losing the round to them. So Furia can make them look foolish or weak, but that's just because of how strong they are in terms of talent across the board. But Gen.G, it's disingenuous to call them an execute-heavy team. The thing is, they have more good executes than other teams, but they also do incorporate a variety of game styles into their play. They do stuff fast sometimes, and they do some stuff slowly based on map control. They do a lot of lurk-based strats and individual strats. They're just kind of well-rounded, and I think in finding their identity, it's going to be finding balance between what works. But they have options.
Yuri peeks off the op shot. This is just the upgraded pistols, and the utility is what slows them down. They have no map control anywhere else, of course. Pretty straightforward, but met by smoke. So the same way that the Molotov initially denied the push, well, you get the smoke down on ramp as well. We've got the 2 pieces of utility on Daps. Damian Steele gonna throw that smoke real deep, and off of the flashbang, they try to push 2 players out. They don't get the entry, which would have helped in selling what is actually a push onto A. Oh. That's right, 3 of these T's gonna try to get themselves out from ladder, but whoa, Bentet. He actually slips all the way behind Serato as Som gets an entry on the bomb site, so they didn't get kills on B, but they sure as hell found themselves back on the flank. 2 versus 2, Art gets aggressive with the op, and Automatic has 41 health to try and close this round. A huge pinch between Bentet and Som that got the bomb down first and foremost, but Yuri, he's trying to sniff out Automatic's position, and there it is. Clotheslines him, brings it to a 6th as Furia double the score of Gen.G, but that one got wild.
Yeah, Art took a big risk there running out, but he got the op shot in as the bomb was going down. As he hit that, it's a good trade by Automatic. Almost secured the 1v2. I think his idea was pretty good, like moving around the train, moving around back 6 as Yuri was probably moving through Sandwich, but the timing did not favor him. Yuri a bit too fast. Yuri 12-4 right now, looking very good at the moment. And Furia, I mean, the round comes close there for Gen.G. It's based on another kind of interesting lurk and a couple of good shots by Som, but ultimately, you know, Furia winning the round is the most important part. So far, they've been pretty consistent on these A-holds, and yeah, winning one eco could have potentially just been a flash in the pan. Don't know if there's going to be an aggressive play here. We've got Art pushed all the way down, and I don't know if he wants to peek. It looks like he's thinking about it.
Total sum of enemies flashed for Gen.G at the moment is 44 compared to Furia's 19. And it's not flashes they need right now, it's the damage, and Automatic's gonna find it. He is lucky to be alive, and so is Art. 10 health for those two players combined, but at the end of the day, it's Gen.G with the entry, thanks to the smoke spam, and Art. Oh my god. How is he not anchored? He's so slick and confident on that peak. It's kind of ridiculous. Vinny, he gets burned back down the ladder. Art with another one. You left this man 6 health, and he still body bags a couple of players for Gen.G as they finally have what was a real chance in a rifle round. 2 of their players incredibly low in Automatic and Kusta, and they're the only ones left. There's a smoke double flashbang for Art, so it's not like a grenade's gonna come flying up and just seal the deal here, but any single peak that results in taking damage, these players are done for. The moment someone taps that bomb, they're gonna have to get aggressive, and Kusta, he's given a little bit of a space around that smoke, can do nothing with it, and Automatic just wants to confirm his retreat. A 7th round for Furia.
No nades to work with, bro. Art, I've said this before about Art, I'll say it again. He plays like he has 100 armor, 300 HP, and a CZ every single round, no matter what gun he has, no matter what position he has. He actually went out that far with that low health to peek a rifler with the op in a situation where if he misses, he loses, and then ends up getting 2 kills and is the first person to rotate to B to pick up another. I mean, it speaks for itself, man. You have to watch the rounds to understand, you know, how impactful he is. If you look at the stats, you can dig in the stats. You can dig and see the impact is there. But on the surface, they don't tell the full story. Right now, and with these, I said yesterday, but 2 days ago, I believe it was when we saw Art play, he was having a really fantastic series on Inferno. And now he's 12-4. Yuri's also 12-5. Furia look incredibly strong at the moment. And again, this is Gen.G's map pick.
In hindsight, you know, Gen.G right now just probably feeling you know, a little bit less stressed because they got those 3 rounds to start the half. But that was quite some time ago. Furia 7 in a row. We've got the buyback from Gen.G, of course. Ooh, sticky situation for Art. He gets burned forward behind the box, but Bentet doesn't keep him pinned into this, so clearly he didn't know. And Kusta finds a bit of space to play on the outer yard. Now, if he peeks around this corner, there's 3 potential CTs to catch him. And he's been revealed as he fires the AK off. They have another player creeping out from Ivy, but don't forget, bomb is still in spawn. So it's not like Gen.G are going to get a couple of entry frags and, you know, have the ability to immediately commit to this. Someone has to go get that. And in the meantime, they've lost that front runner. Yeah, Daps, he goes down behind the Ivy train. So the terrorists encroaching on the A site, getting closer and closer. But Vinny, he still stands tall. Henny, he gets the op shot versus Som as Kusta falls next. And Bentet looking to clear the bomb site itself. They may know that there's a player up above. Now they absolutely do. Automatic, he's going to try to bring this back, but he's lost his entire team. So this is most certainly an 8th round for Furia.
What FURIA do on this round is they turn a reasonable amount of map control for Gen.G into an optical illusion that they're winning. And the FURIA, they stay in certain positions that deny a cross. Sandwich cross from the bomb train, one player on the back of site just making sure that the ladder run-up can't come through. And they stress heavily that Gen.G need to win this. Yeah, wow, okay. No, Gen.G need to win those fights. Automatic, yeah, he's in a 1-on-3. He's got an op, actually. I mean, he's only got half HP, but he definitely has a chance. Player crosses him like ships in the night, but he's going to spot him now. Yeah, this is actually a really winnable spot here for Automatic.
Unbelievable scenes. I mean, Henny's trying to chase him around the oil tanker, but Automatic, he was given this bomb plant. Art, he's caught off guard. Automatic now sees the back of Henny. So Henny, oh, what a clutch! 4 kills for Automatic. He runs down the B site. Nobody there to stop him. He takes a risk. Think of that. He could have saved yet again. We've seen him walk away from post plants. He gets the plant. Art clotheslined, and because Art still thought he was back bomb site, the second player's running down lane. Look at this. Immediate repeak. Doesn't have time for that. And Henny backs up into it. Those rounds aren't supposed to happen.
Yeah, not even close. I mean, they could have obviously had that locked down. But you could see the odds just skyrocket as soon as Automatic got on the site and there was not a rotate in to deny any information. It's so important to at least know where the player has moved to, even if you can't kill them. And nobody was in Z to spot the plant. Really great round still from Automatic. Could have very easily lost. But this is obviously a star player from Cloud9 days, and we know he's going to have rounds like this left in him. So there we see it.
Yep.
Super well done. Huge gap in the play for FURIA. And I love Henny's like deadpan expression after that. Like, I'm not DJing for you guys anymore.
Yeah. Doesn't even blink. Straight face. And don't expect FURIA to take that one too hard. Ooh, Psalm is going to get Art back as he tries to retreat down Ivy, but, I mean, isn't that just FURIA? Oh, we lost a 3 versus 1? Maybe we should play a little safer and textbook? Nah, I'm just going to go swing this op around on an Ivy rush. Just barrel stuffs the man behind the dumpster. Henny, then feeling inspired. You know, I feel like this is kind of like what we got yesterday. Remember that once MIBR got knifed on the bomb site in the middle of that Inferno game, they just turned it upside down and then won, right? You don't want to piss off Brazilians because they start playing some real scary CS. And that 1v3, that's going to light a fire under FURIA. They shut down this round with 3 survivors, getting real aggressive, setting an early tempo, and just getting right back on track.
It's definitely one way in which the Brazilian team, starting with SK and like Fallen's rosters, coming to NA and playing has improved NA as a region, just because there was this whole rhetoric in NA. I'm gonna wait a second. There's a whole rhetoric in NA of don't peek, you know, don't peek in this situation, don't push when you don't have to, call everything. But then that made NA very predictable. And the Brazilians came in, they're like, we can play aggressively, unpredictably, and still win.
Yeah, they, ooh, hold on now. Yuri. Little wild spam, and it's actually a bomb plant off of it. This wouldn't be too much of a talking point, except there are some very well-equipped players on Gen.G. Vinny, he's going to dodge Psalm, who's watching over on the ramp. Oh, no. Vinny, he doesn't clear actually to the right, so now Psalm's going to get a straight-up aim duel, or he would have had he not moved at that moment. Getting the jitters as he tries to make a move. Daps now, last man up, 1 versus 4 on the bomb site, and that one's also pushed away. But I do like what you said there with the Brazilians coming into our scene, you know, which was predictable. And what's funny, I think, is, you know, the one player from the United States who kind of develops NA's unpredictable meta in Stewie 2K, the smoke criminal, ends up getting picked up by the Brazilians, and they weaponize him too. So, yeah. Brazil changing the flavors of Counter-Strike across our scene. I think we're all better off for it.
Yeah.
We've definitely got an exciting match and an exciting style. That's proof here as we're 14 rounds deep.
I think Brazil was a really good reminder to North America that many different approaches to the game can still win. And although you want to play fundamentally sound Counter-Strike when you can, that to be completely textbook doesn't actually win matches versus good teams. And that level of creativity that they bring into it and confidence was a welcome reminder, I think, for our whole region.
Ooh, Vented. He's going to win the duel versus Vinny through the floorboards. A little ladder movement to offset the aim of K Serato. He's going to tuck behind the smoke, but he's got low ammo. 10 bullets left, and he's still able to get one, but he needs a reload or a teammate to lend a helping hand in Art. Art getting automatic down to 2. USP finished that off, but Kusta, he is well alive and kicking. 3 kills to his name, health advantage over Art, but he doesn't have the bomb. Oh, and he just flubbed the Molotov as well, so that's not going to make it any easier. He decides to get aggressive, decides to start moving fast, but Art focused on the angle, minimal cover, just right behind the E-box, and he still picks up the win. FURIA double digits.
I can't believe this, because look, Art's like, honestly, in terms of aim, if you asked him right now, he'd probably say, I'm not playing well. He's missing so many shots. He's doing some weird stuff. He was in the ladder, spotting with his USP before his op coming out, sees a target, has to go back, switch, take the op out, miss the shot, come back to the USP, hit the shot again, put himself in this 1v1, but he's so smart right now that it's making up for it. And Kusta, I actually love how he played that. Apart from the Molotov to try to displace his opponent, I love how he came around the train once Art showed that he was pushed past E-box, because then he had no cover in that area, and if Kusta faced him from the left side, that would have been an easier shot. On the right side, it made it scary for Art, but it's really hard to break the composure of Art when he's so used to that kind of play.
This is wild. Daps, he has 26 enemies flashed. Automatic has 25 enemies flashed, so 51 between the two of those players. And nobody else in the server has more than 10. So putting in the utility work, trying their damnedest to get onto this B site yet once more. Automatic's flash, blinding Daps somewhat. Oh, they're just trying to hide. Like, get us away from this guy. But Art, he's hunting them down, one after another, squashing them here on the bomb site. Automatic tries to just cower in the corner, and even then they find him. This is an 11th round on FURIA's CT side, and let this sink in. Gen.G, they win pistol. They use that economy advantage to convert the following rounds. They get that 3-0 start, and it is a silent half until Automatic is gifted a bomb plant and comes in clutch with the 1 versus 3. So this is a difficult first map for Gen.G, but join us after the break to see if their defense can hold.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the second week here.
Got the best teams in the world and complexity.
But Flamey is his kryptonite again. Oh! This is it.
It's a bulldozer. We have fun, we're going to play good. We may lose some shit rounds, but you just brush it off, and if we win some good rounds, we cheer. That's all it is.
The best team in the world going up against a team who, hasn't even been able to qualify for the major yet.
Sip just trying trying to buy time, flanking around, Blame hunting him down, and he tries to immediate defuse. He's right there with the kid. Oh my god, I can't believe it. 16 and 12.
I've seen every big CSGO match ever. I can tell you that would already be like a top 5 upset of all time.
Simple could catch. Oh! The shutdown!
This isn't the Astralis that I know.
He's trying to get the pit. Can he stand tall one last time? He lies them all! No! A beautiful spray! Electron saves it! 16-14! Now we do it!
It was ready for vitality versus complexity. I introduce you to North America's newest juggernaut.
16-6 as they take down vitality.
Complexity have one last beast to challenge.
They wanted to kill Juggernaut, but we want to destroy the Juggernaut.
Of course. 16 rounds to Navi's favor. Victories on Train and Mirage.
And the Navi Storm has come and conquered today.
It's an exciting, couple of days that we've had here, and it doesn't feel like we've had any losers other than maybe Astralis.
6 rounds by way of defuse for FURIA. 3-0 start for Gen.G, and yet an 11-4 half is all they could manage on that T side. So FURIA looking good here on, remember, Gen.G's map pick. It's going to be a difficult CT side, but myself and Launders are here to take you through it, so don't be nervous. It's going to feature a little bit of utility here for the T side. FURIA with the double smoke, Molly and a flash, but they're going to get pushed on Ivy. Whoa! Look at that pace from Kusta. He is flying out behind the dumpster, trying to fight versus Art. I mean, this is a straight up 1v1. Kusta doesn't have to force the issue, but how are they going to get him out of here?
Yeah, Art's like using some of the utility he didn't want to use before. Yeah, he's actually using it on the fly now. Wanted to put some pressure on Ivy and is instead using its passive fallback utility.
Nice.
Good shot, but oh my god, Art killed Kusta through the smoke. What? Down Ivy from the back of T-Con.
Oh, we're gonna need a replay of that one. Art, I mean, when he starts dropping all that
Art
utility, I'm thinking to
has a
myself,
3.5 KD right now.
oh, that's just disgusting. He doesn't show any signs of slowing down either. You know, they came into this game saying like, yeah, it depends on the day, depends on our form, and you mentioned it. It depends kind of on Art's form is what they mean by that. Will they get that element of their gameplay? Well, so far, so damn good. Dabs on the retake, 1 versus 2 here. Time's playing against him, and Henny stuffs it. So FURIA on fire yet again. They've recovered their flames from being stomped out by that automatic 1v3, and that's felt ages ago by this point. Oh my god, he's just randomly firing while running.
Might as well shoot your shot.
Are you?
You miss 100% of shots you don't take. Michael Scott.
Wayne Gretzky.
Now that you've watched The Office, I used to troll you with that quote, but now you've watched The Office, so you know.
Yeah, now I get it. Yeah, watch it every day. Oh my god, Kusta.
You're always
okay.
like, no, Wayne Gretzky, right?
All right. We're back in it. CT's getting a little wild, getting a little frisky, and I'm okay with that. Gives us a little action to talk about here on the outer yard. There's smoke still up. There's gunfire all over the place. And there's still the weapon. Oh, no! Henny with a team kill in the middle of this wild, wacky round that could kind of kickstart Gen.G into an attempted comeback. Because, I mean, if FURIA go up 13-4 and Gen.G then have pistols in the next, Scout looking really deadly now.
Look at this crossfire. Yeah, Som's is like a bishop right now, like on a chessboard, cutting out the entire middle of the site. Anyone who crosses past this line, he'll get to see. So he'll probably be able to get a tag off, which means a kill on either player, depending on how aware they are of him. Oh, smoke to back 6, and second player spotted. Dangerous here. Som will have to make a move.
Yeah, they could go deal with Daps. I feel like that's the best play, is to deal with Daps. Again, that smoke lines up, cuts off the line of sight, but Som decides to try wrapping that scout around. Daps sees that headshot, and that wasn't supposed to happen. You know, that was the part of the equation that was the least reliable. We were looking at this scout, which closes out the round on Som. Okay, Gen.G, you got a little team kill in the middle of it all, but I'm not going to lose my mind here because this, to me, just feels like another round, similarly to the one where Automatic is given a free bomb plant. It's like, oops, FURIA made a mistake, Gen.G take a 5th round, but there's no reason to think that this is going to, you know, just pile on to FURIA from this point.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, well, you know, round by round, of course. But I think if they were sure about where Som was, they maybe would have taken Z, but maybe they weren't sure about Som and Ivy, or his last known position, since it had been relatively quiet. But it could have easily been an inner push through Z if they had a feeling. Maybe they thought in the back of their heads he was old bomb.
They're just going to try to push through the double M4 here. Ooh, the movement of Yuri, offsetting the crosshair of Daps, and just like that, a collection of pistoleros almost takes the B site. Bentek comes in quickly. Som's going to give a little cover. They lost the bomb in the middle of it all, and the scout connects from Bentek. Henny, a Deeg from downtown versus weapons on Gen.G. Minute on the clock, and as said, no bomb, but wait, hold on. Lane's now completely open. Oh, if only he knew, he probably just sprints right in, but he still has a chance because Som can't finish him off. Henny takes 3 shots on the Deagle, but Bentek clips him as he peeks over the ladder. Gen.G able to hold on, but damn, that one got scary.
Cue it up and zoom it. Cue it up and zoom it. Bentek, that must have been a nice shot. Up the ladder. Man, a lot of kills here. Gen.G just lacking on aim because they were, you know, pure on rifle duels. Players not getting kills on other players. Ooh,
yes.
Actually, very, very nice shot. Yeah, for Bentek to hit there.
More of that. Betway odds flying in. FURIA at the 1.2, Gen.G 4.0. So let's remember that. It's always fun to see how the odds shift throughout our series. Of course, a 3-mapper. We are in the playoffs now. We get best of 3s and overtimes. How exciting. FURIA going to try yet again to just stampede into the B site. They nearly got there last round, but losing the bomb kind of cooled things off. Didn't even force Gen.G into a retake, and so far so good. Henny gets the 1, Yuri then off the Tech 9. Again, the front runner as seen in the last round. But he is most certainly outnumbered, although he is underneath them. He's going to execute Bentek to the back of the head. Som then peeks over. Hey, guys. Shoots him down, and it's a 5-round lead for FURIA, but they have to save.
Yeah, it's been good economic damage on all of these rounds. Oh, it's interesting. They do 2 half-buy saves on this, I guess, after they lost the pistol round. Could they have not bought on this round? That's a bit strange. Either way, they'll go for it next round. They've got a couple of nade sets. It's a weaker buy than the last 2. Am I crazy? We're 3 rounds into this half. 4. Yeah, we're 4 rounds into this half. That's very weird.
Yeah.
How that happens.
Well, this isn't weird. It's pretty straightforward. Just a couple of guys dying to an MP9. Make that a trio. You could supersize it if Vinny falls down.
Yeah, good doc. Bentek says, bro, with the period. Yeah, it is a little bit gross. It's a gross doc.
Ooh, Vinny dodging shots, going for the plant. Punch it in! Oh,
touchdown.
He gets his money. Yeah. Worth. Molotov. Oh, hey. Oh. Daps. He's got to come off and jump back on. Can we talk about Daps's quarantine beard? Because that's got to be the most ferocious beard game in, I want to say, all of professional Counter-Strike at the moment. He's like, it's almost like Forrest
He looks
levels.
like Leonardo DiCaprio in The Revenant.
Yeah, he does.
He looked like last night he just slept inside of a horse.
And I think it's by choice, too, not by necessity.
It must be. I mean, unless he doesn't have air conditioning. He's wearing like a fleece with like a fleece beard.
But he's going to get somewhat blinded here. He's actually just standing out in the middle of nowhere. He still gets 2 headshots, wildly enough. And Kusta chimes in with a frag as well. I think FURIA are going to start regretting giving away that early round versus the Scouts, because I said, well, this doesn't look like they'll replicate much. And yet here we are. Gen.G, 5 rounds in a row, unless Henny comes in with the godlike 1 versus 4, which isn't going to happen. So, okay, we've got a game on our hands. What's going on? Talk to me, Launders. What's going on with this T side?
Oh, this is the first rifle round for some reason, where they, for whatever reason, after losing the second round, they lost that round. They saved twice, bought again, and then they bought like they spent too much money on a few of their rounds, so they've had the least amount of opportunities to come back after winning the pistol and losing the second. Very, very strange for FURIA, but now they buy up to even up again. What? Yuri's got $700. I guess he's okay. Yeah, I guess he's okay. I don't really know what's going on exactly with the money.
It's weird.
People being very irresponsible with their money right now, I feel like.
You know, the public school system doesn't teach you certain life skills, and money management is something I think that we all have to take a book at a page out of Counter-Strike for. You know, it's like this. Come on, boys, it's math, and you're failing right now.
They do. Yeah, I didn't see the op on this round, so maybe it was just this was the one. They tried to take the op out of this round, have money on everybody else. So maybe Yuri just had extra money left over. It's a very, very weird situation, but they get the opening kill on this one, around 22. So kind of best chance they've had so far of it. And of course, the op in the hands of Art, who's been by far their best player of this map so far. Som opping on the CT side. We've seen him be much more comfortable on the CT side. That's kind of an understatement. Be pretty much lights out on the CT side comparatively. And FURIA set up now for a B exec 2-2 split here for Gen.G, so Gen.G should be feeling okay about this.
See if Bentet can lock it down. He has the Molotov to help. He definitely hears feet above him. Daps with a headshot through the smoke on Vinny. It looked like Bentet was going to have to get that job done, but he never even comes into the gameplay because he is barrel stuffed by Art, that op, moving forward towards the A site. Som's crosshair off put. Nice readjustment there versus Yuri. Now he's going to dump his utility because he understands the T's have gotten out. He did a great job of softening one and dropping another, but 8 seconds. K Serrato trying to drop Daps. Not going to happen. Art on the bomb site. No scope for the first one. He sees the last 2 players. He needs to survive. That's his op gun, his money gone, and Gen.G on double digits. This second half has turned everything around.
Yeah, so another round where they put all of their money into one player, and you can see the result of that with K Serrato trying to kill Z. You know, if he has any kind of good gun in that spot, then Art can get the bomb down and they get control of it. It's a bit of a frustrator, as we can see, to lose a round like that. K Serrato could have very easily got that kill, and things would have changed. The attempt was okay. Upper guys ended up dying. Would like to say I think Bentet's actually been playing quite well. Inner player this round has been getting 2 Ks on the outer holds. In the previous rounds, helping Gen.G out on their CT side. We know Gen.G CT side's obviously good. It is good, and FURIA are having trouble breaking it through. So pretty damning for Art to die after time. I think Henny might have dropped him an op on this one. Very selfless of Henny.
Indeed. He's gonna get that front spawn, so he tries to make work of it, but he loses half of his health on the retreat through the Molotov. Gen.G's CT side seems Brazilian proof. I mean, we saw them take it back versus MIBR to tie. That comeback, quite crucially, caused by Som and his incredible turnaround. Probably one of the best half v half turnarounds I can recall in recent Counter-Strike history. And Gen.G, despite it not being entirely on him today, have still managed to nearly tie this. Economy's looking good for the defense. We've seen FURIA come in sporadically with odd buys. The economy's kind of upside down at times, and while they slow this one down, we'll hit the 50-second mark. Options open, and Ivy ever present. Ooh, that's a good smoke. I like that one. It always allows players to get over to the green train, try to get on top of Ivy if needed. Som spots the feet, calls out that information. Counter-terrorists gonna try to just bolster on the site. They are prepared for these players now to come in from the trains, but Art, well, he's got Kusta slain. Another Deagle headshot coming in from Art, and he even gets the third. One man, one Desert Eagle, and one three-piece so far, but 20 seconds with automatic above him. He's gonna plant the bomb, and Daps has nothing to do. Art is an animal.
Man, he even gives the op up to Henny on this round. Just does that with a Deagle, and we'll obviously cue that one up. Who would have expected after a round where the op gets traded and Art takes damage on the initial tactic trying to push into T-Con? Oh wow, are they gonna keep 2 ops? That would be actually very interesting. I feel like if any team could pull it off, it'd be them right now. But man, Gen.G to lose a round like that. It was FURIA actually worked map control quite nicely, right? They get up Ivy, they smoke both sides, they stay out of line of sight of Som, they give one shot to Som, and it's actually very hard to hit inside of Sandwich. And shout out to Som, he does a great job of trying to get information despite the smokes going down. Spots 2 players crossing the hell, tries to drop a nade on them, punishes them, and tries to punish them on the peak afterwards. But all the while, once they got that sandwich control, it was so hard at that point for Gen.G to deal with it. It's a very kind of atypical approach to the outside site. They didn't push through to back bomb, just worked slowly, applied pressure, and I think scared Gen.G.
Who, oddly enough, after all of those successful CT rounds, have now find themselves in a limited situation. So gonna have to figure that one out before Bentech comes in with a buy. You know, Vinny was one of the first players who kind of had those like a compression type arm sleeves on his mouse hand.
Yeah.
I have noticed in his webcam he is now rocking the fingerless gloves as well. Very chic, very modern. A Counter-Strike fashionista.
Glad he's not wearing his fedora.
Ooh.
Oh, okay.
Not
Yikes.
yet.
That's a high value target out of the round.
Big opening. I think it's to keep your hands warm. I think that's the best benefit. Imagine that. No cold hands while gaming.
You could all use that, yeah. Got to get that circulation. Keep that circulation up. Okay. There's a Kusta's pushed back. He's playing Dennis right now. He has a good kind of headshot angle for the sight crossers. He needs someone to watch his upper though from this spot. It's a strong position, but it needs an upper spot. Oh boy.
Oh, they both do him dirty. They both just hippity hop over the gap. Kusta now pressured from many directions. He's losing his cover. Very limited here behind the train. Vinny gonna sprint in as Yuri self-immolates on the train lane. Couple of grenades thrown down. Som taken off of the red, and that's that. That's a wrap. FURIA finding 14.
We saw that it was already a tense situation economically for Gen.G coming out of that round, because on all these weird rounds that FURIA were half buying, they were doing like good damage, 3-2 kills almost every single time. Very, very strange game in the second half for FURIA, but with these 2 rounds in a row, it really puts them in just such a strong position. Gen.G, they'll have to decide if they even want to buy. I mean, I imagine they're going to try to save and pull this back from 15-10. That spot from Kusta, this is a great opening kill. So one thing is about this opening kill that's a bit better is that the last time they tried this with Art went out for a deeper angle to sit in front of the train. And when he did that, he got flashbanged. Henny also got flashbanged, but since he took a shallower angle and got there faster, he was able to spot someone before the flash went off. There's a small difference in timing that allowed that kill to come, even though both times there was players crossing.
It worked, and it only had to work a couple of times. Look at the result here for Gen.G. FURIA probably feeling thankful that they had such an incredibly lopsided first half, because clearly the CT side of Gen.G, not the easiest thing to handle, although it's getting more and more limited as the economy falters beneath them. They are crumbling. And there is no stimulus checks incoming. They're just going to have to get through with what they've got in the bank. It results with the three-pistol situation, Famas and a scout. What just happened?
They just dropped a nade in front of everybody in the spawn trying to upgrade their guns. So they're playing this round on hard mode, and it's looking okay so far.
Oh, they're just going to run through it anyways, I think. They've got that first body, saw him on the edge of the smoke. Let's see if anybody dies. Vinny will, as Kusta comes out from the office. Henny able to grab dabs in the meantime. A second kill from Kusta's 5-7. That's not bad pistol play. And Henny's very susceptible to the scout, but automatic, robbed on timing. Just looked away from where K Serato was as Furia take their 15th. I didn't see that grenade at the start. I would love to see what happened.
There's like no way you can avoid it too. Everyone's so close together. Someone just right clicks by accident. They're
Who's
probably trying to
guilty?
throw it up into the sky. Where is it? Wow, it's such a well-placed grenade too. There has to be, there's intent. There's intent. How the hell does that happen? He was actually trying to hit as many people as possible.
Oh, that's too funny. That's too funny. All right, folks. Listen, this was not over yet, but Furia kind of playing like it is. Trying to play as aggressive as they can. Yet again, just looking to run rampant on this A site. They run into the Deagle of Som, who is able to bring this back to the 3 versus 3. And because of the damage from Kusta, automatic scout body bags another. So they have to slow down. They are forced to slow down, and Som, coming through the smoke, misses a chance on Henny while he's changing around his guns. But Daps, he is on this bomb site, and if Yuri's not cautious, he's going to get mowed down by the MP9. He sees it, he flicks, and he deals with that threat. So Henny comes in next, and the lane's still smoked, so he can plant with ease. Automatic down to the greater offer in Henny. That is a 16th for Furia here on Train. Things got wild in that second half. The pistol picked up by Furia. The second round force worked out for Gen.G to string 6 together, but wild antics. Art's 3K with the Deagle is what got them back into that T side. They closed with 4 consecutive rounds as the aggression just ramped up on that outer yard. Way too much to handle. Furia taking Gen.G's map pick and putting this series in question. Will we get another 2-0 today? Well, after the break, we'll have our analysts followed by Inferno.
Welcome to London for week 3 of Blast Premier. We've got some top tier Counter-Strike coming your way.
The 100 Thieves and G2!
Down now, 2 quick kills. They should not lose this game right now. This is not a team that yet has the pedigree to beat an EG.
It is Valentine's Day, guys, but what happens under the desk stays under the desk.
Dad and Dad, we're back together.
So what we have to do, we will win this game. Deal?
But they're coming in from long as well. Freezer's gonna be there. What an upset. It took all 3 maps.
This is going to be a spicy one. 100 Thieves versus EG!
They take them down in overtime and win the whole series 2-0.
A banger of a match between G2 and OG.
For this, and down the 1v2 to close it out.
EG versus OG for a spot in the spring finals in Moscow.
We are legends of this game. We will rip, shoot hits, deal, let's go, Alexi.
It was an upset last time and everyone was shocked, but here we go. OG absolutely living the dream, and they will take them down for a second time.
Let's focus, bros. Let's focus like we played first time against them.
They've done it. They've bounced back on Dust 2. We're going to the final map of Blast Premier Spring Series, baby.
Let's take it just like this.
And G2, 1 frag away, 1 HP away from shutting down the dreams of OG.
There There we go. G2 Esports first place in Group C. Fantastic stuff. We'll see you in a couple of months, of course, for the showdown. And for now, enjoy the rest of your evening. There we go. Bye.
Smoke. Cima é meu. Peguei smoke. Cima. Bagay deve estar. Cima é meu.
Guardar. Boa, guys.
Boa, cara, esse arte me carrega, mano. Nice.
You know, when things are going right for Furia, it feels like I'm watching Triumph as well, where they're just all smiles and they all just sound so damn happy all the time, you know, that everything is going well and they just seem like they're having a ball. So small wonder that they're winning when, you know, it looks like everything is going well and everybody's feeling it. Thorin, what did you take away from that first match, man? Did anything stand out for you?
I mean, this is why I say it doesn't matter that Furia lost to Gen.G all these previous times. Today is a different day, and you're seeing it in the group stage where they convincingly beat Gen.G. And today, this game looked awesome. I mean, I know if people didn't watch it and they see, oh, 16-10, oh, it sounds like a close game. If Automatic doesn't win that 1v4, I think this would have been an absolute blowout. I mean, look at the fragging on the side of Furia. Remember, Art was the guy who was supposed to be creating space for other people. He was creating space on Gen.G's roster by just murking them all. Like, this guy's ridiculous. Look at the stats across the board there. Everyone's just going ham. So you almost couldn't ask for a better map. And bearing in mind, listen, this was a map that was Gen.G's pick, and it's one where it's not like the guys from Furia are picking it themselves that often. So I was very impressed with this.
And Maniac, coming into this, we were actually having a little bit of a discussion where you were saying that it feels like Furia have 4 standout talent, like they have 4 guys who can make plays.
Yeah, it truly does. I mean, Duncan said it right. This game, it was Art, absolutely mind-blowing, magnificent, the space he took for himself. But then again, I've seen games where Kesarado is the one that we are praising, and then at times it's Henny who's actually taken over with the AWP, and then Yuri as well was also in the conversation as to who is the most consistent. So they have this gigantic luxury of actually having 4 players completely able to take over, which means, over time, it's consistency, because there's statistically more chance that one of these 4 players will show up, and it's probably one of the deepest roster we have. And there's also another point I want to make quickly, is like the pressure that these teams apply to you. It's, you know what, I'm watching this game, I'm Gen.G, and I am suffering for them. I actually am. I look at the rhythm that Furia is pushing. There is never a time where they can catch a breath. Never, ever. This constant pressure. As soon as Art feels like, you know, there's a weakness, always going out teammate again and again, through smoke, through flashes, clutches that seem to be in favor of Gen.G, where they seem to be able to put down the tempo. Not at all. Someone is crossing your smoke. Someone is always in your face. So, man, it must be so hard to play against Furia.
It doesn't look like it's pleasant. And I mean, Gen.G, we saw that now. Thorin, you were talking about how, you know, Furia were creating space on the Gen.G roster. I mean, who on the Gen.G roster needs to turn around going into Inferno? Because that's the next map. And now Gen.G have their backs to the wall.
I mean, most of the players on Gen.G suffered here, which is why, this is why as a team, I feel like there is something that isn't coherent about them as a squad, because individually, so many of these players are good players. In fact, not so long ago, you would have said individually they're better than the counterparts on FURIA. FURIA were the team thought to be gimmicky and basically just be the Yuri and Keserato show, the players that MIBR wanted. So right now, like I would, if you asked me last year, I'd have said Bentet's more skilled than most of these guys. Automatic used to famously be trapped in Elo hell in Cloud9. Kusta actually has come on leaps and bounds from where he used to be. He should have been one of the weak spots. Basically, the only player on Gen.G who shouldn't be able to match up is Daps. And actually, yeah, he didn't do it this game, but he's been all right this tournament. So this is one of those examples of where it's not a bunch of individual parts just disparately performing and getting kills. Like, one of the reasons I think the FURIA team is probably so deadly, I don't think all those players are really straight fire and would all be monsters on their own. As a team, though, they've just got, like, they know exactly how to play their style. And now, especially with the changes they've made to Henny's game, everyone's in their right spots within the structure and within the system. It just looks fantastic on most maps at this point.
So Maniac going into Inferno here, I mean, Inferno happens to be one of most maps. Is this a place where FURIA can dominate?
Yeah, they can. They absolutely can. And listen, I wanted to take the angle of, you know, Inferno, it's a tactical map, it's a bit closed off, there's no place for shenanigans. Bullcrap. There is. Of course there is. They can do it. They've just done it on Train. You know, so my argument just flies out the window. They have this ability to play the actual very gimmicky, screamy Counter-Strike, even on a map that's closed like Train. So if they can do it here, why can't they do it on Inferno? And even worse, on the CT side, I remember that game they had versus MIBR. The amount of gambles they take. How, if you're Daps, how are you going to be able to keep track of what they're doing and predict what they're doing if there is a gun round with 5 CTs on the A side with guns? I had never seen it before. That is a new style of Counter-Strike, so it becomes really, really hard to counter.
So FURIA, they've played Inferno 3 times in the groups already. They lost the first time versus MIBR. They completely destroyed Gen.G 16-8 and then proceeded to destroy Chaos 16-5. So do you feel like that's a lot of tape for Daps to use to protect, to prepare for this match? Because that wasn't long ago. That's over the past couple of days. Doesn't mean that FURIA is going to have a whole lot of time to change things up. And so going into this match, Thorin, I mean, do you think that's enough for Daps to work with, or do we kind of just put that out of our heads?
The problem is, like, I feel like, first of all, Inferno's a very hard map to anti-strat. There's just so many possibilities within the game. And then secondly, FURIA for me is the kind of team where, I like the way Maniac described it there, the pressure they put on you. I would compare it to if you're fighting someone like Nick Diaz in MMA. You can watch all the tape you want and go, oh, look, he's going to keep quite a high pace and try and pressure him. It's like, it's different being in front of that. If you've never had to experience that before, your whole plan goes out the window, what you thought you were going to do, how you thought you were going to neutralize them. So the problem is, you can try all the demos you want. Like, these guys, they play as though nobody's ever seen them play before. They aren't players as though we think he's just a normal player and he's just inventing this stuff on the fly. Like, people can't stop the guy and they already know exactly what in theory he wants to do.
That's a fair point. It's a fair point. So it feels like FURIA are the team with all the answers right now, and Gen.G are in the library just trying to do some homework and figure it all out. They need to do some work here. So guys, thank you very much for the analysis, and it's time to hand it over to our commentators after a break. So we'll be right back and we'll get into the action.
You got to draw a line somewhere, I guess.
Only good for that 1 week.
NBK is going to be in for a bit of a tight time here. Whoa. Nicely done. Point blank finds one, gets a second, a third, looking for it, and he gets the fourth as well. French CS.
So they'll have to wait that one out. Clearly G2 looking to just split this B site at the 30-second mark, but a deke from JKS.
Corner. And Kenny's going to just have to hit some heads. He's hanks for them, and it's just the first. He's able to fall back. He's got to put his weapon back together. And he will. It's a good time flashbang, but he knows the magazine's low. Now he's got the knife out. It's a stab onto Issa. Oh my God. And the headshot onto Volda. Hunter's going to help him out from pit, so Alexi B is all alone in a 1 versus 5. Nobody gets out from porch. Nobody gets footing close to that site. And it all goes around Kenny S.
Wow. Alexi, the 1-on-3, you'd think he's got no chance. One player back default, one in the pit. It's one of the most dangerous crossfires, even when you have 5 alive.
Saw they struggled in that situation. Headshot through the wall. Alexi's out of the round. What a round from Kenny S, though.
He's getting back around ramp. He needs clean kills, and he takes down Kenny. Follows up onto Hunter. 3 frags from him. Let's see if they can get out mid.
Again, smoke spam. Great timing coming out of the CTs. OG throwing Alexi B forward, only able to grab another kill, but he's done such a great job.
Oh, what?
Nexa robs it back. 3 kills, but here comes Valda on the flank, hot on the heels of the mid play. 2v2, and he dodges the op. Kenny sprints into the B side.
Yeah.
Yeah, wants to get some exits here.
Ruin the ratio. Oh my god.
He's going to get them both.
Oh, Kenny's going to die to the bomb. So he's got to come out with a wicked Kenny peek, and it's just going to feed Valda.
I mean, we say Mantu shouldn't get all 3, but Mantu also had 100 HP, and the door's open. Aminek's going to rush it.
Whoa, his teammate
it's not
there.
planted.
Oh, we
3
can't even
seconds.
cover that. There's no way.
Aminek robs the round.
Close the door.
Has to form a miracle to be able to win that.
Oh,
Once
but
again, running into the blender versus Fur, Hunter, top of the hut.
Finally.
Oh, good trade comes out, but Nexa looks to pick up the pieces. 2 up versus 1. Alexi only Mac 10 in hand. Better guns all over the place if he can find them. Don't know how close, though. And
quite...
Kenny is now moving in for the kill. Interesting, though, to
on.
make it a 1v1. He drops off, and Alexi, he loves to take this fight. We saw how patient he was. In this moment, Jax pops up behind him.
Given the chance to. Just slightly.
You know, Kenny, he might try to end this round early. Yeah, he's going up through the window.
He just has
Bomb's
to hide.
not planted just yet. Liaz just wants to stay alive, and Kenny will commit. Bomb goes down in time. He's got the op.
All he needs, that one shot. Kenny, he goes high.
Up top.
FURIA picking up Train in the end is probably why the odds look so good for them, sitting at the 1.1. Gen.G flying up as things are looking grim, but we'll be shifting on to Inferno, where they'll look to claw things back.
Maniac has his...
I'm getting some Seth Rogen vibes. I don't know. Maybe that's just me.
Yeah, more like Seth Rogen. You know what I mean? All this hair.
Yeah.
Holy.
Oh, all right, Dabs. Yeah, I guess. I mean, listen,
job,
we know
Wes.
one thing, right? He's clearly been in the tactician's dungeon, trying to cook up some solutions to these matchups. But it didn't work out on Train, despite their best efforts. They made the most of what was a very lopsided first half. So we move on to Inferno. Now, we know FURIA are not perfect here, having recently lost to MIBR on this specific map, but it's been a consistency between these two teams to lock horns here on Inferno. So let us, folks, move along with map 2 of this Bo3. Will the Brazilians book that spot as quick as they can into the actual Blast Spring Finals? This could be the time to find out. So welcome and enjoy, as we have tons of utility here for FURIA on the pistol.
As I was saying, Maniac likes the options here for FURIA. Believes in their Inferno. I think they're slightly better here just because the map and in general is slightly better than Gen.G. A little bit still concerned about it being the pick, but yeah, they're still a little bit better.
Flashbang starts to connect here in the eyes of Kusta. He is just sitting between the thinnest of pieces of cover. Yuri's going to grab him before the bomb can go down, and sure enough, 5v4 post plant. We saw FURIA pick up their T-side pistol on Train, only to then lose to the force up. Let's see if Som's equalizing kill can bring Gen.G back in on the retake. They do have a kit on Daps. Now, that's been dropped, but traded by Automatic. He's going to keep trying to trudge along. All the while, a little bit of banana pressure from Som, who is still alive and kicking. In fact, Automatic gets a headshot, and they will go ahead and retake this B site. Never easy to retake B without utility, but Gen.G have seemed to do it.
Can't believe Som ends up living that long. Gets all those opportunities to play on half wall. Really good for him to not rush the situation. Trades are somewhat labored, and oh, it's actually a fantastic round from Automatic. Didn't even see that second shot. Really well done there on the retake. Of course, yeah, it's always treacherous, scary to try to retake B. They pull it off. 2-3 kills between Automatic and Som. Buy up into 3 MP9s. It's the buy back from FURIA. I was pointed out to me by a Brazilian analyst that what's his name, Octavio, I believe. I'm gonna mess that up. He said that FURIA in that second half last game, they were actively just trying to put pressure on the economy. Then as soon as they won the one round, the double save came out for Gen.G. So they got what they wanted, even though they had lost those rounds. It was just a gambit that they were trying to partake in. And
all right, so there's method to the madness.
Yeah, seems like there always is. There's always some kind of answer.
Yeah, or just, you know, things unfold the way they do, and then we, you know, we just legitimize it after the fact, right?
Sure.
It looks good when it works, and they did get it over the line in the end on Train. But FURIA, this is wild, dude. They lose pistol, and there are 3 AK-47s in play. I mean, I don't want to sound like a broken record.
That's the state of the game right now.
There's a lot of people who are critical of it, but like, I don't know. I don't know. Little trade frags going down here on the top of the B site, and it is completely open, so of course they'll get their plant. That's money back in the pockets of FURIA, and still a chance here in this 2 versus 3. Now, we know what Art can do with even 1 point of health. He's playing off of 4, and Vinny, without taking any damage, cuts back automatic. But there is that banana flank coming in from Ventet. Daps, yeah, serves as a great distraction, but Vinny, fully HP, he goes for the peek. He's gonna take some shots as he's dropped to 40. Flash gets stuck on the wall. It still works, and they close the clutch. 1-1.
Let's talk about Vinny for a second, okay? We had this whole conversation after the Krieg nerf as to what teams were going to fall off a lot. FURIA should have been top of that list. They have not fallen off at all. Vinny was champion in the Krieg for years. For years. He should have been the hardest hit. But here you can see his rifle work has been just fine. His consistency stats-wise, just fine. He has not fallen off whatsoever. So, you've got to adapt. You've got to adapt, no excuses. For any rosters, really, if FURIA can get by. And they pull that round out. That's a new economy. I think I understand the issues on both sides, but I think there's also sometimes a conversation is a bit, I think the well has been poisoned a bit, but like, my main issue is that we've always wanted more consistency in best of ones. The new economy is an answer to that.
Yeah.
But now that the maps are tighter and the losing team has more of a comeback mechanic, people are very upset. And so it's how do you have your cake and eat it too in that situation? And is it a net positive to have more consistency in the best of ones? I believe it is.
Yeah, the well is poisoned, but we're all still really thirsty. So I'm going to take what I can get. Daps going to do the same. Mac 10. Tucked in, most certainly outnumbered, most certainly outgunned. So the conversions here from FURIA doing well. They have done to Gen.G what was done to them, turning around a T side after CT's win first pistol. Just happens in the first half of map 2 as opposed to the second of map 1. Now he hears the exit, and if he had found K Serrato on the other end of that Mac 10, then 14 damage would have been enough to drop the Galil out of the equation, but that's 3 rifles saved here for FURIA. So they're looking good as Gen.G are sent down into the economic dumps.
Into abusing the economy to its fullest, I actually wonder why more teams aren't playing just for simply the plant and saving on pistol rounds. The common thought is to buy to 0 to win the round, but we can see the second round is much more important and can cause double saves if the other team buys down fully. And I wonder why teams aren't trying to simply guarantee the plant as opposed to win the round and actually come out with a much better buy. And if they get the bomb down, it affects the way that the CTs buy as well. That's one way to abuse the economy to its fullest. Really make people mad.
Ooh, big push. Good luck. Gonna try to challenge the rifleman, and Henny easy does it. A couple of flash assists with the 3 kills of K Serrato, so he gets his name on all 5 frags in one way or another, and that's FURIA leading 3-1.
Good start. We know how important, and when we see these clean rounds and think, wow, this team looks so good, the real talking point is how little damage was done by the other team. 4 alive is a really bad state for Gen.G to look back on. Now we move into round 5. Yuri has the MAC-10. Another thing that's been kind of interesting is MAC-10s on these rifle rounds is sometimes better for their entry fragger because you can't hold W and shoot the AK reliably, but you can with the MAC-10. That is an objective advantage over the AK. And also, if people really believe what they say about your entry fragger oftentimes dying without getting a kill, then the MAC-10 has more move speed, which objectively creates more space. It means you lose a gun that costs less, which objectively bolsters your economy. So therefore, the MAC-10 might be objectively better depending on your strategy over an AK.
Look at that, just goes right past Kusta's crosshair. Kusta doesn't even try to trace the first player in Yuri. And we've seen him do that exact same thing with the Tech 9, actually, when we see teams picking up the upgraded pistols. So I think that you are objectively onto something.
Thank you so much. And yeah, to talk about Kusta, he's been a really solid B-hold, B-anchor, very reliable in the 1vx's. I mean, literally won a game for Gen.G with how smart he played over on the B site, whether it was op-end, holding it down. So yeah, he's kind of been he's just been a great player from a lot of different perspectives, but here on Inferno, I think that's where he shines the most, apart from just clutching.
True. I think that's where I've been most impressed by some Kusta clutch factors as of late. But poor guy gets steamrolled here in the 5th round. I guess the silver lining for Gen.G is that they lose it so quickly. 3 players survive, and they didn't even have to use that utility. So a little bit of extra to work with in the follow-up. But FURIA just gunning through it. And I think that's actually, you painted such a great picture for the MAC-10's usage. And then I think Kusta on the receiving end just bolstered your argument. He didn't even try to shoot the first player. He just kept his crosshair trained forward on what was that lineup of AK-47s who were going for the more textbook, you know, wide swings, looking for the headshots deep sight. Ignore the MAC-10 and maybe it'll just go away. Isn't the case, of course.
Yeah, and you change the incentive for the player who's using the MAC-10 because let's say everyone's playing selfishly with AKs, then you could impede the rush by starting to strafe side to side. But for a MAC-10, it's to your benefit to get as close to your target as possible. So you want to try to literally run at them like an idiot and just get into the site, hold W, jump even if you want. And so yeah, for all those reasons, I'm in.
Gen.G can lock down the B site this time. They do have 3 players heading there early, one of which has the MP5. Kusta looking to SMG back FURIA. Already trying to get out middle though, just very confidently running out into the brackets. The trade frags do favor FURIA as this A site is now free for the taking. B site defenders can scramble or save. Their call. Saw him very quickly into the library, smoked off, at least has arch control, so this does enable Gen.G to come up through middle and peek right side short, not having to be concerned with the cubby side. Kusta and Som could join forces as well here on the mid push, but I don't know. They're inching closer. Definitely seems like they want to try their hand at this retake. They've got the kits to do it. They have the utility to flush out anybody from pit. Molotov on automatic could get Henny into the open. He's going to go for the flash to follow up here, so Henny's definitely pressured, trying to find a bit of an assist on the bomb site. Automatic, good for running in on the 1. Som, low HP. K-Serrato in the corner, gonna find that last headshot and take FURIA over the line.
Nerves of steel. They even have the overlapping smoke on arch. Yeah, K-Serrato's happy about that one. Tricky there. We look at that from Som's perspective, and you see just a shoulder coming out. You're trying to figure out when he's going to commit, and K-Serrato is trying to, of course, catch him holding W. And he does and is successful in that. So, Gen.G, hard situation. Now, it's always good for FURIA on the T side of Inferno to test the top mid brackets early in the round, because if a team's main motivation or main kind of overarching theme of their CT side is to go for banana control, that means they're going to have 3 banana on some rounds. And in those situations, A is much weaker in the first 20 or so seconds, and you also have the added benefit of avoiding getting naded down in the early round on banana. And of course, banana's not going anywhere. You can always come back to it later.
I hope banana never goes anywhere. You know, it's seen some changes over
real.
the years, but it's remained true to its core. True to its core. Remember when there used to be frickin' pillars all the way down it? So damn hard to get a headshot. They definitely cleaned it up.
It was awful.
They washed that banana. Smoke going to give Henny a little bit of space creation. Ooh, he gets Daps. Somehow that doesn't count through the smoke, but Daps never really seemed to see it coming. Kusta's going to go down empty-handed, and it is only the scout of Automatic, which is nowhere to be found. A flawless round from Furia, definitely enabled by that smoke on default that we saw Henny swing wide with.
One of a couple of 4 or 5 alive anti-eco so far for Furia. Henny, huge round by Henny, man. Comes through, yeah, gets all those kills. They use that frontside sight smoke to spot a foot as well for Henny to get that second kill. And yeah, they cover everything. It's nice to dismantle the crossfire, put a little bit of pressure on the CTs. Rotators smoked out, sight players are smoked out from their pit players. It allows you to face forward and not get shot in the back or the side of the head. And yeah, this is looking scary already. Furia up 6-1. Talent looks super stacked across the board. Maybe an interesting adjustment here for Gen.G as they'll go into the 2-op setup. Still 3 banana players to kick things off right now, but it's not going to be as easy to trade out favorably on the A site. Kusta will, or sorry, Automatic, I guess, is number 7. Yeah, he's the one who's playing lane with the op. Rotations have now settled. T's wait around. And I guess this is here where they now start to think about banana. But look how far back Gen.G have played in banana. Very standard setup for the CTs. But okay, they've got a response. That's nice. I thought it was missing a layer there. Just give this all up. Thing is that even though they put this down, they still don't have vision. So the rotations won't be as quick.
Yeah, it's more of a bluff than anything. You're just hoping that it's enough to keep them at bay. Ooh, great Molotov. That one lands right on the mark, and an excellent flash, but Som, yeah, he's not going to get that pick. Going to be a little salty. It's a tough pill to swallow. You could have had a player completely flash behind the wood, unsuspected. However, now they're just going to go ahead and run right through the smoke wall. Vinny trying to just fire off at something. And now Som to the back of the site, down to Yuri, who's got himself the double kill already. But there's the coffin peek from Automatic. And the op claws it back to a 3 versus 3. 20 seconds left. And Automatic gets smoked out of his position. Even despite having a player next to him, there is a little gap. Does he want to take a chance and maybe run through this? Is he just going to line up a shot and drop bomb? He definitely hit it. It's so damn close, but still, it's the 1v3 for Henny. It's an attempt. Bomb was just planted, so plenty of time for these CTs on the retake, but they don't have utility to screw with his line of vision. He is standing in the open. Automatic scoped in on him. Down goes the first one. Ooh, he sprays for the second. And now Henny looking for back-to-back 3Ks, but this one's gonna be the clutch. Bentet goes down, and Furia taking another.
It's like, yeah, I'll DJ for you guys again. No problem. Big smile in his face all of a sudden. 7-1. What you'd think was a curse score line for Brazil. Actually, it's the best. In Henny's perspective, that's nuts, man. And I actually was about to rescind everything that I said about the CT setup. They actually they laid a trap down. They baited Furia into it. They even had the nades come down with the vision from Som to reclaim top banana. They did a lot of things well there to actually catch Furia off guard. And you know what? Also, I feel terrible for Som. I think he makes like the correct move in trying to pull back, because too many times people will commit hard to that first fight, and once the flash has kind of used up its usefulness, then you can get killed. You can get killed trying to work on that guy who's behind the car box. That fight happens so often. So I actually appreciate his discipline in falling back quickly. But it would seem like it was just going to be a series of unfortunate events from there, and they still managed to get the 3v1.
This round going all too easy here for Furia. Bentet not even able to catch Yuri. Vinny! Whoa! It's a labored spray down, but he's going to get there in the end. So 0 deaths for Furia in the 9th round. They are now leading by 7, up 8-1. Not a single CT round since the pistol.
Yeah. Oh, wow. Since the pistol. Yikes. One really good pistol. I mean, even on that pistol, the trades seemed a little bit rough. They required heroics out of Som and Automatic to win that pistol, even just that. But the 3 AK buy in the second, and it's just been all downhill, uphill, whichever one's the easiest for FURIA. I don't really understand it. It's been all uphill from here. Like, is that even better than downhill? I thought downhill would be the easy one. But Gen.G have peeled back, playing passive in sight, back to the double op setup. A little bit lower on grenades. They try the same thing. Now, this is interesting from a psychological perspective. They had the exact same setup. 2 on Arch, 2 waiting to reclaim Banana, but this time Kusta's here with an op.
Molly, that's actually gonna force them forward, but it falls on Som. Nicely done for the first one. Comes in from a different position, but Yuri's ready for the adjustment. And Automatic's not gonna find anything through this smoke. Henny just chucks the bomb. Like me, throwing my responsibilities away for someone else to deal with. And the plant's good. 2 defenders to the back of the site. And Daps already trying to sniff out the situation. Oh no! Daps could have easily held that angle and Henny would have actually walked right into it. But he goes back a little bit, and now the retake's on. Finding the headshot versus K Serato certainly helps. Yuri completely blind. Excellent flash. Can Henny do it again? No, sir. Bentek gonna take his head through the side of the smoke. Gen.G doubling the round count. It's still a 6-round lead.
Hey, really solid retake. There was a lot of pressure, it felt like, on Gen.G to get more kills in the hold. And from here, they actually only traded out 1 for 2. Or 2 for 2. And bomb goes down, pretty good spot. But Gen.G, they maintain a HE, a smoke, a few flashes, and an incendiary for the retake. So they were in a very good spot to get all those kills safely. Yeah, it was FURIA who didn't have grenades. They didn't have smokes to re-smoke out CT spawn or Banana. And I've noticed that because of FURIA's game plan, how they play very much off the cuff, a lot of the times they double smoke the same choke point and waste some of their utility when they don't need to, because the communication, I guess, is moving so fast that it costs them. But yeah, it's a one round for Gen.G. However, it looks like a very good round, and it looks. And you look at the other round with the 1v3 for Henny, and you think, you know what? Gen.G have a lot of ways to win here versus the Banana takes, even if the trades don't go so well.
Yeah, I think you're onto something. There have been rounds open for Gen.G to take, but the odds ever in the favor of FURIA. We've now gotten to the double digits for Gen.G, so if you're thinking about a comeback, now's the time, boys. Betway.com. Kusta. Good for 2. Back behind double oranges. He body bags a 3rd. Ooh, and he's got the 4th. How about the ace? Almost. But Henny, of course, yet again in a clutch situation. Unfortunately for him, it's not a 1v3 with the bomb planted. It's a 1 versus 5 with the bomb on his back. Can't manage the spray, so Bentek gets him back-to-back rounds. Bentek now solving that Henny issue. And Gen.G 3 rounds. So the lead cut to 5, but the buyback, of course, from FURIA, a consistency with all of the money they have racked up.
Why is it that Kusta didn't want to give us the ace? Did he decide to miss the last shots? After all of that, my man, he's talked about his B holds. They were really stellar past couple days, especially when he has the op to work with. And here, I mean, FURIA's execute looks like more of the same. Gen.G are actually developing on the CT side to adjust. And again, ever since that 1v3 from Henny, you know, the real pressure on the B site has actually fallen off a bit. And Gen.G's CT side looks a bit more layered in response to FURIA. I mean, FURIA still have another half of the map that they can work on if they want, but they seem to think that they are better on B, when at the moment, Gen.G, they've now won a round via hold, via retake, and only lost 1 really dramatic one via clutch.
I wouldn't be surprised to then see FURIA head elsewhere, but we've got that opening op pick down mid. Som drops K Serato and the second. Big multi-frag there for Som to claw back man advantage. And Vinny all the while up into the apartments. So Gen.G Yet again, you said it, right? They have won by way of hold, by way of retake, barely losing a 1 versus 3, and now in a 4 versus 5 disadvantage, they go ahead and lock down Banana. Single-handed Psalm doing it all, and what do you know? Henny's in a clutch.
Well, they woke up a little bit late in this match, but they certainly look... What, this clutch? Yeah, because they can't...
Yeah, I mean, it's a 1v1 on B.
Actually, I think they... That's true, that's true. I feel like the op was actually his way to win this round, but he's maybe not counting on himself.
I agree with you. And there's already a double op, so I don't think they would have saved it, but he just throws it out of the map for good measure. There it is. Kusta easily, one shot, plucks him, but this play here from Psalm, this was the key piece.
Yeah, so it's a default victory for Gen.G as FURIA open up their attention to other parts of the map, and Gen.G still pick them apart. Henny with the coveted 13-3-7 scoreline. Wow, what a gamer. Round 13, full buy-up for Gen.G. Nades on both sides. What is FURIA's game plan? So curious.
Oh, Daps, okay, gets extensively aggressive.
Yeah, it's flash assistance, but he gets demolished. And it's pretty much only an after-image flash. It's kind of like to mirror the situation between Psalm at the top of Banana off a flash too. It's like, if you don't hit the shot right away, you kind of have to leave, even if there's like targets there that you're almost about to kill. Daps only gets like a single bullet in on Yuri. A site is fortified though, they're spotting down Banana.
Double flashbang into the pit. Molotov to try and screw with the offer there. Yuri, he gets blindsided by Psalm, who gets another double. Henny's able to trade it, though, inside of the smoke, so it falls to Kusta. A 1 versus 2 as he rotates over from the B site. Psalm trying to come in with the B holds, trying to throw himself into the bomb site here in the 13th round. But FURIA, because Daps goes down early, we saw Art walk out of Boiler, and he so confidently walked out from Boiler. It was with 0 flashbangs, 0 warning signs for the CTs as to what was to come, and yet they rotated well. They had this bomb site stacked, and they're going to need the clutch out of Kusta. He is dangerously close to them. A smoke grenade to enable his exit. He calls it quits. A 9th round on the T side for FURIA.
Yeah, interesting. They talk about the money. I guess in finding both kills would have been tough, especially with them doubling up. So Kusta smartly falls back so they can maybe pick up the second op again. Which, I mean, I guess they could have still done it, man. I wonder, you know, was that worthwhile of Kusta to try to go for it? But, you know, they could easily spend all their money. Here's a really great hold by Psalm, but it's, of course, in vain. You've got a flash assist on the one, and flash assists are actually against his teammates as the trades come in. So he blinds his teammates for all the glory to get 2 kills. But as the rotator into the site, does a hell of a lot of work to try to stop them. However, FURIA, of course, they push the 5v4 advantage off of Daps, pushing into halls and not getting a kill, into a win, and wrap it up very quickly. Daps, he's gone for this push often, but he doesn't always win. Yeah.
I pose you this question. We see the aggressive stance inside of the balcony room last round. We see the push down middle from Daps this round. Is Daps the best man for this job?
No, but he's always the guy who does it for some reason. He centers some of the strats around himself, but yeah, that's why he's kind of like Art in that regard. He's not always the guy who delivers, but he's always the guy willing to do it.
Okay, I like that. It's a solid comparison, but obviously Art does it a little bit better. So consistently. That jackknife for FURIA. And we see this A site crumble. So we were talking about how the B site seemed to be what FURIA wanted so badly that they were willing to throw rounds at it, even once Gen.G were winning in multiple fashions with both holds and retakes to boot. Now, they start going over to that A site yet again, but not only going to the A site, I think, because B was starting to stall them, also because Daps is kind of leaving it open for the taking. 2 rounds back-to-back with him dying first.
Yeah, if we analyze both of them now, you know, you see a situation where it's like, well, Gen.G's 5v5 actually look quite solid, but when Daps has tried opening frags like that, I mean, he could get a kill. Thing is, he could have got a kill last round and gotten traded, and they still could have lost. So I'm not sure about their 4-on-4. I feel like that's where FURIA are happy. They'll take that. they'll take that 1-for-1 trade for the push down mid all day long. And so I'm not sure I feel like I'm not seeing as much benefit in Daps pushing down as they are. But yeah, the Hall's Peak, you know, it's a flash tactic. You try it, doesn't work out, that's fine. Just surprised to kind of see another aggressive play come through back to back. That was very committed.
I doubt we'll get a third attempt. Kusta already very softened up here towards the B site. He's going to play this combat up close on Smoke. Calls for Som to come back over. And do not forget for a moment the economy playing a factor here in the 15th and final round of the first half of the second map. Obviously, MP9 and Famai. Not the best situation for Gen.G, but they do have a nice little short play here. 3 players stacked up on the front of it. There is a world where Vinny comes out from the balcony and just destroys them all, and that's going to happen. That's 2 players down, but they don't know about the one on top. Oh, but Henny with the deagle. Bests Bentet, and a 4v2 ensues with low HP on 3 for Furia. They're going to go ahead and plant safely tucked in the bomb site. They've got some utility to just burn down the clock. But again, we find ourselves in a situation where Gen.G will not save. But are they even going to get a chance? Oh! All right. That makes sense, I guess. Henny finding Som puts Kusta in the 1v3. He's going to run through on 20 HP and take a shot to the face. An 11th round for Furia on the T side of Inferno. We definitely have Gen.G with their hands full today. They weren't able to bounce back after the first half of the first map. Will they do it now on their opponent's map choice? Join us after the break to find out.
You guys have hand warmers? Can you send me some hand warmers?
Nah, I'm out.
Oh, credit card.
Who is Mini, dude? What are you doing?
My hands are fucking I'm trying to warm up my hands. Like, I don't want to play yet.
Dude, you just body spam.
Wait, I
Yeah,
can't
it's
reload
illegal.
after kill? Oh no.
Wait, is it live?
It's live.
That's live? No excuses.
He's still he's hiding in locker still. It's actual bullshit. He
That's-
died. Okay. I'm just
okay.
Then. Can we all just decide to just kill Grim only?
Why me, man? What do I do?
You're just, it's not fair. It should be a 3-on-1.
Oh, who's this? Oh,
Oh, okay, Mike.
do I need a deep
T-Red, he's
skin?
1 HP. I don't know what I'm telling you. No! Okay, I got the MOTM spot.
What is this?
Do I get... Oh my god, I got a point.
Incredible. He's just sitting in hell. Can we just kill him? Can we just kill this guy?
No,
Can we
that's
just kill this
illegal.
guy in hell?
That's illegal.
Kill this guy in hell, man.
Holy shit, I'm getting so many kills here though. No. It's all over. Oh. Wait, he doubled us!
2
Get
for
out
1.
of me!
This guy's just crouch walking.
Can we go to a max 7 map so I can actually have a
weirdo.
chance?
Oh my god, can't get out.
I kind of like the new deagle though. I might go for some jumping shots on you guys.
Please don't.
Okay, for the clip.
You should just stand
You're
still
making
so I
it. You're
can kill
making
you.
it. You're making it sound like you're trolling.
Definitely not trolling right now. I'm just making you guys talk, cause you guys can't focus, like shoot and kill at the same time, right?
No, man.
Holy shit, I actually do get a sim shot. He wasn't kidding.
I hear you using it.
Alright, we're horrible.
Yeah, I thought it was a joke.
This knocker?
Oh my.
Oh no.
Henny with 122 ADR, Case Serrato 253 utility damage, and at the top of the flashbangs, the masterful art. 3 of the top stats all going to the side of Furia, and if you wonder why, well, it's because they're leading 11-4 after the T side of Inferno. Looking like a quick day in the office, perhaps, for Furia. Looking a little more consistent and looking persistent over here towards this B site. Excellent frag grenades. Oh my god, the first one hits, the second alley-oops. Case Serrato's gonna get pushed off of the CT spawn, and Vinny's in the middle of the open. There are T's all over this site. Yuri trying desperately to stop the bomb. This is just wild antics unfolding. I don't even understand how aggressive this got. Kusta, he's trying to hold off the banana play. All the while, Yuri's still back on CT. They've got the Molotov burning 2 out from New Box. That forces their feet over towards the corner, but they're going to need crisp headshots if they want this retake to happen. Another piece of utility dealing so much damage, but it seems to be too much. Furia are going to save in the pistol, hoping the bomb takes Gen.G down.
Pistols have been good to Gen.G so far, except losing the next round, of course. Someone brought up, wow, 3 players die. Yuri saves armor. Dap saves absolutely nothing except for a USP. And yeah, Furia going to buy up. So what is the situation? Someone tweeted at us and asked about Furia's win percentage in these second rounds. Certainly probably going to be a bit lower on CT side, I would imagine, but still it seems like it's quite high overall comparatively because they just seem to play so well on any guns. But yeah, good amount of utility bot on this, and this game is obviously very important, right? This is whoever wins this goes right on to the finals, and it can come down to this map. It could be 5 rounds away here for Furia. Every inch counts, and they are pressing Gen.G into the floor right now. They look super strong, and it's just about not letting off the gas pedal for Furia. And now we'll see if Gen.G can win this and win it cleanly.
That's exactly what they did in the second half of Train, just not letting off the gas pedal. Even when some of the economic decisions were questionable, you know, it could have cost them some gun rounds, and it actually did, but it worked in the end because of the substantial lead they were able to rack up in the first half. Same case scenario here on Inferno. But Deagle's playing patiently, just kind of letting Gen.G have a little map control so that they walk into the booby traps that have been set. There's a crossfire on the B bomb site. There's a nice one here on short. Brackets will be taken by Gen.G, and the bomb comes in tow. Daps, good first opening. He's going to lose half of his health, but with Arch smoked off, he begins to wrap around into the A site. He is met by Art's deadly Deagle. And now we kind of get a stagnant Gen.G. They stall on the top of Arch. That buys time for Case Serrato to try and get into the mix, but he's smoked, and Som clears the bomb site. So Art and Pit goes down, and that's the threat neutralized to the favor of Gen.G. But they served as a distraction for Vinny. Imagine if he had come around and stopped that bomb. It was down to the 8 seconds when it finally went in. This is Gen.G with a 6th.
Yeah, well handled there. They need to retain the AKs, of course, and there was 3 in this round. So, oh wait, was there? No, there's only 2 in this round and 3 Mac 10s, maybe. So they keep those. Case Serrato will save this MP5 5-7, and comparatively, Furia have a pretty lackluster eco round. They try to do some damage, looking for majority deaths. Only grabbed the 1 kill so far, and there is the hunt going down for this 5-7. Successful bout for Bentet. 2 kills on the round. 4 kills in total going to the Mac 10, so a good amount of money built up for Gen.G here. And certainly FURIA will hold the L, wait for another buy round to come back into it. But it was a well-handled round on the A exec, not forcing the issue on Arch even after dying to Art, having the lane players come up for the split, kill the guy who is sitting in mid-sight to help out with the Arch wrap. And yeah, the execution, very clean there for Gen.G, so not so bad. 2 flashes on this round for Art, an HE for Vinny to use. But, and also, of course, might have a Zeus cam round here as Yuri. Yeah, he's got a Zeus.
Remember, it is a rule production that when somebody gets Zeused, we have the footage of their twitchy little body on the ground. That's
yeah, have fun with the cinematics.
Counter-Strike classic. That's what I live for. But Yuri, he's going to take some damage. Taser's not going to do anything at this range. Bentet just posted up on the corner. Who's next? He asks. And then he walks away. A-site clean for the taking. So easy anti-eco here for Gen.G. A T-side starting very early. This is excellent for them. Again, such a lopsided first half on both of these maps. They cannot give away their margin of error at the start of the second. Art's pistol takes down 1, but so be it. It's a Mac 10. Get rid of that thing. Let's get some gun rounds inbound.
Yeah, now we'll see. Very, very clean start, though, for Gen.G. Super solid. They can hold on to the Mac 10, buy up, have lots of money left over. Look how healthy they look, man. They've got a college fund going on with the amount of money left in the bank. 2 ops instantly here for FURIA to put a stop to that. Art and Henny. Art plays a lot of the B site by himself in the late rounds. What's the establishing situation, though, for FURIA? Half armor here, low on grenades. Might not be that easy to get some B control. Gen.G, they drag this out, avoid the ops. They could be favored in the late round, but it'll be first them to try to find out about the op. And, oh, wow. Okay, well, that's Hall's shut down completely, and lane is not as useful, of course, without Hall's.
Not at all. Okay, Serrato, last frag is his. I thought for a moment, I looked away from my screen, I doubled back, and I thought again that maybe FURIA had somehow gotten onto the T side, because Gen.G trying to hyper-aggress through the apartments there, putting out the Molotov. Problem was, while they put out the Molly, they didn't get their guns out fast enough. So Daps dies to Yuri, who maintains the spray for the second. Som was trying to come in and pinch on short, and then we even have Vinny popping up from his hidey hole to lock things down. So 5-round lead back here for FURIA, and weapons all over the place. Double op setup immediately for their CT side.
Wow, I definitely didn't expect that to go so quickly. I thought they were going to try to do something a bit more meticulous. Now, some of Gen.G's best T-side rounds on Inferno are of the slower variation. Henny has the advantage with the Alpha on this angle so far, but flash to push him back. Boiler Peak gets shut down. They know where he is now, but Vinny, he's not going to be cleared. Oh, he is, but Kusta, wow, almost gets himself killed.
Dude, the dinks go back and forth. Kusta lucky to be alive, but this is all of Gen.G coming on short side. Henny going to be able to survive the first one. He does have a teammate on balcony, but that player's been dealt with by Som. K. Serrato's trying to find himself into the mix. Henny, how do you do this? He's on the USP, bringing Bentet down to 15, and the Indonesian needs to clutch. He's got the bomb on his back, and he has 40 seconds to play with, but don't forget for a moment, he has already taken so much damage. He could dunk a grenade on the second player. Both are low, both with ops, but a hot swap not paying off. Bentet keeps K. Serrato down despite his best efforts, and that's a big clutch from Bentet.
That was one spicy pierogi. Bentet, very, very well done to get this frag. This could have been a scary round for a couple of reasons. Kusta, he half-ass cleared it. K-Straw gets a trade in CT spawn that would throw the CT rotations through a loop. Henny has this unbelievable performance on the site. Push into a bad angle, gets the first kill, second, and a dink on the third guy. But Bentet, of course, you know, that talent's going to find its way. It's gonna be the rose in the concrete at times for Gen.G. He is a player, you know, when he doesn't have to worry about his teammates. If communication is the issue right now on Gen.G, or the thing that's a bit more stressed, you know, the clutch is where that pressure is off.
Agreed entirely. And it's a hell of a round for him to alleviate that pressure. Tons of damage being done here by Art. He has primed Vinny to come in with a couple of kills, but Bentet, with 100 health, is still in front of a weakened automatic. Molotov bounces over onto the oranges. Vinny's feet forced back one step, has a teammate here to try and help, but he's still gonna be smoked off. So it's Bentet versus Vinny for the duel, and Bentet's gonna win it. Do they commit, though? We do see the bomb upcoming, and Bentet, he may not have known that that smoke was fading so quickly. He just gives his back away. And now K-Serrato able to get the man advantage, but we looked away from the radar, and Kusta has slipped into the CT spawn. Henny seems to be aware of it. Yeah, they're looking for one another, but Kusta, he's just going to back off. And Yuri, the element of surprise, hiding in the shrubs, creeping in the bushes. Doesn't want to even rustle a leaf, just make no sound, and they will give it to you. Kusta jumps into the crosshair, Daps' position is known, Yuri throwing out utility, has the cover to survive. Furia, 13 rounds.
These are the rotates. Remember that round Sheikh Zula ends up getting pulled off the B site and Gen.G rocket back to A? This is one of those situations where Furia know what Gen.G are all about. Here, they've almost full committed into the A site. I think it's all of the nades that come through to help out the B players that make it seem like there's no one left on A. But Yuri, he keeps it in the back of his mind. Gen.G like to rocket back late. And Graveyard is one of the strongest positions to play by yourself, especially to catch one off guard. And we see that even result in 2 kills. A lot of Art's early damage was good too. In fact, if he stayed alive, that could have been a whole lot worse for Gen.G. So back on pistols, Furia looking for 14 and could potentially close out this map, win, and get to the finals.
That's the wild part, right? 2 attempts for the team who loses this one. We've got 2 finals today. Furia versus Gen.G. Nearly done. Or is it? Of course, Gen.G playing off of the back foot here in the 22nd round of map 2. Deep smoke for Furia. And it's going to get pressured here by Gen.G. They're running right up, but oh no, they don't check for Art. Sandbags able to get just 1 player. Now, this is going to be K-Serrato in the back of the bomb site. Vinny just trying to lay down lead. K-Serrato finds the right timing, can't manage either frag. He's done damage, but he's also given his M4 over to his opponents, and Vinny has to duck back by the flames. We've got Bentet trying to lock down Banana, gets the assist with Som, and that's a second M4 now in the hands of the T's, but even with 3, Som can't do any better. Bentet has to 1v2 again, and down he goes. Henny comes in with the final frag. Furia sitting on 14 rounds.
Yeah, it gets a bit sketchy, but Henny, man, he's at 22 kills so far. He's been a rock. He's been winning a lot of duels with just his rifle. Art's kind of struggling a bit on this map. I think he's very up and down on Inferno, but so far so good for Furia overall. 14-8. CT timeout will be called. Interesting to see that. Trying to read maybe the buy for Gen.G to see what kind of setup they want to try. I feel like they're fine to establish the same way they did last round. Bottom B control, initial grenades. Op and play on Henny, so I guess they could potentially double rifle and let Henny spot Boiler. But a standard position, standard setup on this round would be wise enough. Treat it like an Antico until you find out it's not.
It's a safe strategy. I can get behind that train of thought. Take a look at the scoreboard. Who have we got at the very top? It's Henny still, 22-10. Sitting above 100 ADR nonetheless. And the game continues. 2 Desert Eagles, 3 AKs here for Gen.G. So very clearly limited on their buy. Oh, double Molotov. Kusta, he's going to have to drain some of his utility here. Flashbang pops on his feet. Oh, he gets hard checked by Art, who's looking for another with Bentet. The gap in the smoke is there. He stares Bentet in the face. Disrespect as he drop kicks open the door on B. Blinded by his teammate, and yet K-Serrato is able to lend a helping hand. That's Furia with 7 map and match points, looking to be the 2nd confirmed team at our Blast Spring Finals.
Don't let it be known that FURIA don't prepare specifically for their opponents. Here, he plays with prescience. He has that smoke drop, the flash to encourage the push forward. Reading that eventually, Kusta will try this play and giving them no advantage to win. Holding onto both those angles. FURIA take match point. Look extremely dominant so far in this series and don't look like they're going to lose this round so far. Very few holes in the CT setup and absolutely no signs of exploitation by Gen.G besides that pistol round.
Frag grenade goes deep. Excellent damage.
Looks like another banana play here for Gen.G. Flash to come through it. Oh, it could be a quick fate. It could be explosive. We'll see which version we get today.
Oh, only the one. Looks like Som was just inside of Bentet. He's going to try to quickly trade this, and Som, well, that's his 20th kill, but he's cut down. Vinny pops the flash, hits the players in the back, but Kusta's able to come over those boxes. A 3 versus 3, a lifeline for Gen.G. Automatic's going to try to plant, and he's taken down to 20, but the bomb is activated regardless. Utility near non-existent for FURIA on the retake. They've got that smoke on Henny, that's it. They could throw that over to Banana, and it definitely would cut off one of the players in Kusta. But the only man with health left over is really Daps. He sits back behind Nubox. It's the player from Banana that gets the first kill, and Daps swings out at the perfect time. Henny's gonna miss the op shot, and Gen.G still with some life in him.
Oof. Well, yeah, that was not so bad. I mean, the post plant, it comes down to Kusta needing to activate, hit his first shot. Everyone was so low. A lot of positions started to get cleared out, so FURIA were about to kind of calmly move in, isolate the last remaining frags, but they hit their first bullets. It's actually another round where FURIA, or Vinny and Art only gets 1 kill, Vinny only gets 1 kill, but some of the retake grenades aren't saved for the A players. Now, Gen.G have a much better buy to go off of. It's like a decent round, it comes close. Aggressive opening, of course, for both sides. Some damage done here early on towards Bananas. Gen.G look for a 10th, and Art, he is looking to once again hemorrhage the bleeding. Taking matters into his own hands, eyes down. Banana, oh my god, he's taking slight damage, but he's still pretty okay. Wow.
Oh, that one's gonna sting.
That's rough.
The Molotov gets extinguished by the smoke. The frag grenade does like 1 damage, and then Art, while blinded, gets this 5 versus 4. So Gen.G fighting for their lives. Automatic's gonna look up over the wall, goes for the jump, sees Art, baits out the first shot, but there's the peek from K Serato, and he doesn't take down the Opper, but he gets the man over his shoulder. Automatic, knowing that he has a player pinned behind the sandbags, has, oh, no utility, but not needed. He just lines him up through the smoke, and this could call Kusta into action. He's found timing in CT spawn.
Yeah, they gotta wait for him to wrap construction, I guess. And no one's spotting from quad, so they won't see him incidentally. Oh.
Ooh.
Oh, there it is. Now the rotation's gonna come.
Out. Yep, they're looking for Vinny though. Vinny, he blindsides the first one. Daps, good response. Bomb plant in the depths of the bomb site while Kusta's still in construction. FURIA, they don't have the most rounds to throw away. No economy after this one. AK and MP9 is the potential save, but once that CT smoke goes out, I think this retake gets rolling. There's no kit currently on them, and oh no, Yuri, he gets caught trying to jump up onto the wall, so it is all on Henny now. And as he wraps through construction, he has not found any opening. At one point, Kusta was in here, could have given away a 1 versus 1, but there is nothing to be found here for FURIA. This is Gen.G keeping it kicking. A 10th round on the board for them. Henny trying to find some fadeaways, but he too will save. We've got 5 more rounds of regulation.
one big trade from Automatic set things in motion. Started spinning that ball. This was a bad start. Really unfortunate for Som to die this way, but yeah, clearly one of the most important trades they could get. Daps also could have easily died in that spot, so a lot of things going well there for Gen.G, and despite their very unlucky start, which is a good sign, and a T timeout will be called to see how they can try to pull this back. No strangers to comebacks, of course, even though this half looked a slightly bit ropey, and it feels like they could lose it any second. But of course, it's not going to be dominant. It's not going to be dominant ever versus FURIA. It's always going to be close. So no surprise on that front. 5 seconds left in the pause. Henny has bought or kept an AK, I guess, and nobody else is going to buy it. So it's going to be a free round to get to 15-11. So could this be the beginning? I mean, now at this point they get the buy save situation since they've properly broken down the CT economy. ADR is starting to balance out a little bit.
We've had 4 clutch rounds in this map, and we have FURIA picking up 75% of those, all of which were in the first half for them. Every single 1vx has been won by the terrorist side. This round should have nothing for us to really talk about in the favor of FURIA, unless Henny decides to just knock them all down with the single AK in play. He's lost a teammate over on the opposite side of the map. Som knows he's burned 1 back, but doesn't know if Art is still committed here to the sandbags, which of course he is. And Som, not gonna let this go unchecked. Easy pickup versus Art, looking like a fool with his pants on the ground.
Wow, are they going to commit towards B though is the question. They know the AK had fallen back here. They don't know if you rotate it around to A. Maybe if they read too hard into this, they commit through, run into the stack. But they have time to search things out. Kusta made a heads-up play wrapping Arch that previous round. This time it's Daps, which has been known to do. 35 seconds left. They don't really get scared of the clock. But Daps, yeah, this is come back to A, is what he's saying. We've got full eyes on A. Nobody in any of these spots. So another good sussed out round here. Basically anti-eco, even though Henny makes it a bit tense at the start.
Yeah, Daps is constantly making these sorts of informational plays at the last like 30 seconds of rounds. We've seen him just run down ramp on B-site train, for example, calling the rotate over. But this time he says, it's clear, eh? And they all scramble back. Bomb plant made too easy. Som, gonna be the insurance policy here down T-ramp. That 1 AK saved by Henny. And we move ever closer to an overtime on Inferno. It's going to take 4 more in a row from Gen.G. They're on a 2-round spree.
You said it's clear A because Daps is Canadian, or A is clear?
Both of those reasons. Both of those reasons.
Oh, 2 for 1. Get 2 birds stoned
the
at
old
once.
twofer, bud. Yeah, it's not rocket appliances.
All right, 15-11, and the buy is just a little bit upgraded. It's actually a double save situation for FURIA. So they keep the AK, they upgrade on everything else. Of course, they're still terrifying with these guns. What is going to be the play from Gen.G? Working to slow up Banana. There's no op to be scared of, which is one thing. And oh my God, Art's already at the bottom of mid. Whoa, he's spotted, right? I mean, he's just gonna get hard cleared.
Yeah. Good job by Daps to check that, and gets that AK thrown to the dirt. So the one weapon for FURIA has been dealt with by Daps. Vinny tucked to the half wall. He's gonna have Som come around and clear him. Gen.G doing a good job of clearing out the corners, not falling victim to the shenanigans of FURIA.
Yeah, I think Art, I don't know if he jumped by accident, but he made some noise getting into underpass. But he was also very close when he threw the smoke. Would have been a good play, of course, if there was no one in alts, but what are the odds of that? Yuri, AK here, that's a free opening, but again, a very, very fast and good trade so far.
Oh. It's one of those scary moments where you just kind of have to hold your breath. But yeah, as you said, Yuri, he gets the AK back up from the dead Henny, only the one. But this is what we were waiting for. FURIA's buyback, again, featuring double ops.
Yeah, into the double ops, where it gets scary for sure. Finding a lot of openings, these opening kills, and they aren't even being that aggressive on the opening kills. Only on towards Banana, I guess. Art is where he goes somewhat deep. It's funny to see him be able to get some of these kills with Gen.G kind of sitting and prepared. But some of the nades they line up are in line of sight of Art at car or pushing up the half wall. And yeah, maybe they should try to use their spawn flashes to get him back first. And Molotov car first and foremost, because that seems to be one of the most and only aggressive options that FURIA are really employing on the CT side. We had Art run down mid on that eco round, but they're not really doing that on rifles just yet. Certainly expect they're not doing that on this round.
We shall see. Gen.G giving us something to talk about on this T side. You love to see it. Remember that they only had 4 CT rounds, so 11-4 to 15-12. This T side's got some life in it. Molotov goes deep for the CTs down mid, and they burn out Banana, so that could afford them a bunch of map control, but they sit one behind sandbags as per usual. Oh, it's only temporary by the looks of it.
Waiting some grenades out. That's 2 HEs, and at this point, there's no more, so Art's not going to get hit by any sitting behind half wall, whether he knows it or not, excuse me. To be honest, almost scarier that he plays back in the site, because most of the time he's been getting 1 kill and dying. The only other round, he killed Bentan and Kusta. That was the only time I think he's 2K'd really on these holds in the aggressive spots. And Op gets killed, Op falls back, Op gets more.
Yeah, that's Art. That's the classic. Gets around just enough cover to make them think he's done. But instead, it's Gen.G getting roasted. Art, who's been pretty damn quiet across Inferno, looking to be a bit nullified by this map at times. You know, he can't quite give us that Art pizzazz. And yet, here in the 28th round, we absolutely get a serving of it. A dish too big for Gen.G to finish. 2 versus 5 between Kusta and Daps and the entirety of FURIA, 3 of which have stacked up over here on this B site, and they've got a close rotate in spawn. 20 seconds left. Gen.G looking to fall victim to the Brazilian aggression. Yet again, Kusta trying his damnedest to claw this round back on the B site. He's jumping around, gathering information, but he needs kills. Bomb's been thrown down. Daps, there's no time. There's no chance. FURIA securing a spot in the Blast Spring Finals alongside Liquid. They only lose to MIBR throughout the group stage. They come into this finals with the top seed of their group, and it isn't even a map that they drop. Despite the best efforts of Gen.G here in the second half, a valiant effort of a comeback, but Art proves to be too strong. And that right there, folks, is a 16-12 map 2. There is more Brazilian Counter-Strike, however, on the menu. We've got MIBR versus Evil Geniuses coming up next, our second finals. Gen.G also pushed down into the 3rd, 4th decider match. So the loser of our next game versus Gen.G for that final place. There is so much action to come. We'll see you guys after the break with the analyst desk.
The old NIP players, it does do something to your identity, I think.
But Twist is still here, and he is keeping NIP alive.
I would describe my team as legendary.
He takes down Twist. How is this happening?
They have none of the original members. I'm more interested to see what this team does now. So for Ninjas in Pajamas, I think the one word I would pick to describe them or summarize what they're going to be would be rebirth.
5 rounds now for the NIP defense.
NIP name has been around for a very long time, and it has a lot of history.
The legends may have gone, but new legends are yet to be made.
I think the player that other teams need to look out for on NIP is probably the newest member, Nork. The potential, if the team understand how to use him, he could be the kind of the tip of the spear, as it were, if they're going to become a top team again.
Twist. Underrated, and also he boosts out players.
2-on-4 with AWPs versus rifles.
Rez is in quite a difficult role to be the star player for him, and quite frankly, everyone knows how good he is.
Me. I'm the best.
Rez with yet another kill. He's fighting in the middle. Another headshot comes through.
We have a lot of young guys, so I think we can do really good damage.
We can expect hunger and explosive game style.
They've got all this young talent in the squad. I would say it's just the raw skill. They've actually got the potential.
The best word to describe Astralis would be flawless.
Dominance. Structure. We're going to continue as we left off. I don't think anyone has the capabilities of taking us down in the long run.
Zipnik falls in mid, but a double. 3 kills for Dupree.
This year, they've got similar competition. There's lots of roster moves around them, but they're a team that hasn't changed much.
You know, we've showed over the last few years that we are consistent, and, you know, being top 1 isn't just a fluke.
Glaive, that's not bad.
But pop towards the window, he's gonna peek, he's gonna find that kill. The pouch needs to be right now, and Perfecto not expecting Megas to be posted up.
The most important player on Astralis, hard to pick because there's Xyp9x who aims for all the clutches, there's Glaive who's calling, Device who's one of the best players in the world.
Obviously, he's one of the greatest players of all time.
Dupree down. Oh, actually it's Device instead. 2 big headshots.
The game changer on Astralis is Xyp9x, and you see that if he didn't win almost 100% of the clutches that they picked up, they wouldn't have won the tournament.
I'd say Glaive. In-game leader that can all of a sudden take the charge of the game and just fully understand how everything works out.
That's a one. They line up for him and a beautiful triple kill.
This season, we can expect more of the same.
Yeah, we'll stay at the top. We're all wildcards in this team.
And so you wouldn't expect them to drop off at all. They have the infrastructure to stay at the top.
Art, not a bad way to end it, mate. I thought you were tired, you told me in the opening interview, and then you just come through with this ace. You guys clean it up 2-0. You just want to go back to bed?
Yeah, clearly we just want to win fast because no chance for them. We have to finish fast.
Now 2-0, an incredibly strong performance versus Gen.G this time around. Now, Train was very convincing, but we saw Gen.G just then on Inferno come back from 15-8 to 15-12. What were you saying to the team at this point? Were you starting to worry that they might be able to claw their way back into it? Because you were giving away a lot of rounds in terms of the trade game.
Yeah, actually, I felt that we had the game in our hands. Every default we make was favorable to us. A lot of gunfights just favorable to us. We just could not finish the rounds. So the calling was just like, guys, do the same and just hold and let's finish the game.
Well, it certainly worked out, and you are now our first team to make it to the finals here in the Americas region. How does it feel? Because you said about it, right? You want to start winning these bigger events. Well, now this is your time to shine, and you guys are looking better and better.
Yeah, that's amazing for us. That's what we wanted to achieve in the start of the year, and everything is going amazing for us. Hey, Banks, can I finish with Brazilian sentence after?
Of course, mate. Go for it. Do it now.
Yeah, I love it. Brasileirinho, é nóis, tá ligado? Os moleques ganham uma vez de nós, 2 vezes de nós, mas a terceira não, mano. Aqui é brasileiro, nós não existe nunca. Tamo junto, Brasileirinho, é nóis. Salve pra Triboneira. Yeah,
and that's Art telling us that they are the best Brazilian team and they're potentially the best team in the North American region.
I think that he's on the wrong stream here. He needs to go ahead and get on Gola's stream right now if he wants to have that. Unless, actually, I've never watched Gola's stream. I don't know if he's just rebroadcasting the English side and talking over it. Maybe that's the case. I don't know. Whatever the guy's doing, he's pulling it down. He's nailing it right now. So good on goals. But before we get into the discussion, let's take a look at the bracket and see how this breaks down, because that's a 2-0 win for FURIA over Gen.G. It's as clean as could be. Today, I don't know what's going on, but teams are just dominating. We've had nothing but 2-0s, and here's our third one of the day. FURIA 2-0 over Gen.G in the first North American final, and coming up after this will be the second North American final, MIBR versus Evil Geniuses. And so let's just dive right into it. Maniac, going into this map, we were talking about how these guys can just frag out. Anybody can step up on this team. But right off the bat, we see that this time it's Henny who's topping out. It's not even the others. What's going on with this team? They've just got so much firepower.
Yeah, they do. And if you're about to play against them, that is a very scary prospect, because how do you plan a game plan to punish a player when everyone can step up, right? The first map was all about the Art show, 30+ frag, and then this map is actually Henny taking over, Art being very quiet on the first half. That being said, he did step up massively on the CT side, so I cannot even fault him for that. But you're right, there is depth in that roster for sure, and this map Inferno showed it, or rather proved that to us once more.
Indeed. I mean, Thorn, did you have any, like, what stood out for you here? Because, I mean, FURIA, they just look to be powering up. I can't tell. Is Thorn muted, or is it just the lag?
I was gonna ask. I was thinking maybe it's just me. So
I was like, I know we've done this before, but now he's really pushing it.
Right, so FURIA on their T side, I thought their entries were terrifying because they really do go in as a pack. Full commitment. Even if they initially get blocked by utility, they still go. No one hesitates, no one pulls back, no one baits, no one accidentally gets caught on a wall. These guys just rush in, and so as a result, you're facing 2 or 3 AKs, and some of them are pretty good aim. Like, I mean, how many times, if they didn't get the initial kill, did Yuri come in second or third and just clean up whoever was left? Like, this was really, really hard if you were the guys from Gen.G. You legitimately, it wasn't about counter utility, because first of all, they're so aggressive at FURIA. You're using all your counter utility at mid, at the top of mid, at the top of banana. Then when they come in the site, you just have to hit your shots. If you rotate off the site, you're absolutely done already. So you have to pretty much stand your ground, hit your shots. Some did his best to do that when he was in the A site. The guys at B just got absolutely destroyed most of this game. Like, there's just not a lot they could do. And you saw Automatic, the guy who was the hero of Train, was non-existent here.
No, super. I mean, really struggling there, Automatic. But I mean, that's the beauty of this team, it seems. You hit the nail on the head there, Thorn. They are super aggressive at the beginning, and they move as a unit, which just makes them that much more powerful. But then when it gets down to the nitty-gritty, they come through in the clutch as well. And Maniac, you have a clip to show us that'll highlight exactly what that means.
Yeah, absolutely. It's not only a clutch, but it's also just to show how, for Gen.G, when it rains, it really pours. I mean, even the rounds they should have won. Look at this setup here. There is a B hit coming in for FURIA. 3.5 players from Gen.G already on site. Somehow some cannot convert the second kill, so that's a 2-for-1. Automatic is doing his best job. 3v3 now, and you're thinking, okay, maybe they've done it. Bented coming in with double kill from the back. That should be it. This should be Gen.G all the way, but look at the utility. On the side of Gen.G, it's very light. There's no smoke, there's no Molotov. They don't know when Henny is. And they're already down 1-6. This is so hard. And now everyone is kind of doubting themselves. Should I peek? Should I not peek? Henny takes the peek, the opportunity. That's the second one on 2 daps. And now a round that looked to be so easy for Gen.G. So absolutely under control. 7-1 FURIA, and this is the huge problem when you play against a lineup like that. You cannot lose the round that you're supposed to win, because they play such an all-in type of Counter-Strike. Whenever you miss the mark, whenever you have all the places put together to win the round and you don't, then you end up playing against the music. You're one step behind all the time. They were coming to go B, we had everyone on B, and we lost the round. Okay, then what's the next move? Are we supposed to be 5 on B? So I think this round actually completely destroyed the mentality of Gen.G.
All right, well, thank you, Maniac, for doing such a thorough job breaking it down. And right now, we're a little bit pressed for time, so we're going to go ahead and leave that because we're not done yet with Gen.G. They are not eliminated from the tournament. They're going to get another chance tomorrow to qualify for the finals. It's the 4th place team here in the brackets that just goes home, and that's it, done. But now it's time to break into EG versus MIBR, our last best of 3 here for North America, our last best of 3 of the day, and also an excellent one at that. 2 very even teams right now, ups and downs for both of them. And so once again, we're setting ourselves up for a pure joy here. Now, we have a little bit of time, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to launch us into an interview, and then we'll react and come from there. So we had a chance to catch up with Taco and Stanislaw going into this.
Now, you're going up against an EG today, right, who are a team which is generally full of confidence, but they're not in a good spot either. How do you feel you're going to match up against them?
EG is a hard game. First, because we practice against them a lot, and they know how we play, and we also know how they play. Second, because they are a really good team. They play in a style that is kind of difficult for us, but it's also more organized than Cloud9, for example. They are not as as fast as they don't play as fast as Cloud9, but they know how to play fast. They know how to play passive as well. So definitely is a hard matchup. EG is a great team, and yes, I'm just hoping for a great match to play.
Now, MIBR, right, they continue to look better and better with TRK, kind of each game we're seeing them play. But you have Zeus, the old coach. So is he able to aid you much in this match in terms of like some tendencies, some extra things that you may have not been able to find out yourself?
I mean, of course, he understands a lot of their tendencies, having been their previous coach, but a lot of the work that we're doing also requires us to just watch their previous games. So, I mean, it's no secret that every game that is being played in this tournament, you're going to be scouted on. So MIBR, it's whether or not Zeus is going to help us with their tendencies. They've shown a lot in their previous games, and we're going to have watched that, done our homework, and make sure we're prepared.
Always ready. I love to hear it. Now, last time you guys played was back when they still had Mayan on the team. Do you think much has changed with their play style now adding TRK in? Because we're seeing a lot of like changes within teams in terms of play style and how they're acting, and TRK definitely seems to be a better fit for this team. So is there something that you need to keep an eye on with that, and something you may have noticed?
Yeah, I've studied them as much as I can, and same with Zeus, and we're just going to make sure that we're prepared for all avenues. They're obviously a much different team than to when they had Mayer, and they're changing their play style, they're adding new strats, so we just got to keep an eye out for everything possible. We're just going to make sure that we're prepared as much as we can for them, but also we got to make sure that we're prepared on our side as well, make sure that we're running our thing smoothly, just because they're not the finished article yet, and neither are we. We just have to make sure that we're playing our best today.
So these, I mean, quite involved in terms of the interviews. Very good answers as well from both players. So thank you very much for that, James Banks, for making those happen. But that's kind of taken a little bit of our time away from getting into it. So I think what I would like to do is to just go straight into the pick and ban, have as much time as possible to discuss the strategy for the maps, and then we can go ahead and try and pick up on a couple of points. So gentlemen, I'll hand it over to you for the pick and ban, and we'll go from there.
I think I can start it off because I have maybe a question for you, Duncan. It's okay. I knew the new ban was going to come in, but I wonder what's your opinion on the ban from EG, because I think they should float overpass. I don't think they should remove overpass. I think they should remove maybe a train or something, use that as a punish for MIBR.
Yeah, that was actually one thing I was going to say. The very interesting thing is, MIBR in theory has a stronger map pool, but no one can know what EG's map pool is. Even the ban and the pick change up. As far as I can tell, based on the opponent, it looks as though, because they don't have a super strength, they're pretty good on Inferno, they're trying to pick into weaknesses of the opponent, and as you say, the ban can be whatever they want. So in this case, they take out Mirage. Sure, it's not a map they've ever loved, really. It's not a terrible map for them, though. They just don't want it available for MIBR, presumably. So in terms of the MIBR pick at this point in time, they can go any way they want on this one. Like, I feel like the interesting thing for me is I could see both teams almost handshaking and doing Inferno Dust 2 as the two maps there. Those are two maps that the overlaps there, they both enjoy them. MIBR goes with Train, used to be one of EG's strongest maps, but you will notice they've been pushed off that. What do you think of this is the pick for EG? That's MIBR, sorry.
Well, the thing about AG is that, as you said, I think they have a lot of possibility. Mirage is dead. I mean, Mirage is not in pool, sorry. I mean, Inferno is dead in the middle, so I wouldn't see that as a punish. I'm really thinking maybe Overpass. That would throw MIBR for a loop, because Overpass has been lackluster for MIBR. We saw against Cloud9. I think it was very one-dimensional. It's either Fallen, make the whole difference, or it completely crumbles. They actually go for the safe pick of Inferno, which to me is smack in the middle. Both teams know how to play Inferno. There's no doubt about it, which I think is also a way of saying, you know what, we're just a better team. We don't need to trick you in the map pool. We're going to play a map we both teams know, and we're going to best you on it.
I think that actually means, though, that MIBR thus far, the veto's looking pretty good for them right now. They've got two maps they can absolutely play right out the gate. This third one needs to be something good for EG, but I look at what's available. I feel like they're just going to end up on something like Dust 2. Like, there's not a lot left. They don't want to play Vertigo. I'm actually amazed MIBR themselves would ban that. I would have left that in and forced them to pick whatever you want at that point in time. This might be where now maybe you don't get it, but I mean, you look at what's available. I've seen EG play Overpass. Then again, MIBR wasn't terrible on it against Cloud9. I feel like that's why they're even taking so long here. Normally you'd rush this one through. There's only 2 maps left. So they actually do choose to ban it. We're going to end up on Dust 2. So I've got to say, I feel like actually MIBR almost messed up with the Vertigo ban there, but it didn't matter anyway, because it turns out that EG essentially just handshaked and said, right, we'll play Dust 2. So I have to say, I think MIBR won the veto, but I still think EG is going to win the game. I think they're just the better squad.
Yeah, I agree. I think they dodged a bullet. I think MIBR dodged a bullet because I saw so many different scenarios where EG actually got away with that veto and completely punished them. And at the end of the day, Train Inferno does too. If I'm MIBR, okay, I think we did a good job. We have all maps we can play. It's wide open. But I will still echo Duncan's sentiment. I don't think it should matter too much. EG is still a little bit superior to me.
And so this feels like as even as it can get then. This is my takeaway, is that we've got a fantastic 3 maps across the board where we can actually just say it is going to be the better team that takes it in the end. Oh yeah. Okay.
I mean, it's worth
fantastic.
pointing out, by the way, obviously the pick from MIBR was Train, but the other 2 maps, Inferno and Dust 2, are their most played maps. So they are very comfortable on those maps. And they're not maps that they have bad win rates on either, as you saw a minute ago. Look, see, they're the top 2 maps. Those are the other 2 maps in the series. So if they can really secure that Train, which in theory, that's the map they're the most favored on in the series, the rest of the series is there for them to play with. So if they can come with a great performance, they can absolutely win this series.
Excellent. Well, thank you very much, Maniac. Thank you very much, Thorin. That's exactly what we want to hear. Perfect analysis. And now it's time to get into the game. We're going to hand it over to our commentators after a break. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Can he figure out fast enough where they're headed to allow MIBR to have the proper stack? There's a kill. That's in middle. So Taco and Mayern everything to do. Taco takes his time with that kill.
Yeah, now they know they've been spotted in IP. They know they have to move quick because otherwise, you know, the flank is just going to continue. That smoke will buy some time, and now it looks like they might try and counter boost into it. Taco's thinking about it too. Oh, this is a wild round. He's going to jump up and try to catch one. Twist very low. Yeah, that is the bomb. And oh, the cone almost landed on his face. I don't know whether that would have been enough. 55 seconds, but now they're running back.
And they're basically running on top of each other. They know exactly where this is going. Lecro's already got the angle. What a shot from Taco. Turns that corner with the quickness. He can add another. Plopsky, narrow angle, another headshot. And Taco's pulled MIBR right back into this. He's got just one more kill to find, and it's 15 HP on Twist.
See, he's running quickly as well. Twist, this is going to be a close corner. He's just going to run right into it. And Taco, he just needs one bullet to connect, and he will have done it. And Twist is very nervous. You can absolutely tell. Oh, he somehow gets it at the end. That's what he needed.
And right now, he's scared enough that he can't even flank. So he's a very far rotate from B.
You touched on it, gets basically bored enough to play back on site, and that's the one time they go all in on this, but keep your eyes on Nitro. He decides to peek. Doesn't want to fancy them pushing past him. Elige continues the spray. Okay. He does grab that second, but Nico, 1v3, has a player in the open, jumping, hoping, was an fly, and there's the head on display! He takes it! FaZe Clan winning a round! Sketchy. This is still sketchy. It bewilders me that Team Liquid didn't even look like B was a possibility in that moment, but they're not going to put anybody on tons. They flash through, they sprint in, and Rain, well, he has low health, but he does still have the AK cold with everything to do, just popping noggins! He's cleared 3 bodies and the 4th! Mayern still alive, but on the other side of the map. And seeing as he doesn't want to give away info, he's just going to wait. KNG, a bait, and a difficult position. He's stuck to the fight. Fur down, and now it's all on Mayern. But they still don't know. And they're going to tap that bomb. Solely focused over on ramp. He gets them both! Mayern picking up a clutch!
Okay. He still comes in just in the nick of time to win the round.
Point being, we've moved into another crucial round, but Twist blasts Mayern away. Hold on. Where'd he come from?
I don't know. That's a very big question.
I think that may have been a boost. That may have been a run boost from T-Spawn, the top of T-Spawn. They just threw him onto the stairs, but it doesn't matter because Taco throws them back up that A site. They already had a 5 versus 4. They tried to go one better, and suddenly this round gets turned. He has all 4 kills thus far, and Taco, he's gone to the other side, so Twist is going to take the ace.
Oh my god, the defuse.
In between matches, I went ahead and ate a really spicy plate of spaghetti, so I'm already starting to sweat here, Mohan, and the second best of 3 hasn't even started. I think it's going to get way worse because we have another Brazilian squad hitting the server, and in their faces is EG. Who do you think won this map, Vito?
Yeah, it was the most interesting veto that I've seen in a while because of how open it was for EG, but I think MIBR got the best of a really bad situation with the veto. Now, it was kind of on EG to dictate where the maps would go, and of course, as was mentioned in those great interviews by James and Taco and Stanislaw, that there's a lot of scrim history with this team that makes this particularly confusing. But I love the point about that Stan brought up about being able to look at some very recent game tape from this tournament to help dictate where some of the maps will go. So there's probably some stuff underneath the surface about the veto that'll make this interesting. But I think this was brought up so correctly on the desk is that MIBR are happy on all 3 of these maps, and a Dust 2 decider might be the perfect explosion here for MIBR to win the series. But that being said, it's not a bad veto. It would have never been a bad veto for EG, and that's the difficult part. And right now, I think with EG getting better every day, I'm looking to see EG take this series still.
Yeah, I was keeping my eyes on, the possibility of the overpass third. I thought that was going to come in, but Evil Geniuses decided to cut it out right away. You know, there's a lot of conversation around the whole coach swapping of Evil Geniuses to 100 Thieves, and how, I'm a Pet now looks to seek revenge. But let's not forget, we've also got now Zeus to Evil Geniuses versus MIBR. So that's a similar situation, and I think it just adds a little extra layer of narrative to what is hopefully going to be a very explosive second finals. Don't forget, folks, whoever wins this best of 3, joining FURIA and Team Liquid in the Blast Spring Finals. The loser will go meet Gen.G in that 3rd, 4th decider. And that means that one of these 2 teams is going to have a second chance, but one of these 2 teams gets right to the finals here today. Evil Geniuses MIBR coming at you hot on train. Of course, it's EG to the CT side.
Great place to start here for MIBR. Train is a happy spot for them. Last time around, we saw it was their Inferno and Dust 2, which were actually very strong yesterday. So looking forward to seeing those maps being played as well. And that's not even their pick. So the pistol round.
Fallen's ready with the pop flash into the ladder room. We start to get a little fight going down here between Fur and Tarek. Pop flash is excellent. Ethan, he's not blinded by it, but Taco can still trade inside of the pop dog. Man advantage for MIBR in this pistol. We're going to get the smoke grenade going over towards Z. Gen.G finding perfect timing on the Ivy lurk. Barrels out and takes down Cirque as well. Stanislaw, he is at the depths of Ivy. Wasn't able to keep Gen.G pinned into position. So now Stan faces a 1 versus 4. He's got some grenades if he wants to save, and that's exactly what this looks like. He's going to give this up. MIBR kicking it off with a T-side pistol win.
Yes, they turn it back around. Good trades outside by MIBR. Nice start here. MIBR, I think the only question mark for me is that sometimes it feels like the calling, it starts to slow down. It becomes a bit uninspired when whether they're winning or losing, just later into the half. And it feels like they rely heavily on defaults to open up rounds. And sometimes the other team who, if they can exploit the default, they end up just pulling back the half. And yeah, I'm not exactly sure what that actually sounds like from the comms or anything, but that's what it apparently feels like. And I think that's why MIBR, although the players can be playing well, don't seem to be winning rounds and maps dominantly. But EG, they buy up into this one. Scouts on 2 players. Pretty decent guns. Gen.G's made some good space so far, clearing stuff out. And Ethan's got a pretty favorable situation on the trade, but trades go back and forth and MIBR come out ahead.
Tarek still behind them, though, as Taco remains posted on Z. His AK versus the potential scout. He takes a shot. No, it's Fallen, actually, damaged. Tarek, he is still above them, and they have no idea. He stops the bomb carrier. That's huge. Throws the whole round out of whack. Look how Fur's attention's turned back to upper, and just in that moment, Breeze executes him with ease. It's Taco and TRK 2v3 versus the double scouts originally brought into this round, and Breeze now on an AK. Oh boy, Tarek, big brain play, just waiting him out on upper. 45 seconds left over. TRK, ooh, he's gonna best the scout despite being this far from it. Now Taco regains vision because the smoke fades. Ooh, he catches Tarek's head. This is brought down to Breeze in a 1 versus 2. He's got the Kevlar, he's got the bomb in front of him, and he has that AK. Picked up off the cold, clammy hands of Fur. Breeze trying to ice this out, trying to suss it out. Ooh, and he goes down to the headshot of Taco. MIBR surviving what could have been a calamity.
Wow, I don't even know how they got back into that. Oh, it looks like Gen.G got to fix his webcam somehow. He's got an upgraded webcam. Looks good now. HD resolution. Tarek, I mean, he stops the bomb. They get a 3-on-2. The bomb's out in the open. Can't even cross the default to plant it. And basically, they just didn't have to give up kills, but they did. EG were in a pretty strong spot, but good to see MIBR win the second round. It feels like there's been too often that these rounds are getting converted these days. And EG will be back on the USPs. Try again with worse guns.
The power of Zeus in the hands of Stan. He is the last man up. This whole round, hinging on the Zeus. Do it. Just do it. Third time's the charm. Just drop. Zeus him in the face. Come on.
It doesn't feel like he's gonna drop. He really wants someone to come up, but yeah, no reason to hunt down a guy with the USP. He's got nothing to lose. And yeah, this is gonna be a stalemate. No one's coming up. TRK is not coming up this ladder, man. We gotta let this dream go.
Do it.
He's not gonna do it.
I can't take it. There's a Zeus in play. He's just gonna save it at the end of the day. Yeah, TRK doesn't come up. Stan goes down. Bomb blows up. Good job, Stan. You saved a Zeus. Bet you feel real big.
Yeah. Yeah, well, they keep that now. They buy up behind it. So we got a full buy plus Zeus. That's nice. MIBR yesterday, like talent-wise, looks so good. Like Taco looks so good. Gen.G looked so good. Fur looked amazing. Fallen looked awesome. TRK had some important rounds. I think the 4 out of 5 definitely were like really peaking, honestly. So that was cool to see. But it's just the consistency right now. It's so hard to go. You got to go day by day and just see what they bring because I don't feel like teams are very consistent right now.
Gonna eat that frag damage. Fallen just running through the fragmentation. 4 guys got shin splints. Taco headshot through the wall versus Ethan, and Cirque's op brings it back for a double. Nicely done here by Cirque on the bomb site, combining with Stanislaw now to push Gen.G to the clutch, but not going to happen at all. Cirque's op, that can be real hot and can be a key piece for EG, so good to see it shine through early.
Yeah, Cirque's probably the best player on the server these days. Most of his matches, he is so sick with his op. Definitely great train opper as well. Just good movement, good ladder movement. Yeah, Cirque puts it together. 4 kills so far, and MIBR quick loss with the full buyout. Didn't even have to use the Zeus on Stanislaw, but he doesn't have that anymore. Oh, call it pause, I think. Just a quick PC
tech. Froze.
Cirque said, "My spawn, guys, come on." Someone was about to get off.
Would you go as far as saying that Cirque is the best dedicated op in North America?
I think so. Yeah, I think so. I think like, at least right now, you know, he's been inconsistent in his career, but right now he's been very good recently. Despite EG, when they've all been playing bad, he's still been good, and he's good on multiple maps. And they haven't even really opened up Overpass to use him yet. They played it very few times, but he's one of the best Overpass operators in the world. Yeah, he's just super sick, man. He's always in the right positions, hits all of his flicks, very consistent, good on both sides, most maps. I think so.
Tell me, just very quickly, as we do get the server reset, or maybe you still have some time, because Man's not back just yet. Who are your 3 favorite North American oppers?
Is Cirque North American?
Yeah, I would say just whoever plays in North America. Let's go North American players. Competitors.
That's a tough one. Right now, probably, it's probably going to be like I don't even know who the opera is, Art or Henny, but it would be Art if he's opping to watch. Probably Art and Fallen and Cirque, to be honest. Even though I feel like Fallen is more of a question with the calling now than it is with his performances. He's been playing well, and he was my favorite opera, just a player in the world for a long time because of his style. But we are right back into the action. Gen.G, eyes down to the back trains, made so much progress. Might have gone unnoticed too. Heaven player Tarek doesn't get traded out. Gen.G can't spot him well, and Tarek also gets that kill.
Yep, TRK is going to answer back. Oh, this is going to get confusing. TRK kills Tarek. Cirque answers that one with an op shot, but Fur, he has slipped through Z with bomb. And now Fallen has a chance to retreat, but they don't know for sure if he actually moves. There's a world where they go to the B bomb site off of this plant, assuming that he would have gone up Pop Dog, and then this happens. He peeks right back in and finds Cirque, who was in that momentary lapse of judgment that, oh man, it's B? Runs into the open, hit by Fallen, cut to the 2v2. Fur, he's going to take further damage, and he is barely standing at this point. Breeze, he's serving as a distraction so that Ethan can throw out the molly. That's going to deal with Fur, absolutely, but the bomb has already ticked past the halfway point. And, well, it's not Ethan with the kit, so Breeze, he then jumps back on it. 2 seconds, Fallen needs to stop it, which he does. And now there's just no time, I don't think. Ethan, he's going to try to stick this. It comes down to the wire. Oh, he gets it. Evil Geniuses, a second round.
Was it Breeze on the bomb with no kit? Is that what you mentioned? And then Ethan had the kit?
No, it was Ethan.
He wasn't on it? So
Ethan jumped on bomb with no kit, got off, Breeze gets on with kit, Fallen stops Breeze, Ethan kills Fallen, Ethan grabs defuse, Ethan clutches round.
Gotcha. Gotcha, okay. Wow, that's really close. It's because of Fallen's key kill on the outside that even becomes competitive. But EG win, and they had some really good trades outside to start things off, so it's crazy that MIBR brought it that close despite all that going down. T timeout called. What do they buy? What, AKA, there must be an op on the floor, certainly. No, maybe not. Fallen goes for the Deagle Gen.G as well. The mini op cannon, the one-handed op. Yeah, okay. Well, it could be another easy round for EG then. So far, these early rounds have been great, and there's not a lot of mid-round potential here for MIBR low on grenades with these guns. But maybe what we're seeing is a little bit more application of pressure to the economy of the CT side by buying on rounds like these. But we'll see if it comes back to cost them. Now, of course, we see EG buying down so much. The value is huge if MIBR can pull off a round like this.
Poor Tarek almost slides right into that slipstream of weaponry, but he's able to keep his head up. Ethan dodges that grenade, no stress. Dangerous game, Taco.
MIBR seeing if they get a free kill. Nope. But doesn't look like there'll be anything given up for free right here. And T-Con control still being held for EG. Not really much incentive for EG to move from their spots. They have a lot of good forward aggressive presence.
Ooh, Ethan eats that one. And Taco's gonna jump down, but he doesn't get the kill. That's not supposed to happen. Tarek, he's gonna come out from the closest corner of T-Con. Cirque behind E-Box. Answers with Fur, peeks right into TRK, but isn't fast enough on the trigger finger. Stanislaw, gonna take a shot to the head, but minimal damage at that. He sees all 3 Ts, cuts down KNG off of the top of the train yard. Stan, fully blind, just flies up the ladder. 7 seconds. Breeze, he just needs to stop the bomb. He lines them up, and he gets them off the FAMAS.
Oh my god, I can't believe he got those 2 kills. That last second situation and those trades that came out, it looked good for MIBR. They got the flash down ladder, but Taco, he knew that Ethan was right there and jumped away, but he ran out of bullets because he was spamming the floor, trying to get him before the drop. And then once he got down, yeah, Ethan was fine. Taco tried to escape back up the ladder like Spider-Man, and Fallen came down for the trade 1-for-1. Still, it was a good start considering what they had. There was so much on the line there. Breeze pulls out the 1-on-2.
Dirt nasty. Slipping past the side of the smoke, lining him up, keeping EG tied at 3. That one's very costly, though. Don't forget it for a moment. We've got the entirety of EG's economy on the line. Double SMG and a free AK. 4 Desert Eagles. It's always fun to watch a good old deco. You know, we get to just take the pressure off. Remember that it's all fun and games at the end of the day. Desert Eagles looking for the highlight reel. Breeze is going to get pressured, and there it is. Compressed Tarek gets the first headshot, but on the retreat, Gen.G goes down. Fallen's going to make the most of this moment, trying to slip out through smoke. He's going to get challenged from Z by Cirque, who's looking for a double frag, and he takes it.
It's a tight game from a couple of perspectives, right? The close rounds that EG have won. The early games have been pretty good for EG, despite MIBR bringing it close. Plus, they already had a decent start here for MIBR, but then you have that complete momentum shift after Breeze wins the 1v2. But it's not a double save, actually. They've still got enough money to buy here, because I guess EG have won the last 4 in a row, like straight up. So that's helped their economy get back and propped it up.
Putting out the flames. Gen.G making great space, getting really close to Cirque, who just doesn't see that coming whatsoever. Now Gen.G's got a thorn in their side, but Breeze could go for the long play, wrapping around T-Con, where the entirety of MIBR have already worked out. Can the defense hold them back long enough for this flank to work? So far, not so good. Ethan, he's going to be a key piece to this with Breeze. This could be a huge pinch, but Fur keeps him locked. And MIBR rocking Evil Geniuses. 4 survivors and 4 rounds apiece. This game's still tied.
It's crazy. I can't even understand how close these rounds are. It's nuts how much health, how low everybody was. There was just moments where EG could have come out for trades. I can't believe Cirque didn't hear Gen.G push all the way down to the same spot in hell when he was standing at Ivy the entire time. It was not like Gen.G was being inconspicuous. He ran down, I think even threw a grenade on his way out, and still then got called out. EG, they'll call a pause, because they don't have money. They don't have money for an op. They don't have money for even 4 buys on this round. Tarek and Breeze are low. And so MIBR get what they want, even though, and I guess it's partly because they, took that risk, did some good damage, made it the 1v2. Yeah, they lost a follow-up round, but then the situation's reset itself.
Oof. TRK versus Breeze. That was a nice deagle shot. We got at least 1 out of MIBR that round. AK's all the way up, and Evil Geniuses, what are you going to spend? It's slim pickings. $300, that's it? That's all you got, Stan? Seems likely. Okay, so very much writing off Evil Geniuses in this one. If you guys need to go do something urgent for the next 30 seconds, go ahead. But then make sure you come back. This is going to be a great series. So far delivering. All these rounds, mostly, coming down to the wire.
Yeah, it'd be a pretty big upset, of course, if MIBR can take this, and they definitely look like they've got a lot of fight in them. They always have close halves no matter what. I mean, they just like a long game. So, no surprise that EG have had a good start.
The Glock's enough to finish it off. There you go, a little anti-eco ace for Gen.G. Maybe I shouldn't have sent people away. We got the ace. He's at 12 and 5 already. Lightning quick to the double digits. MIBR lead by 1, and the gun's back. Double op, Mohan. The double op is out.
Yeah, sometimes the right play to make, of course. Gen.G had an absolutely monster performance the other day. If you guys missed it, I think it was 16-0 before dying. once on train. It came a lot down to the op. That's not part of the plan this time around. And I think it was largely on the CG side. And this is already the T side. He's got 16 and 5 in the first 10 rounds. TRK making tons of space outside, but Breeze is off in.
Yep, and Fur is dropping bodies. Breeze gets himself a double kill as Fallen's been taken out of the equation, and TRK's forward position gets burned into irrelevance. But Gen.G, I mean, he could creep right into Breeze. Breeze just tucked back around the corner. If he comes back over to Ivy, he may not expect this from Gen.G. Oh, but he still flicks on him. Breeze with 4 frags here in the 10th round. We got that anti-eco ace out of Gen.G, and Breeze answers back with anything you can do, I can do better. A crucial gun round at that, being wrapped up by EG. It's not over. The new kid on the block finds himself in an outnumbered clutch. Cirque spotted, and it's all 5 op frags, but one of which belongs to Cirque.
Yeah, I can hear Cirque in the Discord right now. Like, what are you trying to take my job or something, Breeze? Breeze pulling up with these amazing op frags. Of course, all of them equally impactful in nature, different positions to work with, very difficult shots. I mean, it's not a surprise, I'm sure, that Breeze can op, right? He's such a talented player. You wouldn't put it past him that he'd have that skill set inside of him as well. And yeah, 2 ops now. As they'll continue with the 2 ops. And wow, all of the space being created up hell again. It's once again this play. Oh, that's a big kill from Cirque. You didn't expect him to get that one.
Big kill up close. Pressured and peppered by these smoke grenades. Cirque doesn't give a damn. Tarek, he's going to get challenged now, softening up Fur inside a sandwich. And with those smoke grenades fade, there's going to be line of vision on these Ts. So it's not going to get any easier now. Fallen answering with 1 kill, but that's it. Everybody else for Evil Geniuses still standing. And now they start to fumble this. Fallen trying to be the difference maker. He's going to have to do it all on his own. Stanislaus taken down, but there's a player in the office, and that's enough to clutch this. EG keeping themselves in the lead. 2 survivors, Breeze included. Only a 1-round lead.
Almost surprised these rounds even come close with the way these A-holds are starting out once again. That is so nuts by Cirque. He just gives it his best shot. Yeah, he doesn't even have a chance. He doesn't think he's going to live there. His feet could have got shot out if he didn't hit that shot. Taco robbed of that trade. And this game is crazy close, man. But yeah, MIBR, how are the late round situations, how are they getting these kills? They at least come off. They pulled EG off the double op setup. Oh, off shot to Rob Tarek. He's pushed up her. 2 kills, damage in. Molotov to fall back. Fallen's replaced. The lower player, Stanislaw, gets killed. Trade's still okay, though. Tarek's got upper control. Just kidding.
Oh, man. We're going to have to see that from Fur because he's somewhat blinded. We saw Tarek just throw the flash to get him to peek back. Now, they don't know about Fallen. He's just been scoped up this entire time. It's like looking through a monocle. Oh my goodness. Oh, the ladder movement. Back and forth. Tries to snap it in. Cool. He even turns around to drop Breeze. That is ridiculous. I mean, Fallen. He must have heard our conversation about the best ops of North America. He must have been inspired by Breeze just a couple rounds ago. Cirque hitting sick flicks, and now Fallen with the 3-piece. He just turns on the man. He could have had children. Fallen. What are you doing?
Yeah, he's the original best opper, like on train for sure. I've been calling him the king of train for so many years of casting. The amount of stuff he did on SK on this map, and the amount of style he's influenced. The cultural impact of Fallen is known on train. And of course, yeah, he has fun with the ladders. He has fun with the combat opping. Yeah.
And then again for the third one.
Tutorials out there.
Yeah, that's 2 of the 3 frags coming off ladder movement. God, that gets me all kinds of excited. I like that. I like that with limited weaponry, Evil Geniuses are making a move. They decide to go into the T-Con. It's heavy bodies for MIBR up into box halls early, too, but at least the CTs are gathering information. This is eventually going to allow them to rotate and maybe stack in time. Betway odds coming in favoring MIBR. Mollies, smokes, flashbangs, it's all going down on B. No kills as of yet. The pistol players just sitting back, hoping that the heavy weapons can rotate into position in time. Fur gonna lay down utility here and jump back onto the train yard. He's just having a field day. Haphazardly hopping around, hoping to find someone, but it's Gen.G with the first kill of the round in the post plant. This is the legit 5v5 retake attempt, but CT's starting to falter. Ooh, the FAMAS finds one in the hands of Ethan. He's gonna start sprinting inwards. Still has a chance, albeit slim. And as he starts to fall back, Taco nearly catches him. Cirque's gonna get another kill, but the problem is the time. They just don't have enough time left. They get all of the kills, just unfortunately not fast enough. TRK sits back.
They were
that's
saving.
A 7th for the Brazilians.
They got all those kills while they were saving. I mean, they were basically food. It was MIBR peeking them to try to kill them to make sure they couldn't save, and then they got all the kills. They wanted to take every single one of these duels. This is too funny. Coming down the ramp, like, okay, well, since they can't go for it, let's double peek. Nope, Cirque's ready. So they hold strong, and yeah, a close game gets closer with those exit kills. FAMAS is bought here for EG, but it's a buy nonetheless. MIBR are just a slightly low on grenades, but they have everything else that they want. We're dropping a smoke down, rounding this out. It's 14 rounds so far in this half. Quantitatively and qualitatively, this has been just such a tight half.
Which I am all for the record. You know, we got the 2-0 dominance from FURIA in our first series. Yesterday, Triumph kind of gassed us out a little bit. It was tough to follow that up with Cloud9 MIBR, but I'm ready. I'm ready for a barn burner Bo3, all the maps, all the rounds. Sprinkle in some overtime for good measure. Let's do it.
Bit of calmness here. MIBR giving some love to IV this time around. CT's pushed, taking T-Con control. It's not a bad setup here for the CTs. Breeze spotting as he normally does. Smoke comes down. Could rotate around the old bomb if you'd like. The push comes out immediately, though. Good flashbangs from the T's, but damage is done to Gen.G, and it goes unanswered.
Ethan could have been easily swept away on that one. Like you said, the flash, perfect timing with the smoke too. Ooh, Ethan working with the FAMAS, only able to get the one. It's TRK with the double kill for the T's. Cirque just barely missing the op shot. He's got Breeze by his side, and another miss with the cannon. He falls down into the flames. Down goes Breeze, the one of the two who has more health. Cirque still in the middle of it all, but Stanislaus swings wide, and there's no trade. 4 seconds, Fallen. He needs to plant on the backside of the site, but he fumbles bomb. Oh no!
He fumbled bomb, and I think he fumbled his weapon switch too, because he tried to peek. He could have definitely tried to stick that. I don't know if he was aware of the incendiary, but you know, backup bomb versus ladder, he could have made that a 1v1 post-plant situation. If he was forced to come off late, then I guess, yeah, but he didn't come up for the peek because it looked like he messed up his weapon switch. I don't know. And this is a very weird round from Cirque too. I can't believe EG pick up another 1v2 from that exact same position because of the time.
Oh my god, this one's happening fast. Right into the action. Oh my god, Fur just sprints into the A site. We're gonna need a replay of the beginning of this round of all things. The first 10 seconds and Fur is already just clearing through the A site, but don't forget, he was one of 2 weapons. They had the AK on Fur and the Galil for Gen.G. Limited utility, and they just bombard onto the A site. What a way to close. Don't forget, this is the final round of the first half. This has been so incredibly close. As you said, quantitatively and qualitatively.
They're hard words to pronounce. I can't believe I even tried it. Yeah, I can't believe I even tried it.
And got away with it,
I got very lucky.
Yeah. All right, you win this one. So what's the score? 1-0.
Baited and jebaited.
Oh man, Breeze is going to be on the bomb site serving as distraction, and I don't know. Gen.G, that's definitely looking like the insurance policy. Yeah. Okay, 4 survivors. Fur with a 3-piece, running out of T-Con, taking it back. So we do have MIBR leading after their T-side half. They'll be on the defense when you guys come back from the break.
You guys have hand warmers? Can you send me some hand warmers?
Nah, I'm out.
Oh, credit card.
Who is Mini, dude? What are you
That's
doing?
My hands. Nice. I'm trying to warm up my hands. Like I don't want to play yet.
Dude, you just body spam.
Wait, I
Yeah,
can't
it's a
reload
deagle.
after kill? Oh no.
Wait, is it live?
It's live.
That's live. No excuses.
He's still he's hiding in locker still. It's actual bullshit.
That's...
Die. Okay. I'm just
okay.
Then. Can we all just decide to just kill Grim only?
Why me, man? What do I do?
You're just, it's not fair. It should be a 3-on-1.
Oh, who's this?
Oh, okay, Mike.
Do I need a dig
T-Red,
skin?
he's 1 HP. I don't know what I'm telling you. No! Okay, I got the MOTM spot.
What is this?
Do I get... Oh my god, I got a point.
Incredible. He's just sitting in hell. Can we just kill him? Can we just kill this guy?
No,
Can we
that's
just kill
illegal.
this guy in hell?
That's illegal.
Kill this guy in hell, man.
Holy shit, I'm getting so many kills here though. No. It's all over. Oh. Wait, he doubled us!
2
Get
for
out
1.
of me!
This guy's just crouch walking.
Can we go to a max 7 map so I can actually have a
weirdo.
chance?
Oh my god, can't get out.
I kind of like the new deagle though. I might go for some jumping shots on you guys.
Please don't.
Okay, for the clip.
You should just stand
You're
still
making
so I
it. You're
can kill
making
you.
it. You're making it sound like. You're making it sound like you're trolling.
Definitely not trolling right now. I'm just making you guys talk because you guys can't focus, like shoot and kill at the same time, right?
No, man.
Holy shit, I actually do get a sim shot. He wasn't kidding.
I hear you using it.
Alright, we're horrible.
Yeah, I thought it was a joke.
This knocker?
Oh my.
Oh no.
Me baita, tá? Vou jogar com você. Tá me dando um pouco coça.
Enfim, eu não vi nada. Ela vai estar colado.
Deixei primeiro. Me baita. Tô miado. Fábio.
Linda recuperação. Dá um beijo ali. Dá um beijo, tá?
We're giving out kisses for clutches, it seems. MIBR leading by 1 round as they switch over to the defensive train. This game's been pretty damn explosive, wouldn't you say?
It is. It makes it hard to see like how this series is going to go based on the other maps. But yeah, it's been very, very tight. And it's crazy the rounds that EG won. And I almost felt like in the beginning of the game, EG after that first rifle round, they were solid. But then MIBR, they stay fighting, dude. They stay fighting.
And they will continue to fight here at the B sites where Tarek and Breeze take them down. Looking like Evil Genius is kicking it off with a T-side pistol. 5v3 B retake. Not a good look for MIBR. There is also that looming threat of Cirque coming in behind them. So even if it starts to look like it's going well, don't forget there's another layer to the issue. Ethan just dancing around the feet of Fur. Fallen's going to execute him, and here it comes, the Z play. But they're actually smoked off from the flank, so now things start to get really awkward. We get the bomb tap, which is going to scare Stanislaw back in, kills the player on the back line. Cirque's flank's been dealt with. Fallen taps bomb again. He's looking for the third kill. This is wild antics after a wild first half, and again, literally as close as it can get. 1 health for Fallen. Goodbye. That is an 8th for EG.
And nice movement around with trains by Stanislaw, getting flash, pushing through the smoke, using their smoke against them, and making that 1v1 as difficult as possible. Entries come out, a little zoomy. This is like production's favorite zoom to do, the one versus the lower B ramp versus Z fight. And wow, it's another tight affair, man. What happens on this T side? That's the big question mark. MIBR buy up a scout on this one. We've got pistols on everybody else. Good utility to work with. 4 Galils, the skeleton buy here for EG. And some early outside presence towards the back of Z. It's actually Ivy, though. That's really being looked at.
Yeah.
By TRK.
By the defense, too. Fur, he's going to get one off with a pistol. That's Breeze offering a Galil over. Oh, boy. Things are getting stressful. Oh, my God. And the scout damage is huge from Fallen. He's got them cut off. There's no way they could go Old Bomb without offering him a chance at more frags. KNG gonna get the kill off Fallen's assist, but Stanislaw has the pinch, and he shoots. He shoots too soon. Fallen's still gonna fall victim to it, but Stanislaw has KNG preoccupied. Remember, this is still 2 versus 2. Taco, he's inside of the ladder room. Haven't seen much from him yet this round. Tarek, he walks out. He could have gone to the B bomb site and planted, but he is recalled into the action by Stan. And now the 2 Ts stand in an advantage as they have the double rifle and more health. Taco, sketchy situation.
Yeah, this is so spooky. How is this so close every single round? Yeah, Tarek sitting in a pretty good spot here to defend versus A. The 5-7 lured out. Taco, long range, could maybe shoot one on the side of the head. That's good damage done on Stanislaw. Long range, but it's damage dealt. Stan can't cross. Okay, Tarek comes into play.
That's
low
what
HP,
happens.
but yeah, the attention's been drawn. And EG narrowly survive this force up. One that gets drawn out, MIBR get what they want out of it from that perspective. Cirque goes ahead and buys into an AK. Look at all these trades, man. There's all these tense situations in these games. It's really crazy how close everything is.
We've had so many close rounds already in this map. I just hope that this nature of back and forth Counter-Strike is what we get all series long. Because we've definitely got the individuals that like thrive in these chaotic moments. You know, the skill ceiling is real high up with Evil Geniuses and MIBR in the server, but this one, obviously just the anti-eco. Let's just get through it, boys. KNG, last man up. Don't forget that versus Gen.G was when we saw KNG have that astronomical CT side. Crazy amounts of op frags. More importantly, such a little amount of deaths. You know, he was near omnipresent, always a part of the solution on the defense, but we haven't actually seen the CTs on guns until now, and immediately that double sniper setup that we've been praising between Fallen and KNG can be seen in the 19th. Here you go, friends. It should be a thing of beauty.
I really do like the way that Stanislaw has been calling recently. It's been very tricky on the T side. He has used himself as a lurk, much like we've seen from Daps, but Stan was kind of doing that a lot already. Excuse me. And for, yeah, MIBR, this, as pointed out, it's good to see KNG on the op on this one. Fallen as well, joining him in that. Everyone holding back right now outside. Inner is a little bit weaker, but the bomb's still outside T-Con, so no initial plans to take a site just yet.
Taco plays on the very forefront of the ramp and executes Tarek. Good control to deal with Ethan, but Cirque, through the tippity top of the train, finds Taco's brain. And maintains a little B control, but that's taken away from him. Very well done to draw out a rotate, though. He gets 3 of the 4 CTs to come over towards him. Gen.G can't manage to get the op back on cycle, so we have Breeze 1 versus 4. Now this man turned heads in 2019. There was times where, with EG's success story, he was looking like one of the better players in our entire region. But here in the clutch, he's cut down by Fur. Cirque praised for his nice shot by Taco. That's a 1-round lead still for EG, but an early defensive round on the board for the Brazilians.
He's a seasoned vet on this lineup. He's been on EG since the day 1 when they were NRG. That long, Breeze has stayed on this team. Yeah, he's been here forever. He's a lifer on EG.
Yeah, it's like you know, the only person who's been on a team longer is probably Rain for FaZe.
Yeah, I mean, pretty much. That's actually the other example I was thinking of a player who's just been with the same org like through every single roster change. It's kind of cool. Probably speaks to how good he is as a teammate, on top of how talented he is to keep that contract extending. And all right, so 10-9 here for EG. Muddy waters ahead, I'm sure, but MIBR pull it back slightly with that last round, looking good, making sure to press all the trades. What was interesting was that the bomb was outside T-Con when 3 players went down the A ramp into Taco, and Taco, he does great damage to try to stop him off, but what was the overall strategy? Was it to get to Z to flank outside? Was it to try to see if they could get the entries and not commit at the same time? I don't know.
Molly burns itself out, so TRK resumes his initial position. And we've got Evil Geniuses again on the cusp of Ivy. Fallen, just playing patient, looks to hold them in. They decide to go for the Ivy smoke, which does enable them to try and get behind Green. Breeze through smoke, cuts down Fur. TRK, double trade, and the bomb dropped at the exit of T-Con. Fallen, seeing Stan, feeling a little bit of pressure here, decides to change position, scopes in towards Cirque, but gives up his back. Now there's the pinch in from Ethan. TRK doing everything right now. There is 8 seconds left over, and the T's don't even have possession of the bomb. All MIBR have to do is hide, and they will tie at 10.
Yo, that was a nice round from TRK. Well, he had 3 kills on that round. Wow, he did a masterful, yeah, he had a masterful performance here. He's holding it down versus, he was in ladder, he dropped the smoke top ladder, pushed up, delayed the ladder push, got the kill versus ladder on top of that. Fallen the whole while is positioning himself very trickily, kind of in between sandwich, holding down both T-Con, or facing towards T-Con and fighting Ivy. And yeah, TRK, you know, he really just gives Fallen the entire world there by playing his position, holding it down, and stopping those 2 initial T-Con exiters. Good opening off frag here for Cirque, though, answering back, and it's a save round. It's a round where they only got 3 P250s.
Op into Galil. The additions to said pistols. I'm liking this TRK MIBR edition. I'm not gonna lie, man. I'm gonna sing his praise. He's got a very real ability at getting those holds. You know, those multi-kill holds. I mean, Pit on Inferno was when I first really started to believe in it. Now he's on the forefront of the A site, just locking down all sorts of avenues. Here's Taco's attempt at a multi-kill. Ooh, Gen.G's gonna be behind him. Deals with the flank and the bomb carrier, but it is EG to cut through down to the 2v2, and it's the weapons that are left standing. They say, screw the bomb. Let's wait for the peaks. And those peaks are inbound, but Fallen and TRK, they avoid the first line of sight from Cirque. He decides to bomb plant while he can, and the retake's on.
They've got utility to do this slowly if they want to. They can take their time. They can smoke upper and nade. So they just want to make sure they don't die as they encroach on the bomb plant zone. Op shot goes off. Smoke now onto the site. TRK, he might have to risk it all here and try to go for this plant. Good shot by Fallen. This really opens things up.
Yeah, Fallen
my God.
is going to get
What?
on that bomb. Stan, he gets TRK, but Fallen just sticks the defuse. Okay. All right, there was a world there where Fallen didn't have a kit and TRK did with the flash. So I thought Fallen throws smoke on bomb, TRK diffuses, underhands his flashbang as an insurance policy, and Fallen just gives cover. But I guess Fallen picks up a second kit. He decides to stick it. TRK is looking for the last frag, and Stan just gets outplayed.
I feel like I'm wondering what Stan's thought process is there. Is he thinking the op is somewhere and he needs to get the op before he can try to spam? Or like, he thought, it was like, wow, how did I get out this far if there's an op still in play?
Yeah, my guess is he thought that he had killed the player who initially tapped the bomb, and maybe the second was behind Blue Train watching ramp.
Right.
That's my guess. I'm no professional.
Yeah,
but.
well. Yeah, it's a weird one.
Cirque. Coming in slick with the pick down Ivy.
Yeah, as per for Cirque. That way, odds flying through. MIBR slightly favored as they take a small lead. Definitely turning heads right now, looking slightly convincing. Clutch is starting to go their way. But look at poor Fur, man. Down to 24 health. Fallen's dead. And these guys who push up outside, they don't get much assistance. They got to really play for themselves.
Yeah, that's a fair point. We've kind of seen them left to their own devices, even at times like not even having a flash to work with. Just kind of trying to lock it down. CT's out of utilities entirely. Scary situation. Taco, oh my god, I for sure Stan just saw his leg. Yeah, he goes to creep into the headshot, but Taco, he gets the best of him. The entire push here for Evil Geniuses down onto the B site. They're going to have to get that plant as Cirque establishes deep vision down lane. Don't walk through that door for... it's going to cost him. Man advantage now for the T's in the post plant. This is going to be a tantalizing save for MIBR. And yeah, they call this one quits. It's all tied up at 11. Dude, we've tied at like 7 rounds, 8 rounds, 10 rounds, 11 rounds. It's just like, let's just get to round 30 and figure out who's going to win this, can we?
Let's just play the OT because we know that the OT's coming, right? I can't believe how close the match has been, both sides, and basically every single turn. Cirque is looking snappy though. He's up to 21 and 14, ahead of the pack on both teams. Kill distribution quite tight across the board. You know, even Taco, who had 12 kills, had an amazing hold on lower ramp just a few rounds ago. In Taco, we see that from his angle. It looks like Stan stands no chance. From Stan's perspective, I can see why he was trying to creep back from that side. He thought if he could see Taco, he might be able to get a bullet in without Taco's vision. But Taco's far enough away from the wall that he can see Stan well enough beforehand. 11-11, make a wish. We move in around 23 with a full buy. Well, pretty much a full buy on both sides.
Fur burned out of position. Tarek maybe wants to drop, and he'll take this map control. Goes ahead, flashes out the doorway. Get a response in terms of CT utility, but Fur backstabbed by Stan right when he was trying to come into the play. Gen.G falls off of the bomb plant, still able to manage a frag. TRK even through the smoke catching Ethan. Stanislaus going to do the exact same thing, and we are cut down to the 2v2. They know where Taco's at. He gets tapped. Breeze doing it dirty, and Fallen, he's trying to flank. Oh, he saw Stanislaus. He knows everything, but he can't give away the audio.
This is his one chance.
Oh, again, just getting around the corner. If Stan goes upper shelf, he's dead. Stan had to go down ramp.
Oh my god.
Whoa. Oh, what? Oh, no, he gets away. Fallen's gonna give chase. He's already down on the bomb site. Stanislaus runs to the other side. Breeze, low HP, now out from Z. 40 seconds. Fallen, just tunnel vision, and he walks right into Breeze. Stan's just sprinting for his big brother to come help, and he hides in order to get it. Unreal.
Oh my god.
He missed. He missed.
Dude,
look at this.
How this round started, plus this. Oh my god, and then he has to pull out the op, and then, yeah, you gotta, oh man, delete the VOD. Yeah, we should delete the VOD.
Oh,
That's
that
a rough
turn. Dude, the sixth sense from Stanislaw. That's basically a Matrix moment. Just, wow, right as the sniper shell goes by. That's funny.
Wow. That's how it goes? That's how we're going to lose that round? Okay. MIBR, they have to save now.
God.
They have to save.
Okay, are you kidding me? He hits that shot, but not last round. Just pistol jumps in. Let's tap Stanislaw, reminding him who's boss. But not on the pistols, obviously. This is going to be Evil Geniuses taking a 13th. I would bet my co-commentator on it.
Yeah, but you bet me on a lot of things.
That's true. Never lost you yet. I'll accept that one time, but you know. Fallen, he's gonna die to Breeze. Just gunned down, as expected. I mean, with pistols, you really have no chance. They tried to go for the B stack, doesn't work. I don't think anybody's too shocked with this result.
Tough to have momentum swing in a in a round like that when you got the pistol save out. EG, I guess we're a bit better though coming into that round, so maybe it wouldn't have affected their economy too much if MIBR had won. It's just more of like MIBR sacrificing 12, sacrificing 13. That's really kind of a tremendous hill to try to climb back from. A mound. It's a mound of dirt. Giant mound of dirt.
Done.
That EG stand on top of, towering over MIBR.
The seriousness of the situation is kind of sinking in for me. That 23rd round where Fallen doesn't get Stan. You know, that would have been the bomb drop for him. That would have been economy for MIBR. Instead, we see that last pistol round, you know, a direct result of that one missed shot, it seems. So for what has been a very back and forth affair, this T side from Evil Geniuses is starting to be more stringy. This is the second time they have strung together 3 rounds in a row. And it doesn't look like they're going to let off the pace at all. Fallen, he's able to grab one, but it's Tarek with the entry. And the flash assists are strong from Stan. Fallen, he gets another headshot before dying to Ethan, but Fur trades this one, so we are again in a 2 versus 2, with Taco having a prime chance at walking down the ladder and just sidelining both of these players. Nobody's watching him. Nobody's watching at all, but he doesn't know where Stanislaw is. Ooh, Stan flashed and falls back. Now walking forward, finding timing, but Taco takes both frags. And MIBR, they are still very much in this. Good job by Fallen for the initial hold, and then first swinging out quick from Z.
I have no idea how MIBR managed to get these kills when we have this first couple of flashes, great execution, initial 2 frags. Now Fallen, I guess he gets the opening kill, so that makes a world of difference. But yeah, it was 4v3 initially, lots of pressure onto the bomb site. The forward aggressive players were both dead, so they know Sandwich is clear, E-Box is clear, Ladder is clear until Taco comes through for the flank. So much information towards EG, and MIBR still manage. Now, yeah, but that's just been the story of the game. It doesn't seem like the executions and the entries have resulted necessarily in round wins. I guess in that case, technically it did. MIBR got the first kill. Just the answers back. But Taco lower ramp, pressed up, looking to push actually. Ethan will be fuming if he dies to this.
They are right in the front of this. Taco finds the perfect timing. Fallen sticks around, giving up his life. Now that is going to bait them into Gen.G, but he shoots. Tarek, he should know that this player is here. He got shot at and must not have heard the audio cue. Now Gen.G looking for another couple, but it's not going to happen. Stanislaw lays down the law, and then he drops the bomb as TRK just gets over the top of the ledge. Cirque? Ooh, not scoped fast enough. MIBR tying again, this time at 13.
And money-wise, they can suddenly take the lead once again. Now, we do look back at clutches, to be fair to Fallen, where he was able to manage, like, getting a defuse in the smoke versus Stanislaw in a what would have been a free round if Stanislaw had spammed even a little bit towards the bomb. So I don't know if justice is served back both ways with him losing that round, but now MIBR definitely back into this. Yeah, and EG will actually probably have to forfeit round 27, give up 14. Think about opping. Just having Cirque back on the op, I think, is probably pivotal. I would imagine putting together a buy right now, that would be quite ropey. The armor bot maybe just going to even out a bit.
The curb purchase. You know, they must have gotten their tax returns, because spending that money doesn't count. This is wild. I can't believe MIBR actually have momentum and an advantage in the economy at this point. To think how many, you know, downbeaten moments they've had. They're still making the most of every gun round they get to afford. Now it's them in control of the situation. It's going to be a big burst onto the B site. Gen.G doesn't stick around for too long. Instead, trying to stop the bomb. Taco, he's going to sprint into this, and Cirque is gone. He's just desperate to stay alive.
Dance, child. Dance. Gets him. Round 28.
I love the way he like
reset.
Brazil.
Zeal.
14-13. 2 double ops, or rather 2 ops, which is the double op for MIBR. This has been a key piece, a consistency across their CT sides. We've seen Fallen putting in work. We've seen the exact same from Gen.G. They are the top fraggers for the moment of MIBR, but TRK is right behind them. All 3 of those mentioned players above 20 frags. A missed flashbang, but not the end of the world, as they still set their sights on B and decide to just run through the smoke. Dude, Taco's gonna take that duel any day of the week. Gen.G trying to go back for the double. The rest of the rotators blocked off by the molly, but they extinguish it so that they don't lose any map control, so that nobody from Evil Geniuses could slip past the oil tankard. TRK, how does he even see Cirque? Blows his head off, forces Breeze into the 1v3. Oh, nice lineup, nice spray attempt. He does half of the damage to TRK, but that's not gonna cut it. MIBR, 15 rounds, securing OT at the least.
Yeah, that's a map pick in their pocket, plus 2 maps they're looking forward to. With just 1 more round, they secure the potential for OT. And Cirque, he didn't have enough money for his op last round. He doesn't have enough money for his op this round. And now I'm starting to feel like with these 2 teams playing against each other, the reason why a lot of these rounds are so close, obviously because they play against each other a lot, but also they're kind of calling like it's OT, right? They're trying stuff that's like in between timings because the other team knows all of their nades, all of their smokes, all of their executes, and I think they're playing off of very small tendencies and in between timings, and that's why we have like a contact play through a smoke down the B ramp. The Galil's here for EG. Yeah, not looking too solid right now. Interesting setup on the Ivy. Bombs over towards B. Ivy is still being tested. They're keeping the attention of the CTs outside. But is it all just a big fake?
Could be. Or a B fake into the A split. Or the A fake into the B hit. The options are open. There's a minute for them to play this one out. TRK tries to get a frag off of the flash, but Stanislaw pushes him back and then pushes in himself. He has now compromised the back line for the CT side. Gen.G looks away at the worst possible moment. So much pressure falling onto Taco, and he comes up empty-handed. This is a flawless round from Evil Geniuses.
Off of very small timings, that TRK had every advantage. He had the spray, he had the peek come out, knew Stanislaw was about to peek, flashed Stanislaw for the peek, and then Stan holds down mouse 1 in emergency mode just in case that he's there. TRK was isolated for a second, but it ended up being his trap that he laid and still died. And now we're going to bring it all the way to round 30 with no clear sign of who's playing better, and a situation where the save could mean the world. MIBR, they hold on to this op it's one off they won't have next round. But Gen.G gets caught off of timing outside, no hold on inside. Everything goes bad.
Desperate little smoke spam, not gonna happen, so yes, sir. We go the distance. We've had a lot of 30-round games of Counter-Strike throughout Blast Spring Showdown, and this one's gonna be no different. Obviously the difference, we've got overtime back on. Little tech issue actually, so everybody take a little break. We're gonna be coming back into the action in just a moment. The one-handed water bottle open again from Tarek. Man's talented.
Yeah, that's a specialty. So Tarek can do it all. We had the blast Spider-Man finger pointing meme between Tarek and TRK, as he brought up. TRK is just Tarek without vowels.
Breeze, buddy, you can turn some lights on.
TRK Turkish. Don't want to strain the eyes.
Yeah, here we go.
Well, okay.
Look, this one could be
Whoa,
fast.
Why does Taco have the op? Oh, he's playing inside, I guess. Oh my god, that's a beastly couple of grenades.
A blind frag throw for the 5 versus 4. Evil Geniuses very much looking like they could take this into overtime. Who steps up for MIBR? Who decides to employ the heroics? It could be Gen.G. He has the back of these players turned on Ivy. He's going to peek around and he gets spotted. Breeze ready for it. Taco's going to hit that op shot. That's probably not something they expected from him. And now they're going to start moving their feet forward towards Ivy. Normally, this is an attempt at the B split, but maybe because of the couple of picks they've had on A, they instead turn attention on the outer site. Their options are open. And Taco is hoping that they walk right into him. Oh my god!
Oh my god.
That's...
What?
Yeah. Okay. That's your decision. Your life to throw. Breeze is going to go ahead and plant the bomb on top of it. 4 versus 2. This is looking like overtime. And yeah, sure enough, Tarek, he finds timing on the flank of TRK. Fur empty-handed. Evil Geniuses pushing it the distance. An 8-round T-side in response to that of the Brazilians. We need OT for this second finals.
He was trying to get somewhere. Maybe he was trying to get to the side of 5 to hold Ivy, but yeah, either that. And also, Taco has limited information, so if Gen.G didn't properly explain what the situation was at Ivy, then Taco might not have even thought it was a threat. But, you know, from what we saw, Gen.G should have shared that with him, that was a potential threat. And they had pushed inner too, so last spotted Ivy plus the inner push. You know, you think you'd be more prepared for that specific situation. Gen.G opening op duel into OT.
They're still just going to keep trying to barrel past it. Tarek behind the Ivy train. Now he's going to get an easy blindside versus TRK. Dude, CT player is just dying to the unexpected. Fur, he is amidst them. And even then, the op frags. Look at the kill feed. Sniper, sniper, sniper. 3 separate players, all with the cannon. Again, somebody's dying to Ethan in the same position from the same angle. They keep going over to the ladder and dying to the Ivy player. Now Taco in for the clutch. Dropped by Ethan's headshot. EG opening up OT with a T-side round.
There's like not a whole lot of room for analysis with how that goes. It's just EG making tons of space and then creating chaos with these frags. But every time Prius looked at someone new, they died to an op basically, and nobody expected the next player. Everybody fell back into getting killed, knife out, and then we traded to the point that EG won because I guess the entry went their way.
Double ops again. MIBR. Consistent and persistent with the snipers. Fur's ready for this one. Ethan just above it. Whoa, gonna lose half of his health. Fur could be met by utility, so he ducks out for a moment. They're getting adventurous, these CTs. Look at TRK go, tucking up into T-Con. Ethan drops down with Tarek, so they're able to get Fur out of this one. He does 50 damage to each of them, but not 50 damage both times to one. So, you know what I mean.
No, yeah, I think that made sense.
Oh, timing.
Sure. Yeah, that made... Wow, so close. Fallen, he cleared it out too. Okay, well, that's an op shot back, yeah.
I think the Molotov, definitely the loudest grenade. So he had a very clear visual as to what was going on there.
Definitely so. Lurk here for Stanislaw. Fallen, he's so prepared for that potential. Tease out.
Taco off the school. Gets the one. Breeze trades it. Now they've got to get past Fallen's off. This has been a problem for his other teammates at times. He's got 2 frags. Bombs planted to the 2v3 post plant, and dude, Fallen just gets blindsided by that. KNG's op connects. Cirque's op up next. But he's worried about a flank that doesn't exist. It's 2 CTs on site.
Yeah, he's going to play the A ramp, I guess. Cirque doesn't... There's no smoke here, so Cirque coming out for the first peek. They're not in great space to deal with him. Op shot goes in. No trade in sight. That's a round 1. Unless he somehow manages to blow this. Yes. Wow, EG win this round? Seriously? After all of that?
Unreal.
Fallen does so much to get those 2 kills. Yeah, that's crazy that EG pulled this one back. It's seriously been the most insane game on some of these rounds. Fallen, nice pick here, pick and CT spawn as well. And then he gets blindsided, getting shot on the side by Breeze. I mean, everyone does their part from EG, but wow, you wouldn't if I froze that game and said, hey, who's gonna win this after Fallen gets a 2nd kill? You know, that's it. Like, feels like an 80-20 round for MIBR.
I agree with you entirely, but Cirque, he's not having any of that. He gets dinked and still hits the up-close flick. A little bit of aggression out Ivy was what their plan was, but the Molotov denies them of it. Cirque, he could collateral. He actually hits the 3rd player in the back, Stan, laying down cover to keep Cirque in this one. TRK, he's pinned behind the server, and KNG has way too many jobs to do. He's got to keep eyes on T-Con, ladder, and try to help Ivy, none of which goes well. TRK will try to retreat from this, but it's a 5 versus 2. The frag grenade cuts 1 down versus Evil Geniuses, but they are very much staring a clean sweep here on the T side in overtime. That would be wild. I would almost be willing to say that guarantees them a map 1 win. TRK, a slight gap to work with Stan just on the other side of it. AK bullets just peppering past him. Flashed. Or rather dodged. Stan tucks into the Ivy. Now he's got the cover, and with Taco going down, TRK, there's no way. He's got a quarter of his health, 4 opponents ahead, and they all have better guns. 1 shot from Terex enough to do the trick. That's Evil Geniuses with the 3-round sweep in OT.
You didn't. That was. How could you expect them to win all 3 rounds in OT after how that second half had went? I thought for sure it was going to be 2-1, but all 3 rounds are absolutely crazy. I can't believe Gen.G does his best. He's like, I'm going to bait this round. Okay, you guys push down Ivy. I'll support you. Dies first. Everybody gets blown away. TRK finally finds that trade on Cirque, but man, what a pest he was for that entire process of trying to control Ivy. And EG, good ideas there, working out in their favor. Moving to the second half of OT. They win any of these rounds, they win. That's how it goes. MIBR have to have a perfectly clean half just to bring it to second OT. That's 3 rounds in a row.
TRK is just going to sprint towards the entry on the B site. Whoa, yeah, they're using too many smokes. Everybody kind of fumbles that one, lining up for what could have been a massive spray down from Stan, but instead he's the one and done. His teammates all very quickly in position. Breeze is off, finding 1 versus Fur. So man advantage now. This is looking really good for EG as they burn Fallen into the open. Their double sniper setup is what's paying off. They are 2 kills, 1 kill, no kills away. Map 1 in the back pocket of Evil Geniuses. An incredibly close affair across regulation. We tied at like 6 different times, and yet still it's EG to prevail. Overtime, their bread and butter. 3 T rounds and only 1 needed here once they swap sides. 19-15 the final score line as Evil Geniuses are a map away from joining Furia and Liquid at the spring finals. Will they close it 2-0? We'll see you guys after the break for the second map.
I want to talk a little bit to the esports world, but especially to you CSGO pros about the Mamba mentality. I'm sick and tired of some of the things, some of the talking points that are coming out of these pro players. Like people saying, oh, well, I won a major, so what is there left for me to accomplish? Think it through. 2 majors, 3 majors. How about being the best you can be? If you could win 5 majors, if you could set the record, go ahead and go for that. That's what the Mamba mentality is about. It's about pursuing greatness. It's about building a legacy for yourself. It's about actually trying to be the best you can be, whatever level you're on. How about you actually try and develop your game, master your craft, leave a legacy? One day that money will be spent and all that will remain is your legacy, what you actually did and how you lived your life. How about competing to take what's yours for yours so you can get that money, you can secure that career, they have something to look forward to in their lives. I die for people, oh man, will you live for yours? That's what I want to say, Mamba mentality, carpe diem.
Now, Zeus, MIBR get to 15 after 4 consecutive rounds. You're down 15-13. What was the conversation like? Because you managed to bring it to overtime and then just closed out so convincingly.
So the conversation was pretty simple. We're still in the match, 15-12. Just got to kind of work around. As soon as we got the first one, we knew their economy wouldn't be amazing. There were a lot of saves going on. But overall, we just tried to maintain our composure because we understood how we wanted to make them play, to try to force them into the situations. We're able to get FURIA out of ladder, things like that. So we played pretty well.
And now we're going into Inferno, your pick. Obviously, MIBR have had some good results on it recently. You feeling pretty confident, Go? You know how they've been playing and how to work this out and get a 2-0?
Yeah, so MIBR, like their train is insane. Their Inferno is really good. they're starting to get better at understanding. It's more a question about us playing what our strengths are, and we just think we're a lot better than them on Inferno. So doesn't matter how good they are, we're better.
There we go. Zeus with the mindset of a winner. That's what you need to be doing here if you're the coach, especially given the fact that Zeus comes from MIBR. He's coached the opponents, and now he's able to bring that experience along with that mindset over here to EG, who sorely needed it at the time. So 19-15 win for EG on Train. Dominant performance for them to run it all the way back, and it looked like they were firing on all cylinders, Thorin.
Yeah, I mean, listen, this was a pretty good game to watch in terms of excitement. It wasn't very clean. It was absolutely more in sort of Hagler-Hearns, just slugfest type game. And I think one of the amazing things was it wasn't just the score. They really were just trading kills back and forth. It's like, look, you're going to see like 90% of the highlights are just people, terrorists rushing through the outside here, usually past all the utility. And then the CT's either being able to hold a guy just rushing right in your face, or the terrorists getting sick entries. Then you think about, for me, the defining factor of the game has to be the missed clutches for MIBR. Like, I think I saw Fallen alone be in maybe 3 or 4 scenarios where you expect him to win at least half of these rounds. I mean, obviously the one where he uncharacteristically just missed, I think it was Stanislaw in the back of the orb. That was one of the areas where there was just a little disconnect for MIBR, and it kind of cost him the chance to win this game, I think.
Mm-hmm. Maniac, what did you take away from it? And I think with it, we actually have, we have an important clutch that you wanted to talk about as well.
Oh yeah, I mean, if we can dive right in, or we can do it later anyway, I'm going to follow what's happening here, but I agree with Duncan. I think the clutches were key, honestly, and there were lots of them in that game. It was a slugfest, but I wanted to show you one of the clips that, I mean, a clutch that I thought was very important. That's a 2 versus 3. Look at the scoreline, 16-15. We see Breeze here trying to make the difference, which is correct. 2v3, he has to, he's going to get traded, but then Cirque is left alone. No utility, a lot of time to play with. First of all, he's going to check his back, because he thinks there is a flank coming up. Checking the corner, making sure no one is here. That's it. First book is checked, and now the problem is he knows he has no utility, so he has to be aggressive, and he knows there's an off. So here's the jump, doesn't see the AWP. The flick that's going to come in is absolutely beautiful. There you have it, and now it's just about survival. You see the shot on his ankle. You see it. That shot right here was the difference between winning and losing, and these clutch, round number 17, and EG with another clutch on the board.
By the way,
Picture
one thing to say about that very briefly is that round right there is like a microcosm of the flaws of the MIBR team. Because on the one hand, they have some real big hitters who can look really good. But what were those 2 CTs doing who were behind Fallen there? Acting like a smoke's a brick wall and just leaving this guy out to dry completely. If they either come through together, rushed quickly, tell Fallen pull back, like that looked like a complete miscom there, because there's no way a guy should be coming behind the side and killing the guy who in that round has done everything for your team. He's put you on his back and you can't even just help him out at the end there. So that's either a miscom or it's people just not knowing where they're supposed to be, but that should have been an almost impossible round to win for EG.
Is this Fallen getting warmed up for MIBR, or for MIBR getting warmed up for Inferno? Because that's going to be the next map in this series. And now, I mean, if we've got overtime once, why not twice?
Well, honestly, I mean, yes, they did lose that first map. Yes, EG is 1-0 up, but that wasn't a destruction in any case, in any stretch of imagination, right? MIBR, they did get activated. Most of these players had a relatively great game. Fallen, although missing a huge clutch, still had a lot of impact. I thought he was pretty activated too. There is a name I want to mention. There is a player that's been impressing me a lot, and I want to say quietly impressing me. It's TRK. I feel like he has this uncanny ability to always stay strong and solid at the end of the round. A lot of players, when the clock goes below 20 seconds, usually you can feel the anxious, you can feel they're a little bit itchy on moving out. I think that TRK is almost always good for 2 whenever he's challenged at the end of the round. So he is actually rock solid, and he's a rookie, right? I mean, in this lineup, he's a rookie. So I just wanted to give it a shout out because he's been doing pretty well, although not being, super impressive with the stats, but still doing a lot of work.
And as far as EG are concerned, do you have the confidence that they're going to get the job done here on Inferno, Thorn?
The fact that even Tarek's on the board and he's fragging and even he's involved in these clutches, like the most promising thing, I think, if you're an EG fan is every single player looks like they have like a possible vector to win the round, whereas that was not the case even when they began this tournament. So the difference is on MIBR, it's a bit more clear-cut who you need in the clutch, who you need to be alive late, who you want to get the early kills, who you want to have the gun. So I feel like the win conditions are more varied if you're EG. So yeah, I think they close it out here 2-0.
And Maniac, what do you think? We've got 30 seconds.
I think that once again, like a broken record, sorry, I think Fur and Fallen on the B bomb side will be the two men to look for. I think if they can have a great game, if they somehow can assert control over Banana, then MIBR will have a fighting chance. But I do agree with Duncan. I mean, the signs point towards EG closing out. This train pick, although being close, I think mentally really hurt the Brazilians.
All right, well, thank you very much for the analysis, gentlemen. We're going to take a quick break, and when we come back, we'll have the second map of this series, potentially the final map. It seems like our analysts think so. EG, they might be on the edge of getting into the finals.
Please knife him.
Hey, how's it going, everybody at home?
Hello, everyone. Welcome.
For those of you guys who are tuning in, I want to give you a gist as to what this is. It's an interview about games inside a game.
I've got 2 more victims this week, and I can't wait to introduce them to you.
Yeah, you called me a noob. You called me a noob in 2016. Maybe it was just a joke, and then after that, I liked him again.
Jonas Gunderson is joining me today on the Hot Seat, the show where I'm going to ask very tough questions about NIP.
I'm a bit frightened by your intro there, but it's alright.
There's an internet cafe owner that paid me in Snickers bars to help fix people's PCs.
I usually have 20 to 25 minutes just stretching out the body.
Lige, it's good to see you, man. You're looking happy, you're looking healthy. Are you as happy and healthy as you look?
Yeah, I'm feeling pretty good.
I'm gonna take some questions from the chat. So there's a lot of guys out there asking you some specific questions. What would you say Rocker have brought to the table as a coach?
If Issa was in my chair right now, he would say, nothing.
So is everyone happy the Creed got taken down?
Oh, of course.
This volcano has yet to have been explored on any episode.
Living life on the edge, brother.
Oh!
Does Issa go to the gym with you guys?
I'm gonna leave Issa out to dry here. Like, he's terrible at joining me and Alexia and Manto at the gym. He's been lazy as fuck. Sorry.
And then he walks past me and the entire back of his shirt is unironed. The whole back of his shirt.
If I keep it up, I might become the captain of the Valorant team, so holding my fingers crossed.
Mindset. I think for us it's a huge psychological thing.
And then you feet in the middle every single time. Let's go.
First time at Blocky, I actually insulted him in game. I'm sorry, Nico.
Did you call him a noob?
I actually did.
Right, so
Actually, I go first.
Okay, you can do it. I'm right behind you, man. I'm right behind you.
Oh dear.
I just need a sip of my chocolate milk.
Maniac and Scorning. Hello, boys. You're back. Yeah. What's happened to Lourdes? Oh, he's back. He's back. He's absolutely fine. No, Lourdes. Scorning. I'm so sorry.
I have forgiven you already.
Oh my god, it's beautiful.
That's all you needed, man.
Good night.
All right, see you, dude. $19-15 EG tuck away an overtime win, and it's for that reason that the odds favor them for the moment. But we move on to Inferno, where I think the map favors MIBR, and we could be going to a third one here, Launders.
Yeah, maybe. I mean, this is EG's pick, right? So I think they wanted to take him here. So I think we saw MIBR yesterday look very good on Inferno. Credit to them. They put up a great performance. It looked strong throughout. I think Fur was a centerpiece of that. But Fur last map, I mean, the scoreline was tight on about 8 players, 4 on each side. Fur was lagging behind a little bit, unfortunately. Now we know as all things go, things change map to map for certain players. But yeah, he's sitting around 49 ADR with all of his teammates above 70 last time around. So it'll have to be a better performance from him for Inferno. And hopefully it's just a cleaner map, man. That was a really hard one to follow and make sense of. A lot of great clutches, but a lot of ugly ones too. And I guess that's just the messy state of things when you play teams so often.
Yeah, it was hard to even just kind of like, you know, feel the rhythm of the game last map. It was just so wild back and forth. Even within rounds, we had these crazy, you know, shifts of momentum and whatnot. So let's see what Inferno has to offer. It's going to be the old B hit, old reliable to kick off this pistol. Evil Geniuses just cutting through thanks to Stanislaus' flash assists. Breeze with the 2-piece, and MIBR nowhere to be found.
It's not often that you see a save on the first round of the game with 3 people, but they've got upgraded pistols. These are actually, yeah, Gen.G got dropped the CZ so he could buy up armor as well. So everybody will just save their half armor for next round. And yeah, it's pistoling players looking for exiting frags on the first round. It's pretty crazy. Just goes to show you how nuts this game has been.
Sorry, no wonder I am so far behind. I'm on the wrong server. Please excuse me.
You're on the delay. I was like,
I did it again. I'm 7 seconds behind. I'm like, wait, why is... yeah, like, why isn't he as excited? Well, because I'm 7 seconds in the past.
Yeah.
They're gonna,
well, you could be on the 0 second, but you still have an NA brain that's on delay.
Yeah. Here, Mohan, you take it. I'll tell you when I'm back. Please.
Yeah, no worries, no worries. So the buy here for MIBR, it's pistols. They got 1 scout this time. A lot of great grenades here for MIBR. So I guess they're, it's going to be a roundabout utility if they can get a lot of damage in. Gen.G, very nice scout shot. Very weird. Had to curve his scope up and down as that player strafed into the pit. But Cirque, he gets tagged with the AK. We'll probably want to drop that to someone with a bit more health left over. Nades are here for EG. Not too much damage grenades, though. Ethan has a Molotov to work with. Tarek pushing up into the halls. Taco misses an opportunity to go for a 1 dig. We'll fall back into the pit. T's now pressed up towards A. And there's a triple B set up, maybe a push. Gen.G, another good scout shot in. Lots of damage here. 2 players are very tagged down. What is going to be the commitment for EG? Cool.
Feeling like the A site, but they're just kind of waiting out these smokes at first. You'd hate to run into the pocket pistols. Those Desert Eagles can be deadly. So they throw a bit more utility and then rock the ship back to the B bomb site. Smoke over. That's going to nullify CT cross. Meant to counteract Fur, who looks to swing out through the smoke as they get onto the cusp of the site. Fallen with a good CZ kill, but because of the fire, Fur actually doesn't see a target, doesn't stop him. And now the flash goes up, 18 seconds, and they are just stuttering on the end of B. The CTs come over and stack. It's a slaughter so far, but there's a chance still with 10 seconds left over. Breeze, he needs 1 bullet into Gen.G. He has to prioritize the bomb plant, opts not to, and this round is gone. Explain that.
And he dies after time. Man, they had to commit through that. Like, that looked really bad because they used utility to try to pull rotations towards A. They got what they wanted, and then the 1 Molotov stops their entire execute when they're not going to re-exec but just wait for the smoke. All that does is draw more CTs in. I feel like they, you know, you gotta commit at that point. This looks really, really bad.
Yeah, that's gross. I can taste that round. Ugh. Okay. Well, this is the world we live in. It was bounced back, so I mean, as awful as that looked from Evil Geniuses, good job by MIBR. They didn't do anything wrong. They were just gifted the round. You know, I think Fur was expecting way more of a difficult struggle for those kills, but he just got to keep peppering. And it's crazy that, like, even after spamming 7 shots off of Deagle, nobody even tried to rush him on the reload.
Yeah, then MIBR did have, like, I think a lot more grenades than EG anticipated, especially with that incendiary, which they couldn't draw out a little bit earlier. So the counter force up here for EG as they try to reclaim their economy, and MIBR have good presence across the map, very safe here at the bottom of Banana. They'll be fast rotates over, and EG, I think, just hoping that they're not playing that far down. They move back to the half wall, and EG will now crack open Arch. This definitely seems like the weaker part of the map.
Ooh. Gen.G with 2 nice headshots. Almost got the 3-man spray down, but Ethan's going to have to come through the smoke eventually if they want to plant on A. Stan and Breeze, Apartments and Lane. This is a good attempt to challenge the pit, but with Taco going down, it's all on TRK. He swings out, dropping Stanislaw. Bomb planter on site, pinned in from multiple angles. He tries to go for the gunfight since he has the AK, but he won't find the frag nor the plant, and therefore, no money. Second round from MIBR off of the upset conversion.
Yeah, nice there from TRK. He's the one who caught your eye as the pit player. Good spray down from Gen.G, playing well. Yeah, Maniac brought up some good points about TRK in the final few moments of a round. Stays solid throughout. Maybe he is the final stop for MIBR. Maybe they have finally found the player that will fit.
It's looked good. I mean, I don't mean to criticize Mayern, but I just don't think like Mayern really slotted in the same way TRK has. Because I've been trying to praise TRK's multi-kill potential, you know, and I think that actually it couples really well with Maniac's point, where it's like, yes, he is great at holding spots at the very end of rounds, as seen in Pit, for example. But he also does it at the start as well. He's just super difficult to kind of like unroot. You know, once he's anchored his position, you really gotta shove him tough. But Evil Geniuses making nothing happen in that 4th round, move us forward to the 5th, where they bounce back AKs across the board.
Yeah, EG probably had to do some of that Furia meditation to clear their heads a bit, you know, get the calling back in order. They shouldn't be losing anti-eco like that, especially when the opportunity seems so clear, I think, and they'll have a chance, another attempt here on the full rifle round. Pretty good guns to go up against these MP9s. TRK, can he continue his impact? Nice opening frag, but it's immediately traded back, and Taco also gets a good trade. He's been playing phenomenal CS recently.
That's true. And that's a good sign for MIBR. Taco can kind of come back to the top of the scoreboard. Not if he's the only one, but more so if he adds himself to the consistencies of Fur, Gen.G, Fallen, and the new kid on the block. Man advantage and a little bit more damage done by the grenade. Minute to work with here as Ethan takes the boost, but there's nothing actually here in Banana for them. They're going to have to hit the bomb site, and they're going to have to hit Fallen hard. He's got the FAMAS and puts down the smoke right in front of them. But they answer with some utility of their own. And I'm curious that doesn't actually initiate a rotation. He is going to find the first one. Cirque looking the wrong direction, so now he definitely calls for help. Ethan and Stanislaw using that last smoke to block off the rotator. They're very worried of somebody being in the site, but that's not the case. Fallen's actually come back here towards CT Cross. They will find their plants. Stan's still fighting. Gets Fur first. Now it's just a single man advantage. And Fallen, if he's not careful, Ethan, he could walk right into this. He sees the shadow, but Ethan can't best him. Fallen surviving the onslaught of EG. That's a 4th round for the CT side.
They seem very confused that Fallen was the only person on the site, really like taking their time to clear everything out, not getting the bomb down right away. Every time we look at Ethan, he looks so distraught. I feel terrible. I'm not exactly sure what's going on with him, but yeah, he's part of the core. I think, as brought up by Thorn, you know, Tarek can stand to not frag when you have the core of Ethan, Cirque, and Breeze, but Ethan does need to, you know, put up a lot here to really allow EG to shine the most. Now the second, another buy, half buy here with the Tech 9, CZ, and PP50. It's decent grenades. But MIBR full strength as they get rid of the MP9s.
Oh, Whoa, there's players on each other's heads. Breeze. Oh my goodness, he burns K&G. Now Taco's gonna feel the pressure of this situation. He's standing in the front side of the pit. Stan right into it. That's a little bit of damage, but it's Cirque's Tech-9 to get it over the line. And now he swings an op. Fur trying to flank as bomb is planted to his left. There's 2 players inside of the pit. Fur, he's gonna gun down the first one, trying to keep his head on a swivel. He dies, leaving Fallen to try and clutch. Molotov deep towards pit. Frag grenade could hit Tarek on the head. Does some substantial damage, but he's still alive and kicking. Cirque holds it. Awesome. Just keeping himself scoped, ready for the peak to give EG their second, and this one off of the back of just upgraded pistols.
Yeah, they do. The Tech-9s have been very fierce recently, and they make a case for it. So that's that head boost at mid. I think, were they going to drop a smoke in front of it and see if they could get a kill? I'm not exactly sure. Very strange position to be in when you've got the Tech-9s and flashes coming your way up mid. But they should have known that EG were on either a half force or a complete eco round based on the... It's still early in the half, very easy to read the economy. Boost on the half wall from MIBR this time around. Stan, oh, he exposes himself a bit, but not enough. And the flash doesn't do much.
Got their banana control. Everybody has to evacuate. There's a lot of smokes there in the CT's face, so I like that they go for the initiative, but they have to give it up. They have to. No way can they afford to lose another without giving up pistols and essentially this lead.
And we know MIBR CT side is predicated a lot on gambling sites. Here they have to play 2-3. That previous round they played Famas solo on B with very little info. And it kind of worked out well for them. But EG doing everything right so far. By the book, up to top banana, back to mid now. Breeze scouring out through Boiler and Flash to help him clear stuff out. Fur is limited on info at Arch. He'll probably take a peek at some point.
They beckon them forward. Come try your hand on A. It's meant to be the Taco TRK crossfire for helping out with the Arch vision, but looks like it's him versus Tarek, and Tarek's gonna win that duel, swinging a little bit wider than Fur would have expected. TRK, oh no, Stanislaw just completely executes Breeze through the smoke. If K&G had swung here, then maybe Stanislaw goes down. The flash is high, and yep, it's all on Cirque. 1 versus 3, nice little flick back down. He can retreat. Oh, Cirque for the clutch! A single shot could have been the difference, but Fallen shuts it down.
The audacity to go for the side bomb plant in the 3v2, no Arch control whatsoever, and then Cirque almost pulls out that 1v3 clutch. So much damage dealt. Was the best player on EG by far on Train, continuing on into Inferno, looking just as sharp. Oh my gosh, that's so unfortunate. He hears Breeze shooting. He says, "Shut up."
Oh, close one. That's funny. Zeus. Yeah, I think Zeus internalizes everybody's reaction. At least all the EG fans in chat. Buyback from MIBR. We said it was going to be costly, and it most certainly is. Even all those deaths starting to add up here. Fur on an MP9.
It's got to be a particularly compelling game for, Zeus to be on the team, to know so much about MIBR, to want to probably speak at every turn, really, considering how closely he's watched the lineup.
Especially for how long he's watched the lineup.
Yeah, true.
Whoa, Taco. Whoa. Raid on the other side is Stan. And Ethan is about to peek as well. He could off of Stanislaw's situation. Stan,